Star Odyssey chapter 2339 to chapter 2390. After that, a cloud appeared behind Bai Wangyuan and a group of people appeared. They were the remnants of the Lu family that Bai Wangyuan had promised to release. Among them, Lu Yin saw the lunatics from the Red Garden. They weren't crazy, and their eyes were clear. It was obvious that they had regained their sanity. Lu Yin suppressed his excitement and took out Mount Supreme, allowing Long Shi and the rest to appear. Bai Wangyuan frowned as he watched the cultivators walk out of Mount Supreme. He had thought that there were only people from the expeditionary army, but he hadn't expected Yun Tingting and the others to be here as well. They were people who had gone missing decades ago. Along with Bai Ting, Xia Yuan, and Wang Jing, Lu Yin had really released everyone from the astral trees. Because of his agreement with Bai Wangyuan, Long Shi, Lu Hao, and the others who had previously been free were brought here by Lu Yin. They could choose to return to the astral tree realm or stay. Long Shi walked out and saw Bai Wangyuan. She quickly bowed. The cultivators from the astral tree realm all greeted Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan allowed them to enter the cloud. Long Shi didn't want to leave, but it had been so many years, and she had already appeared. It wouldn't be right if she didn't go back. Lu Yin nodded slightly at her. Lu Xiaoxian, you despicable person. Just you wait, the Xia family won't let you off. Xiao Taili threatened, almost kicking him in the face. However, just as she finished speaking, she realized that something was amiss. This is the hellworm? Xiao Taili gasped. Wang Su, Wang Yi, and the rest stared blankly at hellworm, feeling as if their worldview had been turned upside down. Even Xiaoda, Old Whitehead, and Enai Huang were in disbelief. Only then did they realize that Lu Yin was calm and fearless in front of Ancestor Bai. What was going on? Shouldn't he have been captured immediately when facing Ancestor Bai? Why was he still like this? Lu Yin's lips curled up as he glanced at everyone. Congratulations on your freedom. Thank your Ancestor Bai. We've reached an agreement that the 4 cardinal scales won't attack me again, so I'll let you go. Enai Huang and the others looked at Bai Wangyuan. It was impossible. With their understanding of progenitor realm experts, how could they give up on hunting down such a talented genius just because of him? Ancestor Bai, I beg you to kill Lu Xiaoxian. He's a peerless genius, and he killed Wang Si all by himself. He's also a genius of the same generation. If he doesn't die, the 4 realms won't be at peace. Xiaoda also said respectfully, please help us, Ancestor Bai. Everyone else bowed. We respectfully request Ancestor Bai to act. We respectfully request your assistance, Ancestor White. Bai Wangyuan's expression was ugly. His gaze was fixed on the corner where Xiaoxinji's clone was. Even a dignified Ancestor Realm clone had been captured, and he looked rather miserable. Now that he had appeared, he naturally wouldn't act ostentatiously. He was about to enter the clouds. Kui Luo suddenly shouted, isn't that Patriarch Xiaoxinji? Why are you locked up as well? Are you all right? Xiaoxinji paused, glaring at Kui Luo with a ghastly face. Lu Yin added, have a safe journey, Patriarch Xinji. This junior did not treat you well and did not give you any time to catch up with your juniors. I'll definitely make it up to you next time. The rest of the expeditionary army all turned to look at Xiaoxinji, and they were all stunned. Xiaoda looked at Xiaoxinji as if he had seen a ghost. Patriarch Xinji? Xiao Taili was stunned. All of the Xiao family's cultivators were stunned. Including Hui Hua. Even Xiao Luo, the famous Luo, was dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Bai Wangyuan's eyes flashed, and he waved a hand to send Xiaoxinji back into the clouds. Lu Yin looked at Bai Wangyuan with a deep gaze. Actually, Bai Wangyuan could have sent Xiaoxinji away the moment he had appeared, but he hadn't. If Xiaoxinji had been discovered, the Xiao family would have been reduced to a laughingstock. Lu Yin laughed when he saw the stunned cultivators. Your patriarch Bai Wangyuan won't do anything. I'll let you off this time, but the next time you fall into my hands, it won't be so easy to escape. Scram. Old White Ghost recovered from the shock of Xiaoxinji's capture, but when he heard Bai Wangyuan's name, he shouted as if someone had stepped on his tail, how dare you, Lu Xiaoxian? How dare you call Patriarch Bai by his name? Enough. Bai Wang Yuan barked, his progenitor's power making it hard for the crowd to breathe. He scanned the crowd, "Follow me back." With a wave of his hand, all of the cultivators obediently entered the clouds, not daring to say anything else. Of course, not everyone was willing to leave with Bai Wang Yuan. Gui Qian was one of them, and Gui Yuan didn't get along with the four cardinal scales. Lu Yin was also a death chi cultivator and the successor of the death god, so they were family no matter how one looked at it. However, Bai Wang Yuan was different. He felt like he would never be able to make a name for himself. Bai Wang Yuan looked at Gui Qian. Gui Qian hurriedly begged, I won't go to the four cardinal scales. You're the successor of the death god, so you're my young master. I must follow you. Lu Yin nodded and pointed at Mount Supreme. Go in yourself. Gui Qian hurriedly jumped in. Bai Wang Yuan didn't care about someone from Gui Yuan. Although Gui Qian was a direct descendant of Gui Yuan, he was still just a junior and wasn't worthy of Bai Wang Yuan's attention. Lu Xiaoxian, don't forget the time. You must take over the fourth base within 10 days, or our agreement will be voided. Bai Wang Yuan stared coldly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, don't worry, I'll take over the fourth base. Also, my name is Lu Yin. Bai Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed. I hope you're called Lu Yin. He then turned and left. With Bai Wang Yuan's departure, the sky above the fifth mainland became much clearer. The caged Wyrm even lowered its claws. It had been baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, hoping to intimidate Bai Wang Yuan. At this moment, Lu Yin looked at the remaining members of the Lu family. There were a few thousand of them, and most of them were from the four cardinal scales. They had been imprisoned all this time, such as the ones who were about to be executed in Shenwu Plain. Lu Yin was most concerned about the people in the Red Garden. He looked at them. They were also looking at him. They exchanged glances. Why, young master? The thin man who had been searching for the young master in the Red Garden looked at Lu Yin and hesitantly asked. Lu Yin looked at him. I'm sorry to have made you suffer. The man was agitated, and he stepped forward and stared at Lu Yin. Why, you're really the young master? At that moment, the fat old woman pushed the man aside and ran towards Lu Yin. I recognize you. Young master, you're the young master. Lu Yin supported the old woman and watched her tremble with reddened eyes. He apologetically said, I'm sorry, I lost my memories and don't remember you. The old woman shook her head as tears streamed down her face. It's fine, young master. It's fine as long as you're not dead. That day, I really thought that you were dead. Are you hungry, young master? I'll make something for you to eat. Young master? Hey, do you remember this old man? I'm your mentor, the one who taught you how to read. The crazy old man at the bottom of the lake stepped forward excitedly. Next, the little girl who looked to be about 10 years old stepped forward. Young master? I'm your little sister, young master. Don't take advantage of the young master. Don't believe her, young master. She's just an old woman who's gone mad from cultivation. She's been like this for hundreds of years. Back then, you pitied her and brought her back to the Lu family. This old woman has been taking advantage of you for years and insists that she's your younger sister. The girl angrily rebuked, Lu San, you're just a housekeeper, so don't slander me. I'm the young master's little sister. The young master only buried his head in the ground to scare you once when he was young, and you think he likes to do that? How old are you to still bury your head in the ground to scare the young master? The young master is giving you face by not scolding you. Shut up, all of you. How dare you be so impudent in front of the young master, the skinny man shouted back. His words were effective, and they all quickly shut up. Lu Yin looked at them with a complicated expression, but he finally understood a little. The crazy old man at the bottom of the lake was a teacher, and he was immersed in his own world while still teaching. Perhaps the person he was teaching was Lu Yin. The fat old woman was the cook, which meant that even if she was crazy, she would still cook for Lu Yin. The little girl was a cultivator that Lu Yin had taken in, and she liked to play with him. The man who liked to bury his head in the ground was the housekeeper. Because Lu Yin had been playful when he was young, he had buried his head in the ground once to scare the old man. After he went crazy, the old man would always remember this scene and repeat it over and over again just to play with Luine. Even if he was crazy, he still had fun, and Luine was also in his world. There was also the skinny man who looked weak but rather dignified. He should be a protector or something like that, as he was a half-ancestor. These people were the closest to Luine when he was young, which was why they had been locked up in Red Garden. There were many others like them. Luine felt uncomfortable when he heard them call him young master. The skinny man looked back and sternly said, "The young master is tired. Don't disturb him for now." The group immediately quieted down and looked at Luine with hopeful eyes. Luine arranged for them to settle down, and the fat old woman and the others were naturally arranged to stay in the Above Heaven sect. Regardless of whether or not they had lost their memories, they were still the closest people to Luine. Some of them would still remember him even if they were crazy, and they were his family. Aside from them, there was also a group of surviving Lu family officials at the back of the battlefield, such as Tu Qiming and the others. These people would be brought back once Luine took over the 4th formation base. This had been an agreement with Bai Wang Yuan. Everyone else left, except for the skinny man. "I'm the young master's protector, and I won't leave him. Even if I die, I'll die in front of him." "What nonsense are you saying? How could the young master die?" At that moment, Kue Luo came over. "Old Shan, long time no see, haha." The skinny man looked at Kue Luo and was stunned for a moment before rubbing his eyes. "Kue Luo?" Kue Luo laughed. "It's me, Old Shan. You didn't expect to see me again, did you?" The skinny man smiled and looked at Kue Luo in surprise. "I didn't expect that you would still be alive. Have you been protecting the young master all this time?" Kue Luo replied, "Of course. Without me, this kid would have died a long time ago." He then looked at Luine. "This guy is your protector, and you always call him Master Shan. He might look weak, but he's actually the best at defense. He's quite stubborn, and his defense is so strong that even Wan Zi is speechless." Luine looked at Master Shan in surprise. "Invincible defense?" Shan Shifu replied, "It's not that exaggerated. It's just that it can take a few hits." Luine sized up Master Shan, but no matter how he looked at him, he didn't seem like one. Still, it was a good thing that another half-ancestor was here. Through this Master Shan, he could be said to have glimpsed how terrifying the Lu clan was back then. A half-martial ancestor with nearly invincible defense was his Dao protector. How could such a person be willing to become a Dao protector? To put it nicely, he was a guardian. To put it bluntly, he was a bodyguard. "Old Shan, you don't have to protect this brat here. Anyone who comes here to cause trouble for him doesn't have a good ending. Even Xiaxinji was beaten up by him," said Kue Luo. "That was by Wang Yuan, and the other was Xiaxinji." "Young master, what kind of agreement did you reach with them?" Master Shan's face turned grim. Luine asked Kue Luo to inform him while he went to look for the Yao Emperor himself. He had the Yao Emperor head to the battlefield on the other side and assume the role of commander. The Shifter Emperor was surprised. "Me?" Luine nodded. "That should be fine." Of course, there was a problem, as Luine was fighting at the back of the battlefield. Even though he had such thoughts, he did not dare to voice them out. Luine had been fighting progenitors all this time, and they were all from 9 mountains and 8 seas. They were too terrifying, and he did not have the qualifications to object. "I understand." Luine was satisfied, as he had made the Yao Emperor the commander-in-chief because he wanted the Astral Beast Army to become the main force of the array formation. Of course, the Astral Beast Army was not the only one. Aside from the commander, an array base also needed an array corps. Luine immediately thought of Henshin, who would be the corps. Of course, this guy might have ulterior motives, but it didn't matter. After all, he had been sent by the 5th mainland. Aside from the Yao Emperor and Han Xian, Luine planned to send 2 more demigod ancestors. There were too many demigod ancestors in the 5th mainland, so sending 4 would not be a problem. He wanted to show the cosmic tree the 5th mainland's strength and foundation. The third choice was naturally 9 luminaries. The people of the 6th mainland definitely did not trust him as much as the people of the 5th mainland. The sixth mainland, the astral beast domain, and the above heaven sect had sent half-martial ancestors there. The fourth candidate was naturally the fifth mainland's half-martial ancestor. Luin was just thinking about who to look for. Elder Gong? Too lazy? Go to the sage heavenly master? Big sister could tear him apart. Drunkard? Almost crippled. Could it be Xiaji? No, Xiaji was still locked up in the heavenly prison and could not be released. Senior brother Qingping also could not be released. Jiwei was already crippled and was waiting to be appointed by him. Who else was there? It's time to go to the battlefield, Elder Chan said. Luin looked over. Senior, are you going to the battlefield? Last time, I wanted to accompany you to the starry sky of trees, but I didn't manage to. This time, let me go to the battlefield at the back. Only by forgetting everything will I be able to become an ancestral patriarch. I stepped onto the path of cultivation from the battlefield, and I was favored by Senior Lu Tianyi. I will also become an ancestral patriarch on the battlefield. Luin thought about it. Alright, I'll have to trouble you, Senior. The back of the battlefield seemed to be a battlefield, but in reality, the probability of a half-martial ancestor dying was not high. Especially when he sent 4 half-martial ancestors at once, it was enough to deter the other array bases and the starry sky of trees. These 4 half-martial ancestors were no ordinary people. There was no need to mention Xianxia. Elder Chan controlled the ancestral chi of the 3 sons, which was enough to rival Xianxia, a sect master of one of the 12 heavenly gates. 9 Brilliances was the strongest half-martial ancestor in the 6th mainland, and the Shifter Emperor was a heavenly monster, which was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Kuei Luo. To put it bluntly, any one of these 4 could crush Xia Ziheng and rival the 12 Marquises of the Eternals. After confirming the candidates for the half-martial ancestors, Luin ordered the Lu Xianjun army, the Heavenly Sin army, the Giant army, and the Giant Beast army to be sent to the 4th array base. He wanted the 4th array base to become a forbidden area that the Eternals would not dare to touch. The cultivators who were preparing to head to the starry sky of trees gathered in the starry sky of trees. In the technocracy's new space corridor, Luin used his eye language to contact the people from the humble school, and through them, he contacted Superintendent Qianxia. After the new space corridor was connected, Luin discovered that the wireless goo could be used to communicate with eye language. The wireless goo was known to ignore distance and space, but Luin could not contact the 5th mainland in the starry sky of trees, which made him unhappy. However, the wireless goo could connect to ordinary stars from Starsource universe, so why couldn't it connect to the starry sky of trees and the 5th mainland? Only when the new space corridor was connected could the wireless goo be used. In the starry sky of trees, Qianxia found a place to meet with Tongyu. He looked at the wireless goo blankly. After Tongyu taught him the commands, he contacted Luin. Superintendent Qianxia, long time no see, Luin said. Qianxia took a deep breath. Lu Xiaoxian, you've caused a lot of trouble in the top realm. Luin smiled. Don't worry, it won't happen for now. I've already reached an agreement with the 4-way scales. Before I become a half-martial ancestor, nothing will happen. Qianxia was surprised. The 4-way scales reached an agreement with you? This agreement was equivalent to slapping the 4-way scales in the face, so other than a limited number of people in the starry sky of trees, no one else knew about it. However, with the 5th mainland taking over the 4th array base, this news would quickly spread throughout the starry sky of trees. I'm looking for Superintendent Qianxia to ask for your help. I want to contact Governor Mu Xia, Luin sent. Qianxia glanced at Tongyu. You want to be his disciple? Luin laughed. Governor Mu Xia is my senior apprentice. If he did not look for Qianxia, he could at most find a way to send a message to Mu Xia, but he would not be able to contact him directly. If he wanted to contact Mu Xia, he could only look for the humble school's half-martial ancestor, Superintendent Qianxia. Not long after, Mu Xia saw the wireless goo through Qianxia's cloud connection stone and contacted Luin through it. Not long after, Luin put down the wireless goo and heaved a sigh of relief. He had looked for Senior Mu Xia to ask him to be on guard against the 4-way scales. Although he had reached an agreement with the 4-way scales, it would still be dangerous for them to send a half-martial ancestor to the starry sky of trees with an ancestral weapon. Sacrificing a half-martial ancestor could kill him, so why not? He could not bring the general appointment platform with him at all times, and he might not have the prison WYRM by his side at all times. It was better to be on guard. Through Xia, he knew that the fog ancestor had already escaped, which made Luin feel even more at ease. The fog ancestor would not help him deal with the four-way scales, but he might not leave him in the lurch. He had to go to the starry sky of trees himself. If the fifth mainland's cultivators went and he did not dare to go, how could he support them? How could he show off his prestige? Besides, there were many things waiting for him to do there. The fifth mainland's cultivators had finally been recruited, but they were dismissed after the agreement was reached. Most of them heaved a sigh of relief, as they had thought that there would be a huge battle. However, even though there had not been a huge battle, Lu Yin's battle with a progenitor had left a deep impression on them. Their faith in Luin was deeply rooted, and even if a progenitor appeared in the future, they would not be so easily defeated. Luin had gradually become a kind of faith in their hearts. At this moment, Luin and Master Shan were sitting on the prison WYRM's back. He was curious about what had happened on the day that the Lu family had been exiled. Master Shan was bitter. "Young master, your memories are gone, and a portion of our memories have been erased as well. It just so happens that the portion that happened on the day that our family was exiled." Luin was disappointed, but he was not surprised. His memories had been erased, and since the people of Red Flower Garden had been trapped, it was normal for their memories to be erased. "Our memories of the day that our family was exiled have been erased, but we still have memories before that." Master Shan looked at Luin. "What I remember the most is your smile. You were very happy that day." Luin muttered to himself, "I was very happy?" Master Shan nodded and recalled, "You were very happy, very happy. The clan invited guests to a banquet, and you also invited guests to a banquet at the food paradise. In order to facilitate your banquet at the food paradise, the clan leader had people move the food paradise next to Lu Tianjing." "What's the Lu Tianjing?" Luin interrupted. Master Shan was astonished. "You even forgot about the Lu Tianjing?" Luin was confused. No one had told him about it, not even Kuei Luo. Master Shan was furious when he saw Lu Yin's expression, and his hatred for the four cardinal scales grew. The Lu Tianjing is where the family resides. The astral tree realm has the top realm, the middle realm, and the lower realm. Only the Lu family and their vassal families can live in the top realm. The top realm is the earth, and the land is the sky. It's called the Lu Tianjing. This is the title given to the Lu family by the entire astral tree realm. Only members of the Lu family can live there. Young master, your family is the Lu Tianjing, and it's the most respected place in the astral tree realm. Even ancestors like Bai Wangyuan have to submit an invitation in advance if they want to enter. That place represents the pinnacle of the human race. The family allowed the food paradise to host a banquet next to the Lu Tianjing, which is the greatest affirmation to you. Luin looked at Master Shan. What banquet was held on that day? Master Shan replied, your wedding with Bai Xian'er. Luin nodded. Long she had told him that his dream had come true on that day. Safflower rain had scattered throughout the astral tree realm. Had that been the happiest day of his life? Unfortunately, it had also been the day of the Lu family's greatest calamity. The Eternals had destroyed the 4 continents of the human race, and the 5th and 6th mainlands had gone to war during the era of the Daosaur sect. No matter what had happened, the Lu family had always existed and controlled the 5th mainland. However, because of Luin, the Lu family had been destroyed. Luin would not deceive himself into thinking that this matter had nothing to do with him. The wedding, Bai Xian'er, and the safflower rain were definitely related. What else do you remember? Luin asked. In my memories, there is only the scene of you drinking with the 7 heroes, the patriarch's laughter, and the congratulations of the other clans. Apart from that, there is nothing else. Luin looked at Master Shan. Do you remember the white dragon turning over? Master Shan shook his head in confusion. Yellow Springs? Luin asked. Master Shan shook his head again. Prison lock? Isn't that the symbol of Shenwu Plain? Frost immortal fruit? Master Shan's eyes lit up. Frost immortal fruit? Yes. Luin stared at him. What happened? Master Shan recalled, that day was your wedding with Bai Xianer, and it was a joyous occasion for the Lu family and the Frost Immortal sect. The Lu family organized a banquet, and the Frost Immortal sect also organized one. They even sent a batch of Frost Immortal fruits to the Lu Tianjing. Is there a problem with the Frost Immortal fruit? Master Shan frowned. There shouldn't be a problem. Although the Frost Immortal fruit is precious, the Lu family can eat it whenever we want. When you were young, you went to the Frost Immortal sect with the first miss and second young master to steal the fruit. The Frost Immortal sect was furious, but they didn't dare say anything. You even said that you were sick of it. Luin didn't understand. If the Frost Immortal fruit was ordinary, why would the Frost Immortal sect record it and place it alongside the Yellow Springs and the White Dragon? There had to be a problem. Right, it was Bai Xianer's idea to move the food park to Lu Tianjing. I was there at the time, Master Shan suddenly said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Bai Xianer's idea? Master Shan nodded. Logically speaking, your wedding banquet should have been held at Lu Tianjing, but I don't know what Bai Xianer said to you, but you happily arranged for your peers to be at the food park. You even asked your family to move the food park to Lu Tianjing. However, this was a small matter, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Luin fell into deep thought. Had the food park been moved to Lu Tianjing so that it would be easier to attack? Back then, he had really listened to Bai Xianer. Master Shan, is there a madman in the Lu family? Luin suddenly asked. Master Shan's expression changed. Young master, why are you asking this? Luin looked at him. It seems like you know. Tell me about this madman. Master Shan's face paled. There is indeed a madman imprisoned in the family, but we don't know the exact reason. We only know that Forefather Tianyi forbade anyone from visiting him or mentioning him. Young master, please don't talk about him in the future. Luin smiled bitterly. Forefather Tianyi is gone. What are you afraid of? Master Shan froze, and his expression darkened. Did that madman show up on my wedding day? Of course not. Forefather Tianyi would never allow him to appear. After that, Luin continued to chat with Master Shan. Not long after, he called over the fat old woman and the others to see if they knew what had happened that day. In the Astral Tree Realm, Bai Wangyuan had already returned and released the expeditionary army. Xiaoxinji's clone had also appeared, and he was heavily injured. Xiaoxinji and the rest didn't look too good. When Bai Wangyuan returned, the first to speak was Xia. Since there's an agreement, you should abide by it. Don't let me find out that any of you didn't follow the agreement and attacked my junior, or I'll kill you. Xiaoxinji looked up. What arrogance! Do you really think you can deal with any one of us? The more arrogant you are, the easier it is to die. Xia looked at him. You're the arrogant one. Do you think they don't know that you have the power of time? Xiaoxinji's expression changed. Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan, and the dragon ancestor remained calm. Xiaoxinji's expression darkened even more. Even though time is mysterious, it's not invincible. Any kind of power can be controlled, and you're no exception. Xiaoxinji, no matter if it was in the past or now, you're the most ignorant one, said Xia before leaving. Xiaoxinji was furious, but he couldn't refute. The mist ancestor shook his head. Look, you've worked so hard to compete with Xiaoshang, but do you know how your power of time was exposed? It's because Xiaoshang has it too. Haha. After saying that, she also left. Xiaoxinji looked at Wang Fan and the others. You guys already knew? It's just a guess, Wang Fan said coldly. Bai Zhe continued, time energy rarely appears out of nowhere. Of course, it's not like it doesn't exist, so whether or not you have time energy was just a guess. We were only able to confirm it just now. Xiaoxinji narrowed his eyes. His hatred for Xia was second only to Xiaoshang. Not only did this person obstruct him from killing Lu Shaoxian, he even revealed his power of time. Bai Wangyuan and the others looked calm on the surface, but they were shocked on the inside. Time energy wasn't just for show, it was indeed difficult to break through in a real fight. They all looked at Xiaoxinji with fear. Fortunately, Xiaoshang had stolen his mountain sea battle technique, or else it would have been even more difficult to deal with. At that moment, Xiaoziheng contacted Xianxia about Xian Academy. Xianxia was still angry, and he said coldly, "Tomorrow. Tomorrow it is. Otherwise, either the food god breaks through or get the hell out of here." He then ended the call. The dragon ancestor looked at him. "I told you to attack directly, but you just had to rope in some student. What a waste of time. You even gave Lu Xiaoxian a chance." Wang Fan stared at the dragon ancestor. "You shouldn't have hidden Prince Yu from us, or you wouldn't have been threatened by the food god. Once Prince Yu appeared, even if he could break through, he would have failed. Prince Yu is enough to disturb his mental state." The dragon ancestor shook his head. "Isn't it good to have one more progenitor? I'm sure that the food god can't break through, so I didn't want to waste time. However, even if there's a 1 in a billion chance that the food god can break through, it's still beneficial to the starry sky tree. One more progenitor means one more layer of protection for humanity, and even if the food god breaks through, there's still a chance for negotiation. Speaking of which, I'm more curious why they're hiding their mountain sea battle technique. This isn't Xian Academy style." Xiaoxinji was impatient. "No matter what the reason is, Xian Academy will be disbanded tomorrow. If the food god breaks through, it'll be fine. We'll just give him face and keep Xian Academy, but the mountain sea battle technique will still have to be handed over. If the food god can't break through, then all of you can either get the hell out of here or go to the back of the battlefield. There's no other choice." They didn't care too much about Xian Academy, but the food god's attitude toward Prince Yu made them certain that he couldn't break through. There was nothing to fear from someone who couldn't break through. Lu Xiaoxian was still a bigger threat, so much so that they couldn't eat or sleep well. With Xiaoxinji's support, Xiaoziheng immediately relayed the message to Xian Academy. He didn't even change his tone, but Dinwen was so angry that he wanted to fight with him. "Preposterous. Xiaoziheng actually threatened us and told us to get lost. If it wasn't for the four-way scales, then he wouldn't have been able to leave Xian district." Dinwen raged. He had never been so furious before. Firstly, the students had all been taken away by the four-way scales. Secondly, Prince Yu's appearance had caused the food god to lose the right to threaten the four-way scales with breaking through. Furthermore, the food god had helped Luyin once, which had caused the four-way scales to fall out with him. Xian Academy was now facing an unprecedented crisis. Tomorrow? How can it be so soon? Sudanlai was shocked. Dinwen shook his head. Xiaoziheng doesn't have the guts, only Xiaoxinji. It seems like Lu Xiaoxuan's matter has caused Xiaoxinji to completely fall out with him. Sudanlai replied, although Xiaoziheng is relying on Xiaoxinji's power, it's hard to change what he said. After all, he's a half-ancestor. If we don't leave tomorrow, then the four-way scales might send more than one half-ancestor to deal with us. Dinwen replied, if they can't even beat Lu Xiaoxian, then how can they be considered half-ancestors? Sudanlai raised his brows. Don't spout nonsense. Lu Xiaoxian was able to solo 4 half-ancestors, which means that his strength is definitely not something that an ordinary half-ancestor can compare to. He's only at the 3rd origin tribulation. Dinwen was only using this as an excuse to mock Xiaoziheng, but he did not look down on Luyin. Luyin was only at the 3rd origin tribulation, yet he had still managed to kill 4 half-ancestors. This was the first battle record in history, and Dinwen was impressed. Luyin was also considered half a mentor of Xian Academy, which made Dinwen even more pleased with him. What a pity. I wonder what's going on in the abandoned land, Dinwen muttered to himself. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Could Xiaoxinji's attitude be related to the abandoned land? Did he fail in the wasteland? Sudanlai was at a loss. They could not obtain any information about the abandoned land, only the sovereigns knew about it. Xian Academy did not have a single student, so it was not unreasonable for it to be abolished. Wenshui was handed over to Bai Wangyuan by Luyin, but all of the students from Xian Academy had been taken away by the four-way scales. Wenshui was no exception. He did not want to join any of the four-way scales, so the only outcome for him was to be imprisoned. It was better for him to stay at Mount Supreme, but unfortunately, he did not know about the situation at Xian Academy. The food god is already preparing to break through, so we have to take a gamble no matter what. The secret of the Mountain Sea realm cannot be exposed, but there's not enough time. Just one day is not enough for him to calm down, so Donglai said. Dean Wen's gaze trembled. One day? What a joke. If Xianxia has the ability, then he can personally take action. Otherwise, if he wants to rely on those half-ancestors to chase us away, then that's just wishful thinking. Lu Xiaoxian dared to barge into Shenwu Plain to save someone and challenged 4 half-ancestors. Can't we even compare to him? It's time for them to experience Wen Shisui's strength. Although he's dead, his will not be extinguished. So Donglai straightened up. Then let's take a gamble and see if the 4-way scales can cover the sky in the astral tree realm. The next day, Xiao Ziheng arrived outside Xian Academy as promised. Wu Yao, Sir Yu, and half-ancestor Ji Feng and half-ancestor Lu Hua were also with him. A total of 5 half-ancestors had arrived, pressuring Xian Academy. Ding Wen and the others knew that the 4-way scales would act against them, but they had not expected 5 half-ancestors to show up. Ji Feng? Lu Hua? You guys are here as well? Ding Wen was furious. Half-ancestor Ji Feng apologized, I'm sorry, Wen Lai. We don't want to become enemies with the academy, but the world is unpredictable. Half-ancestor Lu Hua sighed. You've given the 4-way scales whatever they want. What can you possibly do in the current astral tree realm? So Donglai sighed. I never thought that you elites who graduated from the academy would turn around and attack the academy. Xiao Ziheng said sternly, attack? What do you mean? You still want to resist? Wu Yao stepped forward. Wen Lai, does Xian Academy want to become enemies with the 4-way scales? Wen Lai raised his head. That's exactly what I'm thinking. If you want to close the academy, then come and fight your way in. He did not waste any more words and immediately activated the academy's array. The Fire Phoenix and Dark Phoenix soared into the sky and circled the academy. One clearly represented light while the other represented darkness, and the two had never met before. However, after the sourcebox array was fully activated, the two converged and formed a deadly sourcebox array that even half-ancestors would be wary of. Ji Feng and Lu Hua exchanged glances and subconsciously retreated. They had graduated from Xian Academy, so they were well aware of how terrifying the Fire Phoenix and Dark Phoenix array was. This sourcebox array was not as simple as it appeared on the surface, and it contained many layers of killing intent. It was the final protective measure that Progenitor Wen had left behind for Xian Academy. Xiao Ziheng frowned. Stubborn. Wu Yao looked behind him. I'll have to ask you to take action. After all, this is a sourcebox array that Progenitor Wen left behind. Inside the academy, Dean Wen and the others watched a figure walk out of the void, Mu Shang, Heavenly Master Mu. In the current space-time continuum, only a progenitor could break Progenitor Wen's sourcebox array by force. Only a celestial master would be able to do so. Since they wanted to destroy Xian Academy, they had naturally thought of Progenitor Wen's sourcebox array, so they had invited Mu Shang. Mu Shang looked up at the Phoenix and Dark Phoenix, and his eyes were filled with admiration. Progenitor Wen is indeed an origin array celestial master. This sourcebox array is truly unique and different from ordinary sourcebox arrays. It uses the danger of the sourcebox to simulate the Phoenix and Dark Phoenix, and there are even hidden dangers within. It won't be easy to break through. Wu Yao asked, is there a way to break through? Mu Shang smiled. Any sourcebox array needs to be maintained. Without an origin array master to maintain it, it'll just be a dead array. There's naturally a way. Then I'll have to trouble Celestial Master Mu. Many thanks, Wu Yao said. Mu Shang smiled. I should be the one thanking the seniors. It's this junior's honor to be able to exchange blows with Progenitor Wen. He then approached the sourcebox array and directly entered it. The strange sourcebox array did not contain any killing intent towards him, and the path he took was rather strange as well. He could not understand it at all. Dean Wen's expression turned ugly, as this was an origin array celestial master. In terms of cultivation, both he and Progenitor Wen surpassed Mu Shang, but in terms of lockbreaking, Mu Shang was the youngest lockbreaker in history. Even Progenitor Wen might not be able to compare to him. Progenitor Wen had only become a celestial master after becoming a progenitor, while Mu Shang was only an emissary. This was especially true now that Mu Shang had broken through the array and said that it was a dead array. Ding Wen was clearly an array master of the realm planes and could maintain the sourcebox array, but Mu Shang did not care about him at all. Mu Shang only cared about the origin array celestial master and progenitor Wen, not Wen Lai. Since that's the case, then let me experience the abilities of the youngest origin array celestial master. Ding Wen then entered the sourcebox array and attacked Mu Shang through the Phoenix and Dark Phoenix. Mu Shang's expression was calm, and he smiled. I'm honored. Within the academy, Mr. Tang, Mr. Zheng, Mr. Wen, Mr. Wei, and Mr. Huai all watched on. As long as the sourcebox array could not stop the four scales, then the academy would be finished. The cooker god had no chance of breaking through to become a progenitor. And the others knew this as well. In the depths of the academy, the culinary god opened his eyes and then closed them again, isolating himself from all external disturbances. If he wanted to break through the progenitor array, he needed to calm his mind. Before the sourcebox array was broken, he needed to calm his mind before he could attempt to break through. Once the ancestral realm origin tribulation descended, no one would be able to interfere. It all depended on whether or not he could succeed. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. 10 days had passed. Everyone was looking at the Fire Phoenix Dark Phoenix. At this moment, the Fire Phoenix Dark Phoenix had become much dimmer and had become transparent. Mu Shang's smile grew even more radiant as he stood less than 1,000 meters away from the Fire Phoenix and Dark Phoenix. Across from him, Ding Wen's face was pale, as he had lost. He had been unable to maintain the operation of the sourcebox array, and the array had crumbled layer by layer under Mu Shang's lockbreaking. Furthermore, as a half-ancestor, Ding Wen could not attack Mu Shang while he was inside the sourcebox array. Very quickly, the Fire Phoenix and Dark Phoenix vanished. Ding Wen looked at Mu Shang's confident and arrogant smile, and he wished that he could dispel the sourcebox array and use his half-ancestor cultivation to forcefully kill Mu Shang. Unfortunately, it would be too difficult, and Mu Shang would not be unprepared. Wen Lai, come back. There's no need to resist anymore. You can't, so Dong Lai said. Ding Wen had no choice but to leave the sourcebox array. Rather than competing with Mu Shang in lockbreaking, he might as well save his strength to deal with the outside world. The 5 half-martial ancestors had bought more time for the culinary god. Without Ding Wen's interference, Mu Shang's lockbreaking speed increased. Many people in the Starry Sky Tree gathered their attention. Ever since the establishment of Xian Academy, even the Lu family had people who studied there. The four-way scales, the Nong family, and the Lu family, which family had not sent their disciples there. Across the starry sky, quite a number of elites had graduated from Xian Academy. They also didn't want the academy to be destroyed. However, under the tyrannical power of the four-way balance, Xian Academy couldn't possibly withstand it. Outside, Xia Ziheng heaved a sigh of relief. In the future, he wouldn't have to waste his breath on Wen Lai and the other old fellows. He actually hoped that these old fellows would resist. They would either be killed or thrown into the back of the battlefield. No, they would be thrown into the new continent so that they could release the final fireworks for humanity. In the Pinnacle Realm, Xia Taili, Wang Su, and the rest of the expeditionary army who had just returned also looked at Xian Academy with complicated expressions. Lu Hao, Nong Sanyang, and the others even asked their families if they could help Xian Academy. However, at this moment, no one could help Xian Academy. The Lu family's old ancestor and the others knew that the four-way scales had suffered in the abandoned wasteland. Now, whoever helped Xian Academy would have to face the four-way scales' wrath. Not everyone had the ability to face the four-way scales directly. They could restrict each other, but there were some things that they couldn't interfere with. On this day, Xian Academy was about to be destroyed under the watchful eyes of countless people. This should be a rare event in the Starry Sky Tree. However, no one had expected that the real event would come from the Pinnacle Realm, from the Wang family. Xiaoxinji and the others didn't pay any attention to Xian Academy at all. Instead, they stared at a valley below the Wang family's continent. That was the entrance to the new Void Corridor, which connected the Starry Sky Tree to the Fifth Mainland. 10 days had passed, and it was time for Lu Yin to fulfill his promise and lead the cultivators to take over the Fourth Mainland's formation bases. The entire sovereign realm was looking at the valley, and they didn't know when Lu Yin and the other cultivators would appear. However, it was definitely today. Just as they were thinking about this, a figure emerged from the new void corridor and appeared in the valley. At this moment, the valley had long since been emptied, and there were no longer any cultivators in the starry sky tree. Even the Wang family's cultivators had returned to the continent above. When this figure appeared, it instantly attracted the attention of the sovereign realm and the Wang family's continent. Countless gazes gathered on this figure. The person who appeared had a calm expression. He looked up and saw the Wang family's continent. Dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes, and he raised a hand. The void was peeled away, and it extended to the entire valley. Above the Wang family's continent, Wang Jing solemnly said, "Domain, Void God Realm." The newcomer was Xianxia, one of the 4 half-ancestors who had come to support the Fourth Formation Base. He was also the first half-ancestor to arrive. Xiaoxinji's gaze was cold. The first one to appear is already a half-ancestor. I wonder how many half-ancestors the Fifth Mainland will send. As soon as he finished speaking, the second figure walked out. It was 9 glories, followed by the Beast Emperor. Astral Beast? Wang Fan was astonished. The Mist Ancestor was shocked. It seems like the Astral Beast domain has been conquered by this brat. That means that the entire Fifth Mainland has been conquered by him. Amazing. After the Beast Emperor, Elder Chan walked out. When he saw Elder Chan, Bai Wang Yuan frowned. Why did this person look so familiar? He felt like he had seen him somewhere before, but he just couldn't remember where. 4 half-ancestors. Lu Xiaoxian wants to defeat the other formations, the dragon ancestor said. Wang Fan replied, I can't wait for him to take over the entire battlefield. Yes. That would require him to have the ability to do so, the dragon ancestor said. The mist ancestor replied, it's not that he doesn't. The dragon ancestor was shocked. Senior, what did you say? The mist ancestor rolled his eyes. Don't call me senior. It's like I'm much older than you. You're older than all of us. The dragon ancestor was embarrassed. Xiaoxinji's face darkened as he recalled the countless cultivators he had seen in the Fifth Mainland. There were more than 10 half-ancestors, and a few of them gave him an unusual feeling. In addition to the number of cultivators in the Fifth Mainland, it wasn't impossible for them to take over the battlefield. They had the ability to do so. While the rulers were shocked, Wang Jing and the other cultivators of the Wang family were also shocked. Although they had a rough understanding of the Fifth Mainland's strength through the expeditionary army and knew that there was a group of people from the above heavens era, the appearance of 4 half-ancestors at once was still very shocking. One had to know that not counting the battlefield, no family in the 4 sides of the balance could produce 4 half-ancestors. This meant that Lu Xiaoxuan's strength was enough to surpass the 4 sides of the balance. Of course, this didn't include the ancestor realm. Bring Wang Shang here, Wang Jing ordered. Wang Shang was brought back to the starry sky of the trees with the expeditionary army, and Bai Wang Yuan returned him to the Wang family. Wang Shang had originally thought that the bitter experience was over. Ever since Wang Si had been killed, he had been on tenterhooks. However, when he returned to his family, what awaited him was an interrogation, and his identity as an unbounded assassin had been exposed. At first, Wang Shang had wanted to quibble, but the Xiao family had destroyed the unbounded assassin's headquarters. There was irrefutable evidence, and Wang Shang was now imprisoned, which was even worse than when he had been on the Fifth Mainland. After Elder Chan, the Heavenly Sin's army walked out. This army was nothing special, as it was mainly composed of the Day-Night clan and the Sylvan Dragon clan. The Wang family didn't care much about them, but after the Heavenly Sin's army, the Lu Xianjun army, walked out. There were more than 10,000 explorers and above, and nearly 10,000 of them were explorers created by the Great Yu Empire. Ever since Lu Yin had established the Lu Xianjun army, he had been constantly creating androids. Although the production had stopped for a while due to various reasons, Lu Yin had continued to create androids when he returned, and he had also worked with the technocracy to increase the production speed of androids. Now, the Lu Xianjun army had over 10,000 explorers androids, which was quite a large number. Even the Wang family was surprised. Coupled with the cruisers, hunters, and enlighters, this was a decent force that could at least protect the array foundations. "Hey, what are they wearing?" an elder from the Wang family asked. Wang Shang was brought over, and his face was haggard. He looked much older than before. Wang Jing pointed down. "Do you have any understanding of the cultivators in the wasteland?" Wang Shang looked down and thought for a moment before nodding. "This is the Lu Xianjun army, an army that Lu Xiaoxian personally established. When we arrived at the wasteland, we faced the threat of the Eternals, and this army fought. They aren't very strong, but their equipment is quite impressive. If it weren't for Lu Bujing and the other half-ancestors watching over them, this army would have been taken away by the three ultimate Sky Gate." During the 20 years that Luyin had disappeared, there were some things that he did not know about. For example, Xian had set his sights on the Lu Xianjun army. More accurately, he had set his sights on the Lu Xianjun army, as well as the fifth pagoda. Many things had automatically disappeared after Lu Yin's return, and his subordinates had not reported everything to him. Thus, Lu Yin did not know that his Lu Xianjun army had almost been destroyed. Wang Shang introduced Lu Xuanjuan's equipment, as well as the microarray weapons that the Aurora Corporation had been researching in recent years. Before his return, the Expeditionary Army had been the closest to the three ultimate Sky Gate, so Wang Shang had a better understanding of the Aurora Corporation's research. Wang Zheng's expression grew more serious as he listened to Wang Shang's explanation. He was not stupid, and Wang Shang's casual words had shown him something extraordinary. The microarray technology had shown him a different path, one that could not only rely on oneself but also everything else to resist the Eternals. "You're talking about the Mother Soil, right?" Wang Shang nodded. "The abandoned lands don't know what the Mother Soil is, but we didn't say anything about it." Wang Jing nodded. "Microarray technology?" Even the leaders of the above heaven's 12 Elysian gates cared about it, and Lu Xiaoxian was even willing to fall out with many half-ancestors. If this technology could be used, it might be able to change something. Actually, they had always neglected the development of technology. Ordinary people found it difficult to cultivate, so they developed technology to change their environment and resist the harsh weather and creatures. Cultivators, on the other hand, wanted to become stronger. Their mindset had long been set, and they focused solely on cultivation and becoming an emissary, a half-ancestor, or even an ancestor. In their eyes, the power of technology was too weak. The Wang family's mainland had a pawn civilization that had developed technology, but Wang Jing had cut it off as soon as it sprouted. No matter how well technology developed, it could not compare to a powerhouse like an emissary, let alone a half-ancestor. Even if those civilizations that developed technology tried their best to break free from the shackles of the pawn civilization, they would still be ordinary people in this universe. In Wang Jing's eyes, the development of technology was a waste of time. However, Wang Shang's explanation had opened up a new line of thought. Microarray technology was also a form of technology, one that relied on combining sourcebox arrays and mother soil in addition to battle techniques. It was a technology that could change reality. Once this technology appeared, wouldn't cultivators be the same as ordinary people? Ordinary people had technology developed by ordinary people, but cultivators had technology developed by cultivators. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Wang Jing immediately wrote down his thoughts and prepared to hand them over to the ancestor. At this point, the final Astral Beast army appeared. Neither the Heavenly Sin army nor the Lu Xianjun army could give the Wang family such a huge shock, but the Astral Beast army had done it. There were a total of 1,000,000 astral beasts of all shapes and sizes, and they shook the void. Above them were 5,000 explorers and hunters, 300 enlighters, and finally, 20 envoy-level astral beasts. The appearance of the Behemoth army completely made up for the lack of high-level combat power among the cultivators from the Fifth Mainland who were assisting the Fourth Base. When the Behemoth army appeared, Wang Jing knew that the Fourth Formation Base was secure. Compared to the current defenses of the Fourth Formation Base, the Behemoth army was several times stronger. Their appearance would turn the Fourth Formation Base into an insurmountable cliff for the Eternals. The Ancestor Realm experts of the Sovereign Realm were all shocked by the cultivators in the valley. Mu Xiao let out a rare laugh. "Junior brother, you did well. The mist ancestor sighed. That's enough power to guard the fourth formation base. That brat didn't. Slack off. Bai Wangyuan and Xiaxinji looked at each other. They had seen the cultivators of the fifth mainland gather with their own eyes. Compared to that power, the ones that appeared now were too insignificant. However, it was enough to protect the fourth matrix. Both the half-martial ancestor and the army had appeared, and the last to arrive was naturally Lu Yin. In countless gazes, Lu Yin walked out of the Xinkong corridor and looked up. His gaze swept past the Wang family continent and towards the sovereign realm. He clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. I'm here. Xiaxinji subconsciously wanted to attack the sovereign realm. Bai Wangyuan sighed. This brat really dared to come. The mist ancestor's eyes lit up. He's here. Mu Xiao looked around. Since his junior brother was here, none of these people would be able to leave the sovereign realm. On the Wang family continent, Wang Zheng's eyes went wide when he saw Lu Yin. He barked, Lu Shaoxian, you dare to come to this region of space? Lu Yin looked at the Wang family continent. Even Wang Fan hasn't said anything. Who do you think you are? Wang Jing was furious and wanted to attack, but he knew that Lu Yin had reached an agreement with the four-way scales. The four-way scales would not touch Lu Yin unless he was a half-martial ancestor. This was the reason why he had the confidence to come here. Even so, he had not expected Lu Yin to actually come. This was not a provocation, but a challenge. This brat was challenging the four-way scales. Strange, why isn't there a single half-martial ancestor here? Jiao Yao asked as he looked at the Wang family continent. The Beast Emperor replied, this region is much worse than I imagined. Han Xian frowned. This is a remote place that's separated from the fifth mainland? Elder Chan glanced at him. Remote? Lu Yin was amused. The Astral Tree continent looked down on the fifth mainland and called it a wasteland. However, the fifth mainland's cultivators had arrived, and aside from progenitors, the Astral Tree continent did not seem to have much of an advantage over the fifth mainland. Of course, the fifth mainland definitely could not compare to the Astral Tree continent. Who knew how many half-martial ancestors were hidden there? However, even if there were many hidden forces, the Astral Tree continent's remaining forces were not enough to pose a threat to the fifth mainland. Lu Yin understood the Astral Tree continent, but the others did not. From what they knew, the arrival of the fifth mainland's army meant that this region of space should have been monitored by experts. However, there were no experts at all. The million-strong Astral Beast Army, the Lu Xianjun Army, and the Heavenly Sin Army formed the fifth mainland's first wave of forces to protect the fourth base. After a while, Lu Yin would have the smaller giants replace the Lu Xianjun Army, followed by the Celestial Army, the Giant Army, the various allied armies, and so on. In Lu Yin's eyes, the battlefield at the back was just a training ground. Don't underestimate this region of space. Do you think that there aren't any experts watching? Look up at that continent, Lu Yin said. He did not want the fifth mainland's people to be arrogant. The Beast Emperor, Jiao Yao, and the others all looked up, but they could not see anything. Lu Yin continued, there's a mountain sea directly above that continent. Han Xian and the others' expressions changed. That's right. You should know that it's the mountain sea of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. If they want to harm us, it'll be difficult for us to survive under the mountain sea, Lu Yin said. Elder Chan's gaze trembled. That's the Wang family continent? Lu Yin nodded. Don't underestimate this region of space. They've always called our fifth mainland the wasteland. Today, I'll show them how the wasteland protects the fourth base. I'll show them the so-called wasteland's strength. After speaking, Lu Yin took a step forward and walked out of the kernel. Following him, all of the fifth mainland's cultivators walked out and headed towards the battlefield at the back. No one restrained their auras, and Lu Yin did not do so either. Although he had greeted Mu Xia, he still had to be on guard against the four-way scale. Thus, the caged WYRM had come as well. When Lu Yin walked out of the call, the caged WYRM immediately returned to normal and let out a roar that shook the top realm. Following that, the loud roar traveled to the middle realm and even the lower realm, causing countless creatures to feel uneasy. Han Xian and the other half-ancestors released their auras. Although their pressure was not as terrifying as the caged WYRMs, for half-ancestors and a group of cultivators behind them shouted in unison. It was enough to create a different kind of pressure that seemed to threaten the astral tree domain. Wang Jing was dissatisfied, as Luyin was demonstrating his power to the astral tree domain. There was a considerable distance between the call directly below the Wang family's mainland and the battlefield at the back, but Luyin was not in a hurry. He had said that he would take over the defense of the fourth base in 10 days. Although it was only the 10th day, there were still a few hours left. When the time came, all of the cultivators would climb onto the caged WYRM's back and arrive in an instant. This was a rare opportunity to demonstrate his power, so he would not let it go. Not only did he want to spread the news of his return to the top realm, but he also wanted to spread the news to the entire astral tree domain. For the past few days, he had been thinking about how to show off his power in the fifth mainland. His return meant that the Lu family would be able to walk peacefully in the astral tree domain, and he wanted to let the remaining members of the Lu family know that he, Lu Xiaoxian, had returned. Luyin patted the caged WYRM's head, and the creature's eyes darted around, seemingly confused. Luyin took out a pair of slippers. "Have you forgotten what I told you to do?" The caged WYRM was terrified at the sight of the slippers, and it blinked fiercely before its eyes widened. It finally remembered and raised its head. In the ruler's realm, Wang Fan and the others frowned. What was this kid planning to do now? Lu Xiaoxian, the deadline of 10 days is almost up. What are you planning to do instead of taking over the defense of the fourth base? By Wang Yuan's voice rang out, carrying with it the pressure of a progenitor. Lu Yin sneered. You'll find out soon enough. Bai Wang Yuan suddenly had a bad premonition. The next moment, the caged WYRM's progenitor power erupted, distorting the void and causing layers of spatial folds to appear. The images of their appearance were transmitted to the middle realm, the lower realm, and the middle ocean. This scene was very similar to when Long Shan had celebrated Mu Xia's acceptance of a disciple, and Luyin had disguised himself as Long Seven. Back then, Long Shan had wanted the entire astral tree domain to know about his return. Even the scene of Lu Yin and Celestial Master Qiuling playing chess had been spread throughout the region, allowing countless people to see an Origin Formation Masters game for the first time. Now, Lu Yin wanted the entire astral tree domain to know that he had returned. By Wang Yuan and the others' expressions changed. Stop. They wanted to stop Lu Yin, but Mu Xia stopped them. Don't forget the agreement. Mu Xia, scram. We're just stopping the caged WYRM from attacking. We don't plan on doing anything to Lu Xiaoxian. Wang Fan shouted. With Mu Xia's delay, the image of the caged WYRM distorting the void was transmitted to the middle realm and the lower realm. Countless people looked up and saw Lu Yin standing atop the caged WYRM, along with the million cultivators behind him. The attention that had been on Xian Academy immediately shifted. Even Mu Shang, who was breaking through Xian Academy's sourcebox array, was shocked. Was that Lu Xiaoxian? He naturally knew that Yu Hao's identity had been exposed, but he couldn't believe it. He hadn't expected that Yu Hao was actually Lu Xiaoxian. He and Lu Xiaoxian were old friends, but now that they met again, it was in such a situation. Lu Yin stood high in the sky, standing atop the progenitor caged WYRM and commanding an army of 1,000,000. He looked down on the entire astral tree domain, and this was what everyone saw. Lu Yin faced the entire astral tree domain and said, "The Lu family is back." In every corner of the astral tree, many people's eyes widened and turned red. The Lu family had returned? The King of Adventure stood on a tree branch and looked up. He let out a long sigh. There was no need to hide anymore. The farmer who had helped Lu Yin in the central realm sat on the ground without a care for his image. He had finally returned. Everyone looked at Lu Yin's figure with reverence and anticipation, as if they had been reborn. In the central realm, Nong Sanyang, Nong Lai, and the rest were shocked. The Lu family is back? How is that possible? Why did the four cardinal scales agree? Nong Ye's eyes flickered. It seems like Lu Xiaoxian restrained the four cardinal scales. Nong Sanyang did not understand. Why? The entire Lu family has been exiled, and no one can help him. Any ancestor from the four cardinal scales can deal with him. How did he do it? It wasn't that the Nong family didn't want the Lu family to return, but this scene was too shocking. The agreement between the four cardinal scales and Luyin had not been made public, so the shock to them was too great. Nongye did not understand and immediately contacted the ancestor. It was the same for the Lu family. The old Brightsword Grandmaster was hunched over, and he smiled as he looked at Luyin, who was standing on top of the prison Wyrm's head. That kid from back then has really returned. It would be great if Little Stone was still alive. We thought that the 7 prodigies had created a Baixianer, but we have to take back those words. We don't know who the real winner is, Lui said. Even further away, Zhang Dingtian gripped his blade and looked up. Had he returned? They were really standing under the same sky, but the difference was too great. In a corner of the central realm, Gui Yuan looked up. The Death God's inheritance has returned. We await the ancestors' orders. In the top realm, countless people from the 4 cardinal scales were stunned. Many asked why the Lu family was safe and sound, and why were the remnants of the Lu family so arrogant. The Lu family was clearly being hunted down by the entire astral tree, but they were still arrogant. Xiao Taili was furious. Hit him. Hit him. Why didn't the ancestor hit him? Xiao Luo was speechless. This was too high profile. Wu Taibai shook his head and laughed. Some people were still above the 9 heavens, and they could not be compared. Xiao Xing's face darkened. The Death God's seal in his body had yet to be removed. Now that Lu Xiaoxian had taken away his broken blade, he had lost the chance to prove his worth. Outsiders might not know this, but a direct descendant like him knew. It was a great taboo for the clone to replace the main body. This was a taboo that only the Xia clan who cultivated the 9 clones technique knew. Without the broken blade to prove its value, even if he had pulled it out before, the broken blade was gone. Would great ancestor Shinji kill him? He wasn't sure. Xiao Ziheng had been suspicious of Luyin during this period of time, mainly because he had helped Luyin cover up his lie. He had said that Luyin had contacted Gu Yan to observe the ceremony, but in reality, it was impossible for Luyin to contact Gu Yan. His explanation to Xiao Ziheng was that he had seen Luyin contacting Gu Yan, but he didn't know that the other party wasn't Gu Yan. It was an oversight, but whether or not Xiao Ziheng believed him was another matter. He had been very apprehensive during this period of time. Now that he saw Luyin acting so carefree, he felt even more upset. In the frigid immortal sect, Yuchen stared blankly with a strange look in her eyes. She had once hated Luyin because of Bai Xiaohong's death, but now, as she watched Luyin walk around the top realm without fear, she felt that this might be an opportunity. In a corner, a man was running for his life as a group of giant beasts chased after him, wanting to trample him to death. The man screamed and jumped up from time to time to avoid the attacks. Suddenly, the man looked up. A distorted image appeared in the sky, and he saw Luyin. Lu Xiaoxian? His name was Hua Beibei, and he had met Luyin on the battlefield at the back. However, he had only known Long 7, and when Long 7 had been revealed to be Lu Xiaoxian, he had also recognized Lu Xiaoxian. Were people so arrogant these days? Lu Xiaoxian was openly showing off in the top realm? Behind him, a giant beast that looked like a rhinoceros viciously bumped into him. Hua Beibei covered his butt and ran for his life again. Help! On the Wang family continent, Littlekin looked up and recognized that it was Lu Xiaoxian. That made sense, it was Long 7. He had once traded an intelligence route to him, but not long after, this person's identity had been exposed, and the entire astral tree had been hunting him down. How could he walk around the top realm like this? On Dragon Mountain, Long Tian clenched his fists. Lu Xiaoxian, Long 7, and Yu Hao. It was all because of this bastard. He had pretended to be Long 7, and that bastard had challenged the 4 young ancestors by himself, trapped them in the meditative ruins, captured Long Shi, and even plundered his cosmic ring. He had humiliated the White Dragon tribe and made them suffer the ridicule of the Astral Tree tribe. He had pretended to be Yu Hao, and that bastard had even seen through the ancestral Meng blood's drawbacks, which had caused the White Dragon tribe's reputation to plummet. Even though this information had not been spread, everyone who should know knew, especially the 4-way scales. In the future, the White Dragon tribe would have no advantage when it came to snatching cultivators with other surnames. It was this bastard. Why was it always this bastard who did everything? Long Tian really wanted to fight with him, but he could only think about it. This bastard was becoming more and more abnormal, and he had actually challenged 4 half-ancestors with only 3 origin tribulations. Long Tian could not imagine how he had done it. Only Sister Xing could compare to such an innate gift. Countless people looked at Luyin and felt his arrogance. They could also feel his desire to return. Luyin had been waiting for this moment for too long, and so had the remaining members of the Lu family. The distorted void was torn apart by Wang Yuan. Luyin looked at the sovereign realm. Senior Bai, there's no need to be so petty. It's just a ceremony. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest had gloomy expressions. The more arrogant Luyin was, the more it reflected the 4-way scale's incompetence. At this moment, the entire Astral Tree tribe knew that Lu Xiaoxian had returned, which meant that the 4-way scales could not do anything to him. This was an immeasurable blow to the 4-way scale's prestige. However, what had already happened, and there was nothing they could do. They could only hope that Luyin would reach the half-ancestor realm as soon as possible so that they could kill him. Lu Xiaoxian, the 4th formation base is already empty. If you don't take over, the Eternals will attack us, Bai Wang Yuan said. Luyin smiled and had all the cultivators climb onto the back of the caged WYRM. He patted it and said, "Charge." The caged WYRM bared its fangs and brandished its claws, unleashing its progenitor's power without restraint. It swayed in the sky as it charged towards the battlefield behind it. In the central realm, Dean Wen and the rest watched the image disappear in shock. Was that Lu Xiaoxian? Mr. Tang was stunned. Mr. Wen was shocked. It's Lu Xiaoxian. He's back. Impossible. How can Lu Xiaoxian roam freely in the top realm? Why would the 4-way scales let him go? Mr. Jing immediately denied it. However, what they had seen was not wrong. It's not just Lu Xiaoxian. He's also brought countless cultivators with him. I just don't know why he appeared in the top realm, Mr. Wei exclaimed. So Dong Lai and Dean Wen exchanged glances. That Colonel Dean Wen nodded. That's the only place connected to the abandoned lands. Very few people know about it, but why did the 4-way scales let Lu Xiaoxian go? Did Lu Xiaoxian join the 4-way scales? When he said this, even he found it laughable. Even if Lu Xiaoxian had set aside his hatred and joined the 4-way scales, the 4-way scales would not have let him go. This was an unresolvable hatred. There was only one explanation for Lu Yin's appearance. Although no one dared to believe it, they were forced to believe it. The 4-way scales had yielded. How did he do it? So Dong Lai did not understand. Dean Wen did not understand either, but his eyes suddenly lit up. I'll continue to delay Mu Shang. You guys hurry up and contact Lu Xiaoxian. See if he can help Xian Academy. The other mentors were excited, and Mr. Tang immediately contacted Luyin. They had to contact him. No one wanted Luyin to save Xian Academy more than Mr. Huai. He was extremely panicked, as if the academy was destroyed, he would be finished. As he watched Mu Shang break through the sourcebox array, he really wanted to step forward and surrender, but no one wanted him. He could only live or die with the academy. You have to save them, Mr. Yu Hao. You're the most popular teacher in the academy. In the southernmost part of the top realm, the realm of trees covered the battlefield on the back of the top realm. The battlefield on the back of the top realm was too cruel, and there were some things that were better hidden from ordinary cultivators. The realm of trees covered the entire battlefield on the back of the top realm. The caged WYRM quickly arrived outside the realm of trees. All of the cultivators stared at him blankly, not knowing what to do. The caged WYRM's terrifying aura caused them to tremble. They had experienced life and death on the battlefield on the back of the top realm, but they had never experienced the pressure of a progenitor before. It was a pressure on another level, and it was not something that could be withstood just because they were not afraid of death. In particular, the caged WYRM liked to bare its fangs and brandish its claws, which almost scared them to the ground. Luyin was just about to command the caged WYRM to charge in when the cloud connection stone vibrated. Since he had come to this region of space, he naturally used the cloud connection stone. He also needed to use the wireless goo to communicate with the fifth mainland. It was not convenient to use the wireless goo and the cloud connection stone, so it was better to use both. From today onwards, he would push the wireless goo to the top realm of trees. Mr. Yu Hao, it's me. Mr. Tang's image appeared, and he looked at Luyin anxiously. Luyin was surprised. Mr. Tang? What's wrong? Mr. Tang said, no, Lu Xiaoxian, Xian Academy is in trouble. Are you willing to help? He pointed the cloud connection stone into the distance. Dean Wen had entered the sourcebox array to delay Mu Shang's lockbreaking, but there were still 5 half-progenitors in the distance. If it weren't for the fact that we had no other choice, we wouldn't want to trouble you, but, Mr. Tang, I'm also an instructor of the academy. If something happens to the academy, I'll help as long as I have the ability, Lu Yin interrupted Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang was delighted. Thank you so much. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to enter the battlefield on the back of the top realm of trees. Instead, he quietly listened to Mr. Tang talk about Xian Academy's predicament. So you're saying that the academy can continue as long as there are students? That's true, but even if there are students, they still need to be able to enter. Also, the sourcebox array can't be maintained for much longer. How long can the sourcebox array last? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Tang looked at Sedong Lai. Sedong Lai replied, the Fire Phoenix and Dark Phoenix can only last for 2 days at most, and that's under the premise that Dean Wen is doing his best to delay them. If he doesn't, then the array will be broken by today. Mu Shang is an Origin Array Heavenly Master, and he's already been lockbreaking for 10 days. Lu Yin took out the wireless goo and contacted Imperial Tutor Mending Heaven. 5th Continent, in Heavenly Sect, Butian Imperial Tutor connected to wireless goo, Daozi. I have a mission for you. Bring a group of cultivators around the age of 20 to join Xian Academy. At the same time, help Xian Academy maintain their sourcebox array and defeat an Origin Array Heavenly Master, Lu Yin said. Heaven Mending Imperial Tutor respectfully acknowledged. Lu Yin had not known that this Origin Array Heavenly Master was an Origin Array Heavenly Master, and he had only found out after he had gone to the location of the human-shaped sourcebox. This time, Lu Yin would be able to see just how capable this Origin Array Heavenly Master was. There are 5 half-martial ancestors blocking the way outside Xian Academy. Senior Blood Ancestor, please make a trip there, Lu Yin said. There were 5 half-martial ancestors. He wouldn't let the half-martial ancestors fight head-on, but the blood progenitor was different. Although the blood progenitor had fallen from the progenitor realm and his progenitor realm was gone, he still had the power of the progenitor realm. His oppressive might was enough to make Xia Ziheng and the others not dare to move. After ending the call, Lu Yin looked at the cloud connection stone. My men will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Rest assured, Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. By the way, what are you doing here? Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'll contribute to humanity by taking over the defense of the 4th base. From now on, the students of the academy can come here to train. He then put away the cloud connection stone and patted the hellworm. Enter. The prison flood dragon roared and charged into the tree world. The tree realm could block the line of sight of ordinary cultivators, but it could not block ancestor realm life forms. The prison flood dragon could clearly see the scene behind the world of trees, so it was not afraid of danger. The real threat to it was the sovereign realm battlefield, not the 5 array bases. Prison flood dragon could see the battlefield on the other side of the world of trees, but the people on the other side of the battlefield could not see it. When the huge head of the prison dragon charged into the world of trees, the new batch of cultivators who were preparing to enter the battlefield were stunned. Many of them were scared silly, unable to withstand the enormous pressure of the prison dragon. Not far away, Great Master Zan was enjoying the massage of a maid. When the hell dragon's head rushed in, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Progenitor realm power descended upon the battlefield on the other side of the battlefield. Surging waves of power swept across the cosmos and pulverized a group of eternal corpse kings that had just charged into the formation. This was the 2nd formation base. Commander Xia Yan looked over in shock. When he saw the prison dragon, his pupils constricted. The Formation I Old Monster Dragon and the other token masters were all attracted by the prison flood dragon. Luin stood on top of the Hellworm's head and looked at the second formation base. After so many years, he was here again. His attitude towards Xiaoyan and Freak Long was completely different from the last time they'd met. His attitude was completely different as well. Xiaoyan's expression turned ugly. That was a hellworm from the Shenwu plain, but it had been trampled beneath Lu Yin's feet. This was a great humiliation for the Shenwu plain. Monster Long's expression was rather ugly. He had tried his best to protect Long Qi back then because he wanted Long Qi to become a disciple of the Origin Formation Heavenly Master. He had even gone to the extent of asking Heavenly Master Gu Yan for Long Qi's sake. He had never thought that Long Qi would turn out to be Lu Xiaoxian. Now that they had met again, he didn't even know how to react. The prison flood dragon had completely rushed into the battlefield at the back, causing the battle at the second formation base to stop. Luin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Xiaoyan. General Xiaoyan, had the remaining members of the Lu family returned to the top realm. I, Luin, will take over the defense of the fourth formation base. Xiaoyan didn't say a word as he stared blankly. In front of him, Lu Jing was shocked. This Long Qi had actually climbed to such a height that even the chief commander didn't know how to face him? Luin didn't wait for Xiaoyan's response. He gestured for the hellworm to head towards the fourth formation base. The 5 formation bases were incomparably huge, and the hellworm headed towards the second and the third, shocking countless cultivators. At the same time, countless cultivators were excited because they knew that the hellworm was on the side of the humans. If the 5 formation bases had another progenitor, the situation of the war would definitely change. Unfortunately, this was just a dream. Once the 5 formation bases had another progenitor, the Eternals would definitely have another progenitor descend. Bringing a progenitor battlefield to the 5 formation bases was not a good thing. Soon, the hellworm arrived at the 4th formation base. At this moment, the 4th formation base was also engaged in a fierce battle, but they didn't completely retreat as Bai Wangyuan had said. How could they dare to retreat? If the Eternals attacked the other bases through the 4th formation base, no one would dare to bear the responsibility. The commander of the 4th formation base was a woman named Bai Qi. Luin had never seen her before, and he had never even heard of her. However, Bai Qi was Bai Wangyuan's daughter. The formation core was a woman named Ruing. It had to be said that the 4th formation base had shocked Luin, as both the commander and the formation core were women. When the prison flood dragon arrived at the 4th formation base, he saw corpse kings covering the sky and earth. There were countless corpse kings climbing up the formation base diagonally. The 5th mainland's cultivators were shocked. Fortunately, they had also experienced the battle with the Eternals at the border of the Starfall Sea. Otherwise, they might not have been able to adapt to the 4th formation base so quickly. Bai Qi was currently facing one of the 12 marquises. When the hellworm arrived, that eternal half-progenitor immediately retreated, and the countless corpse kings followed suit. The Yao Emperor, Hen Xian, 9 luminaries, and Elder Chan all ascended the formation base and attacked the corpse kings. Luin waved a hand, and the Lu Xianjun army, the Heavenly Sin army, and the Astral Beast army all charged forward. The humans and the beasts still needed some time to work together, and the 4th formation base was the best battlefield. Bai Qi and Ruing stopped and looked at Luin. Luin said, "The 2 of you can leave now. The 4th formation base will be handed over to the 5th mainland from now on." Bai Qi stepped forward, her face still stained with blood. She wore a feathery robe, and she stared coldly at Luin. "We meet again, Lu Xiaoxian." Luin raised a brow. It seemed like everyone knew who he was. "I lost my memories, so I don't remember you." Bai Qi replied, "You fought at every formation base, and you left your scars here." "Is that so?" Luin looked at the 4th formation base. "My name is Luin now, and I'm a Taoist from the 5th mainland sect above the heavens." Taoist, sect above the heavens. "That's a very distant name," Bai Qi said. She then ordered the cultivators from the Cosmic Tree sect who had originally been part of the 4th formation base to retreat while the 5th mainland's cultivators took over. She had wanted to leave immediately, as with the hellworm and 4 half-progenitors, even an eternal progenitor would find it difficult to break through the 4th formation base's defenses. However, she had seen the Fifth Mainland's strange fighting style, which had attracted her to stay behind. Not only Bai Qi, but Ruing and the other token masters also watched the battle in shock. The Eternals had retreated because the Fifth Mainland's reinforcements had been too powerful, but a portion of them had still stayed behind to fight. Atop the formation bases, the Lu Xuanjuan's bodies were covered in white smoke. They had Void Wanderers hidden in their chests and microarray weapons fixed to their left arms as they fought against the Corpse Kings. Even though they were all at the same realm, and the Corpse Kings were even stronger, they were still easily defeated by the Lu Xianjun. This was especially true for the Lu Xuanjuan's explorers and cruisers. The cultivators of the Starry Sky Tree were dumbfounded at the sight of him traveling through the void. The battle situation was completely different. Originally, the fourth formation base had been a battle of life and death, and it had relied on the Sourcebox Array's defenses. Now, the Fifth Mainland had taken over the defense and was chasing after the Corpse Kings. Even though the Eternals had retreated, it was more because of their strange fighting style. The cultivators from the Fifth Mainland were able to casually unleash Lighter Realm Sword Chi, and the Corpse King's attacks were completely useless against them. They could even travel through the void, which was something that only envoys could do. And what was with that white smoke? And what's with those beams of light? This was a completely different fighting style from the Cosmic Tree sect, and even Bai Qi, a half-progenitor, was stunned. Luin watched the battle with satisfaction, as this was the result that he had wanted. What was humanity's greatest advantage? It was intelligence. Humans had intelligence, which was why they had created tools, civilizations, lies, and cultivation systems. Intelligence was humanity's greatest weapon, and rather than fighting against the Corpse Kings, they would naturally use their intelligence to their advantage. Everyone in the Cosmic Tree sect, from the progenitors to the cultivators, was too inflexible. It wasn't that they weren't smart, but rather that there were progenitors here who could change the world. They had become everyone's target, and normal cultivators wouldn't think of anything else. The Fifth Mainland was different. There were all sorts of civilizations, and there were no progenitors that were equivalent to faith. Thus, there were all sorts of cultivation methods, including technological civilizations. If an existence like the Aurora Corporation had come to the Cosmic Tree sect, it would have been impossible for them to survive. Mother Tree paper could easily replace them, but in the Fifth Mainland they could develop and become one of the giants. The Cosmic Tree sect had a progenitor who looked down on the Fifth Mainland and called it a wasteland. However, a wasteland had its own benefits. Everything had its benefits and drawbacks. The Fifth Mainland's new fighting style was like a boulder crashing into a calm lake in the Cosmic Tree sect, and it would definitely cause huge waves. This was the effect that Luin wanted. And this was just Lu Xuanjuan's army, as the army in the sky had changed even more. They could visualize ancient golden characters and use a combination of microarrays to coordinate with various strange astral beasts. Once they appeared, even progenitors would be shocked. One person couldn't change anything, but an army was different. Bai Qi stared blankly at the battlefield, watching as Lu Xuanjuan's army easily destroyed the remaining Corpse Kings. Lu Xiaoxian, is this how the Wastelands fight? Luin replied, that's right. This is how the Wastelands fight. Of course, it's far inferior to yours. Commander Bai, just watch. Bai Qi stared at the battlefield. What's that white smoke? It seems to be able to defend itself, and it's doing so on its own? It's the same as the smoke cloud sect's power. It comes from the fog ancestor. Luin didn't hide anything. If he could improve the Cosmic Tree sect's ability to fight against the Eternals, it would be a good thing for humanity. As for increasing the four-way Libra's power, that didn't mean much. Lu Yin's battle with the four-way Libra wasn't something that an ordinary cultivator could interfere with. One had to be at least a half-ancestor. Even the army in the sky couldn't do anything to a half-ancestor, let alone Lu Xuanjuan's army. Although the Cosmic Tree sect's fighting style was inflexible, they had their reasons. They had seen a half-ancestor easily suppress a region, so they were naturally more willing to cultivate. On the other hand, there were very few half-ancestors in the Fifth Mainland, let alone progenitors. The Fog Ancestor's power? Are you saying that the Smoke Cloud sect cultivates the Fog Ancestor's power? Bai Qi. Luin was confused. You don't know? Aren't you Bai Wang Yuan's daughter? How can Bai Wang Yuan not recognize the fog ancestor's power? How dare you call ancestor by his name? Ruing shouted. Bai Qi stared at her and then looked at Luin. Perhaps they know, but they've never mentioned it. The Misty Cloud sect is just a small sect, so it's not worth their attention. Luin looked at Bai Qi and then at Ruing. Your 4 cardinal scales are very good at smearing history, so use your advantage to advertise your attitude towards me. He pointed at Ruing. I don't want to hear such words again, or else you'll have to pay the price. Ruing glared at him and was about to say something, but Bai Qi stopped her. Ruing was a wandering cultivator and didn't know what had happened in the outside world. She only knew the outcome, and there were many guesses about the outcome. The 4 cardinal scales were secretly spreading the news that they had allowed Lu Xiaoxian to appear in order to draw out more of the Lu family's remnants. This was an answer that most cultivators in the cosmic tree realm were willing to accept. Bai Qi was different, as she knew about the agreement between the 4 cardinal scales and Luin. She also knew that Xiaoxinji and Bai Xing had both suffered in the abandoned lands, so she knew that Luin wasn't someone to be trifled with. What about that beam? What's that? Bai Qi asked. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. It's a weapon that we developed in the abandoned lands. It can directly kill an enlighter, but corpse kings have high defenses. However, a beam can easily kill a hunter corpse king. They're wearing defensive armor, right? It's enough to block a peak. Enlighter's attack. Bai Qi was shocked. You guys are so wasteful. Or did you use up all the resources in the abandoned lands for the 4th formation base? Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's nothing. You'll know in the future. Bai Qi looked at the battlefield again. Then, where did the sword chi come from? Luin took out the splitting heaven array from his cosmic ring and tossed it to her. Take a look. Does it look familiar? Bai Qi took it and looked at it. I think so. This belongs to Bai Xiaohong. I killed him and stole it, Luin said coldly. Bai Qi's eyes widened, and behind her, Ruing and the rest of the commanders were stunned. They knew that Luin had killed Bai Xiaohong, but to say it out loud in front of Bai Qi was tantamount to provocation. Bai Qi's gaze turned cold as she stared at Luin. What are you trying to say? Luin didn't care what Bai Qi thought, even if Bai Wang Yuan was standing right next to them. This thing is an instant activation weapon created using a sourcebox array. I call it a microarray weapon. In your frigid immortal sect, it's just a power vessel that belongs to Bai Xiaohong, and it's gone once it's used up. But in our abandoned lands, we've turned it into a weapon of war, and we've developed countless microarray weapons based on it. We've distributed them to cultivators and stored sword chi within them. He then raised a finger. A sentinel can use a microarray weapon to kill an enlighter. Bai Qi and the others' expressions changed drastically as they looked at Luin in shock. That's the use of microarrays. If your frigid immortal sect had discovered its use earlier, the backline wouldn't have been suppressed to this extent. Bai Wang Yuan is stupid, and so are your descendants. Your stupidity is beyond compare, Luin mocked. He wasn't worried that the frigid immortal sect would be able to produce it. Aurora had taken a long time to produce it, so how could the frigid immortal sect make up for the difference? After all, this starry sky is not empty. The development of technology was more important. No one cared about what Luin was saying, and they all stared blankly at the splitting heaven array in Bai Qi's hands. Something that Bai Xiaohong had treated as a power vessel was definitely not simple. How could something like this be mass-produced? They didn't believe it, but when they saw the sword chi streaking across the battlefield, they had no choice but to believe it. Every sword chi had the power of an enlighter. How could there be so many enlighters in the fifth mainland? It was simply a mass release of sword chi, which was inconceivable. Bai Qi looked at Luin in shock. How did you guys do it? Luin ignored her. Leave the 4th base. From now on, this place belongs to me. He then took a step forward and appeared on the battlefield of the 4th base. Bai Qi's headquarters wasn't too far away. The Corpse King was gradually pushed back, and the million-strong Astral Beast army climbed up the base to chase after it. Luin stepped into the headquarters, where some of the people who had originally belonged to the 4th base didn't want to leave and had stayed behind. After Luin entered, Elder Chan and the rest followed suit. Within the headquarters, nearly 100 cultivators held their breaths as they watched Lu Yin's group walk over. They all bowed in unison. Greetings. Suddenly, they did not know how to address him. Lu Yin was clearly the most senior amongst them, but he was neither the commander nor the array corps. As for the 4 half-martial ancestors, who was the commander? Lu Yin laughed. Call me Daozi. My name is Lu Yin, and I used to go by the name Lu Xiaoxian. The 4th base had already been notified that Lu Xiaoxian would be leading the abandoned land to take over the defense of the 4th base, so they weren't surprised. However, when they heard Lu Xiaoxuan's name, they couldn't hide their shock. The 4-way scales had allowed Lu Xiaoxian to walk through the astral tree safely, which didn't make any sense. Greetings, Daozi. The group of cultivators bowed respectfully. Some of the cultivators who had stayed behind were worried about the 4th base's defenses and wanted to see if they could help. They weren't optimistic about the abandoned land's strength, and they didn't want the 4th base's defenses to be destroyed because of the abandoned land. There were also those who had been ordered to stay behind and keep an eye on the abandoned land. There were also those who simply didn't want to leave the 4th base, as they wouldn't be able to survive if they did. Lu Yin didn't care about their motives for staying behind, as it didn't matter. The 4th base was the humans' front line against the Eternals, and neither he nor the 4-way scales could do anything here. As for learning more about Lu Yin through the cultivators from the 5th mainland, that was even less important. The more they learned about Lu Yin, the more astonished they would be. His experiences were legendary to anyone. However, one of them caught Lu Yin's attention, Jiao Zizai, the 4th base's commander and the only one who had stayed behind. He also had another identity, Redback. Back when Lu Yin had used his Dai's possession, he had coincidentally fused with Jiao Zizai's body. He knew that Jiao Zizai was a Redback developed by Marquis Wui, and that Jiao Zizai had never done anything to the 4th base. Marquis Wui's goal had been to have Jiao Zizai retire after the 4th base had been completed, and then use his contributions to return to the astral tree. As he looked at Jiao Zizai, Lu Yin wondered how many people were like him on the battlefield. Some had come to the battlefield for the sake of humanity, some had come to hide from their enemies, and some had come to fight for a future. Regardless of the situation, there was no lack of people who were afraid of death on the battlefield, and there were probably many such Redbacks. It should be said that many Redbacks in the astral tree had been developed here. The front lines of humanity were supposed to be a place where they would risk their lives, but instead, it had become an eternal battlefield. It was the most advantageous place for the Eternals to develop Redbacks. Everyone quietly waited for Lu Yin to speak. Lu Yin just looked at Jiao Zizai, causing him to panic. He wasn't worried that his identity as a Redback would be exposed, as that would be impossible. He had never done anything that was detrimental to the 4th base, so how could he be exposed? He was worried that Lu Yin would chase him away. Jiao Zizai? Lu Yin spoke up, looking down at him from above. Jiao Zizai's heart trembled, and he stepped forward. Yes, Daozi. Lu Yin asked, why did you stay? The other medallions have all left with Bai Qi. You're the number 1 medallion, second only to the commander and the core of the formation. As long as you follow her back to the astral tree, you'll definitely be put in an important position. Jiao Zizai felt bitter. If only that were the case, then his goal would have been accomplished. However, it was precisely because he was outstanding that Bai Qi thought highly of him that he had been forced to stay behind and watch over these people in the abandoned land. He didn't want to do that either. This subordinate swears to protect the 4th base to the death. I won't back down, Jiao Zizai gritted his teeth. He was unwilling, but others saw him as resolute. Xianxia and the others looked at him with satisfaction. Not everyone wanted to stay behind, and this person was not bad. Lu Yin smiled. Not bad at all. Since you want to stay, we won't treat you unfairly. When the 5th mainland's army changes out, you can choose to go to the 5th mainland's heaven's sect. You don't have to go to the astral tree. I'll leave that choice to you. He then waved his hand, and Jiao Zizai and the others all left. He was stunned. Go to the 5th mainland? That was an abandoned land, right? Only an idiot would go there. Lu Yin watched as Jiao Zizai left. He hadn't given Jiao Zizai a choice, but rather the everlasting race. He wanted to see how the everlasting race would use Jiuzhai, a redback. Dao disciple, it's unlikely that he'll go to the fifth mainland, Xianxia said. The others found it strange as well. Luyin had given Jiuzhai a choice on their first meeting. Why would he go to the fifth mainland? It was a little strange. Luyin smiled. Not necessarily. Maybe he'll be conquered by my magnanimity, haha. Everyone was speechless. Alright, we've arrived at the back of the battlefield. From now on, this will be everyone's battlefield. I, Luyin, am here to thank everyone for their contributions to the human race, Luyin said solemnly. Outside the fourth base, Bai Qi watched the astral beast army clean up the battlefield. The astral beasts were organized, and they really did look like an army. The abandoned land wasn't as weak as she had imagined. On the contrary, it was very strong. At the very least, in a battlefield of this level, not even the blood-red fifth base could compare. The way the abandoned land fought had opened Bai Qi's eyes. She wanted to report back to her sect and her father that the astral tree's way of fighting should change. It wasn't just Bai Qi, Wang Jing was thinking the same thing. He was one step ahead of Bai Qi and had already reported to Wang Fan. After Bai Qi's report, Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan grew serious. The fifth mainland wasn't as simple as they had thought. On the Wang family's mainland, Wang Jing continued to listen to Wang Shan's report on the fifth mainland. Wang Fan's ancestor had said that everything about the fifth mainland had to be reported in detail. At that moment, someone reported, Patriarch, someone else has walked out of the Xingkong corridor. Wang Jing was puzzled. Someone else? He didn't hesitate and went to the edge of the mainland to look down. Two people had walked out of the Xingkong corridor. One was the Skymender Imperial Tutor, and the other was naturally the Blood Ancestor. When the two of them arrived at the new Sky Corridor, the Blood Ancestor immediately looked up at the Wang family continent. He felt an unusual aura. Even a half-martial ancestor couldn't sense the aura of the Wang family continent's mountain sea, but the Blood Ancestor could. So this is the starry sky of the trees. Ever since that battle, the sixth mainland has never had any conflicts with this starry sky. I never thought that it would come today, the Blood Ancestor sighed as he looked at the Wang family's continent. If it weren't for the Eternals, things wouldn't have turned out this way. The Blood Ancestor sighed. We were too arrogant and ended up being used by the Eternals. Imperial Tutor Butian said, let's go to Xian Academy. After saying this, the two of them left the call and headed towards the middle-level realm. Although the Blood Ancestor was heavily injured and had no progenitor realm ancestral world, he still had the power of the progenitor realm, which was far from what a half-martial ancestor could compare to. He also had the speed of the progenitor realm, so he disappeared in an instant. On the Wang family's continent, Wang Jing was astonished. He couldn't see through those two's cultivation levels, which meant that they were at least half-martial ancestors. Why had more half-martial ancestors come to the fifth continent? What was their goal? He did not dare to hesitate and hastily reported to Wang Fan. The Sovereign Realm's gaze quickly fell. At this moment, the Blood Ancestor and Imperial Advisor Butian had already left the top realm and were heading towards the middle realm. They didn't know much about the Starry Sky Tree, but with their strength, it was easy for them to find Xian Academy. In the Sovereign Realm, Wang Fan was shocked. The Progenitor Realm? No, he fell from the Progenitor Realm, and his aura is extremely weak. Why would such a person come to my starry sky of trees? Xiaxinji also looked down and frowned. No matter what you do, throw it back. Bai Kun replied, the wasteland has taken over the defense of the fourth array base, and we've also reached an agreement with Lu Xiaoxian to allow the two galaxies to communicate. If we send them back to the wasteland for no reason, it'll be tantamount to violating the agreement. Let's see what they're up to first. They seem to be heading towards Xian Academy? Dragon Ancestor guessed. They stared at the middle realm. Meanwhile, in the central realm, the Blood Ancestor looked up. We've been targeted. It's a progenitor from this region of space. Imperial Tutor Skymender had an ugly expression. If not for Lu Yin's coercion, he would never have come to this region of space. With so many progenitors looking at him, the pressure was too great. Blood Ancestor was similarly under great pressure. Any progenitor in this starry sky could easily kill him. The feeling of being on the chopping block was quite uncomfortable. However, he couldn't refuse Lu Yin's request. They remained silent and focused on searching for Xian Academy. Soon after, they found Xian Academy. At this moment, outside Xian Academy, Xia Ziheng and the other 5 half-progenitors were watching. Fire Phoenix and Dark Phoenix had already disappeared, and Mu Shang's lock-breaking speed was faster than expected. Dingwen could no longer hold on and fell down. I can't hold on for much longer. He watched as the Fire Phoenix and Dark Phoenix disappeared, replaced by lines. These lines were not unfamiliar to the outside world, as they were Memory Sage Academy's famous 18 horizontal arrays. However, at this moment, there were not 18 of them, but rather countless horizontal lines. This was the true danger of the array, as the 18 horizontal arrays were merely a test derived from sourcebox arrays. Mu Shang was rather interested in this sourcebox array, as he would be able to comprehend a lot of things by deciphering it. Wen Lai, why aren't you calling the food god out? What are you waiting for? Xia Ziheng shouted. Dingwen's expression was stern. Continue stalling. We must stall until Lu Xiaoshuan's men arrive. Wen Lai, there's no need. Give up. No one can save E. Sage Academy, Wu Yao said. Master, please come out. This disciple wants to see you break through, Prince Yu said. His voice was gentle, and it sounded as if he really wanted the food god to break through. Mr. Tang, Mr. Zheng, and the others all had ugly expressions. Once the sourcebox array was broken, they would have to face 5 half-ancestors and an origin array heavenly master. The pressure was too great. Mr. Wei sighed. Back then, Lu Xiaoxian fought 4 half-ancestors by himself. The pressure he faced was unimaginable. The others fell silent. They had so many people, and yet they still felt such pressure when facing 5 half-ancestors. How had Lu Xiaoxian, who was only at the 3rd origin tribulation, withstood it? He had even killed a half-ancestor. Was this the power of a so-called absolute genius? Someone's coming. Mr. Huai cried out. Dingwen and Zedong Lai had already seen the newcomers, and they both stared into the distance with grave expressions. They did not know if these newcomers were friend or foe, but they were afraid that the 4 cardinal scales would continue to send experts over. They were not the only ones. Xia Ziheng and the other half-ancestors had also noticed that someone had arrived. They turned around and saw Skymender and the Blood Ancestor. Xia Ziheng stared at the unfamiliar faces in fear. Furthermore, he stared at the Blood Ancestor. This person's aura made him feel pressured. It seemed like an ancestor? Wu Yao's eyes widened. A progenitor's power? Mr. Yu was also apprehensive. That can't be. An unfamiliar progenitor? Half-ancestor Ji Feng and half-ancestor Lu Hua looked at each other in shock. How could a progenitor have arrived? The Blood Ancestor's cultivation level had dropped, but only progenitors could tell. Half-ancestors could not tell, so they felt that the Blood Ancestor was still a progenitor. This was the reason why Lu Yin had sent the Blood Ancestor over, to intimidate Xia Ziheng and the others. Otherwise, Skymender might not have been able to break through the blockade of 5 half-ancestors by himself. Xia Ziheng and the others did not immediately guess that the newcomers had come from the 5th mainland. This was because there were hidden powerhouses in the astral tree domain that would appear from time to time. No one knew where they had come from, and it was even possible that they were hidden ancestors of some family. From what they knew, they would not have immediately guessed that the newcomers were from a place like the Abandoned Land. The Blood Ancestor and Skymender slowly approached Xian Academy. Xia Ziheng stepped forward and looked at the Blood Ancestor in confusion and fear. Senior, may I ask who you are? This junior is Xia Ziheng from Shenwu Planet. The Blood Ancestor looked at him indifferently and did not speak. Progenitor power swept past him, causing Xia Ziheng's hair to stand on end. He had just felt this power not too long ago, and it had come from Caged Wyrm and Xiaoshenji. Now that he felt it again, the stifling pressure made him subconsciously want to avoid it. Wu Yao and the others felt the same way. No one dared to stop the Blood Ancestor. The Blood Ancestor and Skymender Imperial Tutor walked past Xia Ziheng and the others and arrived outside Xian Academy. The Daozi has asked us to come and help Xian Academy, Skyminder Imperial Tutor said to President Wen and the others. President Wen was delighted. Did Lu Xiaoxian invite you? Xiao Ziheng and the others were stunned. Lu Xiaoxian? Him again? Where had he managed to invite a progenitor? Skyminder Imperial Tutor smiled. That's right. He then looked up at the sourcebox array. It's been a long time since I've lock broken in front of outsiders. Today, I'll test the strength of an origin array heavenly master here in the astral tree domain. He then entered the array. Mu Shang was still immersed in lockbreaking, and he had not expected Skyminder Imperial Tutor to suddenly appear in front of him. Skyminder Imperial Tutor moved, and President Wen hurriedly handed the sourcebox array over to him to maintain. Suddenly, the lines that had been continuously dissipating reappeared one by one, and then, the phantoms of a fire phoenix and a dark phoenix appeared. Mu Shang was shocked. An origin array heavenly master? Arihara, the power of a sourcebox array with or without an origin array heavenly master support was completely different. The sourcebox array that protected Xian Academy had come from Ancestor Wen. Not only was he an origin array heavenly master, but he was also a progenitor. How could a sourcebox array that he had left behind be so easily broken? Skyminder Imperial Tutor was like a key that had completely unlocked the array's power. The Blood Ancestor turned around to face Xiao Ziheng and the others. The four-way scale has an agreement with the fifth mainland. Anyone can freely travel between the two domains. This time, I'm here on behalf of the fifth mainland's elites to submit an application for admission to Xian Academy. Xiao Ziheng and the others were stunned. Admission test? If Xian Academy had students, then wouldn't everything they had done be for naught? It wasn't just them, even the ruler's realm, Xianxia, and the others had not expected this. Allowing the fifth mainland's cultivators to enter Xian Academy meant that they would have no way of officially suppressing Xian Academy unless they shed all pretense of cordiality. If that was the case, they could have forcefully taken action long ago, and there would have been no need for them to wait until now. Attack immediately and destroy Xian Academy, Xianxia said angrily. Do they really think that Lu Xiaoxian can help them? What a joke. This is the astral tree realm, not the fifth mainland. Wang Fan agreed. I also agree that we should destroy Xian Academy. We don't need a reason. We should have done this long ago. Ancestor Wen died in battle for the human race, which represents his contribution, not Xian Academy. At most, we won't harm Wen Lai and the others. We must obtain the Mountain Sea realm, the Dragon Ancestor said. Bai Wang Yuan frowned. Destroying Xian Academy was easy, but the results would not be good. The reason why they had not destroyed Xian Academy was not just because of Ancestor Wen's contribution, but also because of the Lu family, the Farmer family, and Ghost Abyss. If they destroyed Xian Academy for no reason, what would those three families think? There had to be a reasonable reason for doing something, not just destroying it. Especially when Lu Xiaoxian was leading the fifth mainland to take over the fourth formation base, many things were about to change. For the past few decades, the four-way scales had been the dominant force, but now, if they pushed too hard on one side, it would only force all the powers that disliked the four-way scales to side with Lu Xiaoxian. The Lu family and the Farmer family had always been close to the Lu family. If they wantonly destroyed Xian Academy, it was hard to guarantee what their attitude would be. There was also Ghost Abyss. Lu Xiaoxian had the Death God's inheritance, so Ghost Abyss could become his mortal enemy and fight for the inheritance. Bai Wang Yuan did not want to gamble, as if he lost, Lu Xiaoxian would gain 3 more progenitors. With Mu Xia and the Fog Ancestor, they would not have the slightest advantage in the astral tree realm. Even though it was just a small Xian Academy, this matter could affect the entire astral tree realm. Lu Yin had also thought of this when he received Mr. Tang's request for help. He wanted to see how the four-way scales would deal with Xian Academy, as well as the attitudes of the other powers in the astral tree realm. It was like tying a pebble with a string and throwing it into a lake to see how deep it was. Bai Wang Yuan voiced his concerns, and Xianxia. And the other two fell silent. They could suppress Lu Xiaoxian and the fifth mainland, but if the Lu family, the Farmer family, and Ghost Abyss stood on Lu Xiaoxuan's side, the situation would become troublesome. It would be equivalent to splitting the astral tree realm into 2. I'll go talk to Lu Xiaoxian, Xianxia said. I'll go, Bai Wangyuan said. In the Middle Realm, due to Imperial Tutor Skymander's interference, Mu Shang found it difficult to break through the sourcebox array. As time passed, Imperial Tutor Skymander became more and more familiar with the sourcebox array, and even he could not break through it. It was not a matter of time. In the end, Mu Shang walked out of the sourcebox array and looked at Skymander. I don't remember there being an origin array heavenly master in the universe. Skymander stood within the sourcebox array, a fire phoenix and a dark phoenix circling behind him. Fifth Mainland Celestial Beast Empire Skymander, from the Above Heaven Sect. Mu Shang did not understand. The Above Heaven Sect? He looked at Xiao Ziheng and the others in confusion. Xiao Ziheng and the others had ugly expressions. Lu Xiaoxian wants to interfere with the Xian Academy's matters? What gives him the right to do so? The Blood Ancestor said, Xian Academy's matters have nothing to do with us. We're just here to bring a list of the Fifth Mainland's elites to participate in the Academy's assessment. He then raised a hand, and a piece of paper floated over to President Wen. President Wen took it and looked at it. It really was a list. Are these the elites of the Fifth Mainland? The Blood Ancestor replied, I've heard that Xian Academy nurtures talents and even has progenitor Wen's inheritance. Will the Fifth Mainland's disciples be able to study there? President Wen laughed. Of course. The assessment can begin at any time. Where are these children? The Blood Ancestor smiled. They're on their way here and will arrive soon. I wonder how many of them will be able to join. So Dong Lai was delighted, and he straightened his back. Don't worry. If Senior recognizes them as elites, then they'll definitely pass the assessment. Thank you for placing so much importance on Xian Academy. The Blood Ancestor smiled. He had never heard of this Xian Academy before, but it seemed to be quite famous in the Cosmic Tree realm. However, the Fifth Mainland's elites were qualified to join. On the back of the battlefield, atop the fourth base, Lu Yin was waiting for news from Zhou Tang and the others. He had taken over the fourth base, and Zhou Tang and the remaining members of the Lu family would be released. He had stayed behind to wait for them as well. Lu Xuanjuan's army, the Heavenly Sin Army, and the Astral Beast Army were all stationed at the fourth base, which attracted the attention of the other bases. The 5 bases protected the back of the battlefield, and they all helped each other out. However, there was also competition. The most obvious example of this was the competition between the 5 bases in the New World. This competition was different from the one in the Cosmic Tree realm, as it had nothing to do with any family or power. However, this competition had disappeared for decades, and ever since the Lu family had been exiled, the Cosmic Tree realm no longer had the ability to conquer the New World. At most, they could only leave a city behind. Although this kind of competition had disappeared, the competition that was left in the Matrix base's bones still existed, especially when the person who took over the 4th Matrix base was someone they knew to be from the abandoned land. Naturally, they didn't want to fall behind. 4 half-progenitors. How ruthless. At the first array base, Commander Baichi had a cold expression on his face. Corpse kings were everywhere as far as the eye could see, and the sourcebox array had never stopped. The 4th formation base no longer has a corpse king. 4 half-martial ancestors have come from the wasteland, and with the addition of the Xia clan's hellworm, unless a progenitor descends, even the Eternals won't dare to step onto the 4th formation base and throw away their lives. Baichi disdainfully replied, even if the 4 half-martial ancestors aren't at their full strength, they're still at least half of it. Once those 4 half-martial ancestors are killed, I'd like to see how the Wasteland is going to defend the 4th formation base. Keep an eye on it, and if anything happens to the 4th formation base, inform me immediately. Although he looked down on the people in the abandoned land, he could not allow anything to happen to the array base. Nothing must happen to any of the 5 array foundations. If one of them had a problem, the other 4 wouldn't have it easy either. In the 2nd formation base, Xia Yan had personally taken action. The 4th formation base had no corpse kings, and their corpse kings were flying everywhere. This was equivalent to saying that they were not comparable to the 4th formation base. This made him unable to accept. He could not accept it. As he looked around, he suddenly saw the original formation master, Luo Feng, and he immediately felt unwell. Back then, he had used Luo Feng to confirm that Yu Hao was ancient sage Gu Yan's disciple, but in the end, he had proven that Yu Hao was not ancient sage Gu Yan's disciple at all. Even Yu Hao himself was a fake, and he had been reprimanded by the ancestor. As the commander of the second formation base, he had never been reprimanded by the ancestor before. When he thought of this, his expression turned ugly. He wanted to attack Luo Feng, but this person was actually helping Lu Xiaoxian. Luo Feng happened to see Xia Yan, and when their gazes met, he panicked and turned to flee. Xia Yan snorted, and his figure tore through the void to appear directly in front of Luo Feng. The power of the void distorted, causing Luo Feng to flip over and suffocate him. "Master Luo, why did you run when you saw me?" Xia Yan asked coldly. Luo Feng clutched his head, as he had just fallen. He looked at Xia Yan with grief and indignation. "Commander, why did you attack me?" Xia Yan's gaze turned cold. "Don't you know what you've done?" Luo Feng raised his head. "Commander, you're a half-progenitor, so it's understandable for you to attack a junior like me. However, you need to give me a reason. Although I'm not a disciple of a large family, I'm still an origin array master. Have you thought of an explanation for attacking me? You dare to threaten me?" Xia Yan's pressure increased once more, and Luo Feng could not take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Grandmaster Deng Hua happened to pass by and saw the commotion. He hurriedly appeared. "Commander Xia, how did Luo Feng offend you? Why are you so angry?" Xia Yan coldly replied, "He assisted Lu Xiaoxian in defeating the 4 cardinal scales. This crime is enough for him to die 10,000 times. Grandmaster Deng Hua was shocked, and he stared at Luo Feng. "You assisted Lu Xiaoxian?" Luo Feng lay on the ground and struggled to speak. "No." Grandmaster Deng Hua looked at Xia Yan. Xia Yan recounted his conversation with Luo Feng. If this person hadn't confirmed that Gu Yan had taken in a disciple and even said that the disciple was very good-looking, how could my Xia family have confirmed that Yu Hao was Gu Yan's disciple? How could we have allowed Lu Xiaoxian to deceive us? Luo Feng coughed twice and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Commander, may I ask if I ever said that Gu Yan's disciple was named Yu Hao?" Xia Yan was stunned. Grandmaster Deng Hua stared at Xia Yan. "Commander, did he say that?" Grandmaster Deng Hua was a formation master in Realm Yuan, and his status was not below that of a half-ancestor. He did not need to be so polite to Xia Yan. Xia Yan took a deep breath. "No." Luo Feng continued, "Commander, may I ask if I ever said that Heavenly Teacher Gu Yan's disciple is in the 4 cardinal scales?" Grandmaster Deng Hua stared at Xia Yan. Xia Yan narrowed his eyes. "No. If that's the case, why is Commander so certain that I helped Lu Xiaoxian deceive the 4 cardinal scales? I was only visiting Gu Yan when I accidentally heard this news. Does the person who spread the news have to take responsibility for it? I, Luo Feng, admit that I listened to the rumors. Perhaps it was those people who spread the news and spread it to my ears. Why is Commander so certain that I deceived the 4 cardinal scales? From the beginning of my cultivation, everything has been recorded. I have never interacted with the Lu family, so why would I help Lu Xiaoxian? Also, how could Lu Xiaoxian contact me? I didn't even know that Lu Xiaoxian was Yu Hao," Luo Feng said angrily. Xia Yan frowned. This was indeed a problem. Luo Feng had been on the backside ever since he started cultivating lockbreaking. He was not famous on the battlefield, and he had always been at the second formation base. Even before the Lu family was exiled, they had never contacted him. He was certain of this. Moreover, how could Lu Xiaoxian, who had always stayed in the abandoned land, contact him? Why would he take such a huge risk to deceive him? None of this made sense. Could it be that this person was telling the truth? But how could it be so coincidental? Impossible. Every word this person said was leading him to a certain direction, and that was that Yu Hao was the disciple of Heavenly Master Gu Yan. The timing and characteristics all matched. You said that Gu Yan personally asked you about the Cold Immortal sect. Is that true? Xia Yan asked sternly. Luo Feng replied, "It's true. If you don't believe me, you can go to Gu Yan's place to verify it." "How about it, Commander?" Let's go to Gu Yan's place, Master Dengwa said. Xia Yan sighed. It seems like I misunderstood you. But why did you run when you saw me? Luo Feng was bitter. There are so many corpse kings attacking. Do you want me, an origin array master, to take the lead? Commander, you've already appeared, so the enemy must be a half-ancestor. How can I withstand the aftermath of a battle between half-ancestors? His words were flawless, and even Xia Yan hesitated. Commander Xia, do you have any other questions? If not, I'll take Luo Feng down for treatment. Master Dengwa's tone was cold. The lockbreakers were united, and because the lockbreakers of the cosmic tree had to stay on the backside of the battlefield, they had a muddling attitude and enjoyed life as much as possible. Xia Yan had indiscriminately attacked Luo Feng, which made Master Dengwa very unhappy. Xia Yan looked at Luo Feng and softened his tone. I misunderstood you this time. He then took out a power vessel and handed it to Luo Feng. Consider this compensation. Only then did Master Dengwa's expression soften. Luo Feng did not dare to pursue the matter further. After all, Xia Yan was the commander and a half-ancestor powerhouse. It's good that the misunderstanding has been cleared. We'll take our leave now. Xia Yan nodded and watched Master Dengwa and Luo Feng leave. His eyes flickered, but no one knew what he was thinking. The commander of the third base was Wang Sun, and his attitude was similar to Bai Qi's. However, he was more concerned about why the ancestor had let Lu Shaoxian go and even signed an agreement with him. Could there be something in the abandoned grounds that made the ancestor apprehensive? No one believed that Lu Yin had the ability to fight against the four-way Libra's ancestor, as that was impossible. The four-way Libra's ancestor was equivalent to half of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Who in this era could fight against him? Even if the Lu family, the farmer family, and the Ghost Abyss had roughly the same number of ancestors, they still would not be a match for the 9 mountains and 8 seas. How had Lu Shaoxian done it? The commander of the 5th base was Kuan Yin, who was also known as Commander Kuang. He did not think too much about it, and he only knew that the 4th base had changed. He could feel the pressure from the caged WYRM progenitor's power, but not only was he not afraid, but his battle intent had also been aroused. Compared to the people from the four-way Libra, he did not have any prejudice against the abandoned grounds, especially when he felt the caged WYRM's pressure. He even had the urge to approach it, feel it, and endure it. Only by facing it head-on would he dare to accept it. If he wanted to do something, he would do it. The attacks that the 5th base faced were not very strong, and the 4th base's Ruing had also arrived at the 5th base. Now, there were 3 half-ancestors in the 5th base, and Kuan Yin would be able to find the time to leave. Kuan Yin stepped out of the 5th base and traveled through space. He did not go to the 4th base, but instead headed straight for the battlefield in space. A straight line was the shortest distance, but not everyone could cross it. There were too many variables in between. With the ability of a half-martial ancestor, it was very easy to cross the distance between the array bases. Kuan Yin was not the first to do so, nor would she be the last. Before her, all the other commanders had crossed the array bases. It was too common. Kuan Yin took 2 steps to the empty space between the 4th and 5th bases. He looked at the huge hellworm in the distance with a shocked expression. He had never been so close to a progenitor in all the years he had spent on the backside of the battlefield. Whenever a progenitor of the Eternals descended, they would be blocked by the sovereign realm. The most recent time was when the corpse god of the 7 sky gods had attempted to overturn the limitless kinetic array. The hellworm looked up at Kuan Yin. He was a half-step ancestor after all, and because he had been fighting on the back battlefield for so long, his killing intent was as dazzling as a lamp. Kuan Yin's expression turned solemn after being stared at by the hellworm. He took another step forward. Although the pressure was great, the greater the pressure, the more he wanted to get closer. This was his personality, this was his commander Kuang. Suddenly, the hellworm's eyes widened as he stared in Kuan Yin's direction. Kuan Yin was startled by the hellworm's change, thinking that it was going to attack him. Although the hellworm was controlled and might be harmless, it was still a living creature. What if it bit him? Hey, you're in my way. A pleasant voice suddenly rang out beside Kuan Yin's ear. Kuan Yin's pupils shrank as if he had encountered something inconceivable. He turned around and saw a figure standing quietly in the starry sky less than 5 meters behind him. This was a woman. She was beautiful and possessed an unrivaled beauty. Her eyes were as bright as the stars, and even though they were several meters apart, Kuan Yin could see her own reflection in her pupils. The most unique thing about her was that she had a flower-like pattern on her face. It only had a shape and no color, but the moment she saw it, the image of a flower dancing in the wind naturally appeared in her mind. The flower was red, and when paired with the woman's enchanting eyes and gorgeous face, even Kuan Yin was attracted to her. The woman stood calmly in the starry sky. Her gaze didn't linger on Kuan Yin at all. Instead, she looked at the fourth base, at a certain person. Kuan Yin didn't dare move. He had a premonition that if he moved, he would turn into ashes. This woman did not give him any pressure, but this was the greatest pressure. Kuan Yin could only think of one reason why she was able to appear a few meters away from her without making any sound or presence. She was in the ancestor realm. Kuan Yin did not know how many progenitors there were in the Eternals, but when he looked at this woman, an image gradually overlapped in his mind. 7 sky gods, the god of oblivion ruins. At the same time, on the fourth formation base, Lu Yin looked up at the sky. His gaze also swept past Kuan Yin and landed on the Forgotten Ruins god. The two exchanged glances. The god of Forgotten Ruins smiled. His smile was beautiful, and the curve of his lips was enough to topple a nation. His eyes were filled with an inexplicable meaning. He opened his mouth and said, "I'm here to kill you." Lu Yin's expression changed drastically, and a miniature candle god appeared on his shoulder as he stared at the appointed general platform. Terrifying rune lines extended outwards as Lu Yin punched out. In the next moment, the void condensed into land and instantly covered the fourth, fifth, and third formation bases. The moment the land appeared, everyone's eyes went blank. It was as if they had forgotten everything. Even the half-martial ancestors, Old Zen, Han Xian, and the others were no exception. No one could maintain their consciousness on this land, except for Lu Yin. He used the appointed general platform's progenitor realm talisman. The rune lines barely separated the land. With my blood, I summon the general. Ichi charged at the Forgotten Ruins god with his serrated blade and slashed down, ignoring Kuan Yin as well. Kuan Yin just stood there with his back to Ichi as he looked at the Forgotten Ruins god. He saw the shadow in the Forgotten Ruins god's eyes and saw Ichi descend. The stench of blood suffocated him and made him unable to move. Another progenitor. Where did so many progenitors come from? The Forgotten Ruins god watched Ichi's attack with interest. So that's how it is. Is this a trump card that the Lu family left for you? He then waved his hand and used an invisible method to shatter half of Ichi's body. The other half passed right through Kuan Yin. If not for the Forgotten Ruins god, Ichi's strength would have been enough to shatter Kuan Yin. Kuan Yin stared blankly at Ichi, who was still in his charging position. He felt his hair stand on end, but there was a force in his heart that urged him to move. He was Kuan Yin, the Kuang Shui of the fifth base. So what if he was a progenitor? Move, move, move. Kuan Yin growled, the muscles on his arms bulging as he punched the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god hadn't expected Kuan Yin to suddenly attack. You're in the way. He then slowly raised his hand. When he had waved his arm, Ichi had lost half of his body. Now that he was facing Kuan Yin, he couldn't even move a finger, let alone an arm. Kuan Yin knew this, but he refused to accept it. He was unwilling to accept it, and he was even more unwilling to be afraid. He was a half-progenitor, and he had fought on the back of the battlefield, making the fifth base the last place the Eternals wanted to set foot in. He had his own pride, so why should he be afraid? At worst, he would just die. At that moment, Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes as he stared in front of Kuan Yin. The Forgotten Ruins god waved his hand, and an invisible force attacked. It was this attack that had destroyed half of Ichi's body, and Kuan Yin definitely couldn't resist it. He couldn't even understand the Forgotten Ruins god's attack. Lu Yin couldn't understand it either, but he didn't need to. The moment the Forgotten Ruins god attacked, Lu Yin had set up rune lines in front of Kuan Yin. As the Forgotten Ruins god attacked, her attack passed through the rune lines and was immediately reduced by more than half. The rest landed on Kuan Yin's body and sent her flying. Kuang Yan's body crashed down like a meteor. Lu Yin's face was pale. Charge! The caged Wyrm roared and charged at the Forgotten Ruins god with bared fangs. The Forgotten Ruins god's gaze turned cold as he stared at the caged Wyrm. Scram! He then struck out with his palm. Lu Yin stared in front of the caged Wyrm again. This time, however, his rune lines weren't able to reduce much of the Forgotten Ruins god's power. The Forgotten Ruins god's lips curled up. A battle technique that borrowed the power of another person's rune lines couldn't offset her attack at all. His attack on Kuang Yan had been like child's play, but even so, Kuang Yan's fate was unknown. How could he treat the caged Wyrm the same as he treated Kuang Yan? Lu Yin couldn't offset much of the Forgotten Ruins god's attack, but the Forgotten Ruins god's attack didn't cause much damage to the caged Wyrm either. The caged Wyrm was only pushed back a little, but he still charged forward with a fearful gaze. The Forgotten Ruins god was astonished. You're quite durable. Then. She was about to attack again when Ichi charged at her from behind. Below, Lu Yin clenched his fists as 2 streams of blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. He mobilized all the rune lines he could borrow to form an invisible attack that pressed down on the Forgotten Ruins god. Even Xianxia had to be careful when facing this encirclement, and the Forgotten Ruins god should be no exception. However, Lu Yin had still underestimated the Forgotten Ruins god. He had underestimated the 7 sky gods. The Forgotten Ruins god had merely moved the land that covered the 3 array bases upwards, but it had already crushed Ichi, bombarded the rune lines, and sent the caged Wyrm flying. Lu Yin's body swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't win, as they weren't even on the same level. He could have used his previous strength to fight against Xianxia, but even if Xianxia wanted to break through, he would have to pay a price. Previously, Lu Yin had teamed up with Bai Xing to stall the caged Wyrm and Ichi. However, it was useless against the Forgotten Ruins god. Was this the Forgotten Ruins god's true power? Have you misunderstood something? The Forgotten Ruins god looked at Lu Yin, and the flower on his face bloomed with a smile. His eyes were bright as he said, I am one of the 7 sky gods. With that, the void condensed into another land. That enveloped the 4th array base and viciously pressed down. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Do you have to be so ruthless? He took out half of the Golian and was about to use the Grim Reaper's left arm to unleash an attack. Another figure appeared outside the 4th array base, and it was also a woman. It was the Fog Ancestor. A progenitor bullying a junior with 3 tribulations? Is this how the 7 sky gods act? The Fog Ancestor appeared, and a white fog surged forth, forming a layer of clouds above the 4th array base. It lifted up the land that the Forgotten Ruins god had brought over and continuously resisted. When he saw the Fog Ancestor appear, Lu Yin relaxed, he was saved. At this moment, Elder Chan and the rest woke up and looked up in shock at the 2 progenitors' powers that were continuously resisting each other. The 2 women faced each other above the 4th array base. There's no need to be in such a hurry. It's just a greeting. The Forgotten Ruins god looked at the Fog Ancestor charmingly. The Fog Ancestor coldly replied, that greeting is a little scary. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. Someone who can greet the 7 sky gods is definitely not an ordinary person. Why? You seem to be quite nervous about that little guy. The Fog Ancestor stared at the Forgotten Ruins god. You're the Wang family's ancestor, Wang Miao Miao? Why did you betray the humans? The Forgotten Ruins god blinked and pointed at Lu Yin. If he asks, I'll answer. If you ask, I won't answer. The Fog Ancestor raised her brows and subconsciously glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin heard this and directly asked, why did you betray the humans? This scene was familiar, as when he had traveled through the River of Time in the Daosor sect's main hall, the Forgotten Ruins god had said the same thing. Lu Yin had asked, and the Forgotten Ruins god had actually answered. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. Bored, right? Lu Yin's face twitched, as he had heard this answer before. Could it be true? Hey, you should join the Eternals as well. That way, you won't be bored, the Forgotten Ruins god said to Lu Yin and even beckoned him over. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. If you really joined the Eternals because you were bored, then you deserve to die. The Forgotten Ruins god rolled her eyes. Why are you so serious? Every living being is born from the universe, and their origins are the same. It's just that they live in different forms. What will you do in the future if you're so calculative? You're too tired. Forget it, I'm just here to greet you and also to see how powerful you are to be able to make the 4 cardinal scales fear you. At this point, she smiled. Actually, it's just SOSO. She then turned to leave. The Fog Ancestor immediately moved to stop the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god's entire being suddenly changed, becoming incomparably cold and gloomy. Even the sky above the 4th array base was frozen. Little girl, have you thought about the consequences of keeping me here? The Fog Ancestor's expression changed, as the Forgotten Ruins god was exerting an unimaginable pressure on her. Even though she was from 9 mountains and 8 seas, she was not good at fighting, and none of the sovereigns from the realm of sovereigns had made a move. The Forgotten Ruins god's transformation only lasted for an instant, and just as the Mist Ancestor was feeling apprehensive, she smiled again. That sinister coldness seemed to have been an illusion. I'm leaving. We'll talk about it the next time we meet. You'll definitely join the Eternals, hee. The Mist Ancestor stared blankly at the Forgotten Ruins god's disappearance, her face flushing red. She had actually been frightened. How could she have been frightened? She was 9 mountains and 8 seas, the Mist Ancestor. Little girl? This traitor had actually dared to call her little girl? Anger accumulated in her heart, and the Mist Ancestor clenched her fists. She wanted nothing more than to chase after the Eternals. Aside from the Mist Ancestor, no one else had heard the Forgotten Ruins god's words. He stepped into space and arrived beside the Mist Ancestor. Senior, thank you for saving me. The Mist Ancestor glared at him. Senior? Go play somewhere else. She then returned to the Sovereign Realm in a bad mood, leaving Luin confused. Had he offended the Mist Ancestor? The Forgotten Ruins god's attack had not lasted long, at least not in the time that the Sovereign Realm could react. Aside from Luin and Kuan Yin being injured and the caged Wyrm being hit twice, there had not been any losses. The people from the 3 array bases had only been momentarily confused. That continent had not only confused the humans, but also the Corpse Kings. Otherwise, their losses would have been great. Luin calmly looked at the heavily injured Kuan Yin. She was not dead yet, but her injuries were too severe. She would need to recuperate for a few months to recover, and she was still unconscious. If Luin had not used the Aeon Evolution scripture to block that attack, she would have died. I really don't know if she's unlucky or lucky to be able to survive an attack from one of the 7 god kings, Elder Chan lamented. Luin looked at Kuan Yin, but in reality, he was thinking about something else. He had underestimated the 7 god kings. He had thought that he could use his own methods to defeat Xianxia and Bai Xing, and that he would be able to fight against one of the 7 god kings. In reality, he did not even have the qualifications to make the Forgotten Ruins god use his ancestral world. That continent was just the Oblivion Ruins, the ultimate embodiment of the Wang family's Oblivion technique, not his ancestral world. Even so, it was very difficult for him to break through it with Lu Jian's progenitor realm rune lines. The difference between him and the Forgotten Ruins god was too great. Lu Yin and Lu Yin's progenitor. Even when an ancient progenitor's body progenitor, it was only progenitor's physical strength. Ancient progenitor's body was the most ordinary progenitor's physical strength. That was the strength of the 7 sky gods. Just as the god of Forgotten Ruins had said, he was just average. Even Xiaoxinji had not used his full strength when fighting against Ji Futian. Even Bai Xing should have been hiding something. Those progenitors might be afraid of Yi Futian and did not want to fight to the death with him. However, if they really fought to the death, Yi Futian might not be able to gain an advantage even if he used all his means. Even if he could borrow progenitor Chen's strength in the 5th mainland, it would still be the same. What really made the 4 cardinal scales wary was the threat he posed to Bai Xiener. He wanted to thank the god of forgetfulness. If it weren't for her, he would have been too arrogant and thought that he was on the same level as the 4 cardinal scales patriarch. He was still far from that level. However, he was only at the 3rd origin tribulation, and was not far from the 4th. Once he reached the half-martial ancestor realm, he should be able to fight them head-on and reach the ancestor realm. Luine didn't want to think about it, it was too far away. However, even though the Forgotten Ruins deity had made Luine realize the gap between him and the strongest Ancestor Realm experts, it didn't mean that Luine was afraid. He couldn't defeat these strongest Ancestor Realm experts, but it wasn't like he didn't have the ability to resist. No matter what, those people were afraid of him, and that was enough. On the other side of the battlefield, everything was quiet. After Ji and the Forgotten Ruins deities retreated, the countless corpse kings that were attacking the 5 array bases also retreated like a tide. Although the war continued, there were also times when things calmed down. Bai Qi, Wang Sun, and the other half-martial ancestors fell silent. They had also seen the Forgotten Ruins deity attack the 4th array base, but they hadn't been there, so they didn't know the exact situation. They had only seen the Forgotten Ruins deity attack, the Hellworm flying through the sky, and Luine summoning progenitors to attack the Forgotten Ruins deity. They had seen more than one Ancestor Realm expert. At that moment, they finally understood why their families had come to an agreement with Lu Xiaoxian. This Lu Xiaoxian actually possessed more than one Ancestor Realm expert. It was no wonder that the 4 cardinal scales were wary of him and didn't dare to attack him. Their attitudes towards the 4th array base changed abruptly. There was no need to even think about competing for it. If Lu Xiaoxian had left behind a single Ancestor Realm expert, how could they compete for it? Even without a single Ancestor Realm expert, there were still 4 half-martial ancestors. 4 of them were equivalent to the strength of 2 array bases. In addition to that, the 4th array base's combat style was based on cultivation and technology. It was definitely the strongest of the 5. The Forgotten Ruins deity's attack on the 4th array base had shocked everyone, but it had also left them with lingering fear. The unluckiest one was Kuang Yin, the most terrifying one was Luine, and the most durable one was the Hellworm. Luine hadn't expected the Hellworm to be so durable. He recalled that this fellow had also been very durable in his battles with Xiaoxinji and Bai Xing, and it hadn't been injured at all. The Forgotten Ruins deity had been merciless against the Hellworm, but it hadn't been able to injure it. Luine looked at the Hellworm, who was still baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. He was curious as to who had left such a deep lightning scar on its head and even destroyed its intelligence. Could Xiaoxinji have done such a thing? Suddenly, the Hellworm lowered its head and looked at Luine, its large eyes filled with intimidation. Luine grabbed the progenitor's rune lines and used them to fill the area. He instantly looked in a certain direction, whereby Wang Yuan was walking out. Ancestor Bai, are you planning to attack the 4th array base? Luine asked coldly as he stared at Bai Wang Yuan warily. Bai Ran replied, I'm here to talk to you about Xian Academy. Luine coldly replied, showing up here without telling me is a sign of hostility. Bai Wang Yuan didn't care. Lu Xiaoxian, we've already reached an agreement with you. There's no need for you to guard against us, and we won't go back on our word. Besides, if we want to attack you, it'll be useless even if you guard against us. I'm just afraid that I'll accidentally hurt you, Ancestor Bai, Luine retorted. Bai Wang Yuan asked, are you sure you want to interfere with Xian Academy's matters? Luine replied, the 4th array base was just attacked by the 7 sky gods. Shouldn't you be thinking about how to guard against them? Aren't you even going to ask? Shi Wei has already been here, so there's nothing to ask, Bai Ran replied. Luine looked at him. Does the ruler's realm not have any countermeasures when the 7 sky gods casually descend upon the array base? Even if it's only for a second, it's enough to kill everyone. Bai Wang Yuan shook his head. That's our problem. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Luine. Or do you want to enter the ruler's realm and participate in the defense? We welcome you. Luine sneered. Do I look like an idiot? The wastelands are blocking the Eternals, and the 7 sky gods' half-ancestor corpses in the wastelands seem to have all died. If they focus on the ruler's realm, it'll be very difficult for us to defend against them. At that time, you might even need to take action, Bai Ran said. Luine was puzzled. Haven't you been defending the 7 sky gods in the ruler's realm for so many years? Of course not, Bai Wang Yuan said solemnly. The 7 sky gods are all ancient monsters, just like the god of Forgotten Ruins. He's much older than your Lu family's ancestor, Lu Tianyi. Any one of the 7 sky gods' true strength is terrifying. If Shi Wei can't defend against them, then it'll be very difficult for us to do so as well. Then why haven't the 7 sky gods attacked the ruler's realm? Wouldn't it be easier for the 7 of them to attack at the same time? Luin was puzzled. Byram replied, "You'll naturally find out when you enter the ruler's realm. There are some things that we won't tell you until you reach a certain level. Even if you have the strength of a progenitor, just like how Xia didn't participate in the ruler's realm's battlefield, he still doesn't know." "Then what level are the Eternals at when they've appeared in the ruler's realm?" Luin asked. Bai Wangyuan clasped his hands behind his back. "I told you that you haven't reached that level, so you don't need to know. I'm here today to talk about Xian Academy." Luin didn't understand. "What about Xian Academy?" Byram replied, "There's no need to pretend. You sent someone to help Xian Academy, which is clearly an enemy of the 4 cardinal scales. We have an agreement not to deal with you, but that doesn't mean that we can't touch the others in your wasteland." Luin frowned. Xian Academy is the best academy in the cosmic tree realm, but you keep saying that our place is a wasteland. Besides, we don't have any astral sources there. Is there a problem with bringing some of our elite disciples to the academy to study? You knew that we wanted to destroy Xian Academy. I didn't know, but now that I know, I'm curious. Why do you want to destroy it? Bai Wangyuan stared at Luin. It doesn't matter if you know it or not, Xian Academy cannot exist. Luin laughed. It's just an academy. Why bother, Ancestor Bai? Lu Xiaoxian, I can tell you that Xian Academy has a mountain sea, and we need that one, Bai Wangyuan said bluntly. Luin was astonished. A mountain sea? They should all have an owner, right? How many of the 9 mountains and 8 seas are still alive, and how many are dead? We don't know who exactly that mountain sea belongs to, but no matter who it is, it has to be ours. Anyone who inherits the mountain sea battle technique will experience a transformation in strength, and this will be beneficial to defending the battlefield on the other side, Byran explained. Luin was vexed. If Bai Wangyuan hadn't explained things clearly, he would have been able to deal with the situation. No matter who the previous owner of the mountain sea was, since it's now in Xian Academy, it should be controlled by Xian Academy. I agree with Ancestor Bai's words. It's a pity that the mountain sea isn't inherited, but not just anyone can inherit it. The mountain sea belongs to the entire human race, not the 4 cardinal scales, Luin said. Bai Wangyuan's face sank. So you want to steal the mountain sea? Luin shook his head. It's not stealing. It's a fair distribution. The 4 cardinal scales can have people try to inherit it, and my 5th mainland can do the same. What a joke. Lu Xiaoxian, do you really think that you can go against the 4 cardinal scales? The mountain sea must be controlled by the 4 cardinal scales, and no one can change that. Bai Wangyuan barked. I can choose not to destroy Xian Academy, but they must hand over the mountain sea. Otherwise, the 4 cardinal scales will directly take action. You can try and see if you can stop them. Luin hurriedly said, don't be in such a hurry. I'm not done yet. Bai Wangyuan stared at Luin coldly. If they had a choice, they naturally would not want to destroy Xian Academy. After all, they had to take into account the reactions of the Lu family, the Farmer family, and the others, as well as the reactions of Xia and the Fog Ancestor. The mountain sea was too important. Luin looked at Bai Wangyuan. You've only been eyeing Xian Academy's mountain sea. Why haven't you considered that our 5th mainland has a mountain sea as well? Bai Wangyuan's expression changed. It was as if a new train of thought had been opened up. That's right, the 9 mountains and 8 seas. There were 2 4 scales. The Fog Ancestor controlled one, and Xian Academy controlled the other. There were also a few other mountains and seas, and they were all on the 5th mainland. They hadn't considered it before, but now, why wouldn't they consider it? Since the 5th mainland had extended its reach into the starry sky tree, they could naturally consider the 5th mainland's mountains and seas. Bai Wangyuan's eyes suddenly became clear. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't just one mountain sea, but a few. He looked at Luin, unable to understand why Lu Xiaoxian had reminded him. From Bai Wangyuan's point of view, Lu Xiaoxian should not have mentioned the mountains and seas in the 5th mainland. He had already gained control of the entire fifth mainland, and the mountains and seas were already his. How could he not know the purpose of the mountains and seas? That was impossible. He was not surprised when he mentioned the mountain-sea battle technique. Ancestor Bai, the fifth mainland has more than one mountain sea. Don't you care? Luin asked with a smile on his face. Bai Wangyuan could not tell what Luin was thinking. What was Luin thinking? It was very simple. He wanted to deepen the value of the fifth mainland. The astral tree realm had always referred to the fifth mainland as a wasteland, but Bai Xianer had made an agreement with it. However, the Forgotten Ruins deity's attack had made Luin realize the difference in strength between them and the fifth mainland. He had also seen the hidden strength of Bai Wangyuan and the others. He needed to increase his own value in order to have an equivalent capital. The mountains and seas were what the four-way scales cared about the most. How many mountains and seas do you know? Bai Wangyuan asked as he stared at Luin. Luin answered, 2. Bai Wangyuan's eyes turned cold. 2 mountains and 2 seas? 2 mountains, 1 sea. Bai Wangyuan raised his eyebrows. He did not know who one of the mountains and one of the seas belonged to, but he was sure that the lone mountain belonged to Xiaxia. Among the 9 mountains and 8 seas, only Xiaxia had 2 mountains and 1 sea to himself. Of course, it was possible that the 2 mountains and 1 sea all belonged to Xiaxia. It wasn't impossible, but he remembered that Luin could borrow Xiaxia's strength. Why would he do that? Perhaps it had something to do with the mountains and seas. Back then, Huiwen had gone around trying to trick them into leaving behind some power for the fifth mainland. He hadn't done so, and neither had Wang Fan. However, Xiaxiang, Old Fu, and the others had. This kid was borrowing Xiaxiang's power. Why should I believe in the 2 mountains and 1 sea? Bai Wangyuan said in a deep voice. He did not believe that Lu Shaoxian would be so generous as to tell him about the mountain sea realm. Luin shrugged. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just making a suggestion. If you insist on keeping an eye on Xian Academy Shanghai, then pretend that I didn't say anything. Bai Wangyuan pondered for a moment. What do you plan to do? Luin looked up. Trade. Bai Wangyuan was surprised. Exchange? That's right. I'll allow you people from the Astral Tree Society to head to the fifth mainland to receive the Mountain Sea inheritance. As long as you can obtain it, it'll be yours. As for Xian Academy's Mountain Sea inheritance, you can forget about it, Luin said. Why? Bai Wangyuan's first reaction was that Luin wanted to obtain Xian Academy's Mountain Sea inheritance. Right, this kid had stayed at Xian Academy before, so he might know what the Mountain Sea inheritance's battle techniques were. Luin looked at Bai Wangyuan. Don't overthink it. I'm just returning a favor to Xian Academy. Back then, I used the alias Yu Hao to stay at Xian Academy, and I was surrounded by 4 half-progenitors in Shenwu Plain. If not for the food god blocking an attack for me, I would have already died. Although I wanted to disassociate myself from the food god after the incident, the outcome still turned out this way. Xian Academy's current situation is related to me, so I must return this favor. Bai Wangyuan stared at Luin. He did not believe Lu Yin's words, but they did make sense. He would rather believe that this kid knew about Xian Academy's Mountain Sea inheritance and was thinking of ways to obtain it. Luin smiled. Sometimes, people tend to overthink things when they get older. How about this? I'll give you 2 choices. Bai Wangyuan's eyes narrowed. You're giving us a choice? Lu Yin's lips curled up. First, I'll give you one of the fifth mainland's mountains and seas in exchange. Don't even think about Xian Academy's mountains and seas. You can go to the fifth mainland at any time to receive the mountains and seas legacies. Of course, you would definitely prefer to obtain Xian Academy's mountains and seas since it would be closer to you. Thus, I'll add on another condition. His expression was solemn. Cultivators from the cosmic tree realm can also enter the fifth pagoda to receive the legacies. Bai Wangyuan had originally rejected this condition, but when he heard the words fifth pagoda, he was tempted. The expeditionary army had naturally brought back all sorts of information about the fifth mainland, including the fifth pagoda. There were all sorts of legacies within the fifth pagoda, not only from the fifth mainland, but also from the sixth mainland. In particular, there were the Sword Sect's 13 swords, secret techniques, Xiaoshang's reverse step, Withered's things will move when pushed too far, and the Death God's legacies. All of these things were very tempting. When they had learned about these legacies, they had wanted to personally obtain them, as they understood the value of these legacies far better than the people from the fifth mainland. The 13 swords had not become famous in the fifth mainland, but in this part of the universe. It was a pity that the Lu family had also lost their legacies. Many people had seen how Lu Yin had used the 13th sword to injure Xia Ziheng during the battle on Shenwu Plain. The strategy secret art, the Yu secret art, the day-night clan's battle techniques, the sourcebox array. All of these were priceless treasures. As for reverse step, others might not know about it, but how could they not know? That was Xiaoshang's footwork battle technique, and when cultivated to its peak, it could even reverse time and space. It was extremely powerful. Why was Withered so difficult to defeat? No one wanted to fight him, and he had even dared to become the first person after Lu Tianyi to charge into the Eternals? This was because his things will move when pushed too far was too abnormal. Even Bai Wangyuan had to admit that this was a top-notch life-saving battle technique that was practically invincible. Lu Yin had also used things will move when pushed too far to fight on Shenwu Plain. Who wouldn't be tempted by these battle technique legacies? You're willing to open the fifth pagoda to the four-way scales? Bai Wangyuan could not believe his ears, and he thought that he had misheard. Lu Yin corrected him. Not to the four-way scales, but to the entire cosmic tree realm. Bai Wangyuan gave Lu Yin a deep look. Was this kid really that selfless? This was different from the expeditionary army's description. Of course, Lu Yin was not being selfless. The rules of the fifth pagoda stated that one battle technique would be exchanged for another, and they would also have to accept Lu Yin's kindness as half a teacher. With half a teacher's kindness, how could those who had accepted the fifth pagoda's legacies act against him? Even if they did, they would have to be careful. However, Bai Wangyuan's consideration was that these battle techniques were definitely not in the fifth pagoda. Otherwise, why would Lu Xiaoxian be willing to let others obtain them? Regardless of whether they were in the fifth pagoda or not, they were all tempted and wanted to try to obtain them. What's the second option? Bai Wangyuan asked in a low voice. Lu Yin replied, I won't accept Xian Academy's mountain and sea inheritance trial. You can send someone to supervise it, but you can also go to the fifth mainland and accept the mountain and sea inheritance trial. Bai Wangyuan's eyes flashed. This condition did not have much of a disadvantage to them, as they would just have to travel a bit more. However, it would have a huge impact on Lu Yin. Bai Wangyuan had originally thought that Lu Yin wanted to obtain Xian Academy's mountain and sea inheritance, but Lu Yin's condition had completely shattered his guesses. I really don't understand. Is Xian Academy's favor worth such a sacrifice? If you send someone to help them, then you'll be returning the favor. Bai Wangyuan was puzzled, as he wanted to obtain some information from Lu Yin. Lu Yin laughed. Alright, I'll return the favor, so these two conditions will be nullified. Do you agree? Bai Wangyuan was just about to agree when he suddenly realized why he should agree. Since when was this person in charge of this matter? Just as he was about to speak, Lu Yin's voice rang out. The fifth pagoda's inheritance. Do you want it or not? Bai Wangyuan choked on his words and sighed. Are there any secret techniques in there? Yes. Are there any 13 swords? There are. What do you mean? Bai Wangyuan was stunned. Lu Yin said, you don't understand the 13 swords at all. The 13 swords in the fifth pagoda is just a qualification that allows one to try it out in the sword sect. Of course, my understanding of the 13 swords is also included in there. If someone truly has an innate gift and successfully cultivates it, then there's nothing to say. However, the possibility is not high. Bai Wangyuan continued asking, are there any reverse steps in there? Yes. Are there any reverse steps? There are. Bai Wangyuan was speechless. What do you mean by that? Lu Yin shrugged. That's the Withering Ancestors battle technique, and it's not that easy to inherit it. However, as long as there's in reverse steps, I'll be able to inherit it in the future. Don't worry. Bai Wanyuan looked at Lu Yin and felt that he wasn't very reliable. However, the only way to obtain these battle techniques was through the fifth pagoda. He felt somewhat sullen. Since when had the Great Nine Mountains and Eight Seas been led by the nose by a junior? However, unless he didn't want these battle techniques, he had to follow Lu Yin's instructions. My Starry Sky Tree's disciples have entered the fifth pagoda. You didn't send people to intercept them on purpose, did you? Bai Wanyuan asked in a deep voice. This was what he was most worried about. He had seen how many half-martial ancestors there were in the fifth pagoda. Lu Yin answered seriously, of course. Bai Wanyuan was furious, but Lu Yin interrupted him just as he was about to speak. Whether it's the cosmic tree, the sixth mainland, or even the fifth mainland's people, even my son, if he wants to obtain the inheritance, he'll be intercepted. Otherwise, how could there be so many inheritances for others? Do you know how many cultivators there are? There are billions of them. Even if only 1 in 100 million cultivators enter the fifth pagoda, that's still not something that the fifth pagoda can handle. Bai Wanyuan replied, I'm talking about malicious interceptions. Whether it's the fifth mainland or the fifth pagoda, if you send a half-ancestor to intercept them, who will be able to pass through? Unless there's also a half-ancestor from your side, that would be equivalent to declaring war. Lu Yin replied, don't worry, that won't happen. I guarantee that someone from the cosmic tree will obtain the inheritance. Of course, there will definitely be people who don't like the cosmic tree and will try to stop them, but that's normal. I won't send people to intercept them, and the sixth mainland will do the same. Your situation is probably similar to theirs. Bai Rao nodded, as this was more like it. It looks like Ancestor Bai has agreed. Since that's the case, please have Xia Ziheng and the rest leave. Don't disturb the assessment, Lu Yin said. Bai Wanyuan stared at Lu Yin. I also hope that you will abide by the agreement and not send anyone to maliciously intercept the people from the four-way scales. Otherwise, this agreement will be voided. This isn't an astral palm strike agreement, it's just a verbal agreement. Don't worry, that won't happen, Lu Yin said. Bai Wanyuan turned to leave, but he suddenly looked at Lu Yin. He had unknowingly been tricked by this kid. When had he agreed to the first choice? Lu Yin smiled at Bai Wanyuan. Bai Wanyuan took a deep breath. Forget it, it didn't matter. The fifth mainland Shanghai could also accept the trial, and they would even gain the fifth pagoda. They wouldn't lose anything. If you want to protect Xian Academy, then don't do anything useless. Don't interfere with the decisions of the four-way scales, he said before vanishing. After Bai Wanyuan left, Lu Yin raised his wireless goo and gave some instructions. A few days later, Lu Yin thought that he would be waiting for Zhou Tang and the rest, but he didn't see them. As for Xian Academy, everything was fine. Xiao Ziheng and the rest received a notification and left the Xian district. Xian Academy regained its peace. Dean Wen contacted Lu Yin to thank him and also asked how he had managed to deal with the four-way scales. He didn't know how Lu Yin had managed to reach an agreement with the four-way scales, but even so, it was unlikely that he would be able to help Xian Academy. He had contacted Lu Yin with a sliver of hope, but he hadn't expected him to actually succeed. Lu Yin didn't hide anything and told Dean Wen about his agreement with Bai Wanyuan. Dean Wen was silent for a long time, but in the end, he only said 2 words, thank you. Although it was only 2 words, they were better than 1,000 words. There were some words that were useless, but there were some that could be said with 2 words. A few more days passed, and Lu Yin couldn't wait any longer. He directly contacted Bai Wanyuan since there was no need to contact the others. Bai Wanyuan didn't know that Zhou Tang and the rest hadn't left the new city, and in fact, he had never cared about them. Their life and death had nothing to do with him, so it didn't matter if he let them go. But now that Lu Yin had asked, he handed the matter over to Bai Qi. Bai Qi was the commander of the 4th base, had nothing to do, and she was still at the back of the battlefield, where she was calculating her contributions. Bai Qi arrived at the 4th formation base and found Lu Yin. The people from the new city can't come up for now. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This is the agreement that Bai Wanyuan promised me. At this moment, countless corpse kings surged towards the matrix bases. Although the 4th matrix base was far more difficult to attack than the other matrix bases, it still had to be attacked. Not only that, but there were also emissary-level corpse kings constantly tearing through the void and rushing into the matrix bases to fight. Luin didn't care about the battle outside as he stared at Bai Qi. Bai Qi continued, ever since your identity as Long Qi was exposed, the White Dragon tribe was enraged. Everyone who was related to Long Qi's identity was investigated, and the new city was no exception. There were too many remaining members of the Lu family there, and the White Dragon tribe believed that they definitely knew that Long Qi was Lu Xiaoxian, but they had chosen not to reveal it. Thus, they paid a price and asked Mu Shang to set up a sourcebox array above the new city. That sourcebox array can only be entered, not exited. The key is in Mu Shang's hands. Luin frowned. Mu Shang? He's at Xian Academy, so there's no way to open the sourcebox array without him? Bai Qi shook her head. Everything at the back of the battlefield has to be settled there. Once Mu Shang left the battlefield, he had to hand over the key. He handed it over to his disciple Qiao. But she hesitated when she said this. Luin didn't understand. But what? Bai Qi replied, Qiao lost the key. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What did you say? Bai Qi helplessly replied, Qiao lost the key. Luin stared at Bai Qi in a daze for a long time. Bai Qi's expression was unnatural, as she had not expected this outcome. You lost the key? Luin confirmed once more, and when Bai Qi nodded, he laughed heartily. His laughter spread throughout the fourth foundation and into the ears of countless people. Jiao Yao looked over, as this was the first time he had ever heard Luin laugh in such a manner. It was not a happy laugh, it was filled with a chill. Even Elder Chan could tell that Lu Yin's laughter was filled with rage. Even the hellworm could tell, and it lowered its head to look in Lu Yin's direction with a confused expression. It subconsciously raised its claws, wanting to bare its fangs and brandish its claws, but there was no one around. Not even a corpse king dared to approach, so the hellworm could only lower its claws and lower them. Bai Qi watched Luin laugh and felt uneasy. Even though she had been overseeing the fourth foundation for many years and knew Lu Xiaoxian well, the person in front of her was Luin, not Lu Xiaoxian. This was someone who had disguised himself twice in the astral tree realm and caused chaos. The ghost genius of the divine martial heaven in the upper realm was someone who dared to do anything. She didn't do it on purpose, Bai Qi said. Even she could not believe it. How could a cultivator lose something so important? The key had definitely been placed in her cosmic ring, so how could it have been lost? If Bai Qi knew Gu Shaoer, Lan Si, and Yao Gu, then she would not have had such doubts. Luin laughed heartily. How should he put it? It had been a long time since he had felt this way. Was he being provoked? Was he being treated like an idiot? Furthermore, this was happening right after he had fought Xia Shenji and threatened by Wang Yuan. What was this? Luin would never have imagined that something like this would happen. Even Bai Wang Yuan and the other old fellows would not have expected this. They dreamed of killing Luin, but they definitely would not use such a method. Let's go. Take me to see that sourcebox array, Luin said. His expression was calm, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. Bai Qi looked at Luin. Based on my understanding of Qiaoer, she didn't do it on purpose. There are too many uncertainties in the battlefield. Luin replied, I know. I don't blame her. Let's go. Bai Qi did not understand Luin, so she could not tell what he was thinking. Luin did not ride the caged WYRM, and he simply followed Bai Qi to the first formation base. The general appointment platform floated beside him, which attracted Bai Qi's attention several times. She could not understand why this platform was an innate gift. Could it be that it could exist forever? She did not know that this platform did not belong to Luin, and she could not imagine that it had been created by a person. If not for the Candle God's experience, Luin would not have thought of this. Out of the 5 major array bases, the one closest to the new city was the first array base that could connect directly to the new city. When Luin and the others had first fallen from the second formation, they had been searching for the new city, which was also the direction to the first foundation. The 5 foundations did not seem very far from each other, but they were actually piled together to form a star. If Luin and the others had fallen from the 5th instead of the second formation, they definitely would not have been able to reach the new city because it was too far away. The sourcebox array that Mu Shang had set up for the new city could only be unlocked from the first foundation with a key. When he arrived at the first foundation, he saw a battlefield. The commander of the first foundation was Bai Qi, and Luyin had heard of this person before. He had wanted to exchange for the cloud landing robe, but it had been reserved by Bai Qi. If not for Xia Yan, it would have been very difficult for him to obtain it. The core of the first foundation was Xiada. When he saw Xiada again, Luyin acted as if he did not know him at all, and he directly looked at Bai Qi. Xiada had an uncomfortable expression, as his experience in the Fifth Mainland's prison had been too embarrassing. He was afraid that Luyin would speak about it in front of everyone, even though many people already knew about it. At this moment, Bai Qi was also looking at Luyin. He had not expected Luyin to grow so quickly. How many years had it been since he had first needed to exchange for the cloud landing robe to become someone who could reach an agreement with the Four Cardinal Scales Patriarch? Luyin was not interested in conversing with Bai Qi, as he only cared about Bai Wangyuan and Bai Xian in the entire Frozen Immortal sect. However, Bai Qi was very interested in Luyin, or more accurately, he was interested in Bai Jing's death. You killed Bai Jing? Luyin ignored him and looked at Bai Qi. Where's the sourcebox array? Bai Qi glanced at Bai Qi and then led the way. Bai Qi's expression sank. Arrogant brat. He then looked at Xiada. If not for your soft-heartedness, the remnants of the Lu family would already be dead. Now, not only will you leave behind a huge threat, but you will also almost be killed. Xiada replied, that's right. We're soft-heartedness. Lu Xiaoxian is right there, and he's a third tribulation origin cultivator. Go ahead and kill him. Bai Qi snorted and then turned to leave. Kill him now? Regardless of whether or not he could kill Lu Xiaoxian, the Four Cardinal Scales had already reached an agreement with Lu Xiaoxian. If he killed Lu Xiaoxian and broke the agreement, he would not be able to bear the consequences. After all, this was an agreement set by the Four Cardinal Scales Patriarch. Furthermore, he knew that Luyin had single-handedly challenged 4 half-progenitors in Shenwu Plain. No matter how powerful Luyin was, he would not be able to do such a thing. More importantly, they had just seen Luyin fight against the Forgotten Ruins deity. Killing him? That was more like suicide. Xiada disdainfully replied, all talk and no action. Elsewhere, Luyin saw the sourcebox array that covered the sky above the new city. He could see the sourcebox array from the first array base, which meant that it was not too far away from the first array base. This meant that it was relatively far from the new city, and it could even be considered very far away. Is this a light shadow? Luyin was astonished. Bai Qi nodded. That's right, it's a light shadow. Otherwise, you would not be able to see the sourcebox array from the array base. Luyin sighed in amazement, as Mu Shang was indeed an origin array celestial master. Luyin did not know where the sourcebox array had come from, but this light shadow technique should have been created by Mu Shang himself. He looked for sourcebox arrays that were related to light shadows and then added another layer to an existing sourcebox array. This way, no matter how far away someone was, they would be able to see the sourcebox array. This was not to increase the array's power, but rather to allow others to see it. It would not affect the sourcebox array's power. Normal people would not do such a thing, but it was necessary here. This was because no one was willing to venture deep into the new world to help the new city dispel the sourcebox array. By doing so, the person holding the key would be able to see and dispel the sourcebox array from the first array base. It was a very effective method. This sourcebox array is called Coiling Knot, and Xiaoer told me about it. I don't know its origins, but it's used to prevent anyone from leaving the new city. They can only enter, but not leave, Bai Qi explained. Luyin asked, where's Xiaoer? Bai Qi was also puzzled, and only after asking around did she realize that Xiaoer was not around. She's not here? Bai Qi found it strange as well. She had first contacted Mu Shang before contacting Xiaoer, and she had never come here before. After finding out that Xiaoer had lost the key, she had gone to the 4th base to look for Luyin. She did not know that Xiaoer was not here. Luyin remained calm. Bai Qi summoned a lockbreaker who was only a junior discerning lockbreaker. He could be considered Xiaoer's follower, and he respectfully said, it'll be Celestial Master Mu's birthday soon. Sister Xiao'er has gone to prepare a gift for him, so she's not here. Bai Qi was about to speak, but Luyin beat her to it. When did she leave? The lockbreaker did not recognize Luyin, and with his cultivation, it was impossible for him to have seen what had happened at the fourth base. A month ago. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. She had left a month ago, but no one had told him. He calmly said, I heard that the key to the sourcebox array was lost? The lockbreaker replied, yes, Sister Xiao'er accidentally lost it. Then how do we deal with it? Luyin asked. The lockbreaker did not care. Deal with it? Let's talk about it later. Sister Xiao'er is still in a hurry to prepare Celestial Master Mu's birthday gift, so she doesn't have the time to care about this. Bai Qi's expression turned ugly. Luyin smiled. Yeah, so what if she lost it? It doesn't matter. Those people in the new city were destined to die anyway, so it's fine if they're dead. Sister Xiao'er said the same thing. The lockbreaker smiled. Those people were exiled by the four-way scales, and they're all sinners. It doesn't matter if they die. If they die on the battlefield, it'll be considered atonement for their crimes, and they'll have to thank Sister Xiao'er. Enough, shut up. Bai Qi barked. The lockbreaker was startled and did not dare to say anything else. He felt that something was wrong and was somewhat apprehensive, but he was not afraid. He was Xiao'er's follower, and Xiao'er was Celestial Master Mu Shang's disciple. Mu Shang was the origin array Celestial Master, and even a half-step ancestor would not dare to offend him. Luyin laughed again and looked at the lockbreaker. Does Celestial Master Mu know that the key is lost? The lockbreaker thought about it but did not answer. It seems like he doesn't know. If Celestial Master Mu finds out that Xiao'er is hiding something from him, he'll definitely be furious. Luyin muttered. The lockbreaker immediately replied, of course, Celestial Master Mu knows that the key has been lost, but the birthday celebration is more important. He said that everything will be discussed after the celebration. Luyin smiled and nodded. It seems like those people from the new city will have to wait until after Heavenly Master Mu's birthday. The lockbreaker was about to say something when Bai Qi frowned. Let Xiao'er do it. The lockbreaker was confused. Sister Xiao'er is currently preparing Heavenly Master Mu's birthday gift, so it's not convenient for her to come. It's fine, there's no rush. Celestial Master Mu's birthday is important, so she can come back when she's done, Luyin said. He then waved his hand. You should go too. Aren't you going to give Celestial Master Mu a birthday gift? Thank you, Senior. This junior will take his leave now. The lockbreaker was delighted, and he did not ask Bai Qi any further as he hurriedly retreated. The lockbreaker felt that Luyin was an easy person to talk to, and he probably wanted to build a good relationship with Heavenly Master Mu. If there was an opportunity in the future, the lockbreaker could put in a few good words for Heavenly Master Mu. After the lockbreaker left, Bai Qi wanted to say something, but Lu Yin's lips curled up. Do you think that the key has been lost? Bai Qi's calm demeanor suddenly became hesitant. She knew that using the key to unlock the sourcebox array would take a certain amount of time, at least 5 days. Mu Shang's birthday was approaching, and Xiao'er was in a hurry to prepare a gift. Xiao'er might have really lost the key, or she might not want to waste time. It was even possible that she had thrown the key away to save time. Bai Qi hoped that Xiao'er had simply not wanted to waste time and that she could still unlock the sourcebox array if she found her now. She had not really lost the key, as that would make things even more troublesome. Just as she was about to discuss this with Luyin, he summoned the hellworm and said to Bai Qi, unlocking the sourcebox array isn't that troublesome. The next moment, the hellworm roared, causing the first array base to tremble. Countless people paled in shock as the hellworm swept across the first array base, blocking out the entire area. Following that, its enormous strength sent countless people and corpse kings flying, and even Bai Qi was almost sent flying. He angrily glared into the distance, but he did not dare to voice his anger. This was a progenitor. Xiada's expression turned ugly. This was the hellworm of the Shenwu plain, and now, it had been reduced to Lu Xiaoxuan's mount. Bai Qi was shocked when she saw the hellworm approach. Lu Xiaoxian, what are you doing? With the might of a progenitor, any action would attract everyone's attention, including Bai Wangyuan and the others from the sovereign realm. Luine replied, "Don't worry, I'm not planning on doing anything. However, this sourcebox array needs to be broken, or else my people won't be able to come out." He then looked at Bai Qi. "Or do you want me to wait as well?" Bai Qi did not reply. She wanted him to wait? In the current astral tree realm, only a progenitor would dare to do such a thing. Mu Shang had gone overboard, and so had Xiao'er. She was clearly such an obedient girl. Did she have a grudge against the Lu family? Even if she did, this was not the time for revenge. The hellworm arrived and bared its fangs at Bai Qi. Bai Qi remained vigilant and apprehensive. She had spent so many years in the back of the battlefield, and she had experienced many life and death situations, but she had never been threatened by a progenitor at such close range. Luine stood on the hellworm's back. "Let's go." The sourcebox array did not need to be broken, as it could be torn apart. The hellworm could completely tear apart the sourcebox array below. As for the threat of the new continent, to a progenitor, the new continent and array base were all the same. If the Eternals could threaten him on the new continent, then they could do the same on the array base. Bai Qi was envious as she watched Luine nonchalantly charge towards the new continent. Progenitor was a realm so far away that countless people could not reach it no matter how hard they tried. How many progenitors had been born since ancient times? It seemed like a lot, but when compared to the entire human population, it was unimaginably low. It was not something that could be counted with 1 in 100 million. Out of 100 cultivators who had the qualifications to become progenitors, it was already quite good if one could become one. These so-called 100 cultivators were mostly people like the 4 young progenitors and the 12 Elysian Gates leaders. However, the number of such people in the human population was also incalculably low. How many 10 arbiters had been born in the 5th mainland, and not all of them had the qualifications to become progenitors. Even if they had the qualifications to break through 3 stages, they would only be at the 4 young progenitors level. What were the 4 young progenitors' chances of becoming progenitors? It was far too low. However, such a low probability of becoming a progenitor had actually been subdued by Lu Xiaoxian, who was only at 3 origin tribulations. She could not figure out how Lu Xiaoxian had done it. Luine did not care about what Bai Qi thought. Even Bai Wang Yuan and the others could not figure out how Luine had done it, let alone Bai Qi. The one who regretted it the most was Xianxia. If he had known that it was possible to tame the hellworm, he would have tried it a long time ago. In their minds, how could a progenitor be a mount? They did not have such a concept. All they knew was that the hellworm had been locked up in Shenwu Plain and had promised to help them more often. Every time they helped Shenwu Plain, they would have one less chance. Once that chance was used up, the hellworm would be free. This was the only way that Xiaoxinji could think of to use the hellworm. He had not thought of taming it, and the hellworm had not thought of such a thing either. If given a choice, the hellworm would rather be tamed by Xiaoxinji. At least it would be able to go out and bare its fangs and claws. After all, it was still trapped in Shenwu Plain. One did not think, and the other did not have any intelligence. In the end, they had both helped Luine. Luine stood on the hellworm's head and charged towards the new continent. How long had it been since they had fallen from the second matrix? Only a few decades had passed, and now that he had returned to the new continent, everything would be different. He would also have the qualifications to take these people away. When he had left, he had promised that he would take them away, and that day had finally arrived. The closer he got to the sourcebox array, the more amazed Luine was at Mu Shang's abilities. This coiled sourcebox array did not have any offensive or defensive capabilities, but it was interlocked with layers upon layers. It formed a deadly sourcebox array that even a half-ancestor would not be able to break through. Luine fell into deep thought as he looked at the sourcebox array. It seemed like this sourcebox array could be stacked, and as long as a suitable sourcebox was found, the array could be stacked infinitely. Luine could tell, but he did not know if Mu Shang had intentionally created this array or if he had obtained it. If Mu Shang was the one who had created this array, then he truly deserved the title of the youngest origin array celestial master in history. Luine had originally wanted to tear apart this sourcebox array, but that would have been too much of a pity. He could have used this sourcebox array to gain insights, and with his knowledge of lockbreaking, he would have been able to learn it. Mu Shan had gone to Serenity Memory Academy to decipher the Fire Phoenix Dark Phoenix sourcebox array that Progenitor Wen had left behind because he wanted to gain insights and learn from it. For any origin array master, the opportunity to gain insights and learn from a sourcebox array was very rare. Of course, this was an exception to the battlefield. This sourcebox array made Lu Ying feel an urge to learn it. However, he still needed to bring Zhou Tang and the others out first. They had been in the new city for too long, and they could have left long ago. Since he did not want to destroy the sourcebox array, Lu Ying had the caged WYRM shrink before entering. This sourcebox array could only allow entry and not exit, so it would not stop him if he wanted to enter. Actually, with his understanding of sourcebox arrays, he could easily pass through most sourcebox arrays. It was very difficult for a sourcebox array to trap an origin array celestial master, but Mu Shan could easily pass through Serenity Memory Academy sourcebox array. Even if Lu Ying was not an origin array celestial master, his experience did not lose out to any of them. Lu Ying looked at the two sides of the sourceboxes that were wrapped around each other like knots. Although this arrangement was not difficult, it was very cumbersome. 1 or 2 knots would be easy, but there were at least tens of thousands of knots as far as the eye could see. Every knot was composed of the sourcebox's killing intent, and it was thousands of times more complicated than lockbreaking. It would be very difficult for anyone who was not an origin array celestial master to set up this array. Lu Ying did not spend too much time studying it. After entering the sourcebox array, he arrived at the new city. The new city was silent, and when he looked down from above, he saw that the ground was dark red. Lu Ying frowned. With this sourcebox array, not only would Zhou Tang and the others be unable to leave, but the Corpse Kings would also be unable to leave. This meant that any battle would be a battle to the death. If he did not kill all of the Corpse Kings, then they would not be able to leave. Even the Eternal Race's demi-ancestor powerhouses would not be able to leave. The battlefield here was crueler than any that Lu Ying had ever seen before. And the result of this cruel slaughter was death. How many people were left in the new city? Lu Ying had the caged WYRM retract its aura, and he slowly descended to the ground. He had returned to this place. Lu Ying immediately released his domain, and he immediately sensed the auras of 2 half-ancestors. One was on the mountain, while the other was underground. The stronger a person was, the better they could stay at the top. Since it was dangerous down there, the half-ancestors naturally lived at the top. When Lu Yin's domain swept across the entire new city, which was the folded mountain range, his expression turned ugly. The number of people here had decreased by nearly half. He saw Zhou Tang, Guahai, Tu Qiming, and Big Sis Rakshasa, but he did not see Hongo, Old Mother East Mountain, or one Senator. Lu Ying saw everyone in the new city, and the half-ancestor at the very top naturally sensed Lu Yin's arrival. Shock flashed through his eyes, and he walked up to Lu Ying. You've been punished as well? You've gone through 3 origin tribulations, so your domain should be at the Void God realm. Senior, you are? Lu Ying was puzzled. This half-ancestor was an old man who was nearly 5 meters tall. He had a gloomy expression, and his hair was combed into braids. Each braid had a small skull tied to it, and there were dozens of them. The old man sized up Lu Ying and even circled around him as he sighed in admiration. What tender flesh! You have such a cultivation at such a young age, which is enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the direct descendants of those behemoths. What's your name? How did you get punished? Who did you offend? Lu Ying frowned, as this person's approach made him smell the stench of blood. There was also a nauseating smell that was familiar. I offended Bai Qi. Bai Qi? Commander Ji of the 4th Formation? Consider yourself unlucky. She's the daughter of Ancestor Bai from the Frigid Immortal sect. You should be considered lucky that she didn't kill you. No, punishing you here is even more painful. The old man laughed strangely, and his smile was terrifying. He sized up Lu Ying with a strange gaze. If I slowly torture you, do you think Bai Qi will see it? Will she be willing to let me go? Lu Ying did not answer, and he instead looked up and saw Tu Qiming sneakily staring at him. Lu Ying smiled at Tu Qiming, who gaped. It's you? With that, he looked at Lu Ying with a complicated expression. He seemed both excited and nervous, as he knew that Lu Ying was none other than Lu Shaoxian. Back then, Lu Yin had disguised himself as Long Seven and fallen into this place. He had gotten acquainted with Tu Qiming, and he had even beaten up Tu Qiming for some inexplicable reason. After that, someone had been punished to bring news that Long Seven was Lu Xiaoxian. When they had heard this news, Tu Qiming and the others had not believed it at first, and they had thought that it was a scheme by the four-way scales. However, more and more people had been punished to come here, and Mu Shang had even set up a sourcebox array. Tu Qiming laughed for an entire day. Even though he was suffering from mental torture, he was still laughing. He was not the only one. Uncle He and the others were laughing as well. Laughter also came from underground. At that moment, the skies of the new world had cleared up for them. No matter what kind of torture they suffered here, they saw hope. Tu Qiming had always wondered when he would be able to see Lu Yin again, but this day had come so suddenly. Do you still want to be beaten up? Lu Yin smiled happily at Tu Qiming. Tu Qiming swallowed his saliva, and his gaze went from perplexed to excited before finally turning vicious. I'll be the one to beat you up. He then charged at Lu Yin. Lu Yin pursed his lips and dodged, causing Tu Qiming to crash into the ground, his mouth filled with dirt. More and more people walked out, and when they saw Lu Yin, some were excited, some were confused, some were curious, and some were excited. Lu Yin's arrival had changed the entire city. The half-ancestor was puzzled. Tu Qiming, do you know this person? None of your business. Tu Qiming was not polite. The half-ancestor was stunned. You'd better watch your words. If it wasn't for the myriad Dao ancestor, I would have thrown you out to feed the corpse king. Tu Qiming sneered. If it wasn't for the ancestor, you would have been fed to the corpse king. The half-ancestor's face darkened. Tu Qiming retorted and then stared at Lu Yin. Don't run. Let me punch you. Why should I? You beat me up before. That's because you were asking for it. You're the one asking for it. If I knew it was you, I would have peed all over your face. The more you talk, the more you're asking for it. Tu Qiming yelled and charged at Lu Yin, but Lu Yin rolled his eyes and casually tossed him aside. Uncle He's heart ached as he watched from above, but he did not stop Tu Qiming. What a nostalgic scene. Back then, the young master had been beaten up by the 7 heroes just like this. It had been a long time since then, but it felt like it had just happened. At that moment, a figure rushed down and grabbed Tu Qiming. He stared at Lu Yin and asked in a low voice, "Why are you here?" This person was Zhou Tang. His expression was extremely ugly. This is a danger zone. Were you captured by the four-way scales? Tu Qiming panted heavily as he stared at Lu Yin. In the distance, those who recognized Lu Yin and knew his identity all looked at him with ugly expressions. Everyone was waiting for Lu Yin to speak. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the crowd, and just as he was about to speak, the half-ancestor elder spoke up first. It looks like you've been here before. These people all recognize you, so you should be a remnant of the Lu family. Tu Qiming stared coldly at the elder. Scram. You have no right to speak here. The half-ancestor was furious. Tu Qiming, do you really think that I won't dare to touch you? Try moving, Lu Yin said as he looked at the half-martial ancestor. Tu Qiming was shocked, and so were Zhou Tang and the rest. They could hear the confidence and tyranny in Lu Yin's voice. He was clearly only at the 3rd origin tribulation, so where did his confidence come from? The half-ancestor elder had not expected Lu Yin to suddenly rebuke him, and a thick killing intent appeared in his eyes. He sneered, very well. After not coming out for so many years, has the outside world already forgotten my reputation as a cave ancestor? Even a random junior dares to speak such arrogant words. Do you really think that Wanzi can protect you? He's been imprisoned underground for a long time, so I'll kill all of you today. Let's see what Wanzi can do. He then grabbed at Lu Yin. From what he knew, a 3rd tribulation cultivator like Lu Yin should be able to easily capture him. Tu Qiming was shocked. Grandpa Ji. The half-ancestor was on guard, and his attacks suddenly slowed down. He was wary of Wanzi underground. Even though he was sure that Wanzi was at the end of his rope, he was still Wanzi. He had not even been willing to kill the 4 cardinal scales and had been forced to imprison an expert who was infinitely close to the progenitor realm. However, before Wan Zi could do anything, the half-ancestor elder's hand was already inches away from Luyin. Tu Qiming roared, "He's Lu Xiaoxian." Zhou Tang and the rest were not surprised, and they all watched silently. However, the half-ancestor elder suddenly stopped and looked at Tu Qiming in disbelief. He then looked at Luyin. Lu Xiaoxian? Tu Qiming relaxed when he saw the half-ancestor stop and looked underground. Grandpa Ji, you know that he's Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Xiaoxian. However, there was no response from underground. Uncle He and the rest were puzzled. How could Wan Zi not react to Lu Xiaoxian's arrival? Should he respond? That's not right. The half-ancestor was bewildered, and he no longer dared to attack. Although Lu Xiaoxian was also a junior, he was not someone that the half-ancestor could deal with. Even if Lu Xiaoxian was the 4 cardinal scales target, the half-ancestor did not dare to casually attack. Lu Xiaoxian's name represented an identity, a will, and an unparalleled hegemony. Luyin looked underground, as it seemed that the half-ancestor had sensed Wan Zi's arrival. This half-ancestor was infinitely close to the progenitor realm, and even progenitors treated him with respect. He was at least comparable to the leaders of the 12 Elysium Gates, or even stronger. Grandpa Ji, why aren't you saying anything? Tu Qiming did not understand, as Wan Zi should have reacted to Lu Xiaoxian's arrival. The half-ancestor's face darkened. Are you sure that he's Lu Xiaoxian? And not an imposter? Tu Qiming was stunned, and he subconsciously stared at Luyin. An imposter? They had been abandoned here for so many years, and the 4 cardinal scales had long since forgotten about them. What awaited them was death. Were they of any value to the 4 cardinal scales? The 4 cardinal scales had never sent anyone to obtain anything from them, and they had never sent anyone to impersonate anyone. This was why they had never considered such a possibility. When news had first spread that Long Qi was Lu Xiaoxian, they had indeed thought that he was an imposter. However, that possibility had been denied, as Long Qi was indeed Lu Xiaoxian. At that time, Long Qi had been Lu Xiaoxian, but that did not mean that this person was the same Long Qi. Right, perhaps Grandpa Ji had sensed something, which was why he had not appeared. Tu Qiming and the rest stared at Luyin. You're an imposter? Zhou Tang's gaze turned cold. If this person was truly an imposter, then even if he was a direct descendant of the 4 cardinal scales, he would still die. Luyin faced everyone's gazes and slowly said, there are 2 possibilities why Senior Wan did not act. First, I'm an imposter. He paused for a moment before continuing. Second, he looked at the half-ancestor. A piece of trash like you is no threat to me. The half-ancestor's eyes went wide. What did you say? Luyin frowned. You're called the cave ancestor? Are you even worthy of that? Behind him, the hellworm soared into the sky. Its body had recovered, and it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its progenitor power swept across the folded mountain range. In that instant, everyone was shocked, as they were all intimidated by the hellworm's terrifying aura. The half-ancestor was targeted by the hellworm, and it only took an instant for him to collapse to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood that splattered all over his face, making him look rather miserable. His mind crumbled, as he had suddenly been intimidated by a progenitor at such a close distance. Anyone would have been frightened to death, and even a half-ancestor was no exception. Tu Qiming and the rest were stunned as well. Fortunately, the hellworm had not targeted them, and they had only felt its supreme strength. The hellworm streaked across the sky, and the folded mountain range darkened. Zhou Tang and the rest gaped as they stared blankly. When had they ever been so close to a progenitor? Was this the strength of a progenitor? They had never encountered one before, but they could instantly guess that only a progenitor's strength could cause them to feel such despair. Luyin looked down at the half-ancestor from above and kicked out, sending the half-ancestor flying. From today onwards, you're not allowed to call yourself cave ancestor. You don't deserve that pronunciation. Everyone stared blankly at Lu Yin's domineering display, forgetting everything else. Their minds went blank, and they felt like they were in a dream. Luyin pressed down with his hand, and the hellworm retracted and shrank once again. It took a while for everyone to regain their senses. Tu Qiming gulped. You. Luyin smiled. I'm here to fulfill my promise and bring you all back. Tu Qiming's eyes turned red. It was not fake, not even the 4 cardinal scales could make a progenitor cooperate with a fake. What were they planning? But that was a hellworm, something from the Shenwu Plain. Luyin looked at Zhou Tang, Chezhan, Hongga, where's Old Mother East Mountain? I told you that I'd be back and asked you to wait for me. Zhou Tang also reacted and had a complicated expression, she's dead. Lu Yin's heart sank, as he had expected this result, but he had still hoped to hear a different answer. Just a few days ago, Zhou Tang said. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he clenched his fists. What did you say? Zhou Tang said in a low voice, 2 days ago, there was a battle to the death here. Chezhan died at that time. Brother Hong died not long after you left, and old mother Dongshan died about 10 years ago. Lu Yin's eyes changed. Just 2 days ago, he had been waiting at the 4th base. If he had arrived earlier, Chezhan would not have died. Those people had fallen into the new world with him and fought against the everlasting tribe there. They had lived and died together, and their smiling faces still appeared in his mind. It was clearly a danger zone, but he remembered their smiles. The promises they had made. And the dreams they had hoped for echoed in his ears. He looked up at the 1st base with an indescribable killing intent in the depths of his eyes. Not long after, Lu Yin entered the ground and saw Wan Zi tied up in chains like a mummy. Wan Zi looked up and stared at Lu Yin, his gaze lingering on Lu Yin's face. His face was haggard and his eye sockets were deeply sunken, so Lu Yin could not see his expression. However, he could feel the old man's agitation because the chains were trembling. I'm back, Wan Zi said hoarsely. When Marquis Qingzhu had attacked the new city, he had said that Wan Zi was high-spirited, but this old man could not be linked to that. Lu Yin walked towards Wan Zi and bowed deeply, Grandpa Zi. Wan Zi smiled, but his voice was hoarse. Do you still remember me? Lu Yin shook his head, no. Wan Zi sighed, you must be tired. Lu Yin straightened up, no. I can't break through to Ancestor Realm, so I can't help you, Wan Zi said calmly, as if breaking through to Ancestor Realm wasn't important to him. However, everyone knew that Wan Zi, who was confirmed to have a 99% chance of becoming an ancestor, was unable to do so. This was a huge blow to him, but he had seen through it after so many years. It's not that there's no hope. Everyone has a chance, Lu Yin said. He then looked at the chains and summoned the hellworm, which tore them apart. The chains were strong enough to imprison Wan Zi, but under the claws of the prison flood dragon, they were no different from thin paper. Wan Zi rubbed his arms. Is this Xingwu Heaven's prison dragon? It seems that you've grown a lot since the beginning. Different experiences, the same results. But no matter what you do, I won't be surprised, because your surname is Lu. You are the ruler of this part of the universe. Grandpa Ji, let's go back, Lu Yin said as he helped Wan Zi up. Only after coming into contact with Wan Zi's body did he realize how broken his body was. He was like an old man with 1 foot in the grave, not a half-martial ancestor. Lu Yin clearly remembered that Wan Zi had crushed Marquis Qingzhu's bamboo, but he hadn't expected that Wan Zi had relied on this body. When Lu Yin helped Wan Zi out of the ground, Tu Qiming and the rest finally saw him for the first time. Count. It had been 10 years since Marquis Qingzhu had exposed Wan Zi's existence, and they had tried their best to meet him, but they had never been able to. Fortunately, they were able to converse occasionally, and the cave ancestor had not attacked Tu Qiming and the rest because he was afraid of Wan Zi. Otherwise, with Tu Qiming's attitude, he would have been killed long ago. Wan Zi's body was like a dried corpse. Tu Qiming hurriedly went forward to support him. At first, there had been thousands of Lu family members in the Folded Mountains, but now, there were less than 100. Lu Yin remembered this blood dead in his heart, and he would get his revenge one day. Tu Qiming and the rest picked out the people they needed to take away and climbed onto the hellworm's back. Only a portion of them were Lu Yin's family members, while the rest were those they needed to save. As for the rest, Lu Yin would not take them away, as most of them had committed heinous crimes. Plus, this was the only human city in the New World, and they would not give up on it. The cave ancestor naturally had to stay here as well. As the hellworm soared into the sky, Tu Qiming and the rest looked down with a complicated expression. They had finally left, and they were about to bid farewell to a life worse than death. With the hellworm's strength, it could easily tear apart the sourcebox array, but Luin did not allow it to do so. Instead, he followed the lock-breaking route and spent half a day before leaving, as he did not want to destroy the sourcebox array. After passing through the sourcebox array, the hellworm instantly reached the first array base, where Bai Qi had been waiting. After the hellworm appeared, she saw a group of Lu family members, as well as Wan Ziyi. Although she looked young, she was Bai Wang Yuan's daughter, so how could she be young? Her true age could be traced back to the era of the Daosource sect, and she was older than Xia Ziheng and the other half-ancestors. She was almost the same generation as Wan Ziyi. Bai Qi did not recognize the current Wan Ziyi at all. "You haven't changed, Bai Qi," Wan Ziyi said when he saw her. Bai Qi looked at Wan Ziyi with a complicated expression. "You've changed a lot." Wan Ziyi laughed. "You didn't expect me to still be alive, did you?" Bai Qi had indeed not expected this, as none of them had expected that the Lu family's remaining members would come out one day. The cosmic tree realm would no longer be peaceful. Why had her father come to such an agreement with Lu Xiaoxian? Aside from the few ancestors, no one else knew the reason, including Bai Qi. Luin had gone down again for the sourcebox array. Without the Lu family's remaining members, this sourcebox array had lost its meaning. Perhaps it would soon be dispelled by Mu Shang, and now was the time to comprehend it. Elsewhere, the lockbreaker that Bai Qi had summoned to answer Lu Yin's questions contacted Xiao and explained the situation to her. Xiao did not care at first, but Bai Qi immediately contacted her and reminded her to stay by Mu Shang's side for the time being and not to go anywhere. Mu Shang belonged to the Frigid Immortal sect, and Xiao was his disciple. She had met Bai Qi a few times and was very obedient. Bai Qi had a good impression of her and did not want anything to happen to her. Luin did not care about Mu Shang. Although Bai Qi did not understand Luin, she knew that this matter would not end so easily. Luin was someone who even the four-way scales patriarch addressed by name. Bai Qi wanted Xiao to follow Mu Shang so that even if Luin caused trouble for her, Mu Shang would be able to protect her. However, Bai Qi did not understand Xiao at all, or rather, she had been deceived by Xiao's obedient appearance. She thought that Xiao would do as she was told, but in reality, after following Mu Shang for so many years, Xiao had become arrogant. She was only obedient in front of certain groups of people and did not care about anyone else. Thus, even if Luin had come to an agreement with the four-way scales and the four-way scales allowed her to use the key to open the sourcebox array, she could ignore it. Mu Shang's status gave her too much of a guarantee. She could ignore most of the people in the cosmic tree realm. Bai Qi's warning did not frighten her. Instead, it angered her. She wanted to see what Lu Xiaoxian was capable of. She guessed that the four-way scales wanted to use Lu Xiaoxian to eliminate all the remaining members of the Lu family. Xiao was not the only one who thought of this, as many people in the cosmic tree realm shared the same thought. Otherwise, why would the four-way scales let Lu Xiaoxian go? This was a guess that some people in the four-way scales had spread to protect their reputation. "It's just bait," Xiao said disdainfully. Now that the birthday gifts were almost ready, it was time to take a look at the sourcebox array. Her mission was to look after the sourcebox array. As for the key, her lips curled up. Did it matter if she lost it or not? If she said that she had lost it, then she had lost it. Of course, she was not stupid. She had only gone after confirming that Bai Qi was there and that her master would be there soon. Otherwise, who knew if Lu Xiaoxian would go crazy? Her life was much more precious than Lu Xiaoxian's. Lu Xiaoxian was just a stray dog. 10 days later, Xiao returned to the first formation base and arrived at the edge. When Bai Qi saw Xiao arrive, she barked, "What are you doing here? Where's Mu Shang?" Xiao bowed respectfully with an obedient expression on her face. "Xiao accidentally lost the key, and I'm here to apologize. This is Xiao's negligence, and I'm sorry for causing trouble for the commander." Bai Qi frowned. "Go find Mu Shang. Leave immediately." Xiao blinked. "Master will be here soon." Bai Qi was displeased. "Leave before Mu Shang arrives." "Stay away." "Commander, that person down there should be Lu Xiaoxian, right? Is he trying to unlock the knot?" "How interesting. He'll be trapped to death." Xiao smiled as she looked down with a mocking gaze. Bai Qi looked down and saw that Lu Yin had long since entered the sourcebox array. He seemed to be trying to comprehend something, but she could not understand it. After all, she was not a lockbreaker. Do you know what he's doing? Bai Qi asked. Xiao replied respectfully, he's probably trying to learn Master's coiling array, but he's too arrogant. Master is an origin array. Heavenly Master, and the coiling array that she set up isn't something that he can comprehend. He's already trapped to death. Xiao pursed her lips. In this situation, he can't even retaliate. Anyone can kill him. Bai Qi raised an eyebrow. Anyone can kill him? This sentence made her feel tempted. She did not have any ill feelings towards Lu Yin, and she had not been aware of the banishment of the Lu family, nor had she participated in it. However, since the Lu family had been banished, they had become mortal enemies. It would be best if she could get rid of this enemy. Xiao glanced at Bai Qi and continued, many people say that Lu Xiaoxian is a redback. Commander, if he really is a redback, then he should be killed. Killing intent flashed through Bai Qi's eyes. According to the four-way scales propaganda, the Lu family was the greatest redback. It did not matter whether or not Lu Yin was a redback. The Lu family's people were draining the human race's internal strength, which meant that they should be killed. A realm origin array master has entered Master's sourcebox array and can't come out. He's as stupid as a pig. It would be great if those monsters attacked at this time. Xiao smiled. As she spoke, Lu Yin suddenly looked up from below and stared at Xiao with a cold gaze. Xiao was shocked. She had also been training at the back of the battlefield and had fought against corpse kings. She believed that she did not fear anyone else, but Lu Yin's gaze caused her to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if the sky had collapsed. She looked at Lu Yin in fear. Thank you. Impatience will lead to nothing. Caramel Roddy. Surrounding stars. Back in reincarnation. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Lu Yin stared coldly at Xiao as he slowly walked out of the sourcebox array and headed towards the first array base. Xiao was shocked. Impossible. How could he have walked out of Master's sourcebox array? Bai Qi saw Lu Yin's icy gaze, and she had a bad premonition. She shouted at Xiao, hurry up and leave. I'll stop him. Xiao bit her lips. Why did she have to leave? What could he do about a mere bait? Under Mu Shang's protection, she was treated as an honored guest no matter where she went. Even Bai Qi and the other half-step ancestors took good care of her, which made her forget herself. She had never thought about why Bai Qi had asked her to leave, as even a half-step ancestor had lost her composure. The only thought in her mind was that Lu Yin was the bait for the four-way scales, and she firmly believed that as Mu Shang's disciple, no one would dare to do anything to her. Bai Qi grabbed Xiao and was about to throw her out. Suddenly, Lu Yin appeared next to them and placed his hand on Xiao's shoulder. He looked past Xiao and looked at Bai Qi. You're a dignified half-ancestor. Are you planning to attack this junior? Bai Qi stared at Lu Yin. I just told her to go away. I have something I need her to do. Lu Yin smiled and looked at Xiao. Xiao looked back at him, and the two looked at each other again. I'm Lu Yin said with a gentle expression. Xiao was at a loss. That bone-chilling gaze just now was like an illusion. I heard that the key to the sourcebox array was lost? Lu Yin asked. Only then did Xiao react. She was secretly angry. What was she afraid of? The remnants of the Lu clan were nothing more than stray dogs. Yeah, sorry, I lost it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? To tell you the truth, I just went down and a few people have died in the past few days. If you had told me earlier, they wouldn't have had to die, Lu Yin said softly, but it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. Bai Qi's heart sank. She didn't know about this. Xiao casually replied, it's their honor to die on the battlefield. Many of those people from the remnant army deserve to die. It's fate. Lu Yin nodded. Right, did you really lose your key? Although Xiao was arrogant, she was not stupid. There were some things that needed to be done, but there was a need for sufficient reasons. She would not allow herself to be passive. Lost. Lu Yin sighed. That's troublesome. How are you going to save yourself without the key? Lu. Bai Qi was shocked. She had only managed to say one word when the miniature candle god appeared on Lu Yin's shoulder and attacked her with rune lines. Bai Qi was caught off guard and was forced back by half a set of rune lines. The candle god wasn't a half-martial ancestor, but after he cultivated himself into a candle, he possessed half-martial ancestor-level rune lines. Although he was a half-martial ancestor, it was impossible for him to fight against a half-martial ancestor like Bai Qi. However, this was rune lines and invisible power. Even Jui, the leader of one of the 12 heavenly gates, was caught off guard and forced to retreat, let alone Bai Qi. If the candle god was still alive, he would definitely not be Bai Qi's match in a one-on-one battle. However, his sudden attack was not something that they could defend against instantly. Bai Qi was pushed back. She didn't know what kind of power it was. Lu Ying grabbed Xiaoer and leaped down, heading straight for the sourcebox array. Xiaoer was terrified. Lu Xiaoxian, let go of me. What are you doing? Lu Ying replied, I'll help you comprehend the sourcebox array that your master left behind. Perhaps it'll help you reach the ranks of Origin Array Heavenly Masters earlier and surpass your master. He then led Xiaoer deeper into the sourcebox array. Bai Qi looked down from the first array base with an ugly expression on her face. It's over, Xiaoer is done for. How could she speak like that? Lu Xiaoxian, let's talk things over. Xiaoer will take responsibility for her mistakes. Bai Qi shouted. Lu Ying completely ignored her. After leading Xiaoer deeper into the sourcebox array, he placed her at a node. This node was the center of millions of knots, and it was also the most important step in unraveling the sourcebox array. It was also the key to opening the sourcebox array. Xiaoer blankly looked around her. From the outside, she could see that her master was an Origin Array Heavenly Master, and she marveled at his ingenuity and praised his shocking strength. Just as she had said, even a Realm Origin Array Heavenly Master would not be able to escape once they entered a sourcebox array. However, when she truly entered the sourcebox array, she saw the countless killing intent all around her overlapping and interlocking with each other. This was the first time that she had entered a sourcebox array that her master had set up, and she could not imagine how such a sourcebox array could be set up. The boundless killing intent followed a certain pattern and formed a specific pattern. Every strand of killing intent caused her scalp to go numb, and she felt as if she was standing at the edge of a cliff where she could die at any moment. She had experienced many battles on the backside of the battlefield, but she had always been prepared for each one. She knew that she would not truly die, as those cultivators, the array core, and the commander would not allow her to truly die. Otherwise, she would not be able to answer to Mu Shang. However, at this moment, she was truly facing death, and the feeling caused her to collapse. She wanted to scream out loud. Lu Ying was about a meter away from her, and he looked on with interest. This is the interior of your master's sourcebox array. He didn't show you around before, right? I'll help him teach his disciple. Take me out, take me out. I don't want to stay here. Xiaoer screamed with a pale face. Bai Qi and Xiada had arrived at the first array base, and they both looked down. Lu Xiaoxian, if you have anything to say, bring Xiaoer up first. Xiada did not speak, as Xiaoer was Mu Shang's disciple. The frigid immortal sect needed to answer to Mu Shang, but the Xia family did not. He even hoped that Lu Ying would fight Mu Shang. In terms of cultivation, Mu Shang was naturally not Lu Yin's match. No matter how he had done it, Lu Ying was still able to face off against a progenitor. However, Mu Shang was an Origin Array Heavenly Master, and the methods that an Origin Array Heavenly Master could use were incomprehensible. It was rumored that Progenitor Hui and the Fog Progenitor were not adept at fighting, but the unlimited power that he had created had protected humanity for so many years and even blocked the Eternals. This was an Origin Array Heavenly Master. Mu Shang was known as the youngest Origin Array Heavenly Master in history, and no one knew if he would be able to match Progenitor Hui's talent in sourcebox arrays in the future. Lu Ying smiled and looked at Xiaoer. You should be thanking me. I'm helping Mu Shang teach you, but I'm a strict person and have high standards for my disciples. The rest is up to you. If you don't understand this array, then you might die. Xiaoer looked at Lu Ying in fear. Let me out, and I'll apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Please let me out, I'm begging you. Lu Ying soared into the air and left the source box array to ascend to the first array base. Bai Qi walked in front of Lu Ying and stared at him. Lu Xiaoxian, bring Xiao up immediately. We will take responsibility for her mistakes. Lu Ying looked at Bai Qi and spoke to him for the first time. Scram. Bai Qi's gaze turned cold, and he subconsciously wanted to attack, but Bai Qi stopped him. Even if they could defeat Lu Ying, there was still caged WYRM at the fourth array base. If not for the fact that caged WYRM had gone to the fourth array base, Bai Qi would not have lost his composure no matter how furious he was. Lu Xiaoxian will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Anything can be discussed, but bring Xiao along first. Come, she's Mu Shang's disciple, and he's one of the four origin heavenly masters. He's a treasure of the human race, and if he's unhappy with us because of Xiao, it'll be a loss for the backline. Bai Qi lowered her voice, as she did not want Lu Ying to think that she was threatening him. Lu Ying looked at Bai Qi. If you lose one origin heavenly master, I'll take one. If you lose two, I'll take two. Bai Qi exchanged glances, as they could not refute his words. Xia sighed. There's more than one origin heavenly master in the fifth mainland. Lu Ying clasped his hands behind his back and looked down. Xiao was in pain and despair, and she did not dare to move at all. She was afraid of triggering the danger of the source box and dying. Master, where are you? Master. Bai Qi did not say anything else. Lu Ying did not care about him at all, and he was not even interested in talking to him, even if Bai Qi was a half-ancestor. Bai Qi's tone was gloomy. Can't you let her go this once? Lu Ying raised his head. She can come out if she has the key. Bai Qi frowned. If she doesn't have the key, then doesn't that mean that she lost it? She didn't do it on purpose, so she doesn't deserve to die. Lu Ying shook his head. If she had told me a few days earlier, then Che Zhan would not have died. Bai Qi did not know what to say. Some people's lives did not matter to others, but some were very important to others. They did not care about Xiao, but they did care about Mu Shang, and Xiao was still very important to Mu Shang. Che Zhan, on the other hand, was just a sinner that could be sacrificed at any time. However, to Lu Ying, Che Zhan was a comrade who had gone through life and death with him, and he had even promised to take him away. If Che Zhan had died because of this woman's so-called birthday gift, then even by Wang Yuan and the others would not be able to save Che Zhan, let alone Mu Shang. No one spoke again, and Xiao did not dare to move within the sourcebox array. Although she was in despair and fear, she knew that Mu Shang was about to arrive. As long as he was here, then she would be saved. An hour later, Mu Shang arrived and saw Lu Yin's group standing beside the first formation base. His gaze was fixed on Lu Ying, and there was a trace of surprise and shock in his eyes. There was also an indescribable feeling in them. When Bai Qi saw Mu Shang arrive, she immediately spoke up, Xiao is trapped in the formation. You should save her. Mu Shang was puzzled. How did she get trapped in there? Bai Qi glanced at Lu Ying. Lu Ying looked back at Mu Shang. Nice to meet you, Heavenly Master Mu. Mu Shang exchanged glances with Lu Ying and nodded. He then walked over to the first formation base and looked down, where he saw Xiao. Xiao had been waiting for Mu Shang for a long time, and she screamed at the top of her lungs, Master, save me. Master. Mu Shang frowned and looked at Lu Ying. You did this? Lu Ying smiled. I helped you teach your disciple and see if she can walk out on her own. You're trying to kill her. Mu Shang's gaze turned cold. Lu Ying did not mind. She has the key, so she can come out. Mu Shang stared at Lu Ying. You've changed. Lu Ying raised a brow. Another acquaintance? I'm sorry, but you only know the old me, not the current me. Mu Shang gave Lu Ying a deep look, and then he leapt down and entered the sourcebox array. Bai Qi did not understand. Mu Shang was the one who had set up the formation, and he could have unlocked it at the first formation base. It was as if he had the key, so why had he chosen to enter alone? Bai Qi thought of something and looked at Lu Ying. You changed the formation? Lu Ying praised, as expected of the origin array heavenly master. You were able to see the problem with a single glance. Xiada glanced at Luin, as this guy was still as ruthless as ever. If Mu Shang had not seen through Qiao Er's plan and had used the same old method to dispel the sourcebox array, then Qiao Er would have died without even leaving behind a corpse. Luin wanted Mu Shang to personally kill Qiao Er, which was too ruthless. Mu Shang arrived a few meters away from Qiao Er and frowned. He raised a hand and grabbed a strand of the sourcebox's murderous intent. It was as if he had pulled at the entire knot, causing it to change. Qiao Er's face was deathly pale. She did not understand why her master had pulled on the knot when he could have easily taken her away. Mu Shang could not possibly explain this to Qiao Er, as he was currently competing with Luin in the art of lockbreaking. Since Luin had changed the knots, Mu Shang had to change them back to their original state. As for Qiao Er, he could take her away whenever he wanted. In the first array, the humans were engaged in a bloody battle against the Eternals. At the edge of the array formation, the half-martial ancestors were watching the battle below. Even though they did not understand sourcebox arrays, they could tell that Mu Shang was very relaxed. Bai Qi sneered. A mere realm origin formation master dares to challenge an origin formation heavenly master? Ridiculous. The formation master of Ji Yuan he spoke of was naturally Luin. Xiada sighed. I've never seen a realm plane array master modify a sourcebox array created by an origin heavenly array master before. Bai Qi was also astonished, as this meant that Luin was very close to becoming an origin array heavenly master. Luin stared at Mu Shang, as every move that Mu Shang made gave Luin a different feeling. Mu Shang truly lived up to his reputation as an origin array celestial master. A sourcebox array was not something that an ordinary origin array master could set up, and even a Realm Yuan array master would find it difficult to do so. This was because it was too complicated. Mu Shang relied on his intuition to see the bigger picture, while Luin could make changes based on his experience. Luin had too much experience, and the experience he had gained from fusing with Celestial Master Qiling's body was unparalleled. Coupled with the various Realm Force Array Masters and Origin Array Masters, as well as the lockbreaking methods from the Daosor sect, it was as if Lu Yin's heart was filled with power. In terms of lockbreaking, Lu Yin had also fused the experiences of many other lockbreakers. Lu Yin's changes were not too difficult for Mu Shang. After all, there was a gap between him and the Origin Heavenly Master. Not long after, Mu Shang recovered and came to Qiao Er's side. Qiao Er's eyes were red. Master, Qiao Er thought she would never see you again. Mu Shang frowned. Why did you lose the key? Qiao Er felt unnatural. Just as Qiao Er had said, they did not care about the life and death of the people in the new city. Master, that Lu Xiaoxian wants to kill me. Qiao Er raised her head and glared at Lu Yin, her eyes filled with venom. Even though it hadn't been long, the experience from before was unforgettable. It had even left a shadow in her heart, and she had to take revenge. However, when she looked up and saw Lu Yin, she happened to see him take out a source box and slowly place it down. Qiao Er's pupils shrank as she screamed, Master. Mu Shang looked up and saw the source box fall. He was shocked. Lu Xiaoxian, how dare you? He grabbed Qiao Er and tried to flee. The principle behind a sourcebox array was that the killing intent of a sourcebox interacted with each other, forming a path that only the master of the array could control. It was a miraculous form. If a sourcebox was suddenly placed within a sourcebox array, it would be like a mountain crashing into a calm lake. Forget about the lake, even the entire lake would collapse. Once the sourcebox fell, the sourcebox array would undergo a massive change, and it would undergo an irreversible change. No one could predict what would happen next. Not even Mu Shang, the heavenly master of formations. He dared to take the risk. Throughout history, there had been many instances where heavenly masters had died within sourcebox arrays. In other words, dying within a sourcebox array was the fate of all heavenly masters. When he saw the sourcebox fall, Mu Shang grabbed Qiao Er and tried to flee. However, Bai Qi and Bai Qi both moved to stop them, as they had not expected Lu Yin to be so ruthless. If this sourcebox fell, even Mu Shang might die, let alone Qiao Er. Unfortunately, their attempts to stop Lu Yin were futile. Lu Yin borrowed the rune lines from the general appointment platform to suppress Bai Qi and Bai Qi with the might of his progenitor rune lines. They allowed their source boxes to fall to the ground, and the danger from the source boxes grew closer and closer to the array. Mu Shang could take Xiaoer and escape from the source box array, but how could Lu Yin let them? Another wave of rune lines descended, and at the same time, progenitor power descended from the sovereign realm to protect Mu Shang. Bai Wang Yuan had taken action. He did not care about Xiaoer's life or death, but he could not allow anything to happen to Mu Shang. After all, he was the heavenly master of formations from the frigid immortal sect. Progenitor power revolved around Mu Shang's body, and the rune lines descended without any killing intent. Lu Yin did not want to kill Mu Shang, he only wanted to push him down and see how the youngest heavenly master of formations in history would react to the sudden change in the sourcebox array. The rune lines slammed into Mu Shang's head, and because of his progenitor power, Mu Shang was able to withstand the attack. However, he could no longer hold Xiaoer back, and his hand unconsciously loosened as she fell into the array. Xiaoer stared blankly at Mu Shang as he rose into the air, and she could see Lu Yin's icy gaze. She regretted what she had done, as she should not have provoked this person. She should not have said those words, and she should not have come here. Why had things turned out this way? No one could answer Xiaoer's question, as her body was submerged within the sourcebox array. Coincidentally, the sourcebox had fallen, and the array suddenly changed. It was as if the killing intent had formed a monster that swept out in all directions and tore through the void. This was no longer a sourcebox array, but rather an amalgamation of countless killing intent. As for Xiaoer, she had completely vanished, and it was impossible for her to appear again. Mu Shang lowered his head and watched Xiaoer disappear, and his face was extremely gloomy. As Mu Shang fell into the first array base, the progenitor power also disappeared. Bai Wang Yuan's voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears. Lu Xiaoxian, don't go too far. Lu Yin smiled, and he no longer relied on the rune lines from the general appointment platform. Instead, he looked down at the changing sourcebox's killing intent. At this moment, even an heavenly master of formations would find it difficult to dispel the sourcebox's killing intent. This was the charm of sourceboxes, as only lockbreakers could see through them and see the other side of the universe. They were people who could uncover secrets. Mu Shang stood up and glared at Lu Yin with an icy gaze. She doesn't deserve to die. Lu Yin continued to look down with his back facing Mu Shang. What you say doesn't count. Lu Xiaoxian, you're too ruthless, Mu Shang said slowly. Bai Qi walked over and whispered a few words to Mu Shang. Bai Qi looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Was he not going to show any mercy to his enemies? Xiada laughed. What was Xiaoer to him? He had killed Wang Xi in front of everyone, and she was a half-ancestor, and a rather important one at that. Killing Wang Xi was equivalent to becoming a mortal enemy of the Wang family, but did Lu Yin care? He didn't care at all, as he was already a mortal enemy of the four cardinal scales. Now, the only thing that he cared about was the progenitor realm. Bai Qi said something, and Mu Shang took a deep breath. His expression was resolute as he stared at Lu Yin's back. Back then, Yu Hao and I had an agreement that the moment we met would be the moment he challenged me. Was that Yu Hao or someone else? Lu Yin was puzzled. Was there such a thing? Right, Lu Yin recalled that when the students of the academy had been on their way to Shenwu Plain to train, he had asked Lu Xiaoge to disguise himself as Yu Hao. Lu Xiaoge had only said that in order to not expose himself. Now that we've met for the first time, do you dare to challenge me, Lu Xiaoxian? Mu Shang asked coldly. Lu Yin turned around and met Mu Shang's gaze. After a moment, he replied, sure. Mu Shang was terrifyingly calm. Time and place. You choose. Lu Yin asked, when is your birthday? Mu Shang's eyes narrowed. It's an auspicious day. My birthday is 48 days from now, and many senior lockbreakers will be present. I'll let them witness and see if you, Lu Xiaoxian, have the potential to replace me and become the youngest origin array master in history. I'm looking forward to it, Lu Yin replied. Mu Shang took a deep breath and then turned to leave. He needed to make his preparations. His sourcebox array had been modified, and he could not determine Lu Yin's strength. Logically speaking, it was already inconceivable for someone to become a Realm Yuan array master at such a young age, but Lu Yin still had the ability to modify Mu Shang's sourcebox array. Even an experienced realm yuan array master like Grandmaster Deng Guo might not be able to do so. Furthermore, Lu Ying was confident that he could challenge Mu Shang, which meant that he was not blindly confident. This person needed to be taken seriously. After Mu Shang left, Lu Ying left the first base as well. His duel with Mu Shang had been unexpected, but he had no choice but to accept it. Even if Lu Xiaoge had said so, he had used his identity. With his current lock-breaking ability, he was definitely not Mu Shang's match. Fortunately, he still had 40 days. After returning to the fourth base, the first person he contacted was Xiaoling. The only way he had a chance of beating Mu Shang was to enter her body again and gain all of her lock-breaking experience. Although Mu Shang was the youngest origin array master in history, he was still young and might not necessarily be Xiaoling's match. Even if he was not, she would not be any weaker than Mu Shang. It was not difficult to find her contact information, and with Lu Yin's identity, it was easy to find. "You're Lu Xiaoxian?" Xiaoling had not expected him to contact her. In other people's minds, Celestial Master Xiaoling was an origin array heavenly master who leaned towards Shenwu Plain. Given Lu Yin's relationship with Shenwu Plain, he shouldn't have had any contact with her. However, Lu Ying knew that Celestial Master Xiaoling was Redback. "Long time no see, Celestial Master Xiaoling. I still haven't thanked you for what you did back then," Lu Ying smiled. Xiaoling was confused. "What? Are you talking about the Dragon Mountain Go? Then there's no need to thank me. The White Dragon clan paid a price for me to guide Long Qi, but I never thought that Long Qi would be you, Lu Xiaoxian." Lu Ying replied, "Of course, I'm not referring to that. If it weren't for the sage, I would not have been able to escape from the top realm. With the sage's abilities, it would have been easy for you to capture me back then. I will remember this favor." Xiaoling solemnly replied, "Don't spout nonsense, Lu Xiaoxian. I didn't help you with anything." Lu Ying solemnly replied, "No matter what you say, I will definitely repay this favor." Xiaoling shook her head, "There's no need for that. You shouldn't have contacted me anyway. That's all." She then wanted to end the call. Lu Ying hurriedly said, "Senior, you must be a descendant of the Lu family." Celestial Master Xiaoling jumped at those words. "What are you talking about? How could I be a descendant of the Lu family? Why would you help me if you weren't a vassal of the Lu family? You helped me just like the Adventurer King." The Adventurer King was targeted by the 4 cardinal scales and almost died. "I'm worried about your safety, but with my current strength, I can protect all of the Lu family's vassals. I've even reached an agreement with the 4 cardinal scales. As long as you admit that you're a vassal of the Lu family, no one will attack you, including Shenwu Plain. I'll tell them everything." Xiaoling grew anxious. "Don't do anything rash, Lu Xiaoxian. I'm not a vassal of the Lu family. But you've helped me before." "I'm not an ungrateful person," Lu Ying said loudly. Xiaoling was speechless. She wanted to say that she hadn't helped him of her own volition, but that the Eternals had ordered her to do so. However, she didn't dare to say that. If Lu Ying told Shenwu Plain that he had helped her in the past, then things would get troublesome. Not only would this ruin the Eternals' plans, but the 4 cardinal scales might even find out that she was a Redback. No one would investigate her if she was on the same side as the 4 cardinal scales, but if she was on the opposite side, who knew what would be discovered? "You've misunderstood, Lu Xiaoxian. I'm really not a vassal of the Lu family." Xiaoling didn't know how to explain herself. Lu Ying snickered inwardly, but he maintained a solemn expression. "I don't believe you." "How can I make you believe me?" Xiaoling rebuked. Lu Ying thought about it. "Let's meet. Things like this can only be explained in person." "No, what if someone finds out and tells Shenwu Plain?" Xiaoling refused immediately. Lu Ying said, "I know that you're a vassal of the Lu family and don't want to cut ties. Don't worry, I'll tell Shenwu Plain about this and ensure your safety." He then ended the call. This time, Xiaoling was truly anxious. "Wait. Fine, let's meet. Where do you want to meet?" "Where are you?" Lu Ying replied, "I'm at the 4th Foundation. If you don't want to be discovered, we can choose a secret location." Xiaoling felt helpless. How could there be such a person? She had helped him in the past, but now, he had dragged her down with him decades later. She had to explain herself, or Shenwu Plain would find out that she had helped him in the past. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated Celestial Master Chilling felt. She hadn't been this upset in years. In the end, the two of them chose a secluded place. It was on the back of the battlefield, at the intersection of the third and second base, located on the mother tree. He was no stranger to that location, it was where he had merged with Celestial Master Chilling's body. After ascertaining the location, he hurried over. He couldn't wait to enter Celestial Master Chilling's body and gain all of her lockbreaking experience. Celestial Master Chilling, on the other hand, was thinking about how to solve the problem. She couldn't silence them. How could he explain it clearly? With this thought in mind, the two of them headed in that direction. On the other side, a group of people had gathered in the valley below the Wang family's continent. They were all the elite cultivators of the four-way balance. Among them were Long Tian, Wang Su, Wang Yi, Xianxia, and the others. They had been summoned to the fifth continent to receive the inheritance of the fifth pagoda. The one leading the group was Bai Qi. At this moment, everyone was waiting for Bai Qi. Bai Qi had just left the battlefield at the back and was rushing over. Wang Su, among us, only you guys have been to the abandoned land. Are there really so many inheritances in the fifth pagoda? Long Tian asked. The others looked at Wang Su, Wang Yi, and the others. Wang Su's expression was cold. Because he cultivated a supreme secret technique, he had a unique temperament. Some of them are, but some of them aren't. What do you mean? Xianxia asked as he took a sip of wine. Wang Su wasn't interested in answering. Wang Yi explained the abandoned land was attacked by the Eternals, and Lu Yin disappeared for 20 years. During that time, some half-progenitors investigated the fifth pagoda, and they found most of the inheritances there. However, they didn't find anything similar to Ancestor Ku's inheritance. It's just a qualification. Furthermore, once you obtain the fifth pagoda's inheritance, you'll have to accept Lu Yin as half a teacher. Everyone knew that Lu Yin was only half a teacher. By Wang Yuan's meaning was that he didn't want the ordinary inheritances. This group's only goal in going to the fifth pagoda was to obtain the 13 swords. As long as they could obtain the 13 swords, what did it matter if Lu Yin was half a teacher? The other inheritances were meaningless, and they weren't worth half a teacher's favor. He wanted Lu Yin to cancel this half a teacher's favor, but Lu Yin would definitely not agree. Otherwise, how would he explain himself to the fifth and sixth mainlands? So Bai Wang Yuan could only make such a decision. He didn't even mention it to Lu Yin. The group discussed amongst themselves as they waited for Bai Qi's arrival. Bai Qi was already on her way here, and she reported everything that had happened at the first array base to Bai Wang Yuan. Bai Wang Yuan had only acted because he had sensed the power of the progenitor's rune lines. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep an eye on Lu Yin. It was also because of Bai Qi's report that they understood what had happened. They didn't care about Xiaoer since she was just an ant. They were more concerned about Lu Yin's challenge to Mu Shang, as he wanted to snatch the title of the youngest Origin Heavenly Master in history. It was only now that they remembered that Lu Yin was also an Array Master of Realm Planes, and he even had the confidence to challenge an Origin Heavenly Master. This fact caused their killing intent to rise once again. The combination of an Origin Heavenly Master and a progenitor was terrifying, just like Huiwen. Once Huiwen had some achievements in lockbreaking, his future would be unimaginable. During the Daosor Sex era, they would never have dreamed that the humans would have to rely on Huiwen's strength to protect themselves. Even Lu Tianyi hadn't expected this. Could Lu Xiaoxian be the next Huiwen? It was not impossible. Bai Wang Yuan looked at the battlefield behind him. It would be great if Lu Xiaoxian died in this challenge. He had brought this upon himself, and it had nothing to do with the four scales. On the battlefield behind him, Lu Yin had already arrived at the meeting place with Heavenly Master Chilling. He looked up and saw that it was exactly the same place where he had fused with Heavenly Master Chilling. The general appointment platform floated behind him, and he glanced behind to use the platform's rune lines to cover his surroundings. He wanted to make sure that Bai Wang Yuan and the others weren't watching him. Although he couldn't defeat those people, he could still use the progenitor rune lines to confirm that no one was watching him. Fortunately, no one was watching him, and Bai Wangyuan and the others knew that they couldn't monitor him. Besides, the ruler realm was also a battlefield for progenitors, so it wouldn't be easy for them to monitor him. Hold on, Luyin suddenly realized that this might have been Heavenly Master Qiling's doing. She definitely didn't want the four scales to know that they were meeting, so she had thought of a way to have the Eternals delay Bai Wangyuan and the others in the ruler realm. If that was really the case, then Luyin was amused. The Eternals had helped him a lot, but the consequences were that the fourth formation base might have changed. Qiling definitely didn't want to spend too much time with him, so she would definitely think of a way to lure him away. Come out, senior. Luyin looked in a certain direction and smiled. Qiling walked out and looked at Luyin with a judgmental and helpless gaze. You're very fast. The speed of a half-progenitor, but I can use other methods to reach the speed of a progenitor. Not too long ago, I fought against the eternal 7 sky gods, and that was the true 7 sky gods. On the 5th mainland, even Xiaoxinji and Bai Xing were forced to retreat by me. That was why the 4 cardinal scales came to an agreement with me. Senior, you don't have to worry about anything. I'll definitely protect you. Celestial Master Qiling was speechless. Although she was prone to jealousy, it was only because of her dark nature. Ever since she became an Origin Formation Celestial Master, her personality had changed a little. She had become more approachable and gentle, which made it easier for her to get closer to people. Over time, she had become different from her younger self. She even wondered if she would still want to surpass that person and join the Eternals if she could live again. Even so, Luyin had infuriated her. Why couldn't he understand human language? I told you, I'm really not a remnant of the Lu family, Qiling repeated. Luyin looked around vigilantly. Is someone watching us? Senior, don't worry. Even if Bai Wangyuan and those old fogies are watching, you can still boldly say it. Nothing will happen. I understand that you've endured humiliation in the astral tree for so many years. I'm here to pick you up. Qiling clenched her fists subconsciously, but then she relaxed them. Alright, I admit that I helped you, but that was because I was once indebted to the Lu family. After that, I no longer owe the Lu family anything. I don't owe you anything, and you don't owe me anything. I'll say it again, I'm definitely not a remnant of the Lu family. Luyin grew agitated and took a step forward. I don't believe it. The Adventurer King hasn't come looking for me, and you won't admit it either. Did the 4 scales do something to you? Luyin suddenly said, was it a restriction? The 4 scales must have placed a restriction on you as well. Senior, don't worry, I can remove the restrictions on the 4 scales. I was the one who removed the restrictions in the alliance. Qiling was very wary of Luyin, but she didn't know why. It was just that when he approached her, she felt a chill that made her subconsciously want to distance herself from him. Luyin stopped in place and looked at her with a complicated expression. Senior, are you wary of me? Qiling took a deep breath. I told you, I'm not a remnant of the Lu family, and I don't want to have anything to do with you. Especially now that I belong to Shenwu Plain, I don't want Patriarch Shenji to be unhappy. Luyin looked at her bitterly and mocked himself, I see. Yes, you belong to Shenwu Plain now, so of course you don't want to have anything to do with a remnant of the Lu family. Qiling relaxed when Luyin didn't move forward. She looked at the 4th base, he should be here. Just as she thought this, a vast wave of progenitor power swept across the 5 bases. Luyin suddenly turned around. Not good, there's a progenitor enemy. He looked at Qiling again and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. He left in disappointment. A moment later, Ichi appeared and was summoned by Luyin to charge towards the 4th base. Qiling relaxed when she saw that Luyin had summoned a progenitor. It was finally over. She shouldn't have appeared to help him in the first place, but who would have thought that he would appear in this part of the universe so openly? It was unbelievable. She took a deep look in the direction of the 4th base and then turned to leave. Suddenly, her expression shook and her gaze became sluggish. Luyin walked out from the shadows behind her and merged into her body. Although Qiling was an Origin Heavenly Master, her cultivation was only at the peak of the envoys. She wasn't even a half-progenitor. Unless she had a falling out with Luyin and set up a sourcebox array to resist him, she wouldn't be able to avoid him at all. Furthermore, Lu Yin had ambushed her, so she didn't even have the chance to set up a sourcebox array. Lu Yin hadn't expected things to go so smoothly, and he had even planned on smacking her with his slipper. He had assumed that Qiuling had some sort of triggering sourcebox array, but she didn't. Lu Yin had successfully merged into her body, and as for the progenitors that had suddenly appeared, he would leave them to jailworm, and Ichi's appearance had helped him cover up his alibi. Otherwise, Qiuling's biggest mistake would have been losing the time when he had merged with her memories. Before coming here, Lu Yin had already considered how to disassociate himself from that blank time, and Qiuling had used the Eternals to lure him away. Without any delay, Lu Yin quickly searched through her memories regarding lockbreaking and began to merge them. He could quickly obtain a person's techniques through their memories, which was why Lu Yin was so confident in his gamble with Mushang. If he hadn't merged with Qiuling's body, he might not have agreed to this gamble. Ever since he had defeated Xianxia and the others on the Fifth Mainland, he had used the 3 astral palms to protect Xian Academy. He had always been successful in the astral tree domain, and this time would be no exception. As more and more memories flooded in, Lu Yin's lockbreaking experience increased rapidly. The progenitor that had attacked the 5 array bases wasn't one of the 7 sky gods, but rather a progenitor corpse king that had fallen from the autonomous realm. It seemed like someone had struck it down, and the battle in the ruler's realm had left by Wang Yuan and the others with no time to monitor Lu Yin. Everything seemed to make sense. The progenitor corpse king that had fallen was struck by Ichi's blade, and it crashed into the new continent. Lu Yin wanted to see a progenitor corpse king that wasn't one of the 7 sky gods, but unfortunately, he didn't get to see one. Ichi wasn't the only one to attack. Jailworm also bared his fangs and brandished his claws. In everyone's eyes, this was Lu Yin's doing, as only he could summon Ichi. An hour later, the progenitor corpse king disappeared. It had only appeared to lure Lu Yin away from Qiuling, not to actually fight. After the progenitor realm corpse king disappeared, Lu Yin returned to his body, recalled Ichi, and then left. The timing was just right, and Lu Yin even suspected that the progenitor realm corpse king was cooperating with him. Once he left, Qiuling's body shook and she regained consciousness. Her surroundings hadn't changed at all, but as an origin heavenly master, she could sense that something was missing. Very soon, her expression changed. The time was not right. She did not have an hour's worth of time. The reason why she noticed this was because she actually did not have any memories of the progenitor realm battle. The battle between the eternal progenitor realm corpse king and Ichi had been witnessed by the entire battlefield. She was also a peak emissary, so how could she not know? But she just didn't have any memories of it. That was strange. What's going on? Who's controlling me? This had happened before, and she suspected that it was the Eternals. This time, she was controlled after she contacted the Eternals. Could it really be the Eternals? She did not suspect Lu Yin, as Cage Wyrm and Ichi were fighting a progenitor realm corpse king. Lu Yin was also fighting a progenitor realm corpse king, so how could he possibly be distracted and attack her? Celestial Master Qiuling was even more certain that the Eternals were controlling her. Was it a warning? Or was he trying to use her for something? When she thought of this, she felt a chill run down her spine. She regretted what she had done and becoming a redback, but it had already happened. There was no room for regret. At this point, Lu Yin had already returned to the 4th base and was in seclusion. He wanted to digest Qiuling's memories and see if he could use his Dai's enhance to fuse with the other Origin Celestial Masters. This was the battlefield at the back, and the Origin Celestial Masters of the Astral Tree were all here. There was still more than a month until his match with Mushang, which was very close. On the other side, Bai Qi arrived at the valley and did not say much. She led a group of elite cultivators through the new void corridor and arrived at the 5th mainland. As soon as they arrived, they saw what had once been the Great Eastern Alliance's first allied army, a legion of miniature giants, and millions of astral beasts. These were the armies that would be rotating with the current 4th base. Even further away were the Sky Genesis Court's bewildering legion, a legion of gigantic mechanical giants, and so on. They were so densely packed that the cultivators of the astral tree jumped in fright, thinking that they were about to attack. Even Bai Qi was surprised. These armies were enough to support the defense of a base. How could the 5th mainland have so many cultivators? These armies were not weak, and there were quite a few envoys and half-ancestors among them. The half-ancestors outside the new void corridor were the medicine immortal and Zhang Lin. As the celestial sex law enforcers, they had been assigned to watch over the corridor. An important place like the new void corridor naturally required more than one half-ancestor to oversee it. With the technocracy's strength, it was enough to keep an eye on it. When Bai Qi appeared with Xianxia, Long Tian, and the others, the medicine immortal and Zhang Lin also appeared in front of them. Zhang Lin had a deep grudge against the four cardinal scales, so he was not suited to be here. However, he was very familiar with the astral tree, so he was most suited to be here. The commander of the fourth base, Bai Qi? Zhang Lin was shocked, but he quickly thought it through. The fifth mainland had taken over the defense of the fourth base, so Bai Qi naturally had some free time. She was also Bai Wang Yuan's daughter, so it made sense that she would be the first to come to the fifth mainland to receive the Mountain Sea inheritance. Bai Qi recognized Zhang Lin. I didn't expect you to be here as well. She then looked around and saw that the astral source universe had been devoured, and there was no more astral source or star energy. Zhang Lin hated the four cardinal scales, but he did not have any ill feelings towards Bai Qi. Although she was Bai Wang Yuan's daughter, she had always been in charge of the fourth base. She had also been like this when the Lu family was still around, so it had nothing to do with his hatred. It seems like the frigid immortal sect is indeed the most powerful sect in the astral tree. Bai Wang Yuan was the one who signed the agreement with the Tao child, so you were the first to receive the Mountain Sea inheritance. Zhang Lin's words caused Bai Qi's expression to change, as he was clearly trying to sow discord. The three families didn't have anyone suitable for the time being, and the agreement with Lu Xiaoxian was also a joint decision of the four families. Xianxia took a sip of wine. Joint decision? He did not know about the others, but he was sure that Patriarch Xinji would not agree. He actually wanted to know the reason, but unfortunately, his level was too low. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Xiaoxian already told you to open the Mountain Sea inheritance and the fifth tower, Bai Qi said to the medicine immortal as she glared coldly at Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin was a half-ancestor from the Star Alliance, and he had not been here for long. The other half-ancestor should be Lu Xiaoxuan's trusted aide. The medicine immortal nodded. The Tao child said that I'll give you the location, but it's up to you how to get there. He then tossed his gadget to Bai Qi and the others. There was a technological civilization in the astral tree, but it was trapped in a pond civilization. However, they had more or less come into contact with it, so they were able to pick it up quickly. After Bai Qi knew the location, she stared at the medicine immortal. I hope you guys don't break the agreement, or else our agreement with Lu Xiaoxian will be voided. Don't worry, the Tao child won't go back on his word like the four cardinal scales, Zhang Lin said indifferently. Although he did not hate Bai Qi, he had never been courteous to the four cardinal scales. Bai Qi did not argue with him, and she glanced behind her. Xianxia put away his wine gourd, and Long Tian stood up. The cultivators of the astral tree all looked in the direction of the outerverse and then rushed out. Their only mission was to obtain the top inheritances in the fifth pagoda. Xianxia, let's compete and see who can obtain those top inheritances first. Long Tian shouted. Xianxia wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth. Okay. In the distance, Bai Weiwei's expression was solemn as Xiaoxinguang approached. Most of the cultivators in the wasteland don't understand how precious those top inheritances are, but if they know our goal, they will definitely gang up on us. We should work together. Bai Weiwei was surprised. You're actually thinking of working together? That's rare. Xiaoxinguang frowned. Although I look down on the wasteland, there have been geniuses who have snuck in and snatched origin artifacts. It's not like there aren't any experts here. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp blade flashed past. They were shocked and hurriedly dodged. Who is it? In front of them, a figure walked out of the void and looked at them calmly. They were confused, but they were still quite vigilant. Who are you? Wei In. I'm here to greet you. The person blocking Xiaoxinguang's path was Wei In, an expert who had undergone 2 origin tribulations. He considered himself Lin Qing's disciple and was proficient in blade techniques. He had once fought for the position of above sky sex Dao disciple and was extremely strong. Bai Weiwei asked, did Lu Xiaoxian send you to stop us? Does he want to go against the agreement? Wei Yan's lips curled up. I'm very young. This sentence made Bai Weiwei and the others' expressions turn ugly. Bai Wangyuan and Lu Yin's agreement was that the older generation would not intercept them, but the fifth pagoda's inheritance was a competition. What was wrong with the younger generation competing? Wei Yan was about the same age as Long Tian and the others, so he could naturally take action. It would be considered an early start to the competition for the fifth pagoda. Wei Yan naturally did not appear alone. In the starry sky, youths walked out from all directions. As long as the age gap was not too large, Bai Wangyuan and the others could not say that Lu Yin had deliberately sent people to intercept them. The astral tree's cultivators were not all youths, there were also older experts. The fifth pagoda did not have an age limit. However, the ones who intercepted the astral tree's elites were all youths. Hen Mo, Lu Lai, Lu Jiao, and the other above sky sect youths walked out one by one. Following them were Wen Sansi, Ling Gong, Lu Tianmu, and the other former 10 arbiters. There was also the Tear Girl, Xu Jing, Yu Hua Mavis, and so on. The cultivators of the astral tree's cultivators all had solemn expressions. Long Tian pointed his white dragon spear at Lu Lai. You want to stop us? Let's see if you have the strength to do so. When Sansi and the others had not broken through to become emissaries, so they did not take them seriously. Their target was not Longtian's group, but Bai Weiwei's group. Only the above sky sex experts could deal with Longtian's group. Be careful, there's no astral source or star energy here, someone warned. Xiao Shenfei's expression turned grim. Without astral source or star energy, it would be difficult to fight. However, this was not the most difficult part. They had read the information on the fifth continent, and there was something even more difficult to deal with. Whatever came to mind. In the distance, Jialan, Heluo Mavis, and Chu Yuan walked out from 3 different directions. These 3 directions just so happened to block the path that they had to take to reach the human domain. The appearance of these 3 caused Long Tian and the others' expressions to change. These 3 were truly Tao children from the era of heavens above, and they were the top geniuses of their respective continents. On the other hand, Long Tian and the others were only direct descendants of the fifth mainland's Lu family. If they had been in the era of heavens above, they wouldn't have had the qualifications to compete with them. Xia Shenfei smiled. How interesting. Just nice, I want to see the difference between myself and a Tao child. He was the first to charge out. Long Tian also charged out. If they could defeat these Tao children, it would mean that they had the ability to fight against the Lu family's direct descendants. As for Lu Yin, they no longer considered him. Wang Su's expression turned serious. They had no chance. Their appearance meant that Lu Yin had no intention of letting them enter the fifth tower. No one in the same generation could pass through this line of defense. As for the older generation of the cosmic tree, they would naturally be stopped by the fifth mainland's experts. The fifth mainland had merged with the sixth mainland, the astral beast domain, the era of heavens above, the cosmic tree's star alliance, and the Lu family's remaining members. She was more clear-headed than Long Tian and the others because she had been here before and had fought in this region. Bai Qi's expression darkened as she looked at the medicine immortal. Beside her, Zhang Lin spoke up, it's a competition between peers, so it shouldn't be considered a violation of the agreement. Or does the 4 Libras not have the guts to compete with us? Bai Qi coldly replied, it's a competition between peers. Let them do whatever they want, but don't let me find out that you've interfered, or the 4 ancestors won't be polite. The agreement between the 4 Libras and Lu Xiaoxian is that we won't attack him. It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 half-ancestors die. She then vanished. Lu Yin could stop the cosmic tree's people from entering the 5th tower, but he couldn't stop Bai Qi from accepting the Mountain Sea inheritance. The agreement with the 5th tower was only an additional one, and they could do whatever they wanted. However, they couldn't make any mistakes with the Mountain Sea inheritance. If Bai Qi could really accept the inheritance, then that would be her fate. However, the possibility wasn't high. How many half-martial ancestors had received the inheritance of the mountains and seas in history? How many of them had actually succeeded? That's great, there are so many ancestor realm experts, you can threaten whoever you want. The medicine immortal was envious. Zhang Lin said, "It's no use. The four cardinal scales' great ancestor can't leave the sovereign realm. Otherwise, the situation in the starry sky of trees would have changed a long time ago, and Xian Academy wouldn't have been able to do anything. If the four great ancestors came together, even the Tao child wouldn't have been able to stop them." That's true. They've been caught in their own trap. I just hope that Bai Qi doesn't inherit the mountains and seas. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it, said the medicine immortal. The mountain sea that Luyin had given to Astral Tree was one of the mountains and seas within the Daosaur sect's ruins. Astral Tree had entered it a few times, but he could not understand it, so he might as well take it out. If there really was someone who could inherit it, then it would be beneficial to the human race, unless that person was a mortal enemy. If they were mortal enemies, he would have to think of a way. With Bai Qi's speed, it only took her half a day to reach the outerverse and successfully find the mountain sea. Unlike the cosmic tree, Luyin did not hide these two mountain seas, and anyone could try to inherit them. Bai Qi entered the mountain sea space, crossed the sea, and approached the mountain peak. Then, her body disappeared, and she heard 5 words, "Those who have broken through, enter." A circle of torches lit up in front of her, and just as Luyin had seen, the flames rose, soar, and they merged together in front of her. With each flame that merged, the color of the flames deepened. Eventually, the color of the flames could no longer be seen, and all Bai Qi could feel was an incomparably high temperature. Even though she was a half-ancestor, this high temperature was like an ordinary person facing the sun. She could not understand what was happening, and her fingers twitched. She wanted to touch the flames, but she did not dare to do so. She had a premonition that if she touched them, she would be reduced to ashes. She was clearly a half-ancestor, but she would still be burned to death? As her surroundings turned dark, Bai Qi retreated from the mountain sea, and 5 more words rang out in her ears, "Those who have broken through, fail." She stood outside the mountain sea, her entire body drenched in sweat. She looked on unwillingly, but she did not understand. She did not understand at all. "That's normal." A familiar voice rang out. Bai Qi turned around and saw a thin man. She was shocked. "It's you? Shan?" The person who had appeared was Master Shan, Lu Xiaoshuan's protector. Master Shan looked at Bai Qi. "We meet again, Commander Bai." Bai Qi was curious. "I thought you had been exiled as well." Master Shan laughed. "I was lucky to be able to preserve my life to protect the young master." Bai Qi fell silent. She had met this person several times. When Lu Xiaoxian had been training at the 4th Formation Base, this person had been at the headquarters, secretly protecting Lu Xiaoxian. They had even fought side by side. Although he was thin, his defenses were terrifying. She had thought that this person was dead, but he had appeared again. She suddenly thought of the Lu family. Would the Lu family appear again? No one knew what had happened to the Lu family. The 4 cardinal scales had done everything they could to expel the Lu family, but they were powerless to destroy them. They could only leave the matter to the Eternals, but could the Eternals really destroy the Lu family? Aside from Lu Tianyi, the ultimate powerhouse who had sealed 9 mountains and 8 seas as a god, the Lu family had another legend. She still felt that the 4 cardinal scales had made a mistake. Only those who had been guarding the battlefield at the back all year round were certain that the 4 cardinal scales had made a mistake. This was because the Lu family's disappearance had affected the battlefield the most. They were under too much pressure, and they could no longer go to the New World. Bai Qi was about to leave, and she had nothing to say to Master Shan. After all, they were enemies. Master Shan looked at Bai Qi's back. "You're not going to try anymore?" Bai Qi quietly replied, "There's no need. If I don't understand, it'll be the same no matter how many times I try." "What about you? Have you tried before?" "Not yet, and I don't have much hope," Master Shan replied. Bai Qi left to find a replacement. The direct descendants of the 4 cardinal scales had to be tested one by one, and then it was time to test the emissaries. Although it was rumored that it was impossible for an emissary to inherit the mountains and seas, and only 1 or 2 people had succeeded, they still had to try. After all, the mountains and seas were in the 5th mainland, and if the 5th mainland had another 9 mountains and 8 seas, it would not be a good thing for the four cardinal scales. Master Shan looked at Bai Qi's departing figure with a complicated expression. He had lost his most unforgettable memory, otherwise, he would have acted against this woman. He looked up at the sky. Young master, the Lu family will definitely prosper. Bai Qi returned to the technocracy from the outerverse and saw the pale Long Tian, the incredulous Xia Shenfei, and the bitter Wang Su. They had all been defeated by a Dao disciple from the above heaven sect. As for Chu Yuan and the others, they all looked calm. What kind of monster is he? How can he be so strong? Long Tian couldn't believe it. He had already put down his pride and not compared himself to Lu Yin, but he hadn't expected that the difference between them would still be so great. However, even though this region of space had no astral source, and their cultivations had stagnated, they were still able to suppress them. Across from them, Skycloud Jialan was disdainful. Lu Yin hadn't even been able to force out his innate gift. It seemed like there was a gap between them, but in reality, they would never be able to catch up. This was the difference between the continent's Dao disciples and the direct descendants of the continent's great powers. Just like the difference between the Lu family and the four cardinal scales, it was impossible to close. The more Skycloud Jialan and the others suppressed Long Tian and the others, the more they could see how abnormal Lu Yin was. He had defeated these above heaven sect's Dao disciples by himself. Bai Qi couldn't do anything about this situation. Lu Yin hadn't violated the agreement. Let's go back, Bai Qi said coldly. Bai Weiwei and the others were unwilling, but they still left under Bai Qi's strict orders. With the above heaven sect's Dao disciples obstructing them, how could they cross over? For the people of the Starry Sky Tree's generation, this was a natural disaster. However, it was impossible for the above heaven sect's Dao disciples to bring cultivators of all ages. There were bound to be some that they couldn't bring. She didn't believe that the Fifth Mainland's peers could suppress the Starry Sky Tree's experts. When they returned, they would have everyone in the Starry Sky Tree of all ages and cultivations take action. She wanted to see if the Fifth Mainland could block them all. It was impossible for the Fifth Mainland to block them all, but there was no rule that Chu Yuan and the others couldn't challenge those of a higher realm. With Chu Yuan and the others' strength, they could easily challenge 4 or 5 Origin Tribulation's cultivators. Back at the fourth base of the battlefield, Lu Yin lowered his arm in melancholy. He had rolled his die 4 times, but he hadn't rolled a 6. Instead, he had rolled a 4. He had been in seclusion for almost a year to continue cultivating the serious art, but he would have to wait 10 days before he could roll the die again. He didn't know if he would be able to merge into an Origin Heavenly Master's body again. To be honest, it wasn't very likely, and it would all depend on luck. However, luck was something that no one could say for sure. He had previously wanted to merge into a Star Alliance cultivator's body to help remove their restrictions, but he hadn't succeeded. That had been luck. Right, did this universe have cultivators with innate gifts like luck? Lu Yin pondered. 10 days passed, and he looked up and continued rolling his die. He tapped it, and the die slowly spun, enhance. 5. Lu Yin was about to roll again when he suddenly remembered that this was the fourth base, and there were plenty of cultivators around. The first person he thought of was 9 Radiance. Xianxia had no innate gift, and no one in Team E had either. Elder Chan didn't seem to have any innate gift either, as he had never seen him use it. As for the Yao Emperor, who knew if a celestial beast's spiritual force could be considered an innate gift? The only one he could find was 9 Radiance. He would just treat it as a test of luck, and it would be a waste if he didn't use it. Lu Yin's body disappeared and reappeared on the battlefield. 9 Radiance and Xianxia stood side by side, looking at the endless corpse kings in the distance. Lu Yin's sudden appearance gave them a fright, and they almost attacked. Lu Yin patted 9 Radiance on the shoulder. I didn't send you to the front lines to watch the show. Go fight. He then vanished. 9 Radiance only reacted after Lu Yin left, and he looked at Xianxia in confusion. Xianxia looked back at him, not understanding what had happened. Lu Yin returned to the headquarters and raised his hand. There was a new symbol on the die's 5 side that resembled a brain. He was surprised. What was 9 Radiance innate gift? How could it be a brain? He thought about it and memorized it, planning to ask about it when he returned to the Fifth Mainland. He tapped it again and continued rolling the die. After 4 rolls, Luin sighed, as he still hadn't been able to roll 6 pips. He had, however, managed to roll 3 pips, but he only wanted to upgrade something on the level of the slippers. How could he upgrade it here? His aura might attract by Wang Yuan and the others. He waited for another 10 days. For most cultivators, each day on the battlefield felt like a year, but the reverse battlefield didn't feel the same way. This was because the battles here were never-ending, and battles could happen at any moment. None of the 5 main array bases were idle, and no one knew where so many corpse kings had come from. After the past few days of fighting, the 4th array base's battlefield had successfully attracted everyone's attention, as its battle style was too unique. Even an explorer could travel through the void and unleash an Enlighter's attack, let alone an Enlighter. After the past few days of fighting, very few people had died in the 4th array base, including the Astral Beast army. There were too many Void Wanderers, enough for everyone to have one. If they encountered any danger, the Void Wanderers would do their best to travel through the void, rendering the Corpse King's attacks ineffective. It could be said that the 4th array base had sent out the most cultivators and astral beasts to participate in the battle. The average cultivator had the highest cultivation, and the death rate was also the lowest. There were even occasional instances where the Corpse Kings were repelled. The reason why the cultivators of the Cosmic Tree Realm feared the battlefield on the other side was because of the never-ending battles there. However, the 4th array base had been able to force the Corpse King back, which was extremely rare. Furthermore, their sourcebox array had not been destroyed, which was also quite rare. The Cosmic Tree Realm did not send any Origin Array Masters to reinforce the 4th array base, as there was no need for it. The 4th array base's dazzling performance caused many people to discuss it. Some said that they could give them another array base to defend, but this was not something they could decide. It seemed like giving the 5th mainland another array base to defend was a good thing for the Cosmic Tree Realm, but Bai Wang Yuan and the others saw it differently. The 5th mainland had 2 array bases to defend, which meant that they couldn't do anything to the 5th mainland. Otherwise, the first to be affected would be the reverse battlefield. They didn't want to be led by the nose by Luin. Another 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and there were only 28 days left until Mushang's birthday. Luin also received news that the 4 Origin Array Heavenly Masters would be present on that day, and they would be playing Eternal's Radius. The location would be at the entrance to the backside battlefield, and 1 step north would lead them to the topmost realm. This single step separated the peaceful topmost realm from the backside battlefield, and the bloodthirsty backside battlefield. Mushang had chosen this location to give Luin a hint that he could leave at any time, but once he did, it would mean that he had lost. Although neither side mentioned the price of losing, they both knew that they couldn't afford to lose. Back at the headquarters of the 4th base, Luin tapped his die, causing it to slowly spin before finally stopping at 6 pips. His eyes lit up, and his consciousness appeared in that dark space. He looked around at the dim orbs of light around him and felt somewhat disappointed. The one he wanted to merge with the most was the Origin Array Heavenly Master, but there were only 4 Origin Array Heavenly Masters in the Starry Sky Tree. The chances of him merging with them were too small. The one with the lowest cultivation was Mushang, but the light that Mushang represented was brighter than these. Luin was unwilling to give up, and he sent his consciousness into the distance in search of the bright ball of light. He couldn't control his consciousness in this dark space at all. He didn't know how far he would go with a casual move. And there weren't any bright balls of light around him. Now that he could battle a half-martial ancestor, the bright light definitely represented a half-martial ancestor. At the very least, it was an emissary at the 5th or 6th stage of tribulation origin. How many? The position where the 6 points of consciousness appeared had little to do with his own position. Fortunately, he had a lot of star essence, so he could use it as much as he wanted. His consciousness moved again, but there were still no bright balls of light. Again. He was well aware that every move he made would consume an astronomical amount of star essence, but if he couldn't merge with someone of value, then the 6 pips on his die would be wasted. He wasn't confident that he would be able to roll 6 pips again. Finally, after his 5th move, he saw a bright ball of light that was especially bright. It was even brighter than the ones he had faced against Celestial Master Choling and Henyi. It should be a half-martial ancestor. Lu Ying hesitated for a moment, but he still chose to merge with it. The moment he merged with the ball of light, he felt a mixture of pain and numbness in his mind. Lu Ying suddenly opened his eyes, only to find that his surroundings were pitch black. Where am I? Memories flooded into his mind, and his expression changed. He was in the depths of the new world, and he had not merged with a human. Instead, he had merged with one of the 12 eternal marquises, the Blue Marquis. Lu Ying had never thought that he would actually merge with one of the 12 eternal marquises. Even though he could battle a half-martial ancestor, that was under the premise that he had borrowed various powers. If not for the power in his heart, he would not have been able to face a half-martial ancestor's inner world. The 12 eternal marquises were similar to the sect masters of the 12 Elysian gates, so it wouldn't take long for him to merge with them. Sure enough, such a bright ball of light represented a half-martial ancestor. He did not move and allowed the memories to enter his mind. Lu Yin's expression changed. Lan Ho had not left for nearly 10 years and had been recuperating underground. Lu Yin already knew where these endless corpse kings had come from. They had come from a parallel space. It was possible to travel through parallel space, but it was difficult to return. However, this was not difficult for the Eternals since they had coordinates. This was similar to the seal that Lu Yin had obtained from the Eternal Kingdom. Through Lan Ho's memories, Lu Yin knew that the seal had come from the Eternal race's only true god. He had also seen the scarlet vertical eye that represented that true god in Lan Ho's memories. He had experienced Lan Ho's reverence at the time. It wasn't just Lan Ho, even the progenitor corpse kings had to respect the true god from the bottom of their hearts. It wasn't just reverence, there was also fear. In Lan Ho's memories, that scarlet vertical eye did not have any terrifying aura, but it still made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Ying could also feel this fear. At that moment, his consciousness suddenly disappeared and returned to his body through the dark space. It had not been long since he had entered Lan Ho's body, or rather, it had been too short. After all, he was one of the 12 marquises of the Eternals. Lan Ho's memories did not give Lu Ying much useful information. Other than seeing the symbol of the Eternal race's only true god, there was also the person who had injured him. It was a middle-aged man covered in lightning, and Lan Ho had not been able to see his face clearly. Just the aftermath of the lightning had been enough to injure him, forcing him to go into seclusion to recuperate. However, that person was in a parallel space and not in this space. Lu Ying took a deep breath. The Eternals could continuously create corpse kings through parallel space, and there was an endless supply of them. If they had a way to locate coordinates, then could they also use parallel space to pull people into battle? Actually, the theory that the corpse kings had come from parallel space had long been inferred. Many cultivators in the new city were said to have come from parallel space, such as Big Sis Rakshasa, but none of them had been confirmed. Now that Lu Ying had confirmed it, he stopped thinking about it and checked his cosmic ring. Lu Ying knew that constantly moving through the dark space would consume a lot of energy, but he had not expected it to be so much. He had spent a total of 250 billion star essence, which was nearly 100 billion star essence more than when he had fused with Xianxia's body. When he had fused with Xianxia's body, he had only spent 146 billion star essence. Xianxia had been on the 5th mainland, while Lu Ying had been in the cosmic tree realm. He had spent a lot of time in Xianxia's body and had even endured the bombardment of progenitor power, which was why he had consumed so much energy. Now, he had actually consumed so much energy when he had fused with Lan Ho's body. Lan Ho had been on the new mainland and had not crossed through space. Was it because Lan Ho was a half-progenitor? The cost of going from an emissary to a half-progenitor was too ridiculous. No, it was more likely that Lu Ying had been moving through the dark space, and every time he moved, the cost would be ridiculous as well. Lu Ying sighed. The higher his cultivation, the more energy he would consume. Sure enough, no matter how much money he had, it would not be enough for the dye's consumption. He stopped thinking about it and started again. If he did not have enough, then he would continue to earn more. He did not love money, as it was used to increase his strength. He tapped out, and the dye slowly spun before stopping. 4 pips. Lu Yin's vision changed, and he appeared in the time-stop space. Here, Lu Ying could obtain as many pips as he wanted. At most, it would take a bit more time. He looked at his cosmic ring and fell into deep thought. When he had been on Junior Ancestor Planet, he had had the opportunity to upgrade the slippers. However, the amount of star essence required to upgrade the slippers had been too ridiculous, and even if he had upgraded the slippers to the point where they could instantly kill a progenitor, he would not have been able to get close to a progenitor. After all, the slippers were meant for close combat. However, things were different now. He could summon I Chi, and he had the Hellworm. He could also borrow the rune lines of a progenitor, and he could even borrow progenitor Chen's strength from the fifth mainland. It was not impossible for him to rely on the slippers to win. Xianxia and the others would definitely be on guard against the slippers, but the Eternals might not be. And even if they were on guard, as Lu Yin's strength increased, they might not be able to defend themselves against the slippers. In that case, it was time to upgrade the slippers. He would make them into a weapon that could defeat a progenitor, just like the Grim Reaper Go Lian. When the die rolled to 3 pips, Lu Yin looked at the 2 screens and took a deep breath. The true cost had come. When he had upgraded the needle, he had spent a total of 460 billion star essence. As for the slippers, Lu Yin took another deep breath. He was prepared to be poor. He tossed the slippers onto the upper screen and then began to frantically spend star essence. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin had already become numb. He did not know how many star essence he had left in his cosmic ring. It was impossible for him to store all the star essence he had obtained from the astral beast domain in a single cosmic ring. He had collected the largest cosmic ring in the fifth mainland and had stored a total of 3 of them. Now, 2 of them were empty, and the last one was constantly decreasing. Lu Yin did not even want to calculate how much star essence he had spent. He just watched as the slippers gradually descended and landed on the lower screen. Lu Yin gulped as he looked at the slippers. There had been no change at all. No, the footprints had become even darker. His face darkened. It couldn't be. If nothing had changed even after using so much star essence, then he would have felt like dying. Lu Yin picked up the slippers and wanted to find someone to slap them on. He could not find anyone, but he had the Hellworm. Coincidentally, the frozen space's time was up. Lu Yin grabbed the slippers and walked out of the headquarters. He then looked up at the Hellworm. At this moment, one of the Hellworm's claws was deep in his nostrils, and no one knew what he was digging for. He did not look like a progenitor at all, and those who had seen this scene were already numb to it. Lu Yin grabbed the slipper and climbed onto the Hellworm's back. Suddenly, the creature felt a chill, as if something bad was about to happen. It slowly turned its head, its claws still in its nostrils. It looked at Lu Yin on its back and then stared at the slipper in Lu Yin's hand. Its pupils shrank, and it let out a mournful roar without warning. Its claws accidentally pierced its nostrils, causing blood to flow out. Lu Yin was startled. "What are you roaring about?" "Shut up." The Hellworm bared its fangs and brandished its claws to intimidate Lu Yin. It was afraid of the slipper, but Lu Yin was displeased. "Are you trying to rebel?" The Hellworm subconsciously lowered its claws, bent them, and blinked. It carefully moved its head closer to Lu Yin, and Lu Yin actually saw a pleading look in its eyes. Countless cultivators at the 4th, 3rd, and 5th bases were shocked, including the commanders and the eyes of the bases. They had thought that a progenitor had arrived and had beaten the Hellworm until it screamed, but they had not sensed any progenitor's power. Lu Yin looked at the Hellworm's pleading gaze, and his heart softened. "I'll just test its power." The Hellworm's claws continued to bend, which was a sign of submission. When it had first arrived at the 5th mainland, it had been driven mad by the slipper. The experience of being whipped had already traumatized it. Lu Yin pursed his lips and wanted to harden his heart, but when he saw the Hellworm's pleading gaze, he sighed. "All right, I won't whip you." He then put the slipper away. The Hellworm was delighted, and it raised its head high as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. "Shut up!" Lu Yin barked. The Hellworm's howl stopped abruptly, but it did not show any dissatisfaction. As long as it was not whipped, anything was fine. Countless people were stunned as they watched Lu Yin teach the Hellworm a lesson as if it was a dog. How could a progenitor do something like that? Countless people's worldviews were shattered, and the progenitor's image in their hearts was no longer as unreachable. Progenitors were still living creatures. Ever since they had seen Luyin teach the Hellworm a lesson, the people at the back of the battlefield looked at the fourth base in a different light. They had originally thought that the Hellworm and Luyin were working together, and they would never have believed that Luyin could subdue a progenitor. But now, it seemed that something was amiss. Perhaps the Hellworm really had been subdued. Xiada was the most disgusted, as he felt as if Luyin was trampling on Shenwu Plain. Time continued to pass, and the battlefield on the back of the array formation continued as usual. The day of Mu Shang's birthday drew closer and closer, and some people from the top realm had already arrived at the back of the array formation with birthday gifts. The lockbreakers on the back of the array formation were also discussing something, and they would occasionally glance at the fourth array base. Originally, the lockbreakers had not been optimistic about Luyin challenging Mu Shang, as Mu Shang was the youngest lockbreaker in history, and it was impossible for anyone to surpass him. However, after news of Luyin teaching the caged Wyrm a lesson, they no longer dared to make such assertions. A person who could subdue a progenitor could not be judged by common sense. Bai Wangyuan personally met with Mu Shang and asked him about Luyin's challenge. Mu Shang's answer reassured Bai Wangyuan. His ability to change the knots is indeed impressive, and there aren't many array masters in the top realm who can do that. He'll definitely become an Origin Heavenly Array Master in the future. He has the talent, but it's still too early for him to challenge me. With his ability to change knots, he's still a bit lacking compared to me, and he'll need a long time to make up for this gap. This was Mu Shang's answer, which reassured Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan was also worried that Luyin would hide his abilities, but Mu Shang was not worried at all. He could tell at a glance whether or not Luyin was hiding his abilities. Some things could not be hidden from others, and Lu Xiaoxian did not have the ability to hide his abilities in front of Mu Shang. Mu Shang watched as the time drew closer, and the anger that had been suppressed in his heart gradually dissipated. It was not that he had let go of his anger, but rather that he no longer needed it. On that day, Lu Xiaoxian would definitely pay the price, and no one would be able to help him. A progenitor did not represent an Origin Heavenly Array Master, or else they would not be respected by progenitors. Even if the Fifth Mainland also had an Origin Heavenly Array Master, it would be impossible for Mu Shang to close the gap between them in such a short amount of time. In the Fifth Mainland, Xiao Ziheng returned to the technocracy with an ugly expression. He had also failed, as he could not understand the Mountain Sea realm at all. He even suspected that Lu Xiaoxian had created a fake one. On his way back, he saw the Fifth Mainland's cultivators fighting fiercely in outer space with the cultivators from the Cosmic Tree realm. Until now, no cultivator from the Cosmic Tree realm had been able to enter the Fifth Tower. The Fifth Mainland had made ample preparations, and they had also underestimated the Fifth Mainland. The Above Heaven, the Sixth Mainland, the Astral Beast domain, and the cultivators from the Human domain had formed a line of defense that would not break the agreement, but would also prevent the cultivators from the Cosmic Tree realm from entering the Fifth Tower. This left Bai Wangyuan and the rest helpless. Heading to the Fifth Tower was also a test. On this day, Grandmaster Denggua, Master Song, Luo Feng, Grandmaster Zan, and the other array masters appeared at the entrance to the back of the battlefield. Cultivators from the top realm were constantly arriving as well. There were quite a few half-ancestors, including Xia Ziheng, Wu Yao, and other half-ancestors from the Four Cardinal Scales. There were also experts from the School of Agriculture, the Lu family, and others from the mortal realm. As an Origin Heavenly Array Master, Mu Shang's birthday had attracted a lot of attention. However, the School of Agriculture and the Lu family had not come because of him, but because of the upcoming challenge. Mu Shang was from the Frigid Immortal sect, so the School of Agriculture and the Lu family did not need to give him face. However, they cared about Luyin. In addition, people from the outer realm had also arrived, which attracted a lot of attention. A roar rang out, it was the Hellworm. Everyone looked over, and Xia Ziheng's expression turned ugly. The Hellworm belonged to the Xia family. When the Lu family had still been around, the Xia family had been second only to the Lu family. The Hellworm was a progenitor, after all. In terms of defense, no one other than the Lu family could compete with it. Now, Luyin had not only fought his way out of the Shenwu Plain, but he had also taken the Hellworm away. This had completely embarrassed the Xia family. As for the Yuhao family, it was no longer the Yu family that had lost face, but rather the Xia family. The Xia family had clearly used the Yu family to intimidate the entire astral tree realm so that no one would dare to hide the remaining members of the Lu family. However, they had been used by Luyin instead. The Xia family had personally helped the Yu family wash away this humiliation, but they had eventually discovered that Yu Hao was actually Lu Xiaoxian. The Xia family had lost even more face than the White Dragon clan had. However, no one mocked the Xia family, as Luyin had escaped right in front of Xiaoxinji. He was too much of a threat, and no one dared to mock him. How spectacular! That's the hellworm of the Shenwu Plain. Remember, don't provoke it, it's the signature of the Shenwu Plain. A piercing voice traveled into Xia Ziheng's ears, and he looked coldly into the distance. Nong Sanyang was talking to Nong Lai, and she looked at him mockingly. Xia Ziheng's gaze turned cold. If this had been in the past, he would have definitely taught them a lesson, even if they were from the School of Agriculture. However, Luyin was now in control of the four-way scales, and the Nong family and the Lu family were crucial. He did not want to cause any more trouble, so he walked over to the other side. The sword techniques aren't bad, especially the inherited 13 swords. It's just like the legends say. This was Lu Hao's voice. He had been released after being brought back to the cosmic tree. Bai Wangyuan was not Luyin, and he did not imprison these people. Beside Lu Hao was the Brightsword Grandmaster, Lu Song. He said, "You still have to go to the 5th mainland and see if you can bring back the 13 swords." Back then, Lu Xiaoxian used the 13 swords to injure Xia Ziheng in the Shenwu Plain. It's a battle technique that can surpass realms. Xia Ziheng's expression turned ugly, and he glared at Lu Song before leaving and walking over to the other side. What? Someone with the surname Xia came to our academy to register? No, absolutely not. What? He looks just like Xia Ziheng? He can't be his illegitimate child, right? No, that old thing is so old and useless, so how could he have an illegitimate child? Maybe it's his descendant. If you don't accept, kick him out. What are you sneaking around for? The culinary god shouted at the Cloudflow stone. Behind him, Mr. Wei blinked and happened to see Xia Ziheng. Xia Ziheng slowly turned around and glared at the culinary god. This was too insulting. How could someone speak like that? This was too tasteless. Wasn't this insulting? Xia Ziheng had never insulted someone like that in all his years of life. He wanted to retort, but Xia Ziheng realized that he didn't have the right words. Old thing, that's not right. Why can't Xia Ziheng be a half-ancestor? A loud voice came from the other side. Xia Ziheng's expression darkened. With such a loud voice, anyone could hear it. He glared fiercely at Kuei Luo, that shameless thing. The culinary god raised his eyebrows. What, are you going to refute? Kuei Luo came over and ignored the strange looks everyone was giving him. Xia Ziheng has over 100 concubines at home. Don't you know? The culinary god was surprised. Is that so? You don't believe me when I say that you're inexperienced. Xia Ziheng said that he's from a side branch and can't cultivate 9 clones, so he created descendants. Every descendant is a clone, and they're all from him. Added together, they'll definitely surpass the direct descendants of the Xia family, including that divine ancestor, Kuei Luo said loudly. Kuei Luo, don't slander me. Xia Ziheng shouted angrily. He couldn't take it anymore. These words were too much. Not only did they insult him, but they also insulted divine ancestor. The culinary god and Kuei Luo both looked over. Oh, isn't this half-ancestor Ziheng? You're still alive? I thought you died in divine martial heaven. Xia Ziheng roared, Kuei Luo, you're courting death. He charged over. The surrounding people were speechless. Kuei Luo's mouth was too venomous, but the problem was that this guy was famous for his gossip. He had once spread the secrets of the various families everywhere, and it was all true. They looked at Xia Ziheng. Those words might not have been false. Xia Ziheng almost vomited blood. Kuei Luo, prove my innocence. Kuei Luo yelled, fine, I'll prove that you didn't have that many concubines because you can't. Xia Ziheng attacked in anger, and the two disappeared in the blink of an eye. The culinary god pursed his lips. It had nothing to do with him. Mr. Wei shook his head and looked in a direction. Mu Shang was walking over. Seeing this farce, Mu Shang's expression didn't look too good. Today is my birthday. Thank you all for coming. I can't thank you enough. Xia Ziheng, this old man has already proven himself. What else do you want? Kue Luo yelled. His voice spread all around, attracting everyone's attention. Many people felt their teeth ache. Kue Luo, this old bastard, was rumored to be dead, but he had appeared with Lu Xiaoxian. How disgusting. Mu Shang's expression darkened. Seniors, please give this junior some face and call a truce. Xia Ziheng gritted his teeth. Nothing had been going well lately. Ever since Lu Xiaoxian had disguised himself as Yu Hao, Xia Ziheng had never succeeded. Even the Yu family's incident had been blamed on him. He had become Xia Shenji's punching bag, and his temper had become extremely irritable. Old bastard, my Xia family will kill you sooner or later. Kue Luo rolled his eyes. I believe you. Xia Ziheng's anger surged again. Seniors, please calm down. Mu Shang lowered his voice. Although he was only an emissary and these two were half-ancestors, he was an origin array heavenly master. His status was higher than most half-ancestors, and he could speak with progenitors. He didn't care about these two. Xia Ziheng slowly descended. Kue Luo was a troublemaker who wasn't afraid of anything. With Lu Xiaoxian backing him up, Xia Ziheng might even dare to scold an ancestor. However, Xia Ziheng was different, and he had to give Mu Shang face. Mu Shang looked at Kue Luo. Kue Luo smiled proudly and descended as well. Mu Shang's eyes flashed coldly. There were too many people in the cosmic tree who had a grudge against this old bastard. At least half of the people present wanted to kill him, but they were wary of Lu Xiaoxian. The situation in this region had changed because of Lu Xiaoxian. Not long after, Qiuling appeared, and Mu Shang hurriedly went to greet her. He was also an origin array heavenly master, but he was the youngest. Qiuling glanced at him and smiled. It seems that I'm the first to arrive. Mu Shang smiled. Heavenly master, you've given me enough face by coming. Qiuling asked, are you confident? Mu Shang naturally knew what she was asking. Lu Xiaoxian isn't weak. Let's see. Qiuling nodded and didn't say anything else. She hadn't received any orders from the Eternals regarding Lu Yin, and even they couldn't control him anymore. More and more people arrived and gathered at the edge of the battlefield. Anyone who could make it here was familiar with the battlefield, and no matter how the 5 array bases fought, it was all normal to them. Heavenly Master Gu Yan arrived, wearing an extremely luxurious robe. He slowly approached with his maid Xiao Chui and guard butt face. When he saw Gu Yan arrive, Mu Shang's expression turned solemn as he went up to greet him. Many people stopped talking and looked at Gu Yan. No one dared to ignore the number 1 heavenly master of the cosmic tree. Thank you for coming, senior. Mu Shang smiled and bowed. Heavenly Master Gu Yan hummed reservedly. He looked past Mu Shang and asked, is Lu Xiaoxian not here yet? Mu Shang frowned slightly. Lu Xiaoxian sounded like he was very familiar with Mu Shang. Not yet. Senior, please. Divine Master Gu Yan wasn't here for Mu Shang. Although he didn't dislike Mu Shang was still a member of the Frigid Immortal sect, so Divine Master Gu Yan didn't need to give him face. First of all, the two had met once in the mortal realm, and if not for the fact that Lu Yin didn't want to reveal his identity, he might have already become Lu Xiaoxuan's disciple. Second of all, he and Lu Xiaoxian were old acquaintances. Of course, not many people knew about this. Seeing that Heavenly Master Gu Yan had arrived, Xia Ziheng, Wu Yao, and several other half-step ancestors stepped forward to welcome him. Heavenly Master Gu Yan was still as polite and shameless as ever. While he was at it, he was also thinking of ways to get some gifts from these old men for Xiao Chui. Kue Luo took a few steps back. Outside of progenitors, there weren't many people in the astral tree realm that he was afraid of. Heavenly Master Gu Yan was definitely one of the top few, and he had suffered a loss in the past. When Heavenly Master Gu Yan saw Kue Luo, he smiled brilliantly. Isn't this Kue? After playing dead for so long, you finally decided to show yourself. Quite a few. Everyone was confused. What Kuei? Kuei Luo was speechless as he stared at Heavenly Master Gu Yan. This old man really was a good-for-nothing, exposing him as soon as they met. I still have to thank Heavenly Master for your help back then. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, so I won't shortchange you. Heavenly Master Gu Yan blinked. What the hell? Many people looked at Heavenly Master Gu Yan with strange expressions. Had he helped Kuei Luo? Had he helped this notorious bastard? Heavenly Master Gu Yan was speechless. Old man, don't spout nonsense. You're shameless. Kuei Luo laughed strangely. He had only said a few words, and it was none of his business whether the others believed him or not. Heavenly Master Gu Yan felt that he wasn't as shameless as this old man. The more he spoke, the more troublesome it became. He looked off into the distance and saw the hellworm. Isn't that the Xia family's toy? Did Lu Xiaoxian really steal it? Xia Ziheng's expression turned ugly when he heard this. Mu Shang quickly changed the topic. Why isn't Lu Xiaoxian here yet? He's too arrogant. He was the one who challenged Heavenly Master Mu, so he should have come earlier. Shu, don't talk. Don't provoke Lu Xiaoxian. Nobody dares to provoke him now. Didn't the four-way scale set him up so that he could appear in the open? In the eyes of the four-way scales, he's just bait, someone said disdainfully. Where's Chow'er? Why hasn't she been seen for so long? Many people fell silent. Some knew, while others didn't, that Chow'er was the reason for this challenge. Mu Shang's birthday wasn't very grand. If not for Lu Yin's challenge, many people wouldn't have come. Those who were truly willing to come were either from the frigid immortal sect or lockbreakers. In particular, many lockbreakers wanted to become Mu Shang's disciples, which was why they had prepared gifts. As Mu Shang's only disciple, Chow'er was naturally more attentive. Unfortunately, her gift would never be seen again. A figure walked into the back of the battlefield and looked at the battle in the distance with a shocked expression. It was Imperial Tutor Skymender. Lu Yin and Mu Shang were playing chess, so how could only the Origin Array Heavenly Master from the Astral Tree Galaxy appear? He had actually wanted to bring Heavenly Master Xiao and Heavenly Master Supreme Sage as well, but decided against it. Imperial Tutor Skymender's appearance immediately attracted Heavenly Master Gu Yan's attention. An unfamiliar Origin Array Heavenly Master? Heavenly Master Qiuling and Mu Shang immediately saw Imperial Tutor Skymender. Mu Shang's expression darkened as he recognized this person. This was the person who had helped Xian Academy's Sourcebox Array block him. This person was also an Origin Array Heavenly Master. When Imperial Tutor Skymender arrived, Kuei Luo leaned over and said something. After that, the food god went over as well. Imperial Tutor Skymender had helped Xian Academy block Mu Shang, so the food god naturally recognized him. With a roar from the hellworm, Lu Yin's figure appeared at the back of the battlefield. He stepped forward and appeared in front of everyone. Everyone fell silent as they stared at Lu Yin. Xia Ziheng's eyelids twitched. He hadn't seen Lu Yin since he had fought his way out of Shenwu Plain. Now that they had met again, he realized that this person had changed. He had become incomparably domineering. The hellworm's enormous figure covered the back of the battlefield, and Lu Yin used the hellworm as a backdrop. The commander appointment platform floated as he approached the crowd. Every step he took was loud and clear. As he approached, the commander appointment platform became much clearer. He had borrowed the rune lines of the progenitor realm from the platform. Lu Yin believed that there were countless people who wanted to attack him, and the four cardinal scales would not go back on their agreement. However, that didn't mean that no one would help them. Not all of the progenitors in the Astral Tree Galaxy were present. The four cardinal scales. Even if they weren't progenitors, they might have other methods, so they had to be on guard. Heavenly Master Gu Yan had a complicated expression as he watched Lu Yin approach. Was this the current Lu Xiaoxian? It was a pity that the once sunny and optimistic child had become like this. When Lu Yin appeared, there was no one else in Mu Shang's eyes. He had been waiting for this moment. Brother Lu, how do you plan on challenging me? Mu Shang stepped forward and asked Lu Yin directly. Everyone looked at them. Lu Yin was so young, but he had such an extraordinary talent in lockbreaking. It was unbelievable. Most did not believe that the current Lu Yin could defeat Mu Shang. Lockbreaking was not a battle, and even if Lu Yin had the ability to fight progenitors, it could not be used in lockbreaking. However, that was only for now. As time passed, Lu Yin's achievements in lockbreaking would be unimaginable, and they believed that he would definitely be able to match Mu Shang in the future. Many believed that Lu Yin was challenging Mu Shang because he was too arrogant. His attitude towards fighting progenitors had made him insufferably arrogant, and he believed himself to be invincible in all aspects. In the sovereign realm, Bai Wang Yuan and the others looked down. Is Mu Shang confident? Xianxia asked. Bai Wang Yuan did not answer. Mu Shang had given him a definite answer, but he was facing Lu Shaoxian. He suddenly felt like Xianxia had gone to the abandoned lands to kill Lu Shaoxian when the new void corridor had opened. At the back of the battlefield, Lu Yin calmly looked at Mu Shang. Stable radius. Mu Shang calmly looked back at Lu Yin. I can give you another chance to choose. Stable radius, you'll definitely lose. Lu Yin shrugged. Let's try. Mu Shang nodded. Once upon a time, you all called me Brother Mu. I've given you a chance, but since you don't want to accept it, then stable radius. Stable radius seemed like a game, but it was a test of an origin array master's abilities. It was obvious who was better and who was worse. Gu Yan shook his head. If this kid dared to challenge Mu Shang, then he might have a chance. However, stable radius would definitely lose. Hey, why is it stable radius? Is that guy sure that Lu kid will lose? Kui Luo asked Qiuling. Qiuling frowned. She loathed this bastard, I don't know. Aren't you a celestial master as well? Kui Luo retorted. Qiuling avoided the question. Kui Luo rolled his eyes and looked at Lu Yin. Shouldn't challenging an origin array master be lockbreaking? What stable radius? Don't bother with these useless things. We want to see lockbreaking. Yes, we want to see lockbreaking. Nong Sanyang shouted. Lu Song coughed. Lockbreaking is still better. Mu Shang's lips curled up as he calmly looked at Lu Yin. These people were all close to the Lu family and obviously wanted to help Lu Yin. It was just a matter of whether or not he would accept their kindness. Lu Yin didn't know where Mu Shang's confidence came from. He had Qiuling's lockbreaking talent and was confident that he wasn't much weaker than Mu Shang. His battle prowess even surpassed Mu Shang's, and although battle prowess didn't represent lockbreaking ability, he still had an advantage in stable radius. Why was Mu Shang so sure that he would lose? Lu Yin still had a choice. At this point, Xia Ziheng spoke up. This is the back battlefield. Who's going to take responsibility if something goes wrong? Lockbreaking a source box could result in an unknown danger. This was the back battlefield, where the humans were facing the Eternals, so it wasn't appropriate. There was nothing wrong with Xia Ziheng's words, and even Kui Luo couldn't find a reason to refute them. Lu Yin looked at Mu Shang's mocking expression and nodded. Let's go with the stable square. He didn't believe that Mu Shang could beat Celestial Master Qiuling. After all, Qiuling had become a Celestial Master earlier than this guy, and with Lu Yin's own experience, there was no guarantee of victory. Mu Shang thought that he understood Lu Yin, but the current Lu Yin was different from the last time they had met. One was a Realm Yuan Formation Master, and the other was an Origin Celestial Master. Naturally, they would use a boundless advanced source box against the stable square. How many? Mu Shang asked. How many do you want? Lu Yin asked. Mu Shang placed himself on a higher level than Lu Yin, allowing Lu Yin to choose the method, time, and location of the match. He had even reminded Lu Yin, which made it seem like he was helping a junior. Lu Yin didn't mind, as he only cared about the results, not the process. Mu Shang looked at Lu Yin. I once played against Celestial Master Qiuling and used 8 boundless advanced source boxes. Can you handle it? Many gasped, and Master Dengguo was stunned. 8 boundless advanced source boxes? He had only played against 5 other Realm Yuan Formation Masters at most, and that was already his limit. Normally, he would only play 3 or 4, but now he had 8. Only an Origin Celestial Master could do that. Legend has it that Celestial Master Gu Yan used more than 10 boundless advanced source boxes when he played against Celestial Master Li. Is that true? Another Realm Yuan Formation Master asked, Celestial Master Li didn't come? Master Dengguo replied, it's true. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, it's true. Celestial Master Mu directly asked for 8 boundless advanced source boxes. Unless it's an origin Celestial Master, no one can match him. Even Celestial Master Mu himself would have a hard time, the Formation Master said. Master Dengguo looked over. Indeed, even Celestial Master Mu himself might not have an easy time against 8 boundless advanced source boxes. Celestial Master Qiuling raised her brows. 8? She had indeed played against Mu Shang before, but a huge battle had occurred before the game had been completed. Even with her and Mu Shang's abilities, it would still be very difficult for them to play against 8 boundless advanced source boxes stable perimeters. Lu Xiaoxian definitely wouldn't be able to do such a thing. No one believed that Lu Ying could do it, including Skyminder Imperial Tutor. He knew that Lu Yan's lock-breaking skills were very high, but he was at most at the level of a Jiayuan Array Master. He was still lacking when it came to a game of this level. Lu Ying glanced at Celestial Master Qiuling. You played chess with her before? What a coincidence. I've played against Celestial Master Qiuling before, but we only have 3 source boxes. Then, how about 8? Mu Shang asked. Or you can choose for yourself. What was the result of your match with Celestial Master Qiuling? Not yet, Mu Shang said. Do you think you can win? Lu Ying asked again. Mu Shang frowned. This is a game between us. It has nothing to do with that game. Don't dare to answer? Looks like you're not confident in winning. And here I thought you were saying that I'd definitely lose to the stable square circle, but it turns out that you're no match for Celestial Master Qiuling. Mu Shang's eyes narrowed. That's our problem. Do you accept it or not? How many source boxes do you want? Lu Ying nodded. 8 then. Skyminder Imperial Tutor's expression turned grave. 8? It was rare to see 8 boundless advanced source boxes in a game of Jiayuan Array Master Qiuling. Every additional source box represented a qualitative change. However, there were times when people could die from playing games. The onlookers all looked at Lu Ying with mocking gazes. They either understood it themselves or through the lockbreakers beside them. They clearly knew what the stable perimeters of the 8 boundless advanced source boxes represented. Did Lu Ying really think that just anyone could play a game of this level? He was too arrogant. You can play your source box, Mu Shang said. It was very difficult for him to play a game of this level. Whoever played their source box would have the upper hand. Unfortunately, Lu Ying only had 4 boundless advanced source boxes. Let's split it evenly. I won't take advantage of you. Kui Luo was speechless. You don't have any, do you? Boundless advanced source boxes were not cabbages, and even a half-ancestor might not have one. Mu Shang had not expected Lu Ying to be able to take out 4 boundless advanced source boxes. Even he could not take out 8 boundless advanced source boxes at once, and he had planned to borrow them from Celestial Master Qiuling and the others. He had thought that Lu Ying would only have 1 or 2 at most, but now that Lu Ying had taken out 4, he could take out the remaining 4. Celestial Master Gu Yan, as the number 1 Celestial Master in the Cosmic Tree Realm, would you be willing to witness this game? Mu Shang asked Gu Yan, who was standing in the distance. Gu Yan walked out with Xiao Chui's help and looked at the two. It's been a while since I've seen such an exciting game. Sure. Lu Ying was quite confident in Gu Yan's abilities. At this moment, Gu Yan looked at Lu Ying with a brilliant smile and rubbed his cosmic ring. Kid, the identity of my disciple should be quite useful, right? Lu Ying coughed, as he had just been punished. Actually, I never said that I was Senior's disciple. It was just a random guess. Xiao Ziheng was furious. Lu Xiaoxian, you admitted that you were Celestial Master Gu Yan's disciple. Before Lu Ying could reply, Kui Luo stepped forward. Old thing, you must have used too much strength on your concubine. You must be hallucinating. Do you really think that all your descendants are clones? Your ancestor would be so angry if he knew. Wait, does that mean that all of you are clones of the Xia family's ancestor? Xiao Ziheng was furious. I swear to kill you, Kui Luo. Impudent. A sharp blade appeared in the void and slashed down towards Kui Luo. Everyone's hair stood on end as a progenitor's killing intent caused them to tremble. Even Mu Shang and Qiuling paled, they had never felt such a strong killing intent before. Gu Yan's face sank. Xiaoxinji's killing intent was too terrifying, and this was just them. Cui Luo, who was facing Xiaoxinji's killing intent, felt an even more terrifying pressure. Cui Luo was stunned, as he hadn't expected that his words would draw out Xiaoxinji. He couldn't even dodge the blade's killing intent as the progenitor's power suppressed him. If not for the fact that he had been reciting the primogenitor's scripture for a long time, his consciousness might have even dissipated. Luyin looked up, and progenitor rune lines blocked Cui Luo's path. Xiaoxinji, this is none of your business. Scram. There was a loud shout, and the 5 array bases behind them trembled. Countless people looked back in shock. Another clash between progenitors? Why was there always a progenitor's power appearing? Shouldn't it be in the sovereign realm? Impudent thing, how dare you insult my Xia family's ancestor? Die. Following Xiaoxinji's words, countless people at the 5 array bases looked up as a giant blade formed above their heads. Both humans and Corpse King stopped moving. Xia Ziheng smiled cruelly. Damn it, this old bastard. Luyin was about to attack when a glowing stone appeared above his head. It was Mu Xia. Xiaoxinji, are you trying to break the agreement? In the sovereign realm, Xiaoxinji's face darkened. Beside him, Bai Wang Yuan said, now's not the time. Stop. Xiaoxinji took a deep breath and looked at the entrance to the battlefield behind them. If you dare speak again, I'll kill you. With that, the blade dissipated. The progenitor's power disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, as if it had never appeared. However, everyone realized that their backs were drenched in sweat. In the face of a progenitor's power, they found it difficult to even walk, including the half-ancestors. Cui Luo panted heavily and bared his teeth as he glared at the sovereign realm. Luyin glanced at him. I'll find a chance for you to scold him alone in the future. Cui Luo spat. Sooner or later, I'll dig up his Xia family's ancestral grave. Xia Ziheng angrily rebuked, Cui Luo, how dare you speak nonsense? Cui Luo rolled his eyes. Go find yourself 100 concubines. Xia Ziheng was furious. Enough. Mu Shang's face was ashen. Please give me some face and let me play a game with Lu Xiaoxian. Xia Ziheng stared coldly at Cui Luo and reluctantly retreated. Cui Luo did not say anything else, as he was still a little flustered. In the past, when he had been hunted down by the cosmic trees, it had always been a half-ancestor who had stepped in. Now, he had actually provoked Xiaoxinji, so he decided to return to the 5th mainland first. He did not want to be killed by Xiaoxinji. Divine Master Gu Yan also did not bring up the previous matter. You may begin. He then pressed down with his hand, causing star energy to fill the entire arena. These were the chess pieces. At the same time, Mu Shang and Luyin each took out 4 boundless advanced source boxes, and 8 of them released their killing intent at the same time. All sorts of strange killing intent interacted with each other, tearing through the void and creating a power that even Xia Ziheng and the other half-ancestors feared. Lu Song retreated. These killing intents are not simple. Wu Yao looked at the 4 boundless advanced source boxes that Luyin had tossed out, and his expression turned ugly. 3 of them had been given to him in order to rope Luyin in. Of course, this was also what Luyin had wanted, given his status as Yu Hao. Although the frigid immortal sect had not been humiliated like the Xia family, Luyin had still completed the Sky Beyond Heaven trial in the frigid immortal sect, and he had even obtained some good items. The frigid immortal sect had also suffered some losses. The killing intent of 8 boundless advanced source boxes was not something that an ordinary cultivator could see. The killing intent was both overt and covert, and even Divine Master Gu Yan was cautious. He glanced at Luyin. This kid was ruthless enough. Of the 4 boundless advanced source boxes, 3 of them were 5 stars. Mu Shang's 4 boundless advanced source boxes were 3 stars. Mu Shang had not expected Luyin to directly take out 3 5-star boundless advanced source boxes. This level of killing intent was no longer just a matter of lock-breaking, but also whether or not one could block it. Ordinary cultivators could only face it head-on, while lockbreakers could choose to avoid it. However, once they were enveloped by the killing intent, even Mu Shang would be in danger. The 8 boundless advanced source boxes all had different killing intent, and after about an hour, they formed a separate space that was similar to the inner world of a half-progenitor. Outsiders couldn't see anything in this space, and only the half-progenitor and the origin array heavenly master could sense how dangerous it was. Within this inner world, there was a hidden fatal danger formed by the interaction of the sourcebox's killing intents, and this fatal danger had actually taken shape. As for the star energy that Divine Master Gu Yan had left behind, more than half of it had been destroyed, and only bits and pieces of it remained. Gu Yan turned half of the star energy white, and the other half black. Lu Xiaoxian, as the challenger, you choose first. Lu Yin stared at the space in front of him. Were his eyes playing tricks on him? Those killing intents intertwined to form a monster? Mu Shang also stared at the space in front of him. He had played this game many times before, but he had rarely played against 8 boundless advanced source boxes. Each source box had a different killing intent, but this time, they had actually combined into something that resembled a living creature. It had to be one of the source boxes that had led to this combination. White, Lu Yin said. Lu Yin chose white, so Mu Shang naturally chose black. Choose your pieces. Let the game begin, Ancient Heavenly Master announced. Everyone looked at the 2 players, but neither of them moved as they observed the space. Qiling couldn't help but stare at the space in front of her. She also wanted to observe carefully. State Tutor Butian, Grandmaster Denghua, and the other original array masters also stared at the space. Only by clearly seeing the killing intent within would one have the confidence to enter. This was also a way to compare the abilities of both parties. Whoever entered first would face greater danger, but it also meant that the person who entered first was more confident. 3 full days passed, but neither Mu Shang nor Lu Yin moved. They were both observing the source boxes. Lu Yin had never observed a game like this for so long, and this was his first time doing so. Actually, if he really wanted to enter, he could have done so at the start of the game. With his power level, he could easily resist the sourcebox's killing intents. However, this was a competition of lockbreaking, not battle prowess. If he relied on battle prowess to resist the sourcebox's killing intents, then it would be meaningless to enter. Battle prowess could resist the sourcebox's killing intents and even destroy them, but it wouldn't be enough to win this game. Finally, on the 5th day, Mu Shang's hands, which had been behind his back, moved. His eyes were filled with confidence and caution as he raised his foot, about to step into the dangerous space that had long since been enveloped by the sourcebox's killing intents. At the same time, Lu Yin moved as well. Mu Shang stared at the space in front of him in shock. Lu Yin actually dared to enter? It wasn't just Mu Shang, Gu Yan, Qiling, and even State Tutor Butian were all shocked. This stable space in front of them was not simple at all. Even with their abilities, they could only see some clues and have some confidence in entering. Aside from the original array masters, no one else could see anything. Even though there was only one level of difference between Jiayuan array masters and origin array heavenly masters, the difference was like heaven and earth. Grandmaster Denghua and the other Jiayuan array masters were at a loss. If they were allowed to play chess, they would have to wait at least a month before daring to attempt to enter. Lu Yin was also a Jiayuan array master. Even the most powerful Jiayuan array master was still a Jiayuan array master. If he was not an Jiayuan heavenly array master, how could he dare to try? Only an origin array master could see how dangerous and complicated this game was. The more powerful an origin array master was, the more they would be able to understand. As for those who were not origin array masters, even lockbreakers would not be able to understand how difficult this game was, let alone outsiders. They only knew that Lu Yin and Mu Shang had entered the game at the same time, which meant that they were equally matched. He's still one step too slow. Lu Xiaoxian only followed Mu Shang after seeing him enter. He's not confident that he can enter. Just wait, he'll lose soon. Although it seems like he's equally matched with Mu Shang, he'll only experience despair once he enters the game. He can't understand the difference between an origin array master and a Jiayuan array master, an old man said loudly. His name was Bai Hong, and he was a branch disciple of the Bai family of the Frigid Immortal sect. Beside him, a lockbreaker respectfully asked, Master Bai. Is this game really that complicated? Even Mu Shang had to watch it for 5 days before entering. Many people looked at Bai Hong. At the very least, only a Jiayuan array master could understand this game. Even an origin array master would have a hard time understanding it. The people around them were just watching for fun. If a Jiayuan array master could explain the game, things would be different. At the very least, they would be able to understand the situation. As for asking an origin array master to explain the game, they didn't even think about it. Bai Hong looked around, and many people looked at him with reverence. It was clearly Mu Shang and Lu Yin who were playing, but he felt like he was the main character. He unconsciously straightened his hunched back and coughed. Stable Perimeter is an origin array master's game, but most origin array masters can't play it. Only origin array masters can play it. The difficulty of the game varies according to the number of source boxes and the level of the setup. Most origin array masters can set up discerning elementary or perceptive intermediate source boxes, and they can only set up 1 or 2 source boxes at most. As for boundless advanced source boxes, that's something that only people like us can play. The people around him looked at him with even more reverence. At this moment, within Stable Perimeter, Mu Shang and Lu Yin stood in their respective positions. They had found a position where they wouldn't be attacked by the source boxes. Being able to find this step meant that the game had truly begun. There was no order in this game, and players could attack at any time as long as they could use the source boxes to destroy their opponent's pieces. The rules were simple, but the simpler they were, the more difficult they were. Have you really forgotten what happened in the past? Mu Shang asked Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, I have. You can tell me more about it. Mu Shang smiled. Back then, you all called me Brother Mu. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Impossible. Mu Shang laughed. Lu Xiaoxian used to love to smile, but not like you. He had a cheerful, relaxed, and sunny smile. It was very comfortable to be around him. He then frowned. Unfortunately, the current you is disappointing. Lu Yin smiled. It looks like you're not confident in beating me, so you're actually provoking me with words. Mu Shang shook his head. It's been a few decades since we last met, and I really want to chat with that Lu Xiaoxian. Unfortunately, you're not him. He suddenly reached out with a finger, causing the source box's killing intent to flow beside him. The moment Mu Shang touched them, the source box's killing intent seemed to awaken and frantically spread out. Mu Shang continuously moved, guiding the source box's killing intent in the direction he wanted. Gu Yan and the others all had solemn expressions as they moved. This was the beginning of the game. They all looked at Lu Yin, wondering if he could handle it. Stable Square was a very time-consuming game, and a single game could take years or even decades. It was rumored that the longest game had taken over 1,000 years. But at the same time, the game could also end very quickly. For example, if Lu Yin could not control the source box's killing intent, then the game would end. This meant that there was a huge gap between the two sides. Those who can use boundless advanced source boxes are usually lockbreakers who are at least realm origin formation masters. Those who can use 4 boundless advanced source boxes are origin celestial masters. Bai Hong was still speaking when she suddenly exclaimed, he moved. Celestial Master Mu moved. Bai Hong was interrupted, but she did not get angry. Instead, she abruptly looked at the game. She had been so focused on showing off that she had forgotten that they were still playing. Inside the game, Mu Shang guided the source box's killing intent in the direction he wanted. However, even he could not completely control this unknown source box's killing intent. If 10 of Lu Yin's white stars were destroyed, 3 of Mu Shang's black stars would be destroyed as well. There was no other way. There was no other way. This game depended on one's understanding and control of the source box's killing intent, as well as luck. Lu Yin saw Mu Shang move, so he followed suit. With Celestial Master Qiuling's lock-breaking experience, he was completely capable of competing with Mu Shang. No one had expected Lu Yin to be able to guide the source box's killing intent. A realm origin formation master should not be able to do this, and even if they could, they would need to observe for at least a month. Even the most powerful realm origin formation master would need to observe for at least half a month. How could Lu Yin move now? Grandmaster Deng Guo was confused. They were both realm origin formation masters, so why was the difference so great? He still could not understand. As the two made their moves, the game came to life as the sourcebox's killing intent stirred wildly. If these two were not the ones playing, others would have thought that they were just randomly making moves. Both sides' star energy was constantly being depleted. Celestial Master Gu Yan was shocked. Mu Shang's ability to do this was within his expectations, but how could Lu Xiaoxian do it? That should not be the case. Even if he recovered Lu Xiaoxuan's memories, he might not be able to compete with Mu Shang in lockbreaking. Celestial Master Qiuling was shocked, as Lu Yin's performance had exceeded her expectations. It was as if her worldview had been flipped upside down. If she was the one playing against Mu Shang, this would be the most she could do. Skyminder Imperial Tutor gave Lu Yin a deep look. This person was becoming more and more unfathomable. Looking at his history, there were many things that others could not see through. They were the ones who were the most shocked, while the others were not as shocked. All they knew was that Lu Yin and Mu Shang were evenly matched in the game. It was clearly not a battle, but the onlookers felt as if there was an intense battle going on. Master Bai, what's going on? Can you explain it to us? Someone asked. Many people looked at Bai Hong for help. Bai Hong was speechless. Explain my ass. He did not understand. What's there to not understand? Lu Xiaoxian is being suppressed. The onlookers blinked in confusion and looked back at the game. Both players were clearly moving, and their star energy consumption was about the same. How could they be suppressed? Bai Hong confidently said, "Look, Lu Xiaoxian is sweating." Where's Celestial Master Mu? Just as he finished speaking, Mu Shang's clothes were torn apart by the sourcebox's danger. He took a step back in shock. I didn't expect you to be able to fight evenly with me. Have you been hiding your strength all this time? He could not understand. A real Yuan formation master should not be able to hide his strength no matter how much he tried. How had Lu Xiaoxian managed to fool him? On the other side, Lu Yin had avoided the sourcebox's danger. This was the benefit of having a high power level. They had actually been evenly matched just now, and if they had been at the same level, Lu Yin would have been affected by the sourcebox's danger as well. However, he had managed to avoid it because of his higher power level. To the onlookers, Mu Shang was in a worse state than Lu Yin, and Lu Yin was even more composed. Many people looked at Bai Hong with strange expressions. Wasn't Lu Xiaoxian being suppressed? Wasn't Lu Yin sweating? Even Celestial Master Mu had been beaten up. Bai Hong pursed her lips. Celestial Master Mu, you're willing to go so far just to help a junior. Admirable. The onlookers were speechless. How could this be forcefully explained? Celestial Master Qiuling took a few steps forward and stared at Lu Yin. Strange, why did his actions give her a familiar feeling? Why did it feel so familiar to her, and why did it feel like this was something she should do? Every time this kid made a move, it felt as if he was speaking from the bottom of her heart. If she had been in the game, she would have done the same. On the other side, Mu Shang's expression turned ugly. This person was actually hiding his strength in front of him. No wonder he dared to play chess. Mu Shang recalled the information he had received regarding Lu Yin's lockbreaking abilities. The Wang family's analysis was that Lu Yin could allow a normal cultivator to set up a sourcebox array without any lockbreaking training. This was why Mu Shang had sought out Yu Hao in the first place. He wanted to see what kind of genius could accomplish such a feat, even he would find it difficult to do so. Now, he had experienced it firsthand. Mu Shang relied on his understanding of the dangers of the sourceboxes, while Lu Yin relied on his experience. Mu Shang could sense that Lu Yin's movements were shaky, which proved that his control over the dangers of the sourceboxes was not good enough. This meant that Lu Yin had not reached the level of an origin heavenly master, but he was still able to fight evenly with Mu Shang based on his experience. How could Lu Yin have such experience? To a lockbreaker, both innate talent and experience were very important, and it was impossible to say who was better. Lu Yin's lockbreaking talent was not inferior to Mu Shang's, but what he lacked was control over the dangers of the complex sourceboxes. This was something that only an origin heavenly master could do, but Lu Yin could make up for it with his experience. This was something that no one had expected. Gu Yan subconsciously looked at Skyminder Imperial Tutor. Are there many lock-breaking opportunities in your wasteland? Skymeter Imperial Tutor did not know how to answer. He knew Lu Yin's history very well, and he knew that he had not lock-broken many times. Perhaps this was his innate talent. Lu Yin continued to move. He moved many times, but each time he moved, the area he covered was very small. His eyes were fixed on the distant creature that was formed from the combination of the sourcebox's killing intent. That was the most troublesome thing to deal with, as he still could not figure out how to control that mass of sourceboxes. Mu Shang also stared at the sourcebox's danger. Whoever had the confidence to control it would win. So far, they had been evenly matched, and neither of them had the upper hand. Even though they had more star energy, it was still easy to reverse the situation. Both of them stopped in the game, as it was impossible to determine the victor at this rate. The only thing that could truly determine the victor would be the life form of the sourcebox's danger. The sourcebox's danger was at the very center of the game, and neither of them moved. Just like before, they were both observing the sourcebox's danger. Heavenly Master Gu Yan looked around and sighed. Lu Xiaoxian had lost. Aside from Gu Yan, everyone else in the room believed that both sides were evenly matched. However, only Gu Yan knew that Mu Shang had already set up a trap the moment he had entered the game. Although it seemed as if both sides were trying to control their sourceboxes to erase each other's star energy, in reality, Mu Shang had already set up a sourcebox array that no one else could see through. This sourcebox array was something that only Divine Master Gu Yan would be able to see through. This was because he was the one who had created this sourcebox array, and it was specifically used to stabilize the perimeter. Mu Shang had learned this from Lu Yin. In a game like chess, unless the disparity between the two parties was too great, whoever controlled the sourcebox array would win. This was also why he had been so certain that Lu Yin would lose. Different people could achieve different results when doing the same thing. Talented people could not only do the same things as ordinary people, but they could also play with different tricks. To them, some things were just a game. For example, Heavenly Master Gu Yan had been obsessed with stabilizing the perimeter when he had first become an Origin Array Master. He had constantly looked for people to play against, but he had lost more often than he had won. This was because he had always looked for Origin Array Masters who were one level higher than him. When he was an Origin Array Master, he would look for an Origin Array Master to play against. When he became an Origin Array Master, he would look for an Origin Array Master to play against. Because he had lost so many times, he had eventually created a sourcebox array specifically for stabilizing the perimeter. With this sourcebox array, Heavenly Master Gu Yan had been able to compete with an Origin Array Master in a Realm Origin Array. He had actually managed to tie with a Primordial Celestial Master of Primordial Celestial Masters 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 of the Starry Sky of Trees. Lu Yin was not the first lockbreaker to play against an Origin Array Heavenly Master as a Realm Origin Array Heavenly Master, but if he won today, then he would surpass Heavenly Master Gu Yan's achievements. However, Heavenly Master Gu Yan felt that this was impossible, as that sourcebox array was basically cheating in a game like chess. He now regretted teaching Mu Shang, as he was more inclined to teach Lu Yin than Mu Shang. No, it should be Lu Xiaoxian. But it was too late to say anything now. The game continued, but neither side moved. They stared at the sourcebox that was in the form of a living creature, trying to control it. Now, it seemed that the game was not just between the two of them, but also a three-way game. Master Bai, what exactly is that sourcebox array? Why does it look like a living creature? Someone asked. Bai Hong's heart trembled, as he was afraid of hearing someone ask him that question. But since someone had asked, he had to answer. Otherwise, he would lose face. What living creature? Don't spout nonsense. It's just a sourcebox array. But it does look like a living creature, someone muttered. Bai Hong was displeased. Do you understand, or do I? An individual sourcebox might have a sourcebox array that is similar to a living creature, and it might even have an even stranger sourcebox array. However, it's impossible for a sourcebox array like this to appear. Don't spout nonsense if you don't understand. What's your name? That person was startled, and he quickly hid to avoid Bai Hong's gaze. The next moment, the sourcebox array that looked like a living creature moved. It stretched out its four limbs like a fierce tiger and even roared at the sky. Although there was no sound, it shook the void, and it seemed as if its voice had materialized. It then charged out. Bai Hong's mouth fell open. How is this possible? Can't you just enjoy watching the show? No one paid any attention to Bai Hong, as everyone was focused on the tiger-like sourcebox array. Every time it moved in the game, it would erase the star energy of both players. Mu Xiang and Lu Yin were constantly manipulating the sourcebox array, constantly changing the tiger's movements and even its form in an attempt to control it. However, they were unable to do so easily unless one of them gave up. Beads of sweat dripped down Mu Xiang's forehead. This was the most difficult game he had ever played. He had suggested using 8 boundless advanced sourceboxes in order to force Lu Yin to back off, but he had never expected the game to end up like this. Mu Xiang's eyes were dazzled, and his brain was constantly working to analyze the sourcebox array. Lu Yin was the same. If not for Celestial Master Qiling's lock-breaking experience, he would not have been able to reach this point. This was the power of an Origin Heavenly Master. Lu Yin was now qualified to become an Origin Heavenly Master, and he only needed to unlock a few more sourceboxes. The most important thing now was to defeat Mu Xiang. The two of them were completely focused on controlling the sourcebox array, and they wanted to seize control of the tiger. The tiger ran back and forth in the game like a marionette. I really want to praise you, Lu Xiaoxian. It's rare for someone to reach this stage. Given more time, you'll definitely become an Origin Heavenly Master, but you're still a step away. It's over, Mu Xiang said confidently as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. Where did Mu Xiang's confidence come from? Lu Yin's control of the tiger sourcebox array was not inferior to Mu Xiang's, and there were even more white pieces than black in the game. This was because Lu Yin's power level was higher, and he had been able to avoid the sourcebox array's attacks several times. If this stalemate continued, he would definitely win. Lu Yin. If Lu Yin could tell, then Mu Xiang should have been able to as well. So why was Mu Xiang so confident? Had he missed something? Lu Yin felt uneasy. Celestial Master Gu Yan sighed. It was over. Aside from Mu Xiang and Celestial Master Gu Yan, no one else had been able to tell. Even Celestial Master Qiling and Imperial Tutor Skymander had not been able to tell. This did not mean that the sourcebox array set up in the game had reached a level where an Origin Heavenly Master could not see through it. If this sourcebox array had been set up by itself, then even an Origin Heavenly Master would have been able to see through it. However, this sourcebox array had been set up in the game, and it had been set up based on the game's sourcebox array. Normal sourcebox arrays were set up using sourceboxes or star energy, but this sourcebox array relied on drawing in the game's sourcebox array to form an unimaginable array. It could be considered a sourcebox array within a sourcebox array, which was why it was also called the hidden corner. It used a wisp of sourcebox array as a guide to set up a simple array that no one would be able to see through, thus achieving the goal of breaking through a stalemate. Once the sourcebox array was set up, as long as the difference between the two sides was not too great, this corner would become the key to breaking through the stalemate. Mu Xiang raised his head. He had no intention of fighting with Lu Yin for control of the tiger sourcebox array. His true goal lay in that hidden corner, where that wisp of sourcebox array was located. As Mu Xiang let go, the tiger sourcebox array came under Lu Yin's control. However, at this moment, the sourcebox array floated to the surface and continuously moved about as if it had a mind of its own. It was like a slithering snake. Lu Yin saw it, but he could not care less about the joy of gaining control of the tiger sourcebox array. His expression changed, and he tried to control the slithering snakes, but to no avail. It felt as if he was facing all of the sourcebox array, and it was impossible to shake it. He saw that all of the white star energy had been surrounded by the sourcebox array. As long as this array moved, all of the white star energy in the game would disappear. In other words, Lu Yin had been defeated at that moment. Lu Yin looked at Mu Xiang in shock, as he had not been able to see through it at all. How had he done it? No wonder Mu Xiang had given up on the tiger sourcebox array. Are you surprised? You're just a realm plane formation master, and you're not on the same level as an origin formation heavenly master. You're too arrogant, Lu Xiaoxian. No matter how great your cultivation and battle prowess are, lock-breaking is just another path, Mu Shang said, his tone filled with confidence. It did not matter how the game had played out, or how Luin had controlled the Tiger Sourcebox array. As long as Mu Shang willed it, all of the White Star energy would be erased, and this game would be over. He could not have lost from the very beginning, but Lu Yin's performance had been too troublesome. Otherwise, he would not have needed to use this Sourcebox array, and he would have won easily. Lu Yin looked deeply at Mu Shang. You've been planning this from the very beginning. This is a Sourcebox array, isn't it? Mu Shang smiled, and he could not hide the pride in his eyes as he looked at Lu Yin. That's right. That's why I asked you to change the game, but you were too arrogant. This is just like you from the beginning. You were just as arrogant and thought that you could control everything, but in the end, you ended up like this. You're like this, and so is the Lu family. Everyone was shocked, as Mu Shang had never shown any antipathy towards the Lu family. This was the first time he had done so, and he had even faced Lu Xiaoxian directly. Lu Yin was curious. Do you dislike the Lu family? Mu Shang sneered. I don't dislike them, I just ignore them. The Lu family has nothing to do with me, but their arrogance is disgusting. Lu Yin said, it looks like you dislike me as well. Actually, I don't like you either. Mu Shang's eyes narrowed, and his smile faded. You're still far from being able to challenge me as a GUN formation master. Go back and cultivate. The Lu family will pay the price for their arrogance, and so will you. In the ruler's realm, Bai Qi heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Fan praised, as expected of the youngest origin heavenly master in history. Even though it seems like they're evenly matched, it's actually just an illusion for Lu Xiaoxian. Xiaoxinji said, does he really think that he's invincible in the universe just because he made an agreement? He's still far from that. It's time to pay the price. The dragon ancestor looked down. Yes, it's time to pay the price. At the back of the battlefield, Bai Hong was pleased. See, I was right. Heavenly Master Mu didn't sweat at all, and he was just guiding the younger generation. It's a pity that Lu Xiaoxian was too arrogant, and Heavenly Master Mu couldn't stand it, so he taught him a lesson. Let me tell you, an origin Heavenly Master is not someone a GUN formation master can challenge. Remember this. He spoke proudly, but it couldn't hide the fact that Mu Shang was in a worse state than Lu Yin. Still, the result was the result. Everyone watched as the game came to an end. Lu Yin let out a long breath. There's something I'm curious about. Mu Shang met Lu Yin's gaze. You want to stall for time? It's no use. I can end this game in an instant. Stalling for time is pointless. Lu Yin replied, I know, I just want to ask. You don't just dislike the Lu family, right? Mu Shang's eyes flashed. I don't know why, but I've always hated you since the first time I saw you. Lu Yin's expression darkened as he stared at Mu Shang. It's like I've seen something that pisses me off. Did something happen between us in the past? Mu Shang's eyes widened, the depths of his eyes turning cold. Don't you think that defeating me after I recover my memories would satisfy you more? Lu Yin asked. Mu Shang's expression darkened. I want to, but unfortunately, you haven't recovered your memories. Did I do something to you? Lu Yin asked loudly. Mu Shang angrily shouted, repent on your own after you regain your memories. Just as he was about to erase all of the White Star energy, Lu Yin suddenly raised a hand. A gust of wind swept past and moved an inconspicuous sourcebox in the corner. The sourcebox's danger zone was very inconspicuous, and no one had touched it since the beginning. However, when Lu Yin's gale struck it, all of the White Star energy surrounding the sourcebox's danger zone suddenly scattered in all directions. Even though most of the White Star energy had been wiped out, there was still a portion of it left behind. Mu Shang was shocked. Impossible. Lu Yin's eyes were cold, and he controlled the ferocious tiger sourcebox to charge towards Mu Shang, wiping out all of the Black Star energy along the way. Finally, he arrived in front of Mu Shang and viciously slammed into him. Mu Shang couldn't react in time and was struck by the tiger sourcebox's danger zone. At that moment, the tiger sourcebox's danger zone collapsed and transformed into countless sourceboxes that bombarded the area. Most of them landed on Mu Shang's body and blasted him out of the gaming space. Mu Shang spat out a mouthful of blood as his body crashed into the ground. Divine Master Gu Yan moved to separate the 8 boundless advanced source boxes, and his speed shocked Luin. Luin was just about to separate the source boxes and dispel the danger zone, but Divine Master Gu Yan had already completed his task. At that moment, Luin was shocked by Divine Master Gu Yan's ability. If Luin could compete with Mu Shang and Qiuling, then Divine Master Gu Yan's performance was something that Luin couldn't compare to. It was incomparable. Luin looked at Divine Master Gu Yan, and after Divine Master Gu Yan had separated the source boxes, he turned back to look at Luin. His expression was no longer calm, but rather one of excitement and bewilderment. How did you find that danger zone? Mu Shang had been defeated, and no one had expected this. Lockbreaking and cultivation were 2 completely different concepts. Before this, no matter how strong Luin was in terms of cultivation or battle prowess, he would never be able to affect his position as an Origin Celestial Master. Even if Luin had surpassed Xianxia and 9 mountains and 8 seas, that only represented his battle prowess and not his lockbreaking ability. Now, however, everyone stared blankly at Mu Shang's figure as he spat out a mouthful of blood. A real Yuan Formation Master had defeated an Origin Celestial Master, creating history. Divine Master Gu Yan had once played against an Origin Celestial Master as a real Yuan Formation Master, but it had only ended in a draw. That was enough to establish his foundation as the #1 Origin Celestial Master in the Astral Tree Galaxy. Now, Luin had defeated an Origin Celestial Master. What did this mean? Everyone else saw that a real Yuan Formation Master had defeated an Origin Celestial Master, but Divine Master Qiuling was even more shocked. Even though she did not know about the sourcebox array that Divine Master Gu Yan had created specifically to stabilize the square game, as he had not needed to use it when playing against her, she had still heard of it. She had even heard of it by chance that Mu Shang had learned it. When she had played against Mu Shang, she had wanted to see the power of that sourcebox array, but she had been forced to stop because of an accident. This time, she had seen it for herself. That sourcebox array had instantly won the game, and it could easily end the game as easily as grabbing an enemy by the neck. Even so, Mu Shang had still lost. Lu Xiaoxian had actually found a flaw in that sourcebox array? She stared at Luin. How had he done it? This was something that Divine Master Gu Yan could not understand as well. He stared at Luin. How did you find that danger zone? How had he found it? Luin looked at the heavily injured Mu Shang lying on the ground, and then at Divine Master Gu Yan, who was acting strangely. I found it just like that. Divine Master Gu Yan stepped in front of Luin, and under Lu Yin's vigilant gaze, he excitedly said, "That's impossible. Even an Origin Celestial Master would not be able to find that danger zone in a single game, let alone a real Yuan Formation Master like you. You know about this sourcebox array, right? You learned it before." Luin was puzzled. Why do you say that? Because I was the one who created this sourcebox array, Divine Master Gu Yan said slowly. Luin was stunned. You created it? Then what's your relationship with Guyu? The reason he had been able to find that danger zone was because of Guyu's letter. Guyu was a powerhouse who had been buried on Shenwu continent. He had a power level of over 1,000,000, and he was also a lockbreaker. He had created the 5 sealing planets to protect Shenwu continent, making it very difficult for outsiders to find the continent. Even if they did, they would have to break through the 5 sealing planets to be able to affect it. However, because too much time had passed, or perhaps because Guyu himself did not want to seal off Shenwu continent, the 5 sealing planets were not that powerful. Even so, those 5 enormous sourceboxes had still shocked Luin. At the time, he had not understood who could use such enormous sourceboxes to set up an array, but now he understood. Guyu had to be a real Yuan Formation Master or even an Origin Celestial Master. If Guyu was an Origin Celestial Master, then he would be the same as Mu Shang, a genius who had yet to reach the peak of envoys or even half-ancestors. However, Guyu was probably much older than Mu Shang. Luin had always relied on Guyu's letter when it came to lockbreaking, but the moment Mu Shang activated that sourcebox array, he suddenly remembered that Guyu's sourcebox array had been incomplete. Then, he recalled that Guyu's notes had also contained information about the sourcebox array, but it had been rather incomplete. Thus, he had purposely conversed with Mu Shang and tried to recall and use his experience to search for the only flaw that could affect the sourcebox array. If he had not seen the sourcebox array in Guyu's letter, then he definitely would not have been able to find it and would have lost without a doubt. He had thought that many people knew how to set up this sourcebox array, but based on Divine Master Gu Yan's attitude, there might not be many who knew. Gu Yan became even more excited when he heard Guyu's name. "Where is Guyu?" "He's my disciple." Lu Yin stared blankly at Gu Yan. One was Gu Yan, and the other was Guyu. He died a long time ago and was buried on the fifth mainland. Gu Yan's body swayed. He had always acted like a money grubber and an eccentric person, but at this moment, he was like an old man who had lost a loved one. Xiao Chui hurried over to support him. Gu Yan's expression was sorrowful. "I guessed it. If he wasn't dead, then why didn't he come to see me? He really did die." Lu Yin sighed. "Senior, my condolences." He then took out Guyu's letter and handed it to Gu Yan. Gu Yan stared blankly at Guyu's letter before taking it and flipping through it with trembling hands. Guyu's letter was incomplete, and Lu Yin had not read it ever since he had become a Realm Origin Celestial Master. However, he had already memorized the contents, so there was no need for him to keep it. He could give it to Gu Yan. He did not suspect that Gu Yan was lying to him. Guyu was a powerhouse who had died a long time ago, so why would the #1 Origin Celestial Master of the Cosmic Trees lie to him? Besides, there was nothing in Guyu's letter that was worth paying attention to. At this time, many people gathered around Mu Shang. Some helped him up, but his injuries were so severe that he kept coughing up blood. Everyone watched in silence. Their gazes filled with confusion and confusion. How had a Realm Origin Celestial Master defeated an Origin Celestial Master? It was impossible. Xiao Ziheng clenched his fists. He had done it again, one miracle after another. From fighting his way out of the divine martial heaven, escaping the pursuit of ancestor Shinji, stopping 2 progenitor-level experts in the abandoned land, and using some unknown method to reach an agreement with the 4 cardinal scales, each and every one of them was filled with inconceivable wonder. They were all miracles, and he had done them all. This kid was like the 5th mainland's most dazzling star. His birth was supposed to create miracles. Was the Lu family destined to rule the 5th mainland? Even Kue Luo fell silent. He had guessed that Lu Yin would win, as he never did anything he was not confident in. But now that he had actually won, he could not believe it. No one else had heard the conversation between Lu Yin and Celestial Master Gu Yan, or else they would not have been so surprised. If not for Mu Shang's hidden corner sourcebox array and Lu Yin's coincidental guess, the final result would not have been certain. Lu Yin had not been confident that he would be able to seize control of the tiger sourcebox, so he could only say that this was fate. Mu Shang stared at Lu Yin in disbelief, as he could not understand how he had lost. Could this person's innate gift have reached the level where he could see through sourcebox arrays with a single glance? That was impossible. If that was the case, then Mu Shang would have lost long ago. In the Sovereign Realm, Bai Wangyuan and the others were silent. Mu Shang had lost. He had lost. Bai Wangyuan realized that he was not too surprised. Was it because this kid had created too many miracles? The Fog Ancestor looked down with bright eyes. She seemed to see Huiwen's shadow in Lu Yin. At the entrance to the back of the battlefield, Lu Yin put away his sourcebox and looked at Mu Shang. "Are you convinced?" Mu Shang stared at Lu Yin with the help of others. "You learned the hidden corner." Lu Yin sneered. "Not convinced? If I can beat you once, I can beat you again and again. I'll give you time to recover, and I'll look for you the moment I officially become an Origin Array Heavenly Master." He then bade farewell to Gu Yan and the others and prepared to leave. Mu Shang's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin's arrogant attitude made him feel like he was giving out charity. Inexplicably, the same scene played out in front of him as a youth who resembled Lu Yin appeared, looking down at him with a smile. Pfft! Mu Shang spat out another mouthful of blood, and he nearly fainted from anger. Lu Yin found it strange. He had only said one sentence, but he had spat out blood again. Was his injury that serious? Eh? Why are we seeing that planet here? Someone exclaimed. Then, everyone looked up and saw a magnificent scene. A red planet had appeared in the dark sky, its color resplendent and dazzling. Luin also looked up and frowned. Was this the bad star? He had once merged with the body of someone called Sen, who was a protector of the Temple of Bad Star. This planet was clearly the bad star. It was one of the 7 main planets in the outside world, and it shouldn't have been visible at the back of the battlefield. Even if it could be seen, it should have been there long ago. Could it have just appeared? Just as he was thinking about this, the hellworm suddenly stood up and bared its fangs as it stared at the bad star with a solemn expression. Luin stared at the red planet as a black dot approached. It was getting closer and closer, constantly shuttling through the void and causing ripples to form in the void before tearing it apart. Was that a general appointment platform? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the descending object. Wasn't that a general appointment platform? Gu Yan, Kui Luo, and the culinary god all looked up at the approaching black dot. It was a general appointment platform. The general appointment platform belonged to the Lu family, and no one had expected it to appear here. When he saw that it was a platform, he was confused. Whose platform was this? Was there someone alive in the Lu family? Suddenly, a warning sign appeared in his mind. An indescribable sense of crisis made his nerves jump. An intense chill rose from his back. He subconsciously wanted to escape. There was a killing intent, an incomparable killing intent. With no time to think, Luin immediately wanted to borrow Lu Jian's rune lines, but in an instant, the Point General platform descended and suppressed Luin. The platform was covered in dust, and there was even a dark red residue on its surface. With the appearance of the Point General platform, the battlefield behind him seemed to come to a standstill. A violent, tyrannical progenitor's power caused everyone, the Corpse King, and the beasts to freeze in place. That power was like a bloodthirsty purgatory, causing everyone to go crazy and suffocate. This was a berserk sensation. The moment it appeared, the darkest side of everyone's heart erupted, causing countless people's eyes to turn dark red. Luin stared fixedly at the Point General appointment platform that was suppressing him, but he could not move. He was clearly under the same progenitor's pressure, but he had been prepared against Xianxia and the others. However, he was not prepared for this power. The rumbling of the suppression, the hellworm's low roar, and his own heartbeat filled his mind. At that moment, he seemed to see a pair of crazy eyes through the Point General appointment platform. He had seen these eyes before when he had been traveling through spacetime. They belonged to Madman Lu. From the red planet's appearance to the Point General appointment platform, the Point General appointment platform seemed to have been suppressed for a long time, but it had only been an instant. Even Mu Xia, who was a ruler, had not been able to block it in time. He could only watch as the Point General appointment platform descended on Lu Yin's head and suppressed him without him being able to react. At this moment, no one could help him. Even if he had a corpse and a pair of slippers in his cosmic ring, he could not move. This moment had been premeditated for a long time, and it had come from someone who had not even thought of giving Luin a chance to resist. The gaze fell, and there was a bloodthirsty madness within it. Everyone from the Lu family had to die. Everyone who saw this scene was certain that Luin would definitely die, and even Luin himself felt that he would definitely die. When the Point General appointment platform descended, there would be nothing left of Lu Yin's corpse, and even his arcane art of life and death would be useless. At that moment, the void in front of Lu Yin's eyes split open, and a hand reached out and slapped the Point General appointment platform. The suppressive momentum of the Point General appointment platform was stopped, and it was immediately pushed back. This unforeseen event only lasted for an instant. When the Point General appointment platform was pushed back, the hand also disappeared. All Luin could see were the numerous scars on the back of the hand, and he could also vaguely hear 2 words, "Was it worth it?" Luin did not know if he had heard wrong. He wanted to clearly see the owner of the hand, but the void returned to normal, and everything returned to normal. There was only a trace of gray that flowed around. This was a trace of time. Luin looked at the gray. The power of time. Could it be Senior Mu Xia? At that moment, a glowing evil Saraira appeared in space behind the battlefield, and Mu Xia appeared. He looked up at the red planet. "I won't allow you to attack again." The red planet did not reply, and it simply vanished like a curtain call. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. That tyrannical power had almost caused them to lose control of themselves. Even half-ancestors felt the same way. Gu Yan stared deeply into space. What a terrifying progenitor power. If it had not come from the outer realm, he would have thought that an eternal progenitor had attacked. Kue Luo hurried to Lu Yin's side. Kid, are you alright? Lu Yin shook his head and looked into space. Mu Xia had landed. Everyone bowed. Greetings, Governor. Greetings, Governor. Mu Xia sized Lu Yin up with a solemn expression. Are you alright? Lu Yin shook his head. If Senior Mu hadn't acted in time, I would have died. Mu Xia replied, I haven't acted yet. Lu Yin did not understand. The one who pushed the Point General appointment platform out wasn't Senior Mu Xia? Everyone was shocked. Senior Mu Xia? Governor Mu Xia was Lu Xiaoshuan's senior? Only a few people knew about this, and the 4 cardinal scales could not possibly spread the news for Lu Yin. They were eager for everyone to think that Lu Yin was bait that they had used to lure out the remaining members of the Lu family, just like Qiao. Mu Xia shook his head. It wasn't me. Lu Yin had not expected that it had not been Senior Mu Xia. Then who was it? That grayness was clearly the power of time. Among the progenitors that Lu Yin knew of, only Xiaoxinji and Mu Xia had the power of time. Even if the others had the power, they would not have been able to push the Point General appointment platform out. Wait, if it was the power of time, then could that palm have come from the river of time? Could it have come from the past, or could it have come from the future? Do you know who attacked you? Mu Xia asked. Lu Yin nodded. Return to the 5th mainland. Madman Lu won't let you off. He's a madman, Mu Xia said gravely. He was confident that the 4 cardinal scales would be wary of him because they cared about too many things. The more they cared, the easier it would be for others to exploit their weaknesses. However, Madman Lu was different. He was a madman, and there was no way to reason with a madman. Lu Yin glanced at Xia Ziheng and the others from the 4 cardinal scales. How had Madman Lu known that he was coming? The 4 cardinal scales must have told him, and the most likely culprit was Xiaoxinji. Lu Yin had been too careless. He had thought that he would be safe with Lu Jian's Point General appointment platform and the caged WYRM, but in reality, other than the 4 cardinal scales, there were still other powerful progenitors in this region who could act against him. Of course, Lu Yin's reliance was not weak. Aside from Madman Lu, it was very difficult for anyone else to pose such a threat to him. The main reason was that he had been confused by the Point General appointment platform. If it had not been the Point General appointment platform but something else, he would have had time to react. Who would have thought that the power that had almost killed him was the one that he was most familiar with? Don't worry, Senior Mu. He won't have a second chance, Lu Yin said sternly. Mu Xia looked at Lu Yin. No one knows what tricks Madman Lu has up his sleeves. The fact that he betrayed the Lu family means that he has no bottom line. It's best if you go back. He then left and returned to the sovereign realm. From start to finish, he did not ask who had helped Lu Yin. Lu Yin guessed that it had been him, but that meant that Lu Yin himself did not know. This was interesting. Lu Yin knew that Mu Xia was right. The safest way was to return to the 5th mainland, but he still had things to do in this region. Madman Lu was clearly colluding with the Eternals, but the 4 cardinal scales did not seem to know. Otherwise, they would not have allowed him to be on Nightmare Planet. Madman Lu was on Nightmare Planet, and he should be that nightmare ancestor. The sudden killing intent caused everyone's expressions to turn grave. Many people were happy that Lu Yin had been killed, but they also thought about themselves. If even Lu Yin, who could fight against a progenitor, had almost been killed, what about the others? They felt as if their fates were being controlled by someone else. Even though they had always known that progenitors could control their lives, no progenitor had ever acted against them. Now, they had all experienced it firsthand. Even Xiao Ziheng, Wu Yao, and the other half-ancestors were terrified. Mu Xia returned to the sovereign's realm, but he did not look for Bai Wanyuan and the others. He had guessed that these people must have told Madman Lu about Lu Yin's appearance. Otherwise, with Madman Lu's personality of always being in seclusion, he would not have known about Lu Yin's appearance. From Bai Wang Yuan's point of view, they had not done anything wrong. Madman Lu had attacked, not them, and everyone knew that they wished for Lu Yin's death. In the sovereign's realm, Bai Wang Yuan retracted his gaze, his expression uncertain. Someone helped Lu Xiaoxian push Madman Lu out of the stage. Who was it? Mu Xie? No, he didn't react in time, Wang Fan said. Xiaoxinji said, if even Mu Xie, who was watching the battlefield from the back, didn't react in time, who else could have? Helped Lu Xiaoxian? The dragon ancestor guessed, don't forget that these three have a master. Bai Wang Yuan raised his brows. Stop pretending. Even if they do have the same master, it must be someone we know. So what if we trace it back to the era of the Above Heaven sect? Wang Fan shook his head. That might not be the case. Because of the three of them, we thought too highly of their mysterious master. But what if he's just an ordinary progenitor? For example, Lu Xiaoxuan's master, Yiqi, existed before we became famous. If Yiqi had wanted to take us as his disciples back then, it wouldn't have been impossible. After all, he was a progenitor, and now, Yiqi is nothing to us. So you're saying that their master is just an ordinary progenitor who hasn't left much of a stir in history? He's not from the same generation as us, and perhaps his seniority is higher than ours, which is why we haven't interacted with him before. Bai Wang Yuan asked. Hearing Wang Fan and Bai Wang Yuan's words, Xiaoxinji said, that's possible. Otherwise, why didn't he show himself? Progenitors like Yiqi are nothing in front of us. Maybe Mu Xie and the other two are just trying to confuse us. Don't forget what Lu Xiaoxian is best at, Ancestor Long said. The other three's expressions turned ugly. What was he best at? Of course, it was a fake threat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to trick the four-direction scales. It's a pity that he only has one chance. He won't succeed even if he tries again. Lu Xiaoxian will definitely be more cautious, Wang Fan sighed. Bai Wang Yuan was helpless, but he didn't know what to say. They actually had such a headache when facing a junior with 3 origin tribulations. The failed ambush was a headache for many, including Lu Yin himself. Although he had increased his vigilance against the starry sky trees, he also recognized his own shortcomings. He had many methods to deal with progenitors. Although he might not be able to defeat them, he could at least stall for time. However, these methods were built on the basis that he had enough time to react. If he couldn't react quickly enough, or if he couldn't react at all, then he would be in danger. A progenitor putting aside his pride to launch a sneak attack was terrifying. No one dared to say that they could remain calm in the face of a progenitor's sneak attack. Even 9 mountains and 8 seas didn't want to be targeted by a progenitor and be ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. Lu Yin knew that he was far from reaching 9 mountains and 8 seas level, and he didn't want to lead the starry sky trees. There were many things that he needed to do here, such as Xian Academy's mountains and seas, the Lu family's remaining officials, the 4th foundation, and the food paradise. He needed to think of a way to increase his confidence in facing a progenitor. Although external items were useful, the restrictions were too great. It would be best if he could increase it by himself. If he could increase his defense to the point that a progenitor's attack couldn't kill him, then that would be perfect. Only Lu Yin dared to think of such a thing. Even ordinary half-ancestors wouldn't dare to think of withstanding a progenitor's attack. Lu Yin had been able to fight 4 half-ancestors alone, which meant that his true power was quite high. The only thing that could achieve this was battle force. When it came to increasing a person's strength, no one was better than Xianxia and the others. The Third Mainland's master of the ancient path was famous for unearthing the potential of the human body, and he had created battle force, domains, spiritual force, and many other powers. Just like Wu Tian, he had the ability to educate others, and he could allow someone who was not a progenitor to have the strength to directly face a progenitor. Aside from this master of the ancient path's strength, Lu Yin could not think of any other power that could be used. He immediately returned to the 4th base to look for Xianxia. The Nong family and the Lu family wanted to chat with Lu Yin, but they were blocked by the 4-way scales. Mu Shang stared at Lu Yin's departing figure. Is he going to look for me again after he becomes an Origin Array Heavenly Master? Fine, he would wait. He didn't believe that this guy could surpass him. The progenitor's ambush had caused everyone to forget about Mu Shang's crushing defeat, but news of the competition's results would still spread, and it would definitely shock the entire cosmic tree realm. Although Lu Yin had yet to reach the level of an Origin Array Heavenly Master, he was already publicly recognized as a quasi-Origin Array Heavenly Master. In many people's opinion, his lock-breaking ability might even be on par with Mu Shang's. Of course, there were also many who refuted that a single game was not enough to prove that Lu Yin was an Origin Array Heavenly Master. Whether or not he truly possessed the abilities of an Origin Array Heavenly Master would depend on whether or not he could unlock a source box that was qualified to become an Origin Array Heavenly Master. Such a source box could be found in both the Cosmic Tree Realm and the Fifth Mainland. Lu Yin had originally planned to become an Origin Array Heavenly Master. However, at this moment, improving himself was more important than becoming an Origin Array Heavenly Master. With a roar, the Hellworm arrived at the fourth base, and Lu Yin stomped on it. Useless thing. All you can do is watch from the sidelines. What do I need you for? The Hellworm felt wronged, and it lowered its claws and bent its head. It looked at Lu Yin with large eyes that were filled with confusion. Lu Yin frowned. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Let me tell you, even if I die, someone will still be able to control you. You look foolish, but you're actually quite scheming. He did not believe that the Hellworm had not reacted, as it had seen the general appointment platform before Lu Yin. The platform had shocked Lu Yin because it was the Lu family's power. It could cause Lu Yin to reveal an opening, but it could not cause the Hellworm to reveal an opening. The Hellworm might not have been able to block the attack, but it had still been watching. Of course, Lu Yin was not angry. The Hellworm had been forcefully subdued by his slippers, so it was normal for it to have some thoughts. Dao disciple, what was that? Lu Yin returned to the fourth base, and the Emperor was puzzled. Elder Chan had also arrived and was sizing Lu Yin up. Are you all right? Lu Yin solemnly replied, that shameless old thing tried to assassinate me. I'm fine. Where's Henshin? He's at the base, the Emperor replied. Lu Yin walked towards the headquarters. Tell Henshin to come see me. The Emperor and Elder Chan exchanged glances, not knowing why Lu Yin was looking for Henshin at this time. Not long after, Henshin arrived at the headquarters and met with Lu Yin. Dao disciple, are you looking for me? Lu Yin looked at Henshin and thought about how to broach the subject. Although these people were nominally part of the New Heavens sect and were Elysium sect masters, that did not mean that they belonged to Lu Yin. At most, they had a superior and subordinate relationship, and Lu Yin did not have the authority to force them to hand over everything they owned. Once Henshin broke through to the progenitor realm, it was hard to say if he would stay in the New Heavens sect or even pull Lu Yin down. No, if Henshin had the ability, he would definitely pull Lu Yin down. Lu Yin was certain of this. When he thought about this, Lu Yin felt that there was nothing he could say. No matter what Henshin thought, Lu Yin had to obtain the best cultivation method for battle force. Your master is the disciple of the Third Continent's ancient Pathmaster. Ancient Pathmaster's research on battle force and domains is unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. Now that my battle force has reached the Warring States realm, what should I do next? Lu Yin asked. When Lu Yin mentioned the ancient Pathmaster, Henshin had already guessed what he was going to say. Or rather, he had already guessed that this day would come. Ever since he had revealed the power of the dark purple substance, many people had been asking about it, wanting to learn it from him. However, even Captain Yi had not been able to learn it, let alone others. Now that Lu Yin had asked, he had already thought about how to answer. The ancient Pathmaster's research on battle force and domains is indeed top-notch. There is a realm above the Warring States realm called the Palm Realm of Indestructibility, Henshin replied. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Of course, he knew about the Palm Realm. In this day and age, not many people knew about it. It was a realm created by the ancient Pathmaster, and if Henshin could say it, it meant that even if some of what he was about to say was false, most of it was true. Lu Yin did not expect Henshin to be so obedient as to tell him the cultivation method of battle force. From what I remember, the ancient Pathmaster was not one of the 7 sky gods. The reason he researched battle force and domains was so that those without talent and resources could catch up. That is why I and Captain Yi were born. The respect that the third mainland has for the ancient Pathmaster is something that the other mainlands don't have for the ruling clans. Even if the Lu family controls the fifth mainland, they would not be as popular as the ancient Pathmaster in the third mainland. It is because of the ancient Pathmaster's popularization of battle force and domains that countless ordinary weeds have the nutrients to grow, Xianxia said as he reminisced. I am not the first person to learn the palm realm of indestructibility. Thousands of people tried before me, but they all failed. The lighter ones had their cultivation crippled, while the heavier ones. He paused and looked at Luyin before continuing, were torn apart. Luyin raised his brows and looked at Xianxia. Are you saying that those people all reached the Warring States realm? Yes. With the Daelord's abilities, he nurtured many battle force experts over a long period of time. His ultimate goal was for them to reach the palm realm of indestructibility and reach the pinnacle of battle force. Unfortunately, aside from me, no one has succeeded. Luyin was curious, as he did not doubt Xianxia's words. Perhaps he was exaggerating, but it should be true. He had specifically asked Lu Bujing and the others about the purplish-black battle force, but they did not know anything about it. This meant that this battle force was not widespread. How did you succeed? Luyin asked. Xianxia smiled bitterly. If I said it was luck, would you believe me? Yes, Luyin replied with a single word. Xianxia was helpless. If Luyin had thought about it before replying, he would have believed him. But if he had answered directly, it was hard to believe. As for the palm realm of indestructibility, it relies on luck. It is a type of fusion between battle force and the physical body at the deepest level. However, everyone's body is in a different state, so the method of fusion and the degree of fusion are different. It is impossible to control. The Daelord once guessed that one might not even need to reach the Warring States realm to cultivate the palm realm, as long as one's battle force is able to fuse with the physical body at a deeper level. For example, an explorer's battle force can only reach the level of 2 or 3 lines. However, if they are lucky enough to fuse their battle force with the physical body, they can also reach the palm realm of indestructibility. Rather than saying that the palm realm of indestructibility is the pinnacle of battle force cultivation, it is more accurate to say that it opens up another path of battle force cultivation. In the Daelord's words, this is the true path, not the true path of battle force cultivation, but the true path of human cultivation. Luyin was surprised. The true path of human cultivation? This was a bit exaggerated. Then were all those who did not cultivate battle force fake? Wasn't this basically denying the primogenitor's abilities? The astral source universe had been created by the primogenitor, and even the primogenitor had not cultivated this type of battle force. Xianxia looked at Luyin's expression. I know that you don't believe me, Daelord, but I do. Compared to those astral beasts, no, compared to some beasts that have never cultivated before, humans are too weak at birth. Even if we rely on our hard work and intelligence to become the masters of this universe, it is undeniable that we are born too weak. Once we lose our external cultivation, what will humans use to fight against powerful enemies? Battle force comes from a person's heart, and it comes from the foundation of the human body. There is no need to rely on external energy. Even if the fifth mainland's astral source universe is devoured, it can still cultivate battle force. If one cultivates battle force to the palm realm of indestructibility, they can also reach the limits of what humans can achieve. This is the true path of human cultivation. Getting married is really busy and tiring. Thank you, brothers, for your support. If not for the fact that the fifth mainland's astral source universe had been devoured, Luyin wouldn't have been so shocked by Xianxia's words. But now, with everything that had happened, he actually agreed with Xianxia's words. Humans could cultivate battle force without relying on the outside world, and even in extremely harsh environments, they could still reach the peak. Xianxia himself cultivated battle force and was confident that he could break through to the progenitor realm. Even if he couldn't, he was still one of the 12 sect masters of the above heaven sect. He wasn't inferior to anyone else, especially in an environment like the fifth mainland where there was no astral source. According to what you're saying, the ancient Pathmaster has done something that benefits all of humanity, both ancient and modern, Luyin said. Although I don't know why the Daelord betrayed the human race, at that time, the Tao Lord only wanted to create a path that was suitable for the human race to cultivate. However, this path was too difficult. After me, the Tao Lord found hundreds of thousands of volunteers to cultivate and let them try to fuse their battle force into their bodies, but they all failed. No one succeeded. Maybe this is a blocked path, a path that humans can't open, said Lin Feng. Luyin was curious. According to the ancient Pathmaster's speculations, if a sentinel cultivator could cultivate battle force and fuse it with their body, would they be able to reach the indestructible palm realm? Yes, Henshin confirmed, the Pathmaster has used this analogy before. Then how powerful would that sentinel be? Luyin asked. Henshin replied, according to the Pathmaster's speculations, defeating a Lammeter shouldn't be a problem. There's also one thing that's absolutely certain, they can travel through space with their body. Only explorers can survive in space, but once a sentinel cultivator reaches the indestructible palm realm, they can also survive in space because their life essence has changed. Luyin clasped his hands behind his back. Sentinels can travel through space and survive in the universe. They can even defeat Lammeters above their realms. If this path could really be taken, then humans wouldn't have to fear the Eternals. They would have long since become the overlords of the universe. Unfortunately, it seems like this path will be difficult. Henshin didn't answer, he had said so much just to tell Luyin this point. If this path wasn't difficult, then Timi would have already grasped it. He would hide it from everyone, but not from Timi. It was precisely because he was worried that Luyin wouldn't believe him that he had spoken so clearly. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have bothered to explain themselves. Alright, now that you've told me about the origin, development, and future goals, it's time to tell me how to cultivate, Luyin said as he rubbed his forehead. Xianxia nodded. Tao child, you should be mentally prepared. Being able to reach the palm realm was entirely due to luck. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Luyin knew why Xianxia had said so much, but if someone had succeeded, then there was still a chance for him to succeed. Even if the chances were slim, he still hoped that Xianxia was lying to him. As for whether or not he was lying, he might be able to tell as he cultivated. Sengoku! Henshin shouted. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as his battle force swept out in all directions, scorching the void. It was the Sengoku Kingdom. The moment the Sengoku appeared, many people around the general headquarters looked over and felt an extremely oppressive and domineering power. The invisible battle chi formed visible ripples and spread further and further, gradually moving towards the battlefield of the fourth formation base. All the corpse kings that were enveloped by the warring states were crushed into pieces. This was the first time Luyin had taken action against the corpse kings at the fourth foundation. One of the emissary corpse kings used the Red Eyes transformation and was crushed by the Sengoku Kingdom. The Yao Emperor and the others found it strange that Luyin had suddenly attacked. Within the general headquarters, Xianxia was astonished by the strength of Lu Yin's Sengoku Kingdom. Whether it was in terms of strength or range, it surpassed anyone in Timi and was second only to him. It was no wonder that Luyin had been able to fight 4 half-ancestors without using any external items. What Xianxia didn't know was that Lu Yin's Sengoku Kingdom had only broken through when he had gathered the fifth mainland. When he had fought 4 half-ancestors in Shenwu Plain, the Sengoku Kingdom hadn't been this strong. Shrink it, the range doesn't need to be so large, Xianxia said. Luyin had only used the Sengoku Kingdom to crush a wave of corpse kings and had shrunk it before attracting the attention of half-ancestors and progenitors. Xianxia raised his hand and a dark purple substance appeared at his fingertips. He easily passed through the Sengoku Kingdom and touched Lu Yin's wrist. Shock flashed through the depths of Lu Yin's eyes. This was the realm of palm indestructibility, where the Sengoku Kingdom was nothing. Under this power, the Sengoku Kingdom was like air. It was no wonder that even someone like the ancient Pathmaster was obsessed with this realm and called it the true path of cultivation for humans. This is the method that the Pathmaster tried for us, and this is the only thing I know. Use this point as a guide and transform the Sengoku Kingdom. If you can successfully transform the Sengoku Kingdom and extend this substance, it will mean that you've succeeded, Xianxia said. He then slowly retreated and looked at Lu Yin's wrist. Luyin looked down and saw a black dot on his wrist. This was the substance of the realm of palm indestructibility, and it looked more like a physical manifestation of battle force. It wasn't wrong to understand it this way. It was like a stone and air, and a stone could easily pass through air. No matter how powerful the Sengoku Kingdom's battle force was, it was still just air. How do I transform it? Luin asked. Xianxia replied, there's no need to rush. The substance has just entered your body, and you'll experience it soon enough. You'll naturally know how to transform it. You need to know that others can't help you with this, or else the ancient Pathmaster and I wouldn't be the only ones to reach this realm. Luin glanced at Xianxia, not knowing if he was telling the truth or not. In any case, he had no idea how to transform it. Just as he thought about this, an intense pain shot through his wrist, as if it was melting. Luin looked down and saw that his wrist hadn't changed, but the melting sensation was extremely intense. No, it wasn't just intense, it felt like the pain had been magnified 10 times, or even 100 times, spreading through his entire arm, his heart, his entire body, and finally his brain. In an instant, his brain felt like it was being torn apart and melted. It was normal for cultivators to experience pain, and normal pain wasn't much. Luin had died a few times during his cultivation, and he had even experienced the pain of being torn apart. However, this pain made him feel like an ordinary person who had fallen into purgatory. His body was constantly being melted and disintegrated, and this pain was 100 times more intense than anything he had ever experienced before. Luin exhaled, and his body trembled as the pain suddenly disappeared. The black dot on his wrist also vanished. Xianxia wasn't surprised, it failed. Luin looked at his wrist and then at Xianxia, what happened? Xianxia definitely hadn't done anything to him, and even with Xianxia's strength, he wouldn't be able to inflict such pain on Luin even if he could kill him. It was too deep, and even though the pain had disappeared, Luin was still panting heavily. He had once again experienced what it felt like to be an ordinary person. Xianxia explained, no matter how we cultivate, the pain is still there. No matter what realm one reaches, as long as one's physical body still exists, the pain will remain. Even progenitors can't completely control their own bodies, and if their bodies die, they die as well. This is what the Tao Lord said, which is why he said that the realm of mastery is the true path of cultivation for humans. This is the only path that allows one to truly control their own bodies. Tao Lord, you must have experienced that pain. With your current cultivation, you shouldn't have been able to experience it, but now, you've truly experienced it. This is the human body, and you can't cut off the sensation of pain. It comes from the deepest senses of the human body, and our understanding of our own bodies is still far from enough. Luin frowned, speak more clearly. Xianxia explained, in the Tao Lord's words, if we can truly control our own bodies, then we won't be injured at all. Even the slightest injury can be healed in an instant, and as long as there's a possibility of recovery, we can live forever. We can control everything about ourselves and live as long as the stars. This is true control of one's own body, but not even progenitors have reached this level. There are too many components in the human body, just like cells. What the Tao Lord meant was that when a person can truly control their own bodies, every cell will become a universe. Luin blinked, Tao Lord Gu is really daring. Xianxia sighed, Tao Lord, you've already tried, but unfortunately, you failed. Do you still want to try? I can responsibly say that no matter how many times you try, it'll be the same. Unless you're lucky enough to find the point where battle force just happens to fuse into your body, you won't succeed. The probability of that happening is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Luin muttered to himself for a moment and then smiled, I have my domain. Finding a needle in a haystack is easy. Xianxia was stunned, was that what he meant? Continue, I'll try again, Luin said. Xianxia shook his head, knowing that Luin didn't believe him. Sengoku. With that, Luin released Sengoku, and Xianxia tapped out with a finger. A black dot appeared on Lu Yin's wrist, and the same thing happened again. That soul-piercing pain assaulted him, almost tearing him apart. If he really died, then so be it, as the pain would only last for a moment. However, he wouldn't truly die, he would have to endure it and search for that opportunity to fuse with his body. Failure. Again. Failure. Again. After repeating the same process so many times, Xian grew tired. Lu Yin's face was already pale from the pain, but he didn't give up. Xian had said so much to tell Lu Yin that the chances of success were extremely low, but Lu Yin had heard about the true path of cultivation for humans. He had heard about how sentinels could survive in the universe, about the changes in the nature of life, and about how a single cell could become a universe. These words made him want to reach the realm of the palm even more. Besides, Lu Yin was also experimenting with his own methods. In Dao Lord Gu's era, they had only tried one method, but things were different now. There was a corresponding countermeasure to this pain, and it was precisely this: things move in the opposite direction. As long as the pain was real, it could be absorbed. Things move in the opposite direction could even be used on the ethereal power of time. Lu Yin had endured the pain so many times because he wanted to experience the possibility of absorbing pain in the opposite direction. Now, after a few days, he could finally test it out. He was sure that things would move in the opposite direction. Next, I'll use the battle technique. What you need to do is to add it to me when the black substance disappears. It'll be seamless, Lu Yin said. Xian was shocked. You're going to continue? Looks like you know, Lu Yin said. Xian solemnly said, think about it. You've experienced that pain many times, so you should know that it won't disappear no matter how long you experience it. In fact, it'll only get more and more painful. Someone once asked the Tao Master to help him continue to experience it, but his mind eventually collapsed. After that failure, he became a madman, and even the Tao Master couldn't help him recover. How long did that person last? Lu Yin asked. Xian took a deep breath. A day and a half. Lu Yin was shocked. A day and a half? That kind of pain was unbearable even for Lu Yin. Even if his willpower could endure it, his body couldn't. Lu Yin didn't know where the pain came from or how the ancient Tao Master had found it, but he could feel that if he didn't use matter reverses, his body wouldn't be able to last for half a day. If someone could last for a day and a half, then that person's willpower was ridiculous. There's no need to say anything else. Let's start. If I can't endure it, I'll give up, Lu Yin said. Xian had stayed on the fifth mainland for more than 20 years, so he knew a lot about the Daosource Sect's 9 mountains and 8 seas. He had heard of Ancestor Ku, and he had also seen Lu Yin use matter reverses. Every time he saw it, he felt that this battle technique was mystical. Anyone who cultivated to the progenitor realm was an elite of the human race, and Ancestor Ku had clearly surpassed that level. He was on the same level as Progenitor Chen and the Talisman Progenitor. Anyone who understood matter reverses would know how mystical this battle technique was. It was so mystical that it could even affect time. Xian watched Lu Yin use matter reverses. Had he already confirmed that this battle technique was effective after so many attempts? He released the Sengoku technique, and Xian tapped out with a finger. A black dot appeared on Lu Yin's wrist. The pain came as expected, and Lu Yin's withered body began to recover. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and endured the pain. It was indeed effective, and he began to try again. The purplish-black substance was about to disappear, but Xian pointed out once more. The pain continued unabated, and Lu Yin's physical body continued to recover. Then, it shriveled up, recovered, and shriveled up. 2 hours, 4 hours, half a day. More than half a day went by, and Henshin looked at Lu Yin's wrist in exhaustion. He still hadn't succeeded, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Just how many times did he have to try? A day passed, and Lu Yin gritted his teeth and persevered. If it weren't for the fact that things would always move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme, he wouldn't have lasted this long. He had the willpower to endure the pain, and his physical body had been given to the opposite effect. This was the fundamental reason why he had been able to persevere until now. A day passed, and Lu Yin continued to endure the pain while Xian continued to help him maintain the dark purple substance. In the beginning, he only needed to cover his fingertips with the purplish-black substance. Now, he needed to cover his entire arm. The purplish-black substance on his entire arm had decreased significantly. Xian looked at his arm. If he was like this for a day, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. There was also a limit to how far things could go in the opposite direction, And even though this kind of pain was excruciating, it was still far from the intensity of a half-martial ancestor's attacks. In other words, the limit that Luin had endured when he had been attacked by 4 half-martial ancestors was something that he could endure for a very long time now. For a very long time. 2 days passed. Luin discovered that he seemed to be able to use the energy stored in the opposite direction to counteract the pain. Luin had used this ability to defeat progenitor Chen during his emissary origin tribulation, and he had also used this ability to kill half-ancestor Chai. Now, he was absorbing pain, and he was counteracting it in the opposite direction, which meant that he was also absorbing pain. It was becoming more and more mysterious. Not only could it be used to control time, but it could also counteract the pain. Luin admired Ancestor Ku even more. But now wasn't the time to admire him. Since Luin could counteract the pain, then he would have a lot of time to think about. Xianxia watched as Luin endured for 3 days, 4 days, and then 5. He didn't know what to say, as he was well aware of this kind of pain. Even the ancient Pathmaster had said that even a half-martial ancestor with the strongest willpower could not last more than 3 days, but Luin had already endured for 5 days. He desperately wanted to see the ancient Pathmaster and tell him that there was someone here who could endure for 5 days. Luin had already endured for 5 days, and he didn't know if Luin could reach the realm of mastery. Even if he was looking for a needle in a haystack, there was still a chance. Moreover, the probability was not as high as looking for a needle in a haystack. The ancient Pathmaster had once said that if someone continuously tried for a longer period of time, they would definitely be able to reach the realm of mastery. As for how long this period of time was, Xianxia didn't know, and neither did the ancient Pathmaster. 10 days. A full 10 days passed, and Luin was still trying. Xianxia couldn't hold on any longer. Even if it was just 1 point at a time, there would be many points in a day. After 10 days, the blackish-purple substance that covered his body had thinned by a layer. If not for the fact that he was afraid that Luin would attack him, he would have ended the process. Xianxia admired Luin for enduring the pain for 10 days, but he didn't know how Luin had done it. Perhaps this child had experienced a great test of perseverance. Yes, if not, how could he have achieved this at such a young age? When he thought of this, Xianxia's admiration grew from the bottom of his heart. Even when Luin had borrowed progenitor Chen's strength to suppress the 5th mainland, and even when he had defeated Xianxia and the other 2 half-progenitors, Xianxia had never admired Luin. He had come from the era of the above heavens, and he had seen many top powerhouses. The 3 realms and 6 daos were not something that the current progenitors could compare to. But at this moment, he truly admired Luin. Perhaps the ancient Pathmaster would also admire Luin if he saw this scene. Elder Chan and the others had visited the headquarters several times, but they didn't know what was going on inside. Even so, they didn't try to barge in. They weren't worried about Lu Yin's safety. Outside of a progenitor, there was no one who could threaten Luin. Luin was already immersed in his endless attempts. Even though he was able to offset some of the pain, the remaining pain was still unbearable. It took a lot of perseverance to endure for 10 days. Recommended an app that seemed to have revived an old version of the Book Chaser artifact. It could be used to exchange all origin source books. Xianxia sighed. The blackish-purple substance was about to disappear, and he tapped out to extend it. He wondered if his realm of mastery would be exhausted because of this. Suddenly, he froze and stared blankly at Lu Yin's wrist. The black dot hadn't disappeared. He thought that he was hallucinating. He had been extending it for the past few days, and he knew that the black dot should have disappeared by now. How could it still exist? Unless... He looked at Luin in shock. Luin opened his eyes at the same time and met Xianxia's gaze. His lips curled up as he said, "Thank you. I succeeded." Xianxia was stunned. He had succeeded. Those 3 simple words had caused Xianxia's thoughts to jump from the era of the above heaven sect to the present. At that time, the Pathmaster had been overjoyed to see his own success, as it meant that the path he had created was correct. Now, another person had succeeded. Really? Luin nodded. His pain had disappeared the moment he had succeeded. His battle force was transforming into the realm of mastery. The process was a little long, but he wasn't afraid of time. Xianxia looked at Luyin with a complicated expression. Was he happy? Or was he fearful? Or was it something else? He didn't know if this person was truly born from the destiny of the human race. He had even succeeded in cultivating the realm of mastery. Battle force in the realm of mastery is completely different from battle force, right? Luyin asked as he stared at the black dot on his wrist. He had seen Xianxia fight an ancient god in the realm of mastery, but because his opponent had been an ancient god, he hadn't been able to see how powerful the realm of mastery was. He had almost been killed by the ancient god at the time. However, Luyin had seen Xianxia fight in the realm of mastery many times in Xianxia's memories. Almost all of them were close-range battles. Compared to the Sengoku realm, the realm of mastery lacked the advantage of range, but its destructive power was much greater. Xianxia said, "There are many ways to fight in the realm of mastery. It's actually not that different from battle force. You can treat it as a physical form of battle force. It doesn't seem to have the same range as the Sengoku realm." Xianxia shook his head. The range of battle force is meaningless against someone who can defeat you in the realm of mastery. Luyin thought about it and agreed. Besides, this is just my usage of the realm of mastery, Xianxia said, his eyes filled with nostalgia and longing. Luyin didn't understand at first, but he quickly figured it out. The ancient path master's usage of the realm of mastery is different. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Of course it's different. The ancient path master has already fused his physical form of battle force into his body. Although there are veined patterns on his body, he doesn't have this dark purple substance. Odyssey, you've fought with the 9 mountains and 8 seas and experienced how terrifying their ancestral worlds are. Every progenitor has their own ancestral worlds, just like how half progenitors have their own inner worlds. The so-called ancestral worlds are spaces created by progenitors themselves and give birth to creatures that belong to that world. They have their own unique civilizations, beliefs, and so on. The more stable these civilizations are, the stronger the ancestral worlds are. Luyin listened quietly. There were some things that the Fog Ancestor had told him before, but he hadn't gone into detail. He hadn't had a chance to talk to Xia alone either. His master had disappeared, and only the Blood Ancestor was left on the 5th mainland. However, the Blood Ancestor probably thought that Luyin already knew since he could fight against a progenitor. Right, there was also Big Sis, but she had probably forgotten about it herself. When Xianxia attacked, I saw blade-like life forms in his divine sword domain. They were cultivating, living, and praying. These were all Xianxia's powers, and a progenitor with an ancestral world is almost unfathomable. However, the ancient path master believes that the realm of mastery is the true path of cultivation for humans. Daozi, can you guess why? Xianxia looked at Luyin with a burning gaze. Luyin subconsciously replied, because the realm of mastery can also give birth to an ancestral world? Xianxia nodded. Luyin's expression changed. He had only guessed along with Xianxia's words, and it was only after he finished speaking that he realized how ridiculous his own words sounded. How was that possible? Cultivating battle force to the realm of mastery could give birth to an ancestral world? The ancestral world was clearly the endpoint of the progenitor's cultivation of external energy. The realm of mastery cultivated one's inner strength, so how could it be cultivated? Could it really be that different paths led to the same destination? Just as Luyin had guessed before, when one's strength reached a certain threshold, they could cross the river of time? Even without the power of time, they could still control it? The Daelord's realm of mastery is comparable to an ancestral world. Although it's different from a true progenitor's ancestral world, it's not inferior to any ancestral world at all. This is also why the Daelord is certain that this is the true path of human cultivation. There's also another crucial point: battle force doesn't require one to break through the 3 stages, Xianxia said solemnly. Luyin was truly astonished. The 3rd mainland's ancient path master, who was now an ancient god of the 7 god heavens, had actually created an ability that allowed one to cultivate the ancestral world without breaking through the first 3 stages. Luyin's shock was no less than when he had first learned that things could move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. It was no less than when he had first learned about the Rune Line civilization, or when he had learned about progenitor Chen's past. Regardless of whether it was the Dao Source sect's era of the 9 mountains and 8 seas or the Above Heaven sect, there had always been shocking geniuses who had created all sorts of powers that had refreshed everyone's understanding of power. Even by Wang Yuan and the others would not have believed that one could reach the progenitor realm without breaking through the 3 stages, let alone Lu Yin. Yet, the ancient Dao master had actually succeeded. So you didn't break through the 3 stages? Lu Yin looked at Hen Xian in surprise. Hen Xian answered, I did. Lu Yin was stunned. The Dao Lord said that one can reach the realm of mastery without breaking through the 3 stages, and he's only tried it on one person. That person lasted for a day and a half before finally going crazy. I can't compare to him, but he was unlucky. Hen Xian interjected. Source-changing divine tool app. It was really not bad, and it was worth it. After all, there were many books, and they were updated quickly. Lu Yin had already cultivated to the realm of mastery, and Hen Xian had already revealed many things. If Lu Yin had not cultivated to the realm of mastery, he would not have said these things. Lu Yin finally understood why Hen Xian was so certain that he could cultivate to the progenitor realm. The ancient Dao master had already paved the way for him. But was it really that easy? Lu Yin did not believe it. Even if he cultivated to the realm of mastery, it should not be that easy to create a power similar to the ancestral world. Even if he had a power similar to the ancestral world, would he really become a progenitor? Seeing that Lu Yin was deep in thought, Hen Xian stood there quietly. What he had said might have made Lu Yin even more fearful of him, but it was more likely that Lu Yin wanted to see how he would walk the path of the progenitor realm. After all, Lu Yin had already cultivated to the Palm realm, and he had already said what he would do next. He would definitely need someone to explore the path for him, and Hen Xian was the most suitable person and the only candidate. Now that Lu Yin had reached the Palm realm, Hen Xian's greatest fear was that he would no longer be of any use to Lu Yin. But now, he no longer needed him. Lu Yin did indeed need someone to scout ahead for him, and he had no intention of doing anything to Hen Xian. He could not possibly attack a half-ancestor just because of his personal fear. Hen Xian left, having said everything that needed to be said. Now, it would take a long time for Lu Yin to completely transform his battle force into that dark purple substance. After Hen Xian left, Lu Yin raised his hand and watched the die spin. He tapped it with a finger, and the die slowly stopped spinning. 5 pips, borrow an 8 gift. Lu Yin's figure vanished and reappeared outside the headquarters. Hen Xian had not gone far, and he seemed to be thinking about something as he walked. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder, startling him and causing him to instinctively retaliate. Lu Yin quickly retreated. Stop. Hen Xian stared blankly at Lu Yin. Daozi? What are you doing? Lu Yin replied, nothing much. I wanted to test the strength of your Palm realm, but instead of using battle force, you subconsciously used a domain. Why? Are you an expert in domains? Hen Xian retracted his gaze. There's a delay in using battle force in the Palm realm, but not in domains. Lu Yin understood. No wonder. Then, is there a domain that surpasses the Void God realm? Hen Xian replied, there is. It's called the Void realm. The Daozi envisioned that once one reaches this realm, they can extend or shrink space and time at will. They can also easily control the power of time and travel through parallel space. However, this is only an ideal realm, and not even the Daozi has reached it. Lu Yin was shocked. There's such a realm? Then cultivate well. I hope that you'll reach it in the future. He then vanished. Hen Xian stared blankly at Lu Yin. Even the Daozi hadn't reached it. No matter how competent Lu Yin was, there were some things that could never be done. But what had Hen Xian been trying to do? Was he testing him? He couldn't figure it out. Back at the headquarters, Lu Yin looked at his die and saw that there were no new innate gifts. Hen Xian really didn't have any. He collected his thoughts and started rolling his die for the second time. At the same time, someone came to the headquarters to seek an audience with Lu Yin. It was Jiao Zizai. Jiao Zizai stood outside the headquarters, waiting for Lu Yin to appear. Lu Yin entered the time-stop space with his die's enhance and began to convert battle force. The conversion process took a long time, but with the dye's enhance, it wasn't a problem. Lu Yin recited the primogenitor scripture while converting battle force. A year quickly passed, and purplish black lines appeared on his body. They spread from his wrist to his entire body, forming a unique pattern. The formation of the purplish black matter was related to the amount of battle force converted. If it had been the Lu Yin of the past, the purplish black wouldn't have been able to cover even his arm. Now, however, the battle force formed by the warring states of millions of kilometers was enough to cover his entire body. Correspondingly, it would take longer than Xianxia had expected. Perhaps Xianxia hadn't been able to convert so much battle force when he'd reached the Palm Realm. Is that Xianxia? Let him in, Lu Yin ordered as he ended his training in the time-stop space and converted a portion of his battle force. At this moment, his battle force was enveloped by the Mastery Realm's battle force, and he could clearly feel how powerful his body was. Once he finished converting all of his battle force, he would be able to fight against a half-progenitor. That's right, Xianxia and the others already had a definition of how battle force corresponded to a cultivator's strength. If that was the case, then what level would a warring state's battle force correspond to? Perhaps a half-ancestor. If the Daozi had really researched a way for ordinary cultivators to fully integrate their battle force, then sentinels would be able to travel through space. Humanity's overall strength would soar. Xianxia greets the Daozi. Xianxia had arrived, and Lu Yin looked up at him. Xianxia was a redback that no one knew about. What are you doing here instead of staying on the battlefield? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia replied respectfully, does the Daozi still remember the choice you gave me? Choice? Lu Yin was confused. Xianxia said, when you first took over the 4th base, you told me that if I wanted to, I could follow the above heaven's army to the 5th mainland. Lu Yin thought about it. That's true. I appreciate that you're willing to stay in the 4th base. Why? Are you here to fulfill your choice? Xianxia bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Your subordinate, Xianxia, wishes to head to the 5th mainland, the true home of humanity. I wish to join the above heavens sect and rely on the Daozi. His voice was so loud that even the people outside the headquarters could hear him. Many were astonished. He was here to express his loyalty. Lu Yin looked at him with interest. Why do you want to go to the 5th mainland? With you in the 4th base? With Ji's performance, you'll definitely be able to join the Frigid Immortal sect once you leave the battlefield. Bai Qi will definitely put you in an important position, and you'll be able to do whatever you want in the astral tree realm. Xianxia felt bitter. He wanted to go as well, but this was not something he could decide. Your subordinate wishes to head to the true home of humanity. The 5th mainland is where this universe originates. Your subordinate wishes to rely on the Daozi. The Daozi fought a progenitor with a 3rd tribulation origin cultivation and forced the 4 cardinal scales to compromise. Your subordinate admires you, and only by following the Daozi can I see hope of becoming a progenitor. Xianxia's voice grew louder and more excited. Lu Yin felt like he was seeing Ku Wei. Could it be that after Ku Wei had left, more Ku Weis had come? Xianxia's desire to go to the 5th mainland was definitely at the behest of the Eternals. He could be considered unlucky, as he would have preferred to go to the cosmic tree instead of the 5th mainland. Lu Yin did not expose him, and Xianxia continued to express his loyalty, becoming more and more excited as he spoke. Lu Yin quickly interrupted him. Alright, I know what you're thinking. You can go to the 5th mainland, join the above heavens sect, or follow me. How about this? You can go now and change your appearance. Let me see if the cosmic tree will stop other cultivators from going to the 5th mainland. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, as he knew that this was the first mission that Lu Yin had given him. However, what he saw was not only the mission, but also Lu Yin's attitude. Xianxia was going to the 5th mainland on Lu Yin's orders. In the eyes of the 5th mainland's people, Xianxia was Lu Yin's trusted aide in the cosmic tree, and his status was no lower than anyone else's. Xianxia had been able to survive on the battlefield at the back and stand out from countless others to be valued by Marquis Wui. This showed that he was capable, and his way of looking at problems was extraordinary. When he thought of this, Xianxia became excited. This was the benefit of being the first to submit, as he had taken the lead. It seemed that his days in the fifth mainland would not be any worse than in the cosmic tree. In fact, it might even be better. Jiao Zizai could only rely on the frigid immortal sect as his backing in the cosmic tree, but what about the fifth mainland? Lu Yin, the leader of the cosmic tree, was his backing. Yes, I will do my best to complete this mission. This time, Jiao Zizai was sincere. Lu Yin laughed. You don't need to do your best. Just pretend to be the most ordinary cultivator and see if anyone will stop you from going to the fifth mainland. Then, report. Truthfully. Jiao Zizai bowed deeply. I'll do it right away. Lu Yin grunted and gave Jiao Zizai a wireless go. From now on, Jiao Zizai was working for him. Lu Yin wanted to know what the Eternals would ask him to do. After Jiao Zizai left, Lu Yin wanted to roll the die again since he still had 2 chances. However, Tu Qiming came looking for him. Ever since Lu Yin had brought them up from the new city, they had all been recuperating, healing, and contacting others. Lu Yin had also gone into seclusion to prepare for the game against Mushang, so they had not met yet. Now, it was time to have a chat with Tu Qiming. Tu Qiming's memories had not been erased, and there was also Wan Ziyi. Bastard Lu, I'm here. Tu Qiming walked into the headquarters of the 4th base with his head held high. Lu Yin looked at him. Mental torture again? Do you want to get beaten up? No, wait, I don't want to get beaten up. Wait, what right do you have to beat me up? Tu Qiming shouted. Lu Yin sneered. Call me boss. Tu Qiming was stunned, his gaze filled with confusion and complexity. However, he quickly recovered and said with disdain, boss my ass. You were the one who called me boss back then. Hurry up and call me boss. Lu Yin's expression turned cold as he approached Tu Qiming. Tu Qiming's face twitched, and he subconsciously retreated. What? Lu Yin didn't say anything as he walked closer. Tu Qiming gulped and smiled. Boss, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Lu Yin raised a hand and suddenly slammed it down, startling Tu Qiming. Save me, sis. Lu Yin's hand stopped on Tu Qiming's shoulder. Sis, is this my sis? Tu Qiming's face paled as he watched Lu Yin approach. This scene seemed to overlap. He had seen this scene too many times and even dreamed of it countless times. That was why he had wanted to be beaten up by Lu Yin when he had been tortured in the Folded Mountains. He had been trying to escape from reality, but now, the same scene was playing out before him. Lu Yin looked at Tu Qiming's haggard face and retracted his hand. Tell me what happened back then. Tu Qiming rubbed his eyes and looked at Lu Yin. Bastard Lu, if it wasn't for you, things wouldn't be like this now. Lu Yin stared at Tu Qiming. He really did know what had happened back then. Explain. It was because you liked that bitch that we were all tricked. It was all because of you. Tu Qiming shouted, glaring angrily at Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. I want you to explain what happened on the day of the wedding. Tu Qiming roared, how would I know? You got me drunk, you bastard. I was just a kid at the time, but you actually got me drunk. You're such a bastard. Everyone says you're sunny and cheerful, but you're actually a wretched person. You were afraid that I would surpass you, so you got me drunk and delayed my cultivation. There was a loud smack as Lu Yin smacked Tu Qiming's head for real this time. You don't remember? Tu Qiming clutched his head. No, I got drunk. Trash. Lu Yin was annoyed. Tu Qiming bared his teeth. Who are you calling trash? If my innate gift wasn't crippled, I could beat you 100 times over. What was your innate gift again? Lu Yin was curious. Tu Qiming raised his head. Think for yourself. Lu Yin smacked him again. A gift that's asking for a beating. Bastard Lu, I'll fight you when my cultivation recovers. Tu Qiming roared, clearly unconvinced. Lu Yin ignored him and looked towards the 4th battlefield. He saw the 3 stacks and 10,000 divine palms. Tu Qiming followed Lu Yin's gaze and muttered, Grandpa Ji, you're still so fierce. At this time, Wan Ziyi's gaze swept over the battlefield. Tu Qiming was so scared that he shrunk his neck and quickly ran away. Lu Yin stepped forward and appeared on the battlefield. Lu Yin's. Lu Yin looked Lu Yin's face. Lu looks. Lu Yin looked at him. I've recovered quite a bit. At this moment, Wan Ziyi's complexion wasn't as pale as before. His aura was also very strong. When he attacked, even Elder Chan and Han Xian looked over. Ancestor TST not necessarily. As long as he's alive, there's always a chance, Luin replied. QTTTSSSSs. Wan Zi took a deep breath and then slowly bowed towards Luin. Wan family's grand elder, Wan Zi, greets the young master. Luin hurriedly raised a hand to stop her. Grandpa Ji, there's no need for that. Wan Zi replied seriously, etiquette cannot be ignored. No matter what happens, the Wan family will always be a vassal of the Lu family. You will always be the young master. Luin looked at Wan Zi and saw his stubbornness, as well as his respect for the Lu family. After some thought, he retracted his hand and allowed Wan Zi to finish his greeting. At the edge of the battlefield, the Yao Emperor's eyelids twitched. Another half-ancestor, and he was definitely not an ordinary one. Why were there so many of them surrounding Luin? He couldn't see any hope of the astral beast domain breaking away from the humans. Grandpa Ji, can you tell me what happened back then? Luin asked. Wan Zi shook his head, our memories were erased. Luin was disappointed. He was curious as to why the four-way scales had erased the memories of that day. Was there a need for that? Regardless of whether it was the madman in the Red Garden or the Lu family's vassal in the Folded Mountains, they should have all died. It was impossible for them to return to the astral tree domain alive. Even so, why erase their memories? Everyone knew that the Lu family had been exiled. Was there a need to erase their memories? Unless they were hiding something. All of our memories stop at the wedding celebration. The only thing left in our minds is our blessings for you, young master. There is nothing else, Wan Zi said. Luin frowned, let me say a few words. Perhaps you'll know. Even Mr. Wei had been able to find out about the Wang family's Yellow Springs through the records. Wan Zi was a vassal of the Lu family, and his status was comparable to a progenitor. Young master, please speak, Wan Zi said. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, the white dragon overturned. Wan Zi's eyes narrowed, the white dragon overturned is the only race that can get close to the ancestral Meng. Even the rest of the Lu family will be attacked if they try to get close. When I say get close, I mean touch or even communicate. He added, Source Changer app. It's really not bad, it's worth installing. It even supports Android and Apple phones. The ancestral Meng overturned. It seems like Lu Tianjing was exiled because of the ancestral Meng. Not just Lu Tianjing, but the entire top realm, Luin said. Although Wan Zi was shocked, he still said, the ancestral Meng can do it, but I don't know how the White Dragon tribe did it. Perhaps the main family knows, but I don't. Yellow Springs water, Luin said. Wan Zi was shocked, the Wang family's Yellow Springs water? The Wang family has always been hiding it, but I once heard forefather Channy say that the Yellow Springs water is actually blood. Blood? Luin was surprised, that was yellow. Was it the blood of a living being? It's blood. Forefather Channy guessed that it was the blood of a powerhouse from the 3 realms and 6 Daos of the Anzac era. It might even be. His expression turned solemn, the blood of a progenitor. Lu Yin's eyes widened, the Wang family's continent is shaped like a palm. It can't really be a palm, right? If it is, why can't others see it? Wan Zi met Lu Yin's gaze, so what if they can see it? Luin was stunned and fell into deep thought. That's right, so what if they can see it? Can they still snatch it? Who in the 5th mainland could snatch something from the Wang family aside from the Lu family? But even the Lu family could not do so, or else what would the other families do? The main family controls the 5th mainland, and although they can be tyrannical at times, they have never snatched anything from others. In terms of talent, they have the general platform, the Divine Seal catalog, and in terms of resources, they control the entire 5th mainland. Why would they care about a palm? Even if that palm really belongs to a progenitor, so what? Wan Zi was proud, and this was the first time Luin had seen such pride. This was the first time he had seen someone from that era who was proud of being a vassal to the Lu family. He saw the Lu family's charm. What's the use of this Yellow Springs water? Luin asked. Wanzi replied, I remember that someone once came into contact with it and said that it has a terrifying binding power that can bury any powerhouse. However, the Wang family has never revealed its true abilities. Lui nodded. Although Wanzi's status was comparable to a progenitor's, even a progenitor might not be able to understand this. Since the Yellow Springs water had played a role in the Lu family's exile, it meant that the Wang family had hidden this water very well. Otherwise, the Lu family would definitely have taken precautions against it. Luin guessed that even forefather Tianni might not be able to fully understand the Yellow Springs water. Prison lock, Luin said. Wanzi replied, it's a technique from the Shenwu Plain, a primogenitor's secret technique. Luin was shocked. A primogenitor's secret technique? Wanzi nodded and solemnly explained, the main family was exiled, and the Xia family was in the 4 cardinal scales. I guessed that this technique would be used. The prison lock technique originated from the primogenitor, and it's rumored that the primogenitor personally bestowed this technique upon the Xia family during the era of the above heaven. Even the main family is envious of it, but only the Xia family in the entire 5th mainland possesses it. The Xia family can cultivate this technique? Then why hasn't Xianxia used it before? Luin did not understand. Wanzi was shocked. It seems that the young master has fought with Xianxia before. It's not that he doesn't want to use it, but rather that he can't. Once he uses the prison lock, he will definitely be exiled along with the main family. It's a secret technique that's only passed down through generations. Luin relaxed. So that's how it is. No wonder his heart had been in his throat just now. The words primogenitor were too intimidating. Just thinking about the primogenitor's secret technique made Lu Yin's scalp go numb. He had been worried that the Xia family had hidden this technique, which would have been the end of them. But now, it seemed that the Xia family had paid the greatest price. They had even lost the primogenitor's secret technique in order to exile the Lu family. What had they gained in return? Luin was on high alert. The Xia family had paid such a huge price, so there had to be some sort of reward. However, he had not seen any, which meant that the Xia family was hiding something. Frigid immortal fruit, Luin said. Wanzi was surprised. It's just a fruit. The Frigid Immortal sect cultivates the Frigid Immortal finger with the help of the Frigid Immortal pond, and the Frigid Immortal fruit grows in that pond. It's very tasty, and you often stole it when you were young. You were even bullied by some of the older children in the Frigid Immortal sect. I remember that the 7 of you became sworn brothers because of this. Luin rubbed his cosmic ring and thought back to that piece of paper, as well as the fragmented memories. 7:13. Yes, that was it. So it was because he had stolen the Frigid Immortal fruit and been stopped by the children of the Frigid Immortal sect. No wonder he had been bullied even though he was the heir of the Lu family. Lu Yin's gaze softened as he looked at the cosmic ring. His heart was filled with complex emotions. Where were his siblings? Is this what caused the main family to be exiled? Wanzi asked. Luin gathered his thoughts. Madman Lu. Wanzi's expression changed. Madman Lu? Luin nodded and looked at him. How much do you know about him? Wanzi's expression was solemn, and there was even a hint of fear. He's just like his name. He's a madman, and even Patriarch Tianni is afraid of him. Luin asked, is he so strong that even Patriarch Tianni is afraid of him? Wanzi shook his head. I can't judge his strength, but Patriarch Tianni once said that this madman cannot be released. If he dies one day, he has to take this madman with him before he dies. Luin asked, what is Madman Lu's identity? Wanzi was helpless. I don't know. Even your father, Lu Qi, doesn't know. In the entire 5th mainland, probably only Patriarch Tianni, by Wang Yuan, and the others from the same generation as him know. He actually participated in the banishment of the main family. If Patriarch Tianni had known earlier, he would have killed him. Luin looked up in the direction where the bad star had appeared. Not only did he banish the Lu family, but he also almost killed me not long ago. Wanzi frowned and asked, where is he? Luin pointed up. The ruler's realm? Wanzi was puzzled. Luin replied, the outer realm. Wanzi was shocked. He actually went to the outer realm? It seems like even the four-way scale is afraid of him. What's going on in the outer realm? Luin asked. He had too many questions, but he couldn't think of any at the moment. He could only ask whatever came to mind and ask in the future. In any case, Wanzi wouldn't disappear. Wanzi thought about it. How should I explain it to you? Right, you're an origin array master, so it's easy to understand. The outer realm is a sourcebox array that protects the cosmic tree. Luin was surprised. The outer realm planets themselves are sourceboxes? Wanzi nodded. You really can understand. Many people wouldn't have thought that such a large sourcebox would appear, but it's actually connected to infinite energy. However, very few people know about this. I only found out from the main family that there are 7 planets in the outer realm that are scattered around the cosmic tree and connected to infinite energy. That's how they're able to defend the front lines of humanity. They're as important as infinite energy, which is why each planet is protected by a progenitor. When the main family was still around, they guarded 2 planets, and each one was different. Because of the sourcebox array's influence, the natural conditions of the cosmic tree are different. I won't explain this to you since you probably won't be guarding the outer realm for the rest of your life. The people guarding the outer worlds are either feared by the master of the starry sky of trees, or they're willing to do so. Out of the 7 planets, 1 has Madman Lu, the other 6 have the Lu clan's ancestor, and the ancestor of the four-way scales. Luin thought of Bai Xing, who represented the frigid immortal sect in overseeing the outer realms. This meant that each of the 4 cardinal scales had a progenitor overseeing the outer realms. This meant that the 4 cardinal scales each had a progenitor overseeing the outer realms, which meant that they had a very strong foundation. However, they still could not compare to the Lu family. Back then, the Lu family had been overseeing 2 planets, which meant that they had 2 progenitors. Even if one of them was Patriarch Tani, there was still Madman Lu. One family had 3 progenitors, and one sect had 3 progenitors. This was the kind of power that a force in charge of the continent should possess. On the 4th battlefield, Luin asked Wanzi many questions, and Wanzi patiently answered all of them. He knew that Luin had lost his memories, but not just the memories of being exiled. He had lost all of Lu Xiaoxuan's memories, and Bai Xianer had only been so cruel to him. The most infuriating thing is that Tu Qiming got drunk instead of having his memories erased, Luin said angrily. Bastard Lu, don't think that I can't hear you just because I'm far away. Tu Qiming's voice came from afar, as he had been listening the entire time. Luin naturally knew, and he looked up at Wanzi. He saw the pity in the other's eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. He asked, what is Tu Qiming's innate gift? The fact that he had been recognized as the 8th hero was not something that Lu Xiaoxian or any one of the 7 heroes had acknowledged. The title of the 7 heroes had come from the entire cosmic tree realm, and it had not been given to them by themselves. When the Lu family's achievements on this continent were brought up, aside from the general appointment platform and Patriarch Tani, the 7 heroes were the most talked about. They were the pride of an era, and even though the 7 of them had not yet matured, they were still imprints of an era. The 9 mountains and 8 seas were imprints of the Daosor Sex era, and the 3 realms and 6 Daos were imprints of the above heaven Sex era. In that case, the 7 heroes were imprints of the era before the Lu family had been exiled, even though that era was not that far from now. Wanzi looked at Tu Qiming, who was still trying to eavesdrop, and sighed. Planet Qiming is his name, and it's based on his innate gift. When the Tu family received a son, the planet Qiming descended from the heavens and shook the top realm. Even progenitors looked over, and the Tu family was so happy that they changed his name from the original order of seniority to Tu Qiming. What kind of innate gift is that? Luin was astonished. For a family that had been recognized by the Lu family to change their names based on seniority, one could only imagine the shock this innate gift had brought to the Tu family. In the distance, Tu Qiming heard the words Planet Qiming, and his eyes dimmed as he turned to leave. Wanzi felt that it was a pity. Planet Qiming means enlightenment. As long as that planet's radiance still exists, he will not die. How long do you think a planet can live? Lu Yin's expression changed, and he blurted out, he has the same lifespan as a planet? Wanzi replied, although that's not very likely, that's what we knew back then. Not only that, but Qiming was also wise. His cultivation innate gift was extremely powerful, and he was not inferior to any of the 7 prodigies. The 7 prodigies were at the top of their generation, and they could only compete with each other. Tu Qiming was the only child who could compete with them, so he was just as dazzling at that time. He would have been able to become the 8th prodigy. This was personally acknowledged by Patriarch Tanny, as well as all of us. His only goal was you, young master. Unfortunately, that innate gift has been crippled, and he himself has been crippled. Luin had not expected Tu Qiming's innate gift to be so powerful that he had the same lifespan as a planet. This possibility was not high, as any random planet had existed for countless billions of years, and it was not something that humans could compare to. Perhaps those planets in the heavens had all witnessed humanity's rise from the beginning to the glory of the above heaven sect. But even if Tu Qiming did not have the same lifespan as a planet, Planet Qiming was still of great use. A genius with extraordinary innate gifts had been turned into a cripple. Luin understood Tu Qiming's sorrow, not to mention the inhumane torture that he had to endure every month. He immediately contacted Yu Qin. She had been released from the 5th mainland, and she should be in the frigid immortal sect right now. The Grim Reaper's seal had been planted in her body, and Luin did not know if Bai Wangyuan would be able to break it. However, Bai Wangyuan probably would not help a nobody like Yu Qin. From his perspective, it would be easier to kill her with a single palm strike. Yu Qin should have thought of this as well, so she would not expose the fact that she was being controlled. The wireless goo connected, and Luin knew that Yu Qin was still being controlled. Otherwise, the wireless goo would not have been able to contact her. Daozi, Yu Qin transmitted through the wireless goo. Luin replied, I'm looking for Bai Xian'er. Yu Qin hesitated on the other end. Very few people knew how to contact Bai Xian'er, and if she told Luin, Bai Xian'er would definitely find out. She did not dare to do so. I said, I'm looking for Bai Xian'er. Luin sent another message. Even though there was no expression in his voice, Yu Qin could feel Lu Yin's fury. If she hesitated any longer, even if Bai Xian'er did not find out, she would still be executed. Luin would be executed. Thinking this through, she hurriedly told Luin how to contact Bai Xian'er and the Cloud Connection Stone. In order to survive, she had taken the initiative to tell Luin that she could contact Bai Xian'er. This was her greatest bargaining chip, and now, she could finally use it. Luin put away the wireless goo and took out the Cloud Connection Stone to try to contact Bai Xian'er. On the other side, Wan Zi narrowed his eyes. There was a strong murderous intent deep in his eyes. Bai Xian'er, this woman played a key role in the banishment of the Lu family. More importantly, she was the one who killed Tu Qiming. Many of the surviving members of the Lu family, including the lunatics in the Red Garden, were killed by her. Even though Wan Zi's memories of being banished made it impossible for him to feel hatred, his hatred grew as he learned more about the situation. The Cloud Connection Stone vibrated, and an image appeared. The background was filled with red flowers, and it was Bai Xian'er. Wan Zi wanted nothing more than to kill Bai Xian'er the moment she appeared. Luin stared at Bai Xian'er, and she stared back at him. You finally found me. You knew I would find you? How could I find you? Bai Xian'er smiled. You can find me as long as you want, and I won't run away from you. Luin didn't beat around the bush. What's up with Tu Qiming's innate gift? Crippled, Bai Xian'er answered naturally. Just because he's a surviving member of the Lu family? No, because he's Tu Qiming. He once spoke rudely to me. Luin looked into the distance. Tu Qiming, come here. Tu Qiming had wanted to ignore Lu Yin's call, but when he glanced over and saw Bai Xian'er's image, his eyes widened and he rushed over. Bai Xian'er waited calmly, as if she wasn't facing Lu Yin's mortal enemies but a stranger. However, her gaze towards Lu Yin was gentle the entire time, a gentleness amidst calmness. Such a gaze should have made anyone feel comfortable, but Lu Yin felt uncomfortable, as if he had seen pity in it. Tu Qiming rushed over and glared at Bai Xian'er. Ugly woman, you didn't think Grandpa Tu would still be alive, did you? Ha 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 ha. Lu Yin raised a brow. Ugly woman? Bai Xian'er was one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, and her temperament was also unique. If it wasn't for his enmity with her, he wouldn't have minded praising her, but how had she become ugly in front of Tu Qiming? Wan Zi wasn't surprised, he had obviously heard of this before. Bai Xian'er smiled at Tu Qiming, geniuses always have flaws. I thought your face blindness was due to your high innate gift, but I didn't think that crippling your innate gift would turn out to be face blindness as well. Looks like I crippled the wrong person. Face blindness my ass. Grandpa too isn't face blind. Eldest sister, fourth sister, and sixth sister are much prettier than you, and Longxi is prettier than you. Even Lusan is prettier than you. Bai Xian'er smiled, it's fine if you crippled the wrong innate gift, there are still many parts of your body that can be crippled, such as your hands, legs, or even tongue. Tu Qiming wanted to continue, but Luyin stopped him, are you threatening him? Bai Xian'er looked at Luyin, you can't protect him. He spoke rudely, so he should be taught a lesson. So you're torturing him every month? Lu Yin's eyes were cold. Bai Xian'er smiled, isn't that what I should do? Tu Qiming gritted his teeth, his lips bleeding. He was shouting happily, but in reality, his hatred for Bai Xian'er was monstrous. However, he couldn't take revenge, so he could only vent his anger through this method. However, Bai Xian'er didn't react at all, which made him even angrier. Wan Zi had been staring at Bai Xian'er's image the whole time. He wanted to know where she was. He would rather die than drag this woman down with him. He wanted to take revenge for the Lu family, Tu Qiming, and those crazy Lu family officials. Lu Yin stared at Bai Xian'er for a while before speaking up, actually, I wanted to tell you this back at Safflower Garden. Tu Qiming and Wan Zi both looked at Lu Yin, and Bai Xian'er smiled back at him. Lu Yin opened his mouth, you really are a bitch. Bai Xian'er's smile disappeared. Tu Qiming's jaw dropped as he stared at Lu Yin in a daze, as if this was the first time they had met. Wan Zi was also dumbfounded without a care for his image. Everyone fell silent. Tu Qiming was the first to speak, what did you say? Lu Yin looked at Tu Qiming and smiled. Am I wrong? Tu Qiming shook his head vigorously and grinned, yes, you're absolutely right, how could you be wrong? Ha 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 ha. He then glared at Bai Xian'er, bitch, did you hear that? Bastard Lu, no, boss said that you're a bitch, ha 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 ha. Wan Zi stared at Lu Yin in shock. If this was the old Lu Xiaoxian, he would never have said such a thing to Bai Xian'er. He had been too infatuated with her then, but was he still the same Lu Xiaoxian now? Although he had cursed her, Wan Zi felt that the current Lu Xiaoxian, no, Lu Yin, was more like an overlord. The leader of the Lu family should be like this. Ha 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 ha, bitch. Tu Qiming cursed excitedly. Below them, Lu Xuanjuan's troops changed positions. Occasionally, someone would look up and stare at them strangely, it was too strange to hear laughter on this battlefield. Lu Yin and Bai Xian'er looked at each other with undisguised killing intent. Bai Xian'er's expression was calm as she stared deeply at Lu Yin. She didn't say anything as her image disappeared. Hey, why are you running? I haven't had enough yet. Get back here, bitch. Tu Qiming cursed. Lu Yin rolled his eyes, alright, she's gone. It doesn't matter how loud you are. Tu Qiming looked at Lu Yin excitedly, I give up, bastard Lu. No, you're grandpa. Tu's boss. Boss, I really give up today. Lu Yin sized up Tu Qiming. So the past was all fake? Tu Qiming waved his hand. In the past, I was beaten into submission by you. Now, I'm completely convinced. You're my boss for life. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. He then left, laughing as he walked away. B*TCH. Ha 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 ha. B*TCH. Wan Zi, he didn't let Lu Yin's, he's never been this happy. I didn't talk to Lu Yin, but I did, I was worried that he would kill himself one day. That woods, at least, he didn't, I, to him, to, he. To. That. And. He. He then looked at Lu Yin. You scolded Bai Xian'er because of him. You've resolved the knot in his heart. I'm scolding her on behalf of the Lu family and all of the surviving members of the Lu family. Not only am I scolding her, but if possible, I'll even kill her. Wan Zi reminded him, don't underestimate Bai Xian'er. She's not one of the 7 heroes, nor is she the publicly acknowledged 8th. However, she's the one with the deepest secrets. No one knows what kind of abilities she has, and dealing with her is even more difficult than dealing with a progenitor. Louis knew this, or else he wouldn't have acted first when the fog ancestor had informed him that Baixianer would go to the fifth mainland to deal with him. Although Baixianer wasn't a progenitor, she was an even greater threat. In the upper realm of the cosmic tree realm, cultivators from the fifth mainland walked out one by one from the Wang family mainland. Aside from the army and progenitors, they were the first batch of fifth mainland cultivators to freely come to the cosmic tree realm. The four-way scales wouldn't just stand by and watch. Any cultivator from the fifth mainland who came to the cosmic tree realm had to register with the four-way scales and head to the middle realm. It wasn't easy for the local cultivators to travel from the middle realm to the upper realm. They had to search cosmic rings and confiscate weapons, let alone the cultivators from the fifth mainland. If it weren't for the fact that the new void corridor couldn't be moved, they would have definitely moved it to the lower realm. Even the middle realm wouldn't allow them to easily enter. Name. Outside the mountain, a cultivator from the Wang family was busy registering. There was a long line in front of him, and regardless of their cultivation, as long as they arrived, they had to register and head to a fixed location in the middle realm under the four-way scales watch. Leng Zhao. Cultivation. In lighter with 22 cycles. Why have you come to the cosmic tree realm? To cultivate. Can't we cultivate in an abandoned land? The cultivator from the Wang family looked up with disgust and disdain. Everyone from the cosmic tree realm felt superior to the fifth mainland, and they called it an abandoned land. This was something that had been accumulated over countless years, and no matter how powerful the fifth mainland was, they couldn't change it. Leng Zhao raised his head. No. What's with your attitude? The cultivator from the Wang family was furious. All around him, the cultivators from the Wang family looked over with cold gazes. There were even envoys present. However, Leng Zhao didn't panic at all. The Daozi said that we can freely travel between the cosmic tree realm and the fifth mainland. The cultivator from the Wang family snorted. This is the cosmic tree realm, and it's my Wang family's territory. Pay attention to your attitude, or else you might not be able to leave alive. Oh, I don't believe you. Does your Wang family want to start a war with the fifth mainland? A figure walked out from the line with an arrogant expression. He glanced at the cultivators from the Wang family, and it was Haizid Shenwei. Another person walked out from behind the cultivators from the Wang family. It was Wang Yan, the branch family head. He had become the acting family head when Wang Jing had gone missing, but not long after Wang Jing had returned, Wang Yan had stepped down. However, since he had stepped up to the front, it was difficult for him to step back. Wang Jing had put him in charge of registering the fifth mainland's cultivators. Wang Yan had not wanted to come, as everyone knew that this was not a good job. Furthermore, the four-way scales had given him a mission, but he had no choice. The Wang family has no intention of starting a war, but we can't allow you to act so presumptuously in our territory, Wang Yan said in a dignified manner. After all, he was still the branch family head. What kind of attitude do you want? Kneel down and talk to you? Haizid Shenwei was disdainful. His personality was similar to Haizid Lian's. Wang Yan felt a headache coming on. How could they start a war? The fifth mainland had taken over the fourth formation base, so they definitely could not start a war. That won't be the case, but you must cooperate with the registration and answer all my questions. Are you saying that we have to return the battle techniques and secret techniques that you're asking us to cultivate? Haizid Shenwei retorted, and the cultivators from the fifth mainland all retorted at the same time. The cultivators from the Wang family naturally did not want to be outdone, and the argument between the two sides grew more and more intense. Some cultivators from the Wang family suggested that they kill Haizid Shenwei as an example, and the cultivators from the fifth mainland would naturally calm down. However, this suggestion was rejected by Wang Yan. Coming out, he had already known about Haizid Shenwei's identity, which was why he had been cautious. After all, how could a normal person dare to go against them? Haizid Shenwei was a disciple of Eternal Sky Island, which had a half-ancestor. What truly made Wang Yan apprehensive was that Eternal Sky Island's relationship with Luyin was too good. If they dared to touch Haizid Shenwei, Luyin would be able to invade the Wang family. The Wang family did not want to be ridiculed like the Xia family. Wang Yan said something to Haizid Shenwei, who raised a hand. Only then did the cultivators from the Fifth Mainland stop arguing, and Wang Yan also stopped the cultivators from arguing. There's no point in arguing. Don't worry, we won't ask any personal questions, Wang Yan said. Haizid Shenwei sneered. Delete that stupid question about why we came to this part of the universe. We're already here, so what's the point of asking? I've been using a book-chasing app recently. Source-changing app, read books in a cache and read them offline. You. The cultivators from the Wang family were furious. Wang Yan said, the main reason I asked this question is because there are quite a few places in the middle realm that can be arranged according to your destination. Of course, you can also choose not to answer, as the agreement does indeed mention free travel. However, I must remind you that we cannot guarantee your safety. This part of the universe is very large and very dangerous. Haizid Shenwei continued, the cultivators of the Fifth Mainland have all walked out of blood and fire. We are not afraid of death. The cultivators of the Fifth Mainland cheered as soon as he finished speaking. The cultivators from the Wang family were indignant. On the other side, many cultivators from the cosmic tree realm were also heading to the Fifth Mainland. They would not be questioned like this if they were there, as the Fifth Mainland did not have astral sources, so they could not cultivate there. They were mainly going there for the inheritance of the Fifth Pagoda, and if they could not obtain it, they would quickly return. The free travel agreement seemed to be beneficial to the Fifth Mainland. Of course, the four-way scales were not without options, and they were doing just that. Name: Xianxia. The cultivator from the Wang family was astonished. When? Destination: Xian Academy. You're from Xian Academy? No, I plan to enter Xian Academy. Cultivation: Enlighter. The cultivator from the Wang family looked up at Xianxia and was shocked. So young. He then smiled and tried to appear as gentle as possible. Have you ever thought of joining my Wang family? Xianxia was astonished. There was such a thing? Behind him, Haizid Shenwei raised an eyebrow and sneered. Since you've come to the cosmic tree realm, you should be clear about the status of the four-way scales. You should also know what it means to join the Wang family. How about it? If you're willing to join, you'll immediately become a member of the Wang family and receive our protection. Xianxia looked at the cultivator from the Wang family and smiled. There's no need. The cultivator from the Wang family was shocked, as he had not expected someone to refuse. This was an opportunity to join the Wang family, and many people in the cosmic tree realm dreamed of having it, including the students from Xian Academy. There were still many students from Xian Academy in the Wang family. I'm talking about joining the Wang family and officially becoming a cultivator of the Wang family. There's no need to take the test, you can just do it. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. There's no need. I like to study. The cultivator from the Wang family was curious. What was the meaning of this? Did the Wang family not study? He wanted to say something, but Haizid Shenwei and Wang Yan both looked over. Helpless, the cultivator from the Wang family impatiently pointed at a place. Go by yourself. You don't know what's good for you. Xianxia did not mind the Wang family cultivator's attitude, as this was the self-restraint of a scholar. He looked around and breathed in the air. This was the cosmic tree realm. He had not had the opportunity to come here before, but now, he was finally here. He looked at his body and wondered if his cultivation was about to break through. It made sense, as his cultivation had been stagnant for too long due to the lack of star energy. Originally, he had been like Xianxia and the others, intercepting the cultivators from the cosmic tree realm who wanted to enter the fifth tower. However, Chu Yuan and the others had sealed off the path too tightly, and anyone with 4 or even 5 origin tribulations could not pass. Everyone was about the same age, and the cosmic tree realm could not find fault with them. The fifth mainland did not need them to act, so when Xianxia had come. He was not the only one, as Xianxia, Lu Tianmu, and Ling Gong had all planned to come as well. When Xianxia was the first person the Wang family cultivator had tried to rope in, but he had not gotten off to a good start. He spat, ignorant fool. At this moment, someone else came up. Name: Nan Yanfei. Cultivation. Enlighter. The Wang family cultivator was astonished, and he looked at Nan Yanfei. Another enlighter this young? Although he was not too outstanding in the cosmic tree realm, he was not bad either. He thought about what his family had told him, and his tone softened. How much do you know about the Wang family? When Xianxia's matter had made him think that these people did not understand the greatness of the four-way scales. Nan Yanfei thought about it. The four-way scales rule the cosmic tree realm. It sits in the topmost realm and is backed by a progenitor. No one dares to provoke it. The Wang family cultivator praised, "Well said, very well said. It seems like you understand the Wang family very well. Do you want to join?" "No," Nan Yanfei replied with 2 words. The Wang family cultivator was stunned. "What did you say?" Nan Yanfei repeated, "No. You don't understand the Wang family?" The Wang family cultivator did not understand, and Wang Yan looked on as well. Nan Yanfei answered seriously, "Very well." He then took out a huge, clearly roasted wing from his cosmic ring. It was about half the size of a person, and it gave off an alluring aroma. It was unknown what kind of creature it belonged to. "Then why don't you want to join?" The Wang family cultivator was confused, as he clearly understood the greatness of the four-way scales. Nan Yanfei said, "If I don't want to, then I don't want to. Can I leave now?" He then walked towards Xianxia. What a joke! He had once been a realmling from the 6th mainland, and the 6th mainland had a grudge with the 5th mainland, especially with the people from the Cosmic Tree clan. During the final battle, the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland had fought fiercely over the primeval surnames of the Cosmic Tree clan. How could he have dared to join them? "Aren't you afraid of being killed?" No cultivator from the 6th mainland could join the four-way scales. The Wang clan's cultivators had suffered consecutive defeats and were starting to lose confidence. What was wrong with these people? Name. Silver. Cultivation. Enlighter. The cultivator from the Wang family raised an eyebrow. Another enlighter at such a young age. What the hell, were there so many geniuses in the 5th mainland? Even in the cosmic tree realm, there were many enlighters who had reached the enlighter realm at a young age, but that did not mean that it was easy to reach. "Do you want to join my Wang family?" Wang Yan stared at it. Silver smiled brilliantly. The corners of his mouth curved up like a fox's, causing the Wang family cultivator, including Wang Yan, to panic. He just smiled there, not saying a single word. It was quite strange. The Wang family cultivator's face twitched. "What are you smiling about?" Silver was still smiling, and his smile made the cultivator's back turn cold. He waved a hand. "Go, go, go. Next. Name. Taishan." The Wang family cultivator was speechless and looked at Taishan. "Did your parents give you this name?" Taishan raised his head. "I don't need parents. I'm a god, and I can create something out of nothing." Creating something out of nothing? The Wang family cultivator wanted to beat him up, but where did his arrogance come from? He was even more arrogant than the son of the four-way scales. Next, name. He did not even want to waste time. Xianxia. This time, it was a woman, and the Wang family cultivator relaxed. He always felt that there was something wrong with the cultivators in the wasteland. They either did not know what was good for them, or they just smiled without thinking. It really was a wasteland. This woman should be more normal, and she was not young either. Cultivation. Enlighter. The Wang family cultivator rolled his eyes. She was still an enlighter. "Why did you come to this region of space?" "Little brother, I want to speak with your Wang family head." Xianxia smiled. The Wang family cultivator's eyelids twitched. "Who do you want to speak with?" "Your Wang family head," Xianxia said naturally. "I'm one of the directors of the 5th Mainland's Hall of Honor, and I want to discuss some matters with the Wang family head on behalf of the Hall of Honor." The Wang family cultivator resisted the urge to curse, as he had never even heard of the Hall of Honor. "The family head won't meet you." He then pointed in a direction. "Go by yourself." "Little brother, this matter concerns 2 regions of space." We need a reasonable plan for traveling between the astral tree realm and the fifth mainland. As one of the directors, I need to draft a plan and submit it to the sect above the heavens. Little brother, please contact the Wang family head. Xianxia said patiently. She had no other choice. Ever since New Heaven's sect had been established, the Hall of Honor had lost all of its authority. She, as a director, had fallen from the heavens to the mortal realm, and it was very difficult for her to adapt. She had been trying to find a way to return to Lu Yin's attention and obtain a position in the Heavens sect, which was why she had come here. She wanted to see if there was anything she could do to attract Lu Yin's attention. The Wang family cultivator immediately chased her away. What nonsense are you talking about? Look at yourself. You want to meet the family head? Scram. Haizid Shenwei had been watching the entire time, and he almost burst out laughing. What was the Wang family thinking? The first batch of people to come to the astral tree realm had to be recognized by the sect above the heavens. These people all had some status in the fifth mainland, so how could they be easily roped in? Even if they wanted to join the four-way scales, they wouldn't dare to be so brazen. Wang Yan naturally knew this, but he had no other choice. The four-way scales hoped to use this method to rope in the fifth mainland's cultivators and slap Lu Yin's face. This would make Lu Yin fearful and prevent other cultivators from coming to this region of space. No matter what the outcome was, he had to do it. However, was there something wrong with these fifth mainland's cultivators? None of them seemed normal. On the Wang family's mainland, Wang Fan shook his head. Beside him stood Bai Ting, Xia Xing, and Long Ku. These people won't join us. After all, they're the first batch that's been vetted by the fifth mainland. If they join us, it'll be too much of a slap to Lu Xiaoshuan's face. There's no need to look anymore, Wang Fan said. Bai Ting and the others exchanged glances as they watched the Wang family's cultivators try to rope them in one by one. Towards the end, they didn't even ask about their cultivations and just directly tried to rope them in. However, none of them joined the Wang family, which disappointed them. Let's go. No one will join us, Wang Fan said. Just as he finished speaking, an unforeseen event occurred below. I'll join. I'll join. Remember, take me away. I want to join the Wang family. Bah. I don't care which family it is, as long as you can take me away. Wang Fan and the others heard this and looked down. Someone actually dared to join? This was a slap to Lu Xiaoshuan's face in front of everyone. There were definitely people who wanted to join the four-way scales, but they shouldn't be the first batch. Within the valley, the Wang family's cultivator was at a loss. He had been rejected so many times that he was already used to it. He hadn't expected this person to be so eager to join without even asking. The Wang family's cultivator sized up the person in front of him. This was a fraud. A wretched old man appeared in front of Lu Yin. He was dressed in plain gray robes and carried a wooden flag. The front of the flag had the words Star Sibyl's ninth grandpa engraved on it, while the back had the words Fortune Teller, believe it or not. This person was Xianxia. Given Xianxia's relationship with Lu Yin, no one would stop him from being the first batch to enter the astral tree domain. Xianxia's goal in coming here was simple: escape from Lu Yin. The further the better, the better. It would be best if Lu Yin could not affect him. He had almost coughed up blood before, and he did not want to experience that again. He could not escape from the fifth mainland, so he could only come to this region of space. He had to get as far away from Lu Yin as possible and find a place with a progenitor as his backer. That way, he might be able to avoid being affected by fate. Xianxiu stared at the Wang family cultivator and said, "Little brother, I see that your complexion is rosy, and there's a faint purple aura coming from the east that flows down from your forehead to your chest. You must meet a benefactor today. Hurry up and bring me into the Wang family. I'll guide you on how to find that benefactor and break free from your original fate to achieve glory." The Wang family cultivator was stunned by his words and subconsciously replied, "You're a liar." Xianxiu barked, "How could Grandpa Jiu be a liar? Go ask around and find out how famous Grandpa Jiu is in the fifth mainland. It's your fortune to be able to come to this region of space." The Wang family cultivator looked at Wang Yan for help, not knowing how to handle this. It would be great if a normal person was willing to join the Wang family, even if it was a very ordinary cultivator. However, this person seemed problematic no matter how he looked at it. Before Wang Yan could say anything, Wang Fan's voice sounded out. Chase him away. He would rather not have this person than try to rope in a liar who seemed problematic. How embarrassing. The Wang family's doors were not that easy to enter. Wang Yan waved his hand. The Wang family cultivator pointed in the direction of Xianxia and the others. Go by yourself. Go further away. Little brother, you must believe me. Grandpa Jiu's fortune-telling is the most accurate, Xianxia pleaded. He just wanted to hide in a place with a progenitor overseeing things. Who cared about his relationship with Luin? He had clearly tried to rope him in. Go go go, don't block the way, the Wang family cultivator said impatiently. Xianxia was angered. You brat, don't be ungrateful. So many people from the Fifth Mainland have begged Grandpa Jiu to read their fortunes, but Grandpa Jiu disdained them. Fine, you don't want to accept Grandpa Jiu, right? Grandpa Jiu will read your fortune. Your Wang family is destined to achieve eternal glory and reach the peak. The Wang family cultivator frowned. Flattery is useless. Hurry up and scram. Many of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators looked at them strangely. They all understood Xianxia, this old thing was always the opposite. If he said good things, then bad things were bound to happen. If he said bad things, then good things were bound to happen. Now that Xianxia was praising the Wang family, even Haizid Shenwei was worried for the Wang family. If this old thing could curse the Wang family to death with just his mouth, then he would be even more ruthless than a progenitor. Thank you for your support, brothers. The wedding date is November 9th. Thank you. Cultivators from the Fifth Mainland arrived at the Cosmic Tree Domain one after another, which meant that it was destined to be lively. Back at the battlefield, Skyminder Imperial Tutor answered tiredly, no, not even. 1. Luin fell into deep thought. He had asked Skyminder Imperial Tutor to divine the Fates An, but there was not a single grain in this domain. He naturally did not believe that Baisener had obtained it. Then forget it. He looked at the fourth base. It was time to leave this place to Elder Chan and the others. Not long after, Luin rode the caged Wyrm out of the fourth base. Wanzi and the others would leave as well, but he did not bring them along. He wanted to find the food paradise in the top realm and see if he could recover his memories there. The heavy chains clanged against each other, and light footsteps slowly approached. Lu Xiaoge opened his eyes, and his blurry vision appeared red against the lava. He was underground, in the depths of Shenwu Plain, where the criminals of Shenwu Plain were imprisoned. They were surrounded by chains that were identical to the ones that had been intercepted when Luin had tried to break out of Shenwu Plain. Even a half-martial ancestor would not be able to break free from these chains, so no one would be able to escape. The footsteps drew closer and closer. Lu Xiaoge panted heavily, but there were no injuries on his body. Shenwu Plain was not stupid, and they could tell that Lu Xiaoge had been abandoned by Luin. They knew that Lu Xiaoge might even be Lu Yin's enemy, so they just wanted to obtain some information from him. Lu Xiaoge was very cooperative, and he told them everything he knew about Luin. Only 2 people had come looking for him during this time. The first was Xia Xing, the master of Shenwu Plain, and the second was the cultivator in charge of the interrogation. Now, the third person had appeared, and it was Xia Ziheng. Lu Xiaoge relaxed when he saw that it was Xia Ziheng. You're finally here. Xia Ziheng looked at him. You knew that I would be here? Lu Xiaoge smiled. There are very few people who can make decisions for me. Regardless of whether it's you or sect master Xia Xing, one of them will definitely come. Xia Ziheng calmly replied, I don't like people who think they're smart, but I can give you a chance to guess why I'm here. Lu Xiaoge did not hesitate. You need my help, or rather, cooperation. How? Xia Ziheng clasped his hands behind his back and looked down from above. Lu Xiaoge looked up at Luin like an ant begging for its life. Luin, or Lu Xiaoxian, as you call him, has the power to cause you trouble. Although I don't know what he'll do, I'm guessing that you haven't done anything to him. Xia Ziheng frowned. You know him very well? Lu Xiaoge smiled. Did I guess correctly? that's right, I know him too well. Ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, I've known him too well. His methods of doing things, his psychological changes, I even know what he's thinking right now. So, if you need my help, I can help you find his flaws. Xiaoxiheng asked, then tell me what he's thinking and what he's going to do next. Can I know the situation in the outside world? Sure. Xiaoxiheng briefly introduced the situation in the outside world. Lu Xiaoge pondered for a moment, then raised his head to look at Xiaoxiheng. There are people around you. Xiaoxiheng's expression changed. What do you mean? Lu Xiaoge asked. Luyin won't do anything that he's not competent in. He dared to lay his cards on the table, come to this region, and even take over the defense of the fourth base. This means that he's already prepared for an all-out war with you. He definitely has people inside the four-way scales, and there's more than one of them. He's confident in obtaining all of your information, and what he's best at right now is forming alliances. The four-way scales dominate the tree of outer space, and the fifth mainland is unable to resist them. He'll think of a way to use this region as a fulcrum to move you and cause your power to be unbalanced. What will he do? Xiaoxiheng asked in a low voice. They knew the old Lu Shaoxian, but they did not know much about the current Luyin. When it came to methods, only Baixianer could see through them. However, they had to be wary of both Luyin and Baixianer. Even now, in the eyes of the Xiao family, Baixianer was a greater threat than Luyin. Even if Luyin was only a third tribulation cultivator and could fight against 4 half-ancestors, even if he could fight against a progenitor, he still could not compare to Baixianer's threat. This was why Bai Wangyuan was willing to let Luyin become a half-ancestor in order to protect Baixianer. It was also why the Xiao family, Wang family, and White Dragon clan had to compromise. Nothing could happen to Baixianer, this was the bottom line of the Frozen Immortal sect. The four-way scales were also competing internally, because only one family would be in charge of the fifth mainland. Lu Yin's threat made the 4 cardinal scales apprehensive, but the Xiao family didn't just have to be wary of Luyin, they also had to be wary of Baixianer. Right now, the Xiao family hoped to take the initiative in the face of Lu Yin's threat and throw his threat to the frigid immortal sect. Lu Xiaoge stood up, and his chains swayed as they clanged against each other. I don't know how much he knows about the Tree of Outer Space or how many trump cards he has, so it's impossible for me to guess his next move. But if it were me, he looked at Xiaoxiheng, I would find someone you can't control to rebel against you. Apart from that, what else? Xiaoxiheng was not surprised, as the four-way scales had already guessed this. Lu Xiaoge said, Senior, you might not have heard me clearly. I'm talking about someone you can't control. It's not just the Nong family, the Lu family, or Ghost Abyss. Xiaoxiheng frowned. What do you mean? Lu Xiaoge thought for a moment. Survey the entire Tree of Outer Space and list out everyone you think is worthy, regardless of friend or foe. See who you can't control. Right, that includes the Eternals. Xiaoxiheng's eyes went wide. The Eternals? Lu Shaoxian is colluding with the Eternals? Lu Xiaoge quickly denied it. I didn't say that, but that doesn't mean that he can't use the Eternals. As for how he uses them, that depends on his own methods, just like how the four-way scales banished the Lu family. Senior, are the Eternals not involved? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoxiheng casually waved his hand, and a blade pierced through Lu Xiaoge's forehead. Lu Xiaoge's eyes widened, and he stared at his bloodied eyes in disbelief. How could this be? Xiaoxiheng stared at Lu Xiaoge. I've already said that I don't like people who think they're smart. Some things can be said, and some things can't be said. Junior, you're still too inexperienced. Lu Yin's impersonation of Yu Hao had caused the Xia family to suffer greatly, and Xiaoxiheng had also been punished by Xiaoxinji. The reason for this was that he had guessed that Yu Hao was Celestial Master Gu Yan's disciple, and Xiaoxinji had been infuriated. Now, Lu Xiaoge had analyzed Lu Yin's actions step by step. In Xiaoxiheng's eyes, Lu Xiaoge was slowly overlapping with Lu Yin. They were both cunning and smart, and Lu Xiaoge's last sentence had been the fuse. Just as Lu Xiaoge had said, he could not say or even think about it. Lu Xiaoge's death didn't affect the Xiao family at all, and Xiaoxiheng quickly forgot that Lu Xiaoge thought too highly of himself. Did Lu Xiaoge really think that the Xiao family needed his help to deal with Lu Shaoxian? How laughable. This was the Xia family, one of the 4 Libras. It had a deep foundation and a progenitor, so it wasn't a place where a junior who liked to scheme could act as he pleased. Not long after Xia Ziheng left, 2 cultivators from Shenwu Plain walked in to collect Lu Xiaoge's corpse. I thought that this guy wouldn't have to die, but he's still dead. There aren't many underground criminals who can be killed by Patriarch Xia Ziheng himself. This guy isn't ordinary. He was caught in Shenwu Plain while impersonating Yu Hao. I heard that Lu Xiaoxian abandoned him. Who cares? Just throw the corpse into the lava and burn it. Fresh blood dyed the dark ground red, and it evaporated under the high temperature, causing Lu Xiaoge's corpse to be enveloped in a bloody mist. The 2 Sky of Shenwu cultivators opened the lock that locked Lu Xiaoge up. Just as they lifted up Lu Xiaoge's body, Lu Xiaoge suddenly moved and smashed their heads into the lava. The headless bodies also fell into the lava under his gentle push and were burned into ashes. These 2 cultivators were only explorers, and they couldn't compare to Lu Xiaoge at all. Lu Xiaoge's body swayed. I'm really dizzy. He then looked in another direction, where there was another person who had been chained up. At this moment, this person's forehead had a scar that was identical to Lu Xiaoge's. Night King Zhenwu's ability isn't bad, even though he's a little dizzy. Thanks, brother. Lu Xiaoge wiped away the bloodstains and then transformed into one of the cultivators who was collecting the corpse. I told you that I could escape, but you didn't believe me. How about it? I can escape now, right? Lu Xiaoge muttered to himself, as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was talking to someone else. The chains vibrated at a special frequency, and Lu Xiaoge's gaze followed the chains to the deepest part of the underground. There's a half-step progenitor watching? Is this for real? The chains vibrated again. Lu Xiaoge scratched his head. That's troublesome, but I don't have the key to help you open these chains. I saw it the other day, and the progenitor who was with Lu Yin had to rely on external items to break the chains. The chains vibrated. It looks like you've been preparing for a long time. Alright, since Lu Yin attacked Shenwu Plain, we'll keep a low profile and sneak out, Lu Xiaoge said again. He then followed the vibrating chains and dove into the lava, heading towards the deepest part of the underground. Underground, a pair of eyes opened, and a boundless gaze seemed to pierce through Shenwu Plain to see the sovereign realm. Xiaxinji, I'll look for you. Lu Yin rode the prison drake to the top realm, but he did not know that Lu Xiaoge had already escaped from Shenwu Plain. He did not feel any guilt towards Lu Xiaoge, as this was the law of cultivation in the universe. Powerhouses could kill and seize. Lu Yin was not a benevolent person, nor was he a good person. It was just like how he had been treated like a piece of white meat and thrown onto Driftcharge Planet. Those people had not felt any guilt either, as this was the reality. He could abandon Lu Xiaoge because Lu Xiaoge was not his friend, and Lu Xiaoge had not hesitated to betray him. They did not owe each other anything. Lu Xiaoge understood Lu Yin, and Lu Yin understood Lu Xiaoge as well. Lu Xiaoge knew that if possible, Lu Xiaoge would do everything in his power to survive and gain the trust of Shenwu Plain to deal with Lu Yin. However, that was only for the sake of survival, not because of hatred. They were all too clear about the laws of survival in this universe. Could Lu Xiaoge really deal with Lu Yin? Lu Yin had already planted the Grim Reaper's seal in Lu Xiaoge's body, so he could ignore the half-ancestors and even some progenitors. However, Lu Xiaoge was someone who used his brain. Lu Yin guessed that it wouldn't be long before he saw Lu Xiaoge in divine martial heaven. The wireless goo vibrated from Jiu's eye. Lu Yin accepted the call. Daozi, someone is blocking us. We can't get close to the new sky corridor, Jiu's eye reported. Lu Yin asked, how many people are blocked? More than 100, and that's just in my direction. There should be more in other directions, and this is in the top realm. Many cultivators can't get here from the middle realm, Jiu's eye replied. Lu Yin ended the call. It seemed that the cultivators in the starry sky tree were interested in the fifth mainland, but they were blocked by the four-way scales. This wouldn't do, as the two realms needed to be in contact. Only the fifth mainland could come to the starry sky tree, but no one from the starry sky tree would go to the fifth mainland. In his plan, the starry sky tree and the fifth mainland should be one, not separate. After thinking about it, he contacted Wang Wen through the wireless goo. The four-way scales is blocking the cultivators of the starry sky tree from coming to the fifth mainland? That's great, I have another reason. I'm already here. How about it? Do you want to meet up and catch up? Wang Wen replied, sounding like he was in a good mood. Lu Yin asked, you're already in the starry sky tree? Yeah, the air here is great, and the mother tree is spectacular. It's just that the top realm is too oppressive, and I'm blocked whenever I raise my head. Oh, right, I'm surrounded by familiar faces. When Xianxia and the others are here, and there's even a director from the Hall of Honor. He wanted to contact the head of the Wang family, but he was chased out, Wang Wen replied with a smile. Oh, right, the four-way scales wants to rope us in to slap you in the face. Lu Yin replied, the first batch won't be joining, and they wouldn't dare. That's where you're wrong. There are people crying and begging to join the Wang family, Wang Wen replied, wait, isn't my surname Wang too? Do you think I'm a member of the Wang family? Who knows, I might even be able to find my name in Wang Wen. Lu Yin's expression darkened. Who wants to join the Wang family? The first batch of people had been strictly vetted, and they were all people who were close to Lu Yin and would definitely not betray the fifth mainland. If there really were people who cried and begged to join the Wang family, it would indeed be a bit of a slap in the face. Of course, it would only be a loss of face, but Lu Yin did not want to lose this face. Whoever wanted to join the Wang clan would have to die. Wang Wen replied, Xianxia. Lu Yin was stunned and pursed his lips. You joined? No, the Wang clan didn't want him. He's obviously a scammer, Wang Wen replied. As soon as he replied, Xianxia rushed over and stared at Wang Wen with bloodshot eyes. Brat, Grandpa Jiao has been watching you for a long time. Don't think that Grandpa Jiao doesn't know how to play this game. Who are you calling a scammer? Wang Wen was speechless as he looked at the flustered and exasperated Xianxia and replied, the main culprit is causing trouble for me. To Xianxia. Wang Wen handed the wireless goo to Xianxia, why don't you talk to him? Xianxiaoyin looked at the wireless goo with uncertainty. He knew Wang Wen, so he knew who the other party was, it was definitely that trash Lu Yin. He wanted to curse this trash to death, but after thinking about it, he didn't dare. It wasn't that he was afraid of Lu Yin, but rather that he was afraid of being tainted by fate. The more he interacted with this trash, the easier it would be for him to be tainted by fate. Grandpa Jiao won't waste words with him. Tell him that if he dares to touch fate again and cause me to cough up blood, Grandpa Jiao will bless him for the rest of his life. Wang Wen rolled his eyes. These words sounded pleasant, but they were actually cursing. Alright, I got it. Xianxia snorted and turned to leave. Wang Wen told Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had no other choice. Tell him that if he really wants to join the four-way scales, I'll recommend him. Wang Wen rolled his eyes again. Recommend him? If he did, he would definitely be skinned alive by the four-way scales. These two fellows were pretty good at cursing each other, but they had never cursed each other like this before. Right, where's Wei Rong? Lu Yin was about to end the call when he suddenly remembered. Wang Wen looked in another direction, where another group of people had been sent to the central plain. Just as Wang Yan had said, they were sent to different locations. Wei Rong was there as well. He plans to join the four-way scale soon. Oh, don't join the frigid immortal sect, Lu Yin reminded him before ending the call. Wang Wen and Wei Rong had both arrived, and even more cultivators from the fifth mainland would arrive soon. This region of space was becoming more and more lively. Lu Yin put away the wireless goo and looked ahead. Before he knew it, he had already arrived at May Mountain. May Mountain was the place that the old servant had told him about before his death. He had said that he had seen the food paradise fall here with his own eyes. May Mountain was very large, and its continuous mountain range was large enough to hide the Astral River. Lu Yin released his domain and continuously extended it. At the same time, he distorted the void in an attempt to peel off space in order to find the food paradise. Unexpectedly, the food paradise was not difficult to find. He found a hidden space at the bottom of May Mountain's lake and entered it. There were too many strange things in the universe, and there were also too many strange places. There were all sorts of strange phenomena, and Ziyi had thought that she could accept them all, until she arrived at this place. This was an island that was completely composed of food. It was not accurate to call it an island, but it did look like an island. It floated in a very tasty fruit-flavored beverage. The colorful beverage formed a beautiful lake, and rainbows often appeared under the illumination of the sun overhead. However, that sun was not actually a sun, but rather a jelly. Jelly could emit light and heat, and it was very tasty as well. She had taken a bite of it. The soft soil beneath her feet was filled with slightly bitter biscuits. When the beverage lake rose and fell, these biscuits would solidify into all sorts of fruit-flavored biscuits, which were very tasty. The trees on the island were pieces of barbecued meat that had a unique texture. The branches were filled with snacks like potato chips, and the grass that grew in the wind would release bubbles. Some bubbles contained barbecued meat, some fruits, and some beverages. The mountain range in the distance would change according to the seasons. The season that left the deepest impression on her was summer, when the entire mountain range was filled with ice cream. Behind the mountain range seemed like a desert, but it was actually composed of all sorts of fried rice and noodles that gave off an enticing aroma. When it rained, there were all sorts of colorful candies, and there were all sorts of tasty fish swimming in the beverage lake. As long as one fished them out, they would be turned into barbecued fish. Even the wind that blew past gave off a greasy smell that made one want to eat more. Zee did not know how this island had been formed. No matter how strange the universe was, such an island should not have appeared. Were those fried rice and noodles not man-made? She did not see a single person. More importantly, she could not leave. It had been a few decades, and her cultivation had increased quite a bit. There was no helping it, as all she could do was eat and cultivate. She had put on weight, but she had not eaten all of the delicacies on this island. Furthermore, it was impossible for her to eat all of them. There was even a flower that could continuously produce all sorts of delicacies. She felt like she had seen a ghost. She sighed deeply. How much longer will this continue? She looked at the lake. It was very beautiful, and it glowed with a rainbow light. Even so, this beauty had been the same for decades, and she was getting tired of looking at it. The only person she could talk to was that person, but that person would only occasionally contact her. What if she could never leave? She looked at the lake in a daze. Unconsciously, she saw a person standing on the lake with a square object floating behind him. After some time, the person walked over from the lake, step by step. As the person got closer and closer, Zee blinked. Luin? She smiled bitterly. Why would she think of him? It seemed like she really was hallucinating. Decades felt like a day. If she could never leave, she would go crazy. Luin entered the food paradise, and the first thing he saw upon entering was Zee sitting on the beach, staring at him in a daze. He was surprised. Zee was here? Looking around, an incomparably familiar feeling surged into his mind. This familiar smell, this familiar environment, in an instant, memories kept appearing and disappearing. He stood in the same spot for almost an hour, hoping to recall what had happened in the past, but he still couldn't remember. Is this the food paradise? You came from the fifth mainland, and the astral tree of trees appeared here? Luin asked as he walked over to Zee. Zee continued to stare at him blankly. You can talk? Luin looked at Zee's lifeless eyes and casually patted her. Zee immediately reacted and excitedly stood up, grabbing his shoulder. It's you. It's really you. Luin was confused. Are you crazy? Zee was agitated and grabbed his arm tightly, as if she was afraid that he would disappear. How did you get here? Can't you leave? Of course, Luin replied and looked into the distance. The familiarity of the food paradise grew stronger, to the point where he was no longer curious about where the food had come from. Zee did not want to know how Luin had gotten here, she just wanted to know how to leave. Luin frowned at her. Let go. Take me out. I don't want to stay in this damned place. Luin did not move, but Zee was sent flying. This damned place? He looked around with a complicated expression. To some people, this is the most beautiful place. He then walked towards the food paradise. Zee was not injured, and Luin would not harm her out of respect for the blood ancestor. She hurriedly stood up and followed him. Did you find this place on purpose? There's nothing on this island besides food. Luin ignored her and followed the familiar path into the depths of the food park. As he passed by the forest, he casually broke off a branch and ate the chips that grew on the branches and leaves. He ate the barbecued bark with relish, and the grass on the ground began to bubble. He casually took a drink out of the bubble and took a sip, reminiscing about the taste. He walked out of the forest and looked at the distant mountains. The rich fragrance was becoming more and more familiar. Ziyi was puzzled. This was clearly his first time here, so why did he seem so familiar with this place? Had he been here before? And wasn't that the general appointment platform floating behind him? Why was there a general appointment platform? Just like that, Luin walked in front while Ziyi followed behind. The two of them walked to the center of the food park, where wine bottles were strewn all over the place. There was also a blooming flower with steaming hot dishes on top of it. Luin walked over to the bottles, and a memory surfaced in his mind. There had been quite a few people sitting in a circle, laughing, drinking, and talking loudly. He looked in one direction, where Big Sis was sitting. "Little Seven, drink less. It's time for you to enter the bridal chamber tonight." His gaze shifted to his second brother's seat. "Eldest sister, our little Seven has grown up. He doesn't need us anymore." "Second brother, don't talk nonsense. Come, little Seven, I'll drink with you." "Fourth sister, drink less too. Don't forget that your family is waiting to be comforted. It's not like you can only marry one." "Little Seven, take she away later." "I recorded it, haha, I'll play it for Baixianer." "Fourth sister, she's never liked you." "Fifth brother, you're courting death. Don't cause any family conflicts." "Little Seven, don't force Qiming to drink. His star is already dimming. He's so pitiful. That brat keeps provoking me. Why doesn't he provoke you guys?" "Little Seven, you're the best. Let him try and provoke me." "Third brother, bury him in the soil." "No, throw him into a wheat circle. He'll stay there for 10 years. Who dares to insult the eighth hero, Tu Qiming?" "Boss, someone's insulting me." "Ha ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha." Everyone had gathered in a circle, laughing, drinking, and giving their blessings. Luin clenched his fists, and his eyes had turned red at some point in time. This memory flashed through his mind like an image, and it was clear as day. He remembered everyone's faces, what they had said, what they had done, and the blessings they had given him. At that moment, he had felt warm. He had a home, a family, siblings, and lovers. However, immediately afterwards, everything shattered. The scene disappeared, and there was nothing left. When he came back to his senses, all he saw was a floor full of empty bottles. Where was everyone? Where had everyone gone? Luin sat down. This was where he had sat in the past. In the distance, Ziyi looked at Lu Yin's back and felt very lonely. She didn't want to disturb him, and no matter how many people walked by, they couldn't chase away this loneliness. He had definitely been here before, and he must have done something here. Ziyi had been to this place before. When she saw the empty bottles on the ground, she thought that there were still people on the island. She had been vigilant for a long time, but in the end, she found no one. Luin sat next to the empty bottle for an entire day, not moving at all as he tried to recall the happy times of the past. Unfortunately, he could only recall those people, but he couldn't recall those happy times. The old servant said that there was something important to him here, but he couldn't remember anything. "Have you walked all over this island?" Luin asked. Behind them, Ziyi replied, "Yes, I've been here for decades. I've been everywhere." "What did you find?" "It's all food. Nothing else." Luin stopped talking. "Oh, by the way, there's actually someone who occasionally talks to me, but she's always the one who contacts me. I can't reach her." Ziyi suddenly thought of something. "The last time I contacted her was 10 years ago." Luin turned around with a deep gaze. "Who was it?" Ziyi replied. She said her name was Baixianer. Lu Yin's body suddenly appeared in front of Ziyi so quickly that she didn't even notice. She was shocked. What was this person's current cultivation level? She had been cultivating on this island besides eating, and with the abundant astral source, she had already broken through to become an emissary. Why did she feel as powerless as a child in front of this person? Take me to her, Luin said in a low voice. Ziyi was stunned and frowned. Luin, I'm not your subordinate. I only saw you like that because it's been too long since I've seen anyone, and I can't find the way out. I dashed before she could finish. She felt her brain tremble as an unparalleled pressure descended upon her. It felt like the sky was collapsing, and the entire island was shaking. This pressure made it difficult for her to breathe, and she was powerless to resist as she squatted on the ground. She couldn't believe it, she had only felt this pressure from a half-ancestor before. Even a celestial imprint powerhouse hadn't given her such a shock. She could only stare at the ground, unable to raise her head. If she did, she would die. Take me to her, Luin repeated, and his aura suddenly disappeared. The enormous pressure came and went quickly, and Ziyi coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sudden disappearance of the pressure was too much for her body to bear. She supported herself with her arms and slowly raised her head. For the first time, she looked at Luin with fear. She was afraid of someone her age, someone who had once needed to team up with others to resist her. When was the last time she had seen him? During the Supreme Tournament, even if this person had displayed the power of the Grim Reaper in the final battle and swept through everyone with absolute power, they still wouldn't have been able to feel such fear. Why was it so exaggerated now? Luin looked at her calmly, looking down from above. Ziyi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said in a trembling voice, I'll take you there. Luin raised his head and looked into the distance. He had long since stopped caring about this woman. Ziyi had once been one of the Daosor's three skies, and her source energy was endless and difficult to break through. Now, this powerful enemy was like a piece of paper in front of him. He didn't even need to do anything, a single look from him could turn her to ashes. So what if she was an emissary? Ziyi slowly stood up, coughing as she walked in a certain direction. She hadn't felt hurt in decades, and she had even forgotten about it. The last time she had been injured was also because of this person. She wanted to ask how the Fifth Mainland was doing, but she didn't dare to ask. The difference between them was just too great. Ziyi didn't walk quickly, and Luin didn't rush her. He was thinking about what was going on. If Xianxia could contact Ziyi from the food paradise, what did that mean? It meant that she knew where this place was, and that she could find the food paradise. When it came to Xianxia, there were many things that he should think of in the worst-case scenario. She could enter and leave the food paradise as she pleased, but where was she now? When he thought of this, Luin became vigilant and prepared to use the rune lines from the commander appointment platform at any time. The miniature candlestick appeared on his shoulder, and Palm Realm battle force spread out from his wrists. He was ready to attack at any time. Ziyi brought Luin to an exquisite wooden house in the depths of the food paradise. It wasn't accurate to call it a wooden house, but rather a water house. This house was made of water, and although it looked like flowing water, it was actually as sturdy as wood. Small fish floated by in the water from time to time, creating a beautiful and elegant scene. There were fences around the water house, and there were probably some animals that had been raised in the past. Behind the fence was a large field of various vegetables, and it looked exceptionally peaceful. Even further away was a waterfall that flowed with a rainbow-colored liquid. Fish constantly swam up the waterfall, as if they were leaping through the Dragon's Gate. Fruit trees grew on both sides of the waterfall, and they didn't just produce fruits, but also delicacies, sauces, and even meat. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled as he looked at the house in front of him, and a similar scene appeared in his mind. He saw a beautiful face smiling happily as she looked at him. Her gaze was filled with love. It was Xianxia. This was where he and Xianxia had once lived. It's in the house, Ziyi said, standing in place without moving. Luin walked forward step by step, raised his hand, and placed it on the fence. He seemed to have done this action many times, and it brought back happy and comfortable memories. He pushed the fence aside and looked around. There had been rabbits, cats, dogs, and even porcupines here. He could almost see a beautiful woman squatting on the ground and smiling as she fed the animals. He suddenly looked at the forest, as if something was coming over. Right, I remember now. It's a rainbow-colored deer. Every time I come back, a rainbow-colored deer would run out of the forest and shout at me, bumping into my arms. This was his and Xianxia's home. Aside from a few siblings, not even the Lu family had come here before. Luin took a deep breath and walked towards the house. He opened the door and looked around. The house was very small, and the furnishings were exactly the same as they had been many years ago. He was very sure that there was the same wooden bed, the same dressing table, and the same table. He was very familiar with this place, and when he walked in, he had the urge to live here for the rest of his life. This was his home. Right, he remembered why he had agreed to Xianxia's request to move the food paradise to Lu Tianjing. It was because of this place. They had gotten married, and this was their home, not Lu Tianjing. That was why the family had agreed to move the food paradise there. This had been Xianxia's suggestion, and Luin still remembered how much she had longed for it when she had first brought it up. Brother Xiaoxian, can we not care about the outside world in the future? I just want to stay in the food paradise, in our little house. Lu Tianjing is high and mighty, but that's not what I want. These were Xianxia's original words. Luin clenched his fists. He finally remembered that she was the one who had said that she wanted to move the food park over. Everything had been a lie. What about wanting to stay here? What about having a home? What about not liking being high and mighty? There was a loud boom, and the water house was torn apart as Lu Yin's powerful aura swept away everything around him. Ziyi subconsciously retreated, looking at Luin as if he was a lunatic. Luin panted heavily, his eyes bloodshot as if he was suppressing something. At that moment, there was a vibration from the dressing table in front of him. It hadn't been destroyed. Luin looked at it and saw a cloud connection stone. He took a deep breath and accepted it. Xianxia's image appeared. Luin looked at her. She looked back at him. Brother Xiaoxian, what did you remember? Luin stared at her. You were the one who suggested moving the food paradise to Lu Tianjing. You were the one who planned all of this. Xianxia was puzzled. Didn't Master Shan and the others tell you? I thought you already knew. How are Sis and the others? Luin asked sternly. Xianxia looked at him innocently. They're dead. Lu Yin's gaze turned ruthless, his eyes filled with boundless killing intent. I'll make you pay. Xianxia smiled. Do you want another dance? I'll wait. By the way, Brother Xiaoxian, there's something under the bed that I can't learn. I'll return it to you. She then looked around. Looks like you're really angry. You even tore down the house. It wasn't easy for me to keep it. Oh, Anne. Xianxia's expression suddenly turned solemn as she looked at Luin. You have to speed up your cultivation. If I break through to progenitor first, you might die. The image then disappeared. Luin calmly stood in place, not knowing what to think. In the distance, Ziyi didn't dare to approach, as Luin seemed to have become a different person in this food park. Not long after, he walked towards the ruins of the house and found a piece of jade under the broken bed. He examined the jade and opened his eyes with a strange expression. Recorded within the jade was the overturning sky palm. The overturning sky palm had been created by Lu Xiaoxian himself. Kue Luo had once said that Lu Xiaoxuan's creation had attracted the Lu progenitor's attention. Several progenitors had appeared and confirmed that the overturning sky palm had been listed as one of the Lu family's ultimate techniques. When Luin had first heard of this, he hadn't thought much about it, but as his cultivation deepened, he felt that it was impossible. If one wasn't an emissary, how could one create a battle technique that was listed as one of the Lu family's ultimate techniques? This didn't make sense. Enlighters and emissaries used star energy, while emissaries used astral sources. Without a breakthrough, an emissary would never be able to understand the feeling of using an astral source, even if one could defeat an emissary. Furthermore, even an emissary shouldn't be able to create a battle technique that was listed as one of the Lu family's ultimate techniques. Only a half-ancestor or even a progenitor could accomplish such a feat. How could Lu Xiaoxian have done it? If he had really done it, then it would truly be an ultimate technique that even progenitor Chen couldn't reach. Progenitor Chen had only been cultivating when he was a peak enlighter, and even though he had created the serious technique, it hadn't been perfected. Luin didn't believe that he had created such an impossible technique during Lu Xiaoxuan's era. The Lu family's acknowledgement was more of an encouragement to him. However, when he saw the overturning sky palm, he knew that he had been wrong. During Lu Xiaoxuan's era, he had created an impossible technique. It could even be considered a miracle. The overturning sky palm was a technique that allowed one to plant a sky. The sky was the palm, and the palm overturned the sky. Using the soil of the continent as the soil was below while the sky was above. Now that the soil was in the sky, it was bound to overturn the sky. This was the overturning sky palm, a technique with a concept that didn't care about one's cultivation or type of power. Xianxia had said that even she couldn't learn it, so who else could? Only Luyin. After seeing the overturning sky palm, Luyin felt as if he had mastered it. It was a natural feeling, as if he was the only one in the entire universe who could master this palm technique since he was the one who had created it. He slowly raised his hand, causing soil to appear in the air. This was no ordinary soil, but rather, the soil of the fifth mainland. It was the soil of the continent, and it was the foundation upon which humans had been born. The soil of the heavens had been planted in the sky, and as he pressed his hand down, he unleashed the heaven-toppling palm. In an instant, the food paradise began to tremble. It wasn't just the food paradise, the top realm, the middle realm, the lower realm, and everything that used the fifth mainland soil as its foundation trembled. However, the tremors were very weak, and not even ants could sense them. Only Luyin himself could sense them. He used the soil of the land to form the sky and flipped the sky with his palm. The more soil there was, the stronger the power of the flipping sky palm. This was the reason why the flipping sky palm was listed as the lost art of the Lu clan and attracted the attention of ancestor Lu. If one day, Luyin was able to use the entire fifth mainland soil to create a new world, then he would be able to turn the fifth mainland upside down. In the sovereign realm, Wang Yuan suddenly looked down. Was there a tremor? Or was it just his imagination? He wasn't the only one. Wang Fan, Xianxia, Mu Xia, and the other patriarchs all sensed it, but because the tremors were too weak, they all thought that it was just their imagination. Within Red Flower Garden, Bai Er's eyes lit up. Xian'er's eyes lit up. Had he really learned it? As expected of a battle technique that Luyin had created himself. Still, why couldn't others learn it? Brother Little Xian, you're still as mysterious as ever. In the distance, in the water house of the food paradise, Ziyi looked at Luyin curiously as he continuously flipped his palm. She couldn't understand what he was doing, and she couldn't sense any power either. The more she looked at Luyin, the more she felt that he was abnormal. After trying out the flipping sky palm a few times, Luyin released his domain and enveloped the entire food paradise. Ziyi was shocked. Take me with you. She couldn't find Luyin anymore, and her life energy continuously spread out in an attempt to find him. Luyin appeared at the highest peak of the food paradise, his feet stepping on a mountain of ice cream as his body gradually sank down. The Lu family had a son named Little Xian. He was intelligent and a peerless genius. He loved to fight for justice and was happy to help others. He was like a warm sun that illuminated the stars. He cultivated diligently, loved good food, and had built the food paradise to share with the heroes. This was everyone's impression of Lu Xiaoxian and the food paradise. Everyone thought that the food paradise was a place that Lu Xiaoxian had specially built to gather with his friends and siblings. Because of his passion for good food, the food paradise had become famous throughout the Tree of Stars. However, Lu Xiaoxuan's true goal in building the food paradise was to share with his siblings. Luyin sank to the bottom of the food paradise and raised a hand to place it on the mountain wall. As he rubbed his hand from right to left, strands of golden light flickered between his fingers. They then spread out from the ground and illuminated the entire food paradise. Ziyi stared blankly at the golden light piercing out from the ground. She continuously retreated, not knowing what the light was and not daring to approach it. The golden light illuminated the entire food paradise, breaking through the void and shining at the bottom of May Mountain. It then spread out from the bottom of the lake, and strands of golden light shot towards May Mountain and the entire top realm. When the golden light flashed, Wang Yuan and the others in the sovereign realm suddenly stood up and looked down in shock. The God Sealing Catalog? Xianxia and the others were stunned. The Fog Ancestor looked down with excitement. The God Sealing Catalog has appeared again? The golden light was not satisfied with just the top world. Instead, it pierced through the top world and headed for the middle world, the lower world, and even the outer world. Even the world of trees could not stop the golden light. The golden light illuminated the battlefield behind. At the fourth formation base, Wang Ziyi's eyes turned red, and he laughed excitedly. The God-sealing catalog. Ha 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 ha. The God-sealing catalog has appeared again. Young master, you really do have the God-sealing catalog. Wang Ziyi greets the young master. Zhou Tang stared blankly at the battlefield behind the golden light and bowed deeply. Zhou Tang greets the young master. The remaining members of the Lu family all bowed. Even Tu Qiming was stunned. Boss actually awakened the God-sealing catalog? I didn't even know about it. When did this happen? No one knew when Lu Xiaoxian had awakened the God-sealing catalog. Everyone knew that he would eventually awaken it, but now that it had suddenly appeared, they were all caught off guard. The remaining members of the Lu family were excited, but Bai Wang Yuan and the others were fearful and even uneasy. The commander's platform sealed the dead, while the God-sealing catalog sealed the living. The two complemented each other to form the invincible Lu family, which allowed the Lu family to control the fifth mainland and become its ruler. Elder Chan stared at the golden light in shock. The God-sealing catalog? He had never seen it before. In reality, how many people had actually seen the God-sealing catalog since ancient times? Even the Lu family itself had not seen it before, let alone outsiders. The God-sealing catalog could only seal a god. What was a god? A cultivator? Of course not. An enlighter? An emissary? None of those. A half-ancestor? Still not. Only progenitors were gods, and only progenitors had the qualifications to be sealed as gods. How many progenitors did the Lu family have? Throughout history, most of the Lu family's direct descendants awakened the God-sealing catalog, but it was useless. Without breaking through to the progenitor realm, how could they become a godly ancestor? Unless a progenitor willingly became a god. Bai Wang Yuan's expression was gloomy. Back at the back of the battlefield, Lu Qi charged into the new continent by himself and used the God-sealing catalog for the first time. He borrowed progenitor Wen's strength to sweep through the 12 marquises. If progenitor Wen hadn't willingly become a god, then Lu Qi wouldn't have been able to become a godly ancestor. He could only rely on the commander's platform to hold back 4 of the 12 marquises. Xiaoxinji's eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. Lu Xiaoxian isn't Lu Qi, and Lu Qi isn't as powerful as his son. That kid can rely on various methods to rival progenitors. Once he becomes a god, who will be able to stop him? Mu Xia won't willingly become a god, right? Wang Fan suddenly asked, his words making everyone uneasy. Everyone looked at each other. It really was possible. If Mu Xia willingly became a god for Lu Xiaoxian, then Lu Xiaoxian would be able to borrow Mu Xia's strength. Even the God-sealing catalog can't allow him to become a godly ancestor with only 3 origin tribulations. That kind of power doesn't exist in the universe, Xiaoxinji said. Bai Wang Yuan clasped his hands behind his back. I'd like to see if Lu Xiaoxian dares to become a god for Mu Xia. At that moment, pairs of scarlet eyes appeared, accompanied by terrifying progenitor corpse kings. Xiaoxinji was furious. The God-sealing catalog has attracted the Eternals. I really want to step aside and let the Eternals eliminate Lu Xiaoxian. He didn't actually dare to step aside. If he did, then the Eternals' progenitors would enter the astral tree domain, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Yin hadn't expected his God-sealing catalog to shake the entire astral tree domain. At that moment, the entire domain was illuminated by a golden light. The God-sealing catalog was a scroll of cloth. That was what Kue Luo had said. In reality, it was more like a scroll than a piece of cloth. Lu Yin wiped the mountain wall, causing the God-sealing catalog to appear. He then flipped open the scroll, and endless golden light formed 4 large words, God-sealing catalog. It had been born in the astral tree domain, replacing the outer realm and the astral tree domain. It had become the only thing that everyone could see. The cultivators from the 4-way scales, the farmer's clan, the Lu family, and Phantom Abyss, including those from the 5th mainland, all looked up at the God-sealing catalog. They felt a boundless might emanate from it. When those 4 words appeared, it was as if the entire astral tree domain, or rather, the entire fifth mainland, was resonating and trembling. Lu Yin's appearance was also accompanied by the golden light of the God-sealing catalogue. It seemed to be on par with the sovereign's realm, or even surpass it. Within the sovereign's realm, Xianxia and the others gritted their teeth. Lu Yin was using the God-sealing catalogue to show off the Lu family's might, but they had no choice but to stay in the sovereign's realm to help him fend off powerful enemies. He awakened the God-sealing catalogue? This is getting more and more interesting. What are you 4 old fogies going to do? Be careful not to get eaten by him. The Forgotten Ruins god appeared, his eyes burning as he looked at the sky above the astral tree domain. When he saw Lu Yin, his eyes lit up. Even further away, the corpse god stood up and slapped at the sovereign's realm, attempting to activate the infinite force. Xiaoxinji's divine sword domain descended, and prison chains wrapped around the corpse god to stop her. Lu Yin saw the battlefield of the ruler realm, the god of oblivion, and the corpse god. Suddenly, he stared into the distance and saw a scarlet vertical eye. It looked very ordinary, but it didn't have any aura at all. Looking at the scarlet vertical eye, endless coldness rose up, rushing straight to his head. He recognized it. He had seen the scarlet vertical eye when he merged into Lan Ho's body. It came from the endless space of darkness, and it represented the one true deity. Far away, the scarlet vertical eye and Lu Yin looked at each other calmly. Behind one was the endless darkness of space, while behind the other was the golden God-sealing catalogue. One was darkness, one was light, while the other was the ruler realm of the progenitor battlefield. They were like 2 chess players, using the progenitor realm as a chess piece. This was a scene that could only be seen from these two's perspective. If Xiaoxinji knew that he was being used as a chess piece, he would definitely attack in anger. The golden light faded. It seemed like a long time, but in reality, only a few moments had passed. Beneath the food paradise, Lu Yin looked at the dimming God-sealing catalogue. Sorry for covering you in dust for so long. The God-sealing catalogue transformed into a ray of light that entered his forehead. Lu Yin hadn't known that there was a God-sealing catalogue here, but after entering the room and seeing everything familiar, he recalled his home with Bai Xian'er and the rainbow deer. It was only then that he remembered the food paradise and his God-sealing catalogue. Lu Yin didn't know when the God-sealing catalogue had awakened, but he knew that he hadn't told anyone, not even the 7 heroes. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but that there was no need to. It was just like how the 7 heroes didn't need to tell him everything. They cultivated. Of course, he only remembered their appearances. He still couldn't remember what they cultivated or what their innate gifts were. Once the God-sealing catalogue entered his body, Lu Yin understood that the so-called godhood could only be achieved by the progenitor realm. Only progenitors could be called gods. He was curious. Kue Luo had said that his father, Lu Qi, had dared to charge into the new world after awakening the God-sealing catalogue. Had Lu Qi become a god? Lu Yin wasn't a progenitor, or had Kue Luo remembered wrongly? The ruler realm war might have been due to the God-sealing catalogue, but it didn't matter. Bai Wang Yuan and the others would be there to take care of it. Lu Yin walked out of the mountain peak. Ziyi watched him closely, afraid that he would run away. Can you take me out? Ziyi asked nervously. In the past, she would not have spoken to Lu Yin in such a manner, but now, Lu Yin was no different from a half-ancestor in her eyes. Lu Yin looked around and decided that it was time to leave. He really didn't want to leave this place, as it held too many memories and Lu Xiaoshuan's naivety. However, he had to leave now, and he would come back when he had the chance. You're the Blood Ancestor's disciple? Lu Yin asked. Ziyi felt like he was acting like a normal person after hearing his question. He had been like a wandering ghost before, and he hadn't even looked at her properly after entering the room. Yes, if you save me, Master will definitely thank you. It's not impossible for him to accept you as his disciple, Ziyi said subconsciously. Let's go. With that, he grabbed Ziyi and disappeared from the food paradise. The next moment, the two of them appeared on the surface of Maishan Lake. The moment he appeared, a surge of astral source surged into Lu Yin's body. He raised his head and looked into the distance. The sky was already dark. Ziyi looked at the black mass in all directions. She thought it was dark clouds, but it turned out to be stellar sources. Because too many stellar sources gathered in an instant, the sky darkened, and such a violent surge of stellar sources made Zi aghast. Cultivators hoped to absorb as much astral source as possible, but there were times when they could not handle too much. For example, when they had traveled through time, Chu Yuan and the others had not been able to handle the sudden release of astral source from the progenitor's sword. Only Luin had been able to absorb it. It was the same now. In Zi's eyes, the astral source was like a giant beast that wanted to crush her into pieces. Luin casually tossed Zi away and stood on the surface of the lake with his arms spread open. The general appointment platform floated beside him as he absorbed the astral source to his heart's content. The battle in the ruler realm continued. Bai Yuan and the others noticed the abnormality in the astral source, but they did not have the time to care. The violent astral source was only in the vicinity of Meishan, and it did not affect the entire top realm. Otherwise, even Luin would not be able to handle it. This was a change brought about by the God Sealing Catalog. Even though Luin had lost his memories, he was not surprised. When the God Sealing Catalog returned to his body, he would definitely crazily absorb astral source. This was something that he should have known. Above Meishan Lake, Luin frantically absorbed astral source. He had 4 astral source cyclones, and normally, he should have filled them up one by one. Every time he filled one up, he would have to face an origin tribulation. However, in the top realm, he had directly transferred the death chi and opened all 3 stages. He planned to fill them up at the same time to prevent the outside world from detecting the number of cyclones he had. Otherwise, Bai Yuan and the others would not be able to sleep at night. Outside Meishan Mountain, Zi watched Luin absorb the astral source with trepidation. She could not tell what realm Luin was at. Suddenly, the sky darkened, even darker than when the astral source had gone berserk. It was as if something had blocked out the sky. Zi slowly looked up and saw an enormous body that covered the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. This was the most terrifying moment of Zi's life. She had never been so terrified since she was born. At this moment, she wished that meeting Luin had been nothing more than a dream. She would rather be trapped in the food paradise for 10,000 years than face this thing above her head. What was this? The caged Wyrm lowered its head and looked down at Zi, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Saliva dripped from the side of its sharp teeth, but to Zi, it was as if an entire lake was crashing down on her head. Zi's entire body went cold, and when she saw that the saliva was about to land on her body, she did not even dare to dodge. A gust of wind swept past and pushed her away. Luin had taken action. For the sake of the blood ancestor, he could not allow the caged Wyrm to bully Zi. Behave. The caged Wyrm's claws fell and bent, no longer frightening. Zi finally reacted and crawled up from the ground in a sorry state. She looked at Luin in shock. This thing actually listened to him? What had he become? Although she did not know how strong the caged Wyrm was, the despair that it gave off was at least that of a half-ancestor. She did not consider the possibility of becoming a progenitor, as that was the limit of cultivation that most people knew. No one could teach a progenitor a lesson. Luin retracted his gaze, and the 4 astral genesis chi cyclones within his body continued to expand. They quickly reached the threshold of the 4th origin tribulation, and at the same time, a vortex appeared above his head. The 4th origin tribulation was about to appear. This minor origin tribulation did not require much attention, as it could be easily broken through with external items. Luin had already experienced it twice. The only thing that had caught the attention of others was the 4 consecutive attacks. Fortunately, they had all appeared consecutively, so no one would suspect that it was the 4th origin tribulation. As the vortex above him dissipated, Luin used his death chi to seal the 3 stages once more. He had reached the 4th origin tribulation. After overcoming the origin tribulation, Luin took Zi with him and mounted the caged Wyrm's back. They headed back to the Wang family continent, as it was time to return to the 5th mainland. The caged Wyrm was very fast, and it quickly swept across half of the top realm. It soon saw the Wang family continent in the distance. The Wang family also saw the caged Wyrm and knew that Luin had arrived. Their expressions turned cold. In the valley below the Wang family continent, all of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators bowed when they saw the caged Wyrm appear. Greetings, Daoist. Greetings, Daoist. Luin did not hesitate, and he did not even look at who had arrived in the cosmic trees. He simply passed through the new sky corridor and left. The caged Wyrm shrank its body and left as well. Wang Yan watched enviously. Although they were mortal enemies, Luin was living a carefree life. Wang Yan did not know how Luin had done it, but he had actually made the four scales fear him and come to an agreement to take control of the Fifth Mainland as an emissary. He had many powerhouses under his command, and he could come and go freely in the top realm without anyone stopping him. This was Lu Xiaoxian. If the Lu family had not been exiled, then Luin would not only have been in charge of the Fifth Mainland, but also of the entire human race. Luin passed through the new sky corridor and returned to the Fifth Mainland's technocracy. The caged Wyrm returned to its original state and bared its fangs and claws. In the distance, a group of cultivators from the Fifth Mainland who had just arrived in the cosmic trees looked on in horror. One of them blurted out, "The Divine Martial caged Wyrm?" Luin was about to leave when he suddenly felt that the voice was familiar. He looked over and saw an old acquaintance, Long Zhang. In the distance, among the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland, Long Zhang immediately regretted speaking. It was better to hide at a time like this. How could he speak, especially in front of Lu Xiaoxian? When Luin looked over, Long Zhang's expression turned bitter, as he had been discovered. Luin only glanced at him and did not pay him any attention. This person had caused trouble for him when he had disguised himself as Long Seven, but he was just a minor character who was not worth talking to. Soon, the caged Wyrm disappeared. The cultivators from the Sixth Mainland relaxed. Long Zhang looked at the empty space in the distance. And his heart grew even more bitter. When Luin had caused trouble for him, he had been afraid. Now, Luin had completely ignored him. Although he was no longer afraid, he still felt an indescribable feeling. Did he not even have the right to cause trouble for that person? Compared to a few decades ago, Long Zhang had matured a lot, and he was no longer as spoiled as he had once been. After all, he was the son of a branch of the White Dragon clan, and his cultivation had been about the same as Lu Yin's. Now, he was an enlighter, and although he was not considered outstanding in the cosmic trees, he was still quite good among his peers in the Fifth Mainland. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to find a way to enter the Fifth Tower. Unfortunately, he was worthless in Lu Yin's eyes. Now that Ziyi was free, Luin brought her to the Innerverse Astral River and put her down. He then notified the Blood Ancestor while he rode the caged Wyrm to the Cosmic Sea. The core had always been one of Lu Yin's worries. It had once been one of the four hegemons of the Cosmic Sea, and it had many secrets that the outside world did not know about. It was able to draw upon the power of a progenitor, and there were few who could rival it in the entire Fifth Mainland. What exactly was it trying to do by staying in the Cosmic Sea for so many years? Luin would not feel at ease until he figured it out. Soon, the caged Wyrm arrived at the Cosmic Sea, and Luin headed towards the core's territory alone. The moment he stepped into the core's territory, the sky in the distance darkened, and lightning rained down on the surface of the sea with a thunderous roar. An ancient warship approached from afar, and a boundless murderous aura surged towards Luin. There was also the sound of the word kill. 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 The voices grew closer and closer, and the word kill resounded throughout the Cosmic Sea. Luin looked at the soldiers again and saw their unyielding, resolute, and bloodthirsty eyes. Each soldier had been tempered thousands of times, and he saw Hua Wu among them. Compared to when he had fused with Henye's body, Hua Wu's aura now resembled that of the soldiers. At this distance, Luin could see Hua Wu, but Hua Wu could not see him. However, Hua Wu also shouted the word kill just like the soldiers. Luin stood on the surface of the sea and quietly waited for the warships to approach. Some ships passed by in the distance, but they did not dare to approach the army's territorial waters. There was only a thin line between them, but no one dared to cross it. Ship. Captain, there's someone there, someone cried out. On the ship, everyone looked over and saw Luin standing quietly on the surface of the sea with his hands behind his back. In front of him was the army's warship, which was sailing out of the darkness. The captain's face went pale. Go, go, go. That person is looking to die. Let's stay away from him. Wait, Captain, why does that person look so familiar? Someone was bewildered. The captain roared, familiar my ass. It doesn't matter who comes here. Stay away from him and don't get caught in the crossfire. That guy is looking to die, so he can't drag us down with him. Send a message to the ships behind and tell them to stay away from the army's territorial waters. I remember now. He's Luin, the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance, the founder of the Fifth Tower, and the current ruler of the Fifth Mainland. The others stared at the surface of the sea. Yes, it's him. It's Luin, Lu Daozi. I remember too. I saw him participate in the Supreme Astral Tournament before. I saw it even earlier, during the Astral Combat Academy tournament decades ago. Captain, we don't need to run anymore. It's Lu Daozi. The army has run into a tough nut. The captain stared blankly, and his anxious heart relaxed. That's good. No wonder he dared to face the army. So it's him. The army has divided the territorial waters. Back then, even Leon's armada didn't dare to approach them. Now, they've finally met someone who can rule them. As long as we can restore these waters to normal, our sailing time will increase by at least a third. The captain grinned. He did not believe that anyone else could deal with the army, but Luin definitely had no problems. Brothers, just you wait. These waters will soon be free. Long live Lu Daozi. Lu Daozi killed the army. In the distance, Luin glanced over. What were those people so excited about? Kill. There was a fierce shout as thousands of pikes fell to the ground at the same time. This inconceivable combination allowed all of Lu Yin's killing intent and power level to explode at a single point, releasing a killing force that could rival a power level of 1,000,000. The sky of Universe Ocean was collapsing, and the surface of the sea was shaking. No matter how far or close one was, whether one was on a ship or on an island, at this moment, one could feel that there was a powerful force that was about to explode from the depths of the sea. Everyone in Leon's armada looked solemn. Hizaj Leon walked out and stared in the direction of the army. Are you crazy? Did someone offend them? Leader, the seabed is about to be overturned. The ghost doctor reminded with a hunched back. Hizaj Leon took out his tyrant blade. They won't be able to lift it. He was just about to make a move when the killing force suddenly vanished, and Cosmic Sea regained its calm. Everyone in Leon's armada was bewildered and looked towards the direction of the army in confusion. Hizaj Leon frowned. Even he found it hard to resist the power of the army just now. Who was it? Luin did not move from his position in the core domain, but he had suppressed that power. Cosmic Sea could not be overturned, or who knew how many people would die. In front of him, the power of the thousands of spears had been dispelled, but one spear still appeared, condensing into a single point and thrusting towards Luin. This spear seemed to have emerged from the long river of time, and Luin heard those words again, the supreme spear, the weapon of death. This attack contained the power of a progenitor. In the entire Fifth Mainland, there were not many who could survive this attack, but it was useless against Luin. Even a true progenitor would not be able to do anything to him, let alone a progenitor. He did not borrow progenitor Chen's power, but instead directly used the rune lines of a progenitor general to cancel out the killing force of the spear. When the spear finally approached his face, it was just a spear without any progenitor power or killing force. On the warship, Huawu stared at Luin in a daze. Was it him? Luin raised his hand and grabbed the spear. It was cold and hard to the touch, and it reeked of blood. Who knew how many people it had killed? He gripped the spear and stepped onto the warship to face the soldiers. All of the soldiers stared at him, and it was at this moment that Luin realized that most of the soldiers had no spirit in their eyes. Only the soldiers at the very front were awake, and most of the soldiers were not. You've crossed the line, a hoarse voice said. Luin looked over. Number 007, you've participated in the Supreme Tournament. You're awake. Tell me, what's going on with you? The one who had spoken was number 007. He had been an 8-cycle hunter when he had participated in the Supreme Tournament, and he was still an 8-cycle hunter now. We're the remnants of the reserve troops of the garrison. We've been ordered to guard this place and not allow anyone to approach. If you try to force your way in, we'll defend you to the death. Luin looked at him. Whose garrison troops are you? Number 007 did not speak. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Guard what? This place? Number 007 still did not speak. Luin looked at Huawu. Why are you here? Huawu raised his head. I'm a recruit of the garrison. I've inherited the garrison's will and will persevere in guarding this place. I've vowed to fight to the death against foreign enemies. Cut the crap. Luin barked at him. Huawu's expression changed, and he hurriedly walked out with a wide smile. He walked up to Luin in a fawning manner. Brother Lu, long time no see. Luin looked at him. Why did you join the army? Huawu was helpless. I didn't want to either. I was being chased and accidentally came to this region. If I didn't join, I would have died. I had no choice. So you used a secret technique to join the army? Luin was puzzled. Huawu's face twitched. I joined wholeheartedly. What's going on here? Luin asked. I don't know. Huawu was helpless. Brother Lu, I really don't know. I'm not lying to you. With your strength, you can easily suppress this army, so I have no reason to lie to you. I really don't know. I've been on this warship ever since I joined and haven't left. Life has been tough. If I'd known that this would happen, I would have brought my enemies here. At least I would have had someone to talk to. So you're saying that you're useless? Then you can continue to stay here, Lu Yin said casually. Huawu grew anxious. Don't, Brother Lu. Although I don't know their secret, I can analyze it. He then laid down on the ground and began to draw. Serial 007 suddenly attacked. The spear pierced towards Huawu. Traitor, die. Lu Yin waved his hand, and Serial 007 was sent flying. At the same time, thousands of soldiers attacked again. Lu Yin used the rune lines on the platform to suppress the warship. You won't be able to complete the mission if you die. Serial 007 stared at Huawu. Those who betray us will be destroyed by the heavens. Huawu was frightened by his words, and he didn't dare to move due to the strange atmosphere in the army. Lu Yin calmly said, You've already betrayed us. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Huawu thought about it and then continued to draw bitterly. He drew the Army Sea region and finally pointed at a spot. Brother Lu, no matter how this warship travels, it's always circling around this point. It's like it's being pulled by a line. There's definitely something strange about this point. Lu Yin suddenly released his domain to search for the location. Serial 007 barked, Kill. Then, thousands of pikes descended at the same time, forming a single spear that pierced towards Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin had already disappeared. The army's defensive power was very powerful, and it could borrow the power of a progenitor, but it was useless against Lu Yin. Lu Yin had already found the location and brought Huawu to the bottom of the sea. Huawu cried out, Brother Lu, I'm not going. Throw me further away, Brother Lu. Huawu choked on his saliva. Lu Yin's domain continued to expand, and he had already discovered something. When he stopped and looked down, his eyes were filled with shock. This was progenitor Huey's symbol. There was a sourcebox array beneath the cosmic sea, and it wasn't just one. Rather, it was a combination of multiple arrays that formed an array seal that was almost identical to the one that had been left behind by the Royal Frost Continent and the Frozen Immortal Sect. It had progenitor Huey's symbol on it. Lu Yin hadn't expected the army to be guarding this. Brother Lu, what did you see? Huawu was curious. Most people wouldn't be able to tell, and if not for Jeffrey, Huawu wouldn't have been able to see progenitor Huey's symbol. Nothing, Lu Yin replied indifferently. He then soared into the sky and appeared above the sea. In the distance, the warships had already arrived. Kill, kill, kill. The thousands of pikes exploded with killing intent once more. At this moment, the thousands of soldiers' eyes regained their clarity, and they looked at Luyin with hostility. Luyin sighed and turned to leave. Huawu hadn't expected this outcome, as he had thought that the army was finished. "Brother Lu, why aren't we fighting?" Huawu asked. He had hoped that the army would be dealt with, as Serial 007's words had been too terrifying. He was afraid, as this army was much more powerful than any of the enemies he had faced before. How could Luyin fight the army? Not only could he not fight, but he also had to help them guard this place. This was a seal left behind by Progenitor Hui, which meant that they were Progenitor Hui's garrison. Then what about the people from Arctic City? Were they there as well? Luyin currently knew that Progenitor Hui had left behind 3 seals on the 5th mainland. The first was the Royal Frost Continent, which was guarded by the people from Arctic City. The second was the space left behind by the Frozen Immortal sect. There were no guards there, but there were remnants of spiritual force in that space. One of the mountains even had the power of a progenitor, and there was also the second Night King hiding there, so there was no need to guard it. This was the 3rd seal, and it was guarded by the army. Why had Progenitor Hui left behind 3 seals on the 5th mainland, and what were they sealing? Luyin didn't know, but he was certain that since Progenitor Hui had sealed them, it meant that the things inside were harmful to humanity, and they couldn't be opened. "I'm getting married on the 9th. Although I'm busy, I'll definitely update. Let's be happy together. Thank you for your support. You, kneel down and kowtow to the army to atone for your sins." Luyin suddenly stopped and released Huawu Dao. Huawu blinked. "Brother Lu, what do you mean by kneeling?" "Atonement?" Luyin replied, "You betrayed the core, so of course you have to atone for your sins. Didn't you ask me to betray you?" "I'm on your side," Huawu exclaimed. Luyin replied, "That's not a reason for you to betray the core. Since you've joined the core, you should have followed it to the end." Huawu felt as if he had seen a ghost, and his mind was a mess. He couldn't understand what Luyin was trying to say. Wasn't helping him the right thing to do? "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have betrayed you. I'm so sorry." Luyin forced him to kneel before the army. By the time Huawu looked up, Luyin was already gone. He cursed as he stood up and looked around. Then, he decided on a direction and quickly ran away. They were all crazy. Luyin rode the caged Wyrm towards the Innerverse. First, he went to the Day-Night clan and entered the Frozen Immortal sect space. He used the Frozen Immortal pawn to enter the underground world and once again confirmed Progenitor Hui's seal. After that, he ordered the area to be sealed and then headed towards the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. When he arrived at the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, he confirmed the location of the Royal Frost Continent and entered it. It had been a long time since he last came to the Royal Frost Continent. The frigid weather did not change, and Luyin saw Extreme Ice City in the distance. His domain spread out and enveloped the entire Royal Frost Continent. The Ice Empress suddenly raised her head. He walked out of Arctic City and saw Luyin standing high in the sky. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and slowly bowed. "Greetings, Dao Child." At this moment, Che Han walked out and bowed excitedly. "Greetings, Your Highness." This was Lu Yin's status in the Great Yu Empire as the royal regent. Luyin nodded. "I was just passing by, so I came to take a look." The Ice Emperor didn't believe that Luyin was just passing by. They had known each other for a long time and knew each other well enough to know that Luyin wouldn't come here for no reason. However, he couldn't figure out what Luyin was doing here. To him, the power of the Royal Frost Continent was dispensable. Right, the Ice Empress remembered. Could it be because of that seal? "Is the seal all right?" he asked. As expected, the Ice Empress thought to herself, "It's fine. Everything is normal. Has anyone checked the seal since I left? Only President Jeffrey has come here a few times. Anyone who knew that Huizu's seal was here would not be able to ignore it. Jeffrey came to check it out to make sure nothing went wrong. Only Jeffrey had been here, which meant that Hen Xian and the others did not know about the seal. Otherwise, they would have come to check it out." "Got it, you guys go about your business." Luyin waved them off. The Ice Empress and Che Han looked at each other and bowed once more before returning to the Extreme Ice City. Luyin arrived above the glacial mountain range and looked down. He saw Ancestor Huey's symbol again, and if not for Jeffrey, he would not have been able to recognize it. His body descended and sank into the glacier. At this moment, inside the Extreme Ice City, the Ice Empress was worried. "Don't worry, His Highness won't touch the seal," Chehan said. The Ice Emperor sighed, not in the past, but now. He was worried that Luyin would be too arrogant and think that he could control everything. That was why he wanted to move the seal and find out what was inside. It was undeniable that Luyin was now in control of the fifth continent and had repelled Ancestor Realm experts. He had also received the respect of a progenitor, but the more he was like this, the easier it was for him to get carried away. In the Ice Empress' heart, the Hui ancestor was a true progenitor, someone who had left his mark in history. If Luyin wanted to compete with the Hui ancestor, then he would definitely remove the seal. What would happen to Extreme Ice City then? The Ice Emperor was overthinking things. Even if Luyin was a half-ancestor or even a progenitor and had the power to fight by Wang Yuan and the others head-on, he would not remove the seal. This was because Huizu had left it behind. Huizu was a wise man that Luyin respected the most. No matter how strong he was, his contributions to humanity were unparalleled. Without him, there would not be the fifth continent today, nor would there be the astral tree. He might not have been an invincible progenitor, but he was definitely a progenitor worthy of respect. Luyin would not touch a seal left behind by such a senior, regardless of whether the item under the seal was a threat to him. Luyin had come to confirm the safety of the seal and also to take a look at it. This seal was formed by a sourcebox array, and he wanted to see how far he was from Huizu in terms of lockbreaking. In the end, he saw that it was infinitely far away. This result made him both impressed and dejected. He believed that he was infinitely close to being an Origin Heavenly Master, but even so, he could not understand Huizu's vast lockbreaking methods. Just as Jeffrey had said, he could not understand it. Jeffrey was also infinitely close to being an Origin Heavenly Master, but he could only repair it slightly. It was like patching up the surface of a spacecraft, and he could not understand its structure at all. Huizu had walked too far on the path of lockbreaking, to the point that even an Origin Heavenly Master could not see his back. In the current era, perhaps only Heavenly Master Gu Yan could attempt to understand it. After 2 days, Luyin left. There was no need for him to stay, and he did not even bid farewell to the Ice Emperor. He wanted to go back and cultivate the 9 clones technique. He had been eyeing this technique for a long time, but he had not been able to cultivate it. Now, he could temporarily not go to the astral tree. It was more stable, and the 4-way scale would be more at ease. He could use this opportunity to cultivate it. Outside the sky sect, the ancestral turtle turned around and saw the enormous hellworm approaching. It rolled its eyes and shrank back into its shell. The hellworm had been eyeing it from afar, and it was only satisfied when it saw it shrink back into its shell. It raised its claws a little higher. Luyin had the hellworm wait beside the sky sect, and his figure flashed to the location where the 9 clones technique was located. He then took out Progenitor Chen's blood from his cosmic ring. There were 10 buckets in his ring, and each one was as large as a person. Even Progenitor Chen would be stunned by this, as he did not have that much blood himself. Luyin looked at the scales on the bottom of his feet. They did not look any different from the other scales, but once he touched them, they would turn blood red, and he would be subjected to a bloodline backlash. He could withstand a bloodline backlash, especially now that he had mastered battle force to the Palm realm. With the tyrannical strength in his heart that could dissolve everything, he could even ignore the backlash. However, the real problem was learning the 9 clones technique. The last time he had checked, he had clearly seen the state of the 9 clones technique, and he had a general understanding of how to cultivate it. However, whether or not he could succeed would have to wait until he started cultivating it. As he thought about it, Progenitor Chen's blood spiraled up from one of the buckets and covered Lu Yin's arm. His arm turned blood red, and he squatted down and pressed his hand against the scale. Suddenly, his mind went into a trance, as if he saw a drop of blood fall from the void at the same location. Then, just like the last time, he saw a small person split up and then fuse back together. Luyin stared at this. This was the key to cultivating the 9 clones technique. At the same time, the Xia family's bloodline backlash appeared. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as the purplish-black substance of his palm realm battle force spread to his arm and hid under the layer of progenitor Chen's blood. With the appearance of his palm realm battle force, the bloodline conflict that had easily torn his hand apart was no longer important. In his heart, the stars of Sirius shone, making Lu Yin look incomparably divine. The caged drake turned around, its large eyes looking straight at Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin was at the corner of its mouth and moved along with its head, so it couldn't see him at all. Lu Yin's palm realm battle force and the power in his heart both caught the caged drake's attention. Giant beasts had sharper senses than humans, and these two powers made the caged drake wary. Opposite him, the ancestral turtle's head was also staring at Lu Yin from within its shell. Compared to the caged drake, it looked at Lu Yin with a more familiar gaze. This was because it was originally a pet of the Lu family, and it had only stayed behind because of the Mavis divine tree's fruit. Progenitor Chen's blood spiraled above the caged drake's head and covered Lu Yin's arm. It was also constantly being consumed, and Lu Yin was able to see it for longer and longer. At first, he only saw one figure split up and fuse back together, and he saw the gas line connecting the 9 figures. Later on, he gradually saw the 9 figures fuse together, and the changes in the body of the single figure became clearer and clearer. He didn't know how long it would take for a direct descendant of the Xia family to cultivate the 9 clones technique. They didn't have any bloodline conflicts, so they could watch for as long as they wanted. However, Lu Yin was different. There seemed to be 10 buckets of progenitor Chen's blood, but it would be consumed very quickly. Lu Yin regretted that he hadn't prepared more. A day passed, and half a bucket of progenitor Chen's blood had been consumed. Based on his calculations, the blood would only last for 20 days at most. Would he be able to cultivate the 9 clones technique in 20 days? Lu Yin wasn't sure. But for now, he could only continue cultivating. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and half of progenitor Chen's blood had been consumed. Lu Yin had long since immersed himself in cultivating the 9 clones technique, and the purplish-black substance formed from the Mastery Realm battle force was also constantly being consumed. It constantly clashed with his bloodline, and it wasn't limitless. Henshin's purplish-black substance had also been used up quite a bit while helping Lu Yin cultivate. 15 days passed, and Lu Yin was still immersed in cultivating the 9 clones technique. After 16 days, 17 days, 18 days, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and retracted his hand. He turned around and saw that there was only 1 bucket of progenitor Chen's blood left. As for the 9 clones technique, he had already seen through it. After collecting progenitor Chen's blood, Lu Yin returned to the Above the Sky sect and immediately went into seclusion. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it and removed his cosmic ring at the same time. He couldn't roll enhance or anything like that right now, as he needed to cultivate when he was at his deepest. The die slowly spun and finally stopped at 3. Lu Yin immediately rolled it again. 2, again. 4, time stop space. After entering the time stop space, he took out the Mist Ancestor's wisdom root and brewed some tea. If he didn't use it now, when would he use it? Even though he still had 2 wisdom roots left, he still needed to use them. After using them all up, he only had 1 left. He took a sip of the wisdom root tea and exhaled. He closed his eyes and truly began to cultivate the 9 clones technique. 2 months later, Lu Yin's face contorted in pain. The seal on his back that was preventing him from breaking through had appeared, and he was panting heavily. His original state of cultivation had been completely suppressed. After thinking about it, he rested for a day and tried again, but after only a month, the seal on his back appeared again, preventing him from cultivating the 9 clones technique. Lu Yin opened his eyes tiredly and looked at his palms. He clenched his fists and stood up helplessly. He couldn't cultivate the 9 clones. The 9 clones technique's first step was to sense one's consciousness and form a nearly corporeal state. Then, one would split into 9 and use one's own blood to reconstruct a physical body. The 8 separated consciousnesses would then merge into the 8 bodies, connecting their consciousnesses and merging their bloodlines. This was the 9 clones technique. In other words, each of the 9 clones had their own independent personalities, but because they were separated from their consciousnesses, they would never betray the main consciousness. The 8 clones weren't real bodies, they were merely condensed from one's own blood and bones to merge into the main body. This was the cultivation principle of the 9 clones technique. Anyone who knew this method and followed the 9 clones technique's instructions would be able to cultivate it. However, Lu Yin was one of the few people who couldn't cultivate the 9 clones technique because of the seal on his back that prevented him from splitting his bloodline and bones. The seal on his back not only prevented him from breaking through, but it also prevented him from cultivating the 9 clones technique. Lu Yin was helpless. He had asked Master Shan, Wanzi, and the others to find out who had placed the seal on him. It definitely wasn't by Xianxia, as she wouldn't have been able to do it with her strength, but they didn't know either. There were pros and cons to the seal on his back. It prevented him from breaking through, but if not for the seal, he would have been killed by that desiccated corpse when he had broken through to the explorer realm. Also, if not for the seal, he would have died at the pirate port. Lu Yin wasn't sure if the seal was protecting him or harming him. On one hand, it prevented his cultivation progress, but on the other, it protected his body. It was precisely because it protected his body that he couldn't split his bloodline and bones. The seal didn't have a consciousness, and it felt that splitting his bloodline and bones was a form of injury rather than cultivation. This was why Lu Yin couldn't cultivate the 9 clones technique. Lu Yin sighed helplessly. With the seal in place, he would never be able to cultivate it. Wait. His eyes lit up. The 9 clones technique required the separation and merging of one's consciousness. Since blood and bones could be condensed and merged into a clone, then what about the astral energy vortex? Lu Yin's wisdom root T was still in effect, and his train of thought exceeded that of a normal person. He suddenly thought of this, and he decided to do it. Since his consciousness was already split, it would be a waste not to use it. The scene in front of him changed, and he left the time-stop space and appeared in the above heaven sect. Only a second had passed in the outside world, but in this second, he had a peculiar cultivation direction. Although he was unable to cultivate the 9 clones technique, he was able to merge his consciousness into the 4 astral origin chi cyclones. With consciousness, he would be able to use battle skills and cultivation skills. This also meant that when he reached the half-martial ancestor stage, he might have 4 inner worlds. No, it was not a possibility, it was a certainty that he would have 4 inner worlds. 4 inner worlds that would appear using different battle skills and cultivation skills. Lu Yin racked his brain for a long time, but he couldn't think of anyone with 2 inner worlds. He was probably the only cultivator in human history with 4 inner worlds. What were the 4 inner worlds like? He couldn't guess it either. More importantly, due to the fusion of their consciousnesses, it was very likely that these 4 inner worlds could be fused. Of course, this was only a guess, and it was a guess due to the effects of the wisdom root T. Even so, it was still a guess that made Lu Yin excited. Although he hadn't been able to cultivate the 9 clones, his current state was still acceptable. Furthermore, once the seal on his back was removed, he would still be able to cultivate the 9 clones. He continued to cultivate and battled in the realm of palms. Qi, serious art, primogeniture scripture, and so on. All of these required time to cultivate, and now was the best time to do so. He wanted to give the 4-way scale a safe environment to fight against the Eternals. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He continued, rolling 4 pips. His luck wasn't bad. In the astral tree realm, there was still a long line of cultivators from the 5th mainland entering the astral tree realm. At this moment, in the middle of the line, a man was looking around happily and curiously, especially the mother tree in the distance. Morning, morning, I've heard about the mother tree for a long time. Now, I've finally seen it. It's so strong. Morning. Morning, morning, morning. Shut up, kid, someone behind the man spoke up. It was a woman whose face was hidden behind a black veil. She glared at the man in annoyance. The man turned around and blinked. Do we know each other? You're making it hard for me to breathe. Shut up, the woman growled. The man pointed into the distance. Mother tree. What does it have to do with you? Keep talking and I'll throw you into the mother tree, the woman said in annoyance. The man shrank back and didn't dare to speak. He was little stutterer, and he had once been a member of the longevity squadron. His master had been the squadron's captain, Ji Chang, who was also one of Xiaji's clones. Back when Lu Yin had defeated the Day-Night clan and replaced Night King Jinwu to participate in the Star Tower contest in the Neoverse, Little Stutterer had been ordered by Ji Chang to follow Lu Yin. In reality, he had been ordered by Ji Chang to keep an eye on Lu Yin, but he had misunderstood. In his own words, Ji Chang had been concerned about him and that following Lu Yin would bring him benefits. Later on, the Longevity Squadron had been destroyed in the Cosmic Sea, but Little Stutterer had been lucky enough to survive. He also hadn't planned on taking revenge on Lu Yin or Leon's armada. He didn't have any feelings for Ji Chang, and they had only met a few times over the past decade. Now that he had come to the Astral Tree Realm, he was very excited. As the line moved forward, Little Stutterer's excitement hadn't died down, but he didn't dare to speak and only looked back from time to time. The woman glared at him. "What are you looking at, little lamb?" Little Stutterer paused and slowly turned back to stare at her. You, me. I told you to shut up. Didn't you hear me? Or was I being nice to him? The woman threatened, pressing down on Little Stutterer's shoulder and exerting a bit of force. Little Stutterer was in pain. Big sis? She raised a brow. She was indeed big sis. The Fifth Mainland didn't have an astral source, and her cultivation progress had been slow. That was why she had come to the Astral Tree Realm to cultivate. Of course, she couldn't be discovered by the four-way scales. Although the four-way scales might not do anything to her, she was still the closest person to Lu Yin, and those ancestors might be shameless. She was confident that she would be able to help Lu Yin take revenge against the four-way scales once she recovered her strength, but now was not the time. It was best to keep a low profile for now. You know me? Big Sis hadn't expected Little Stutterer to recognize her. Little Stutterer was afraid. Little lamb. See? Pirate language. Just because of that? I'm your mother. Big Sis was speechless, as Little Stutterer had actually recognized her. You're from the Cosmic Sea? Little Stutterer pursed his lips. Lu Yin. If you follow Lu Yin, you'll have meat to eat. Big Sis was confused. What nonsense are you spouting? But since you know Little Seven, I won't bicker with you. Shut up and don't talk. Little Stutterer felt wronged and turned away, but he also relaxed. Fortunately, he hadn't exposed himself, or else Big Sis might have killed him. Not long after, there were cries of surprise from behind, causing many to turn around. Wang Yan looked in the direction of the new sky corridor. Go check what's going on. Why are those people so excited? Wang Yan was shocked when he heard the news. What? The Fifth Mainland's astral source has recovered? Back at the Fifth Mainland, Lu Yin rolled enhance and then reappeared a second later. He had been cultivating for a year, and his battle force had recovered. He would rest for 10 days and see if he could roll enhance again. 6 enhance was becoming more and more precious, but it was also becoming more and more difficult to fuse into a suitable person's body. Suddenly, the originally peaceful Fifth Mainland's cosmos changed. The cosmic liquid that had been devouring the astral source dissipated as the astral source was released in a frenzy, just like when it had been devoured. No, it was being released even faster than when it had been devoured. Lu Yin sensed this and immediately had the sapling absorb the astral source as quickly as possible. He then walked out of the cosmos and started absorbing the astral source while it was being released. He looked at the dissipating liquid in the distance. Was it time? Could the Eternal's liquid only last this long? Throughout the Fifth Mainland, countless cultivators walked out of the cosmos and excitedly absorbed the star energy and astral source. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Even Lu Bujing and the others were the same. More accurately, they were the ones who had benefited the most. There was a very long gap between the half-progenitor realm and the progenitor realm, but the release of the astral source universe had greatly reduced this gap. From this perspective, no one knew whether this was a good or bad thing for the Fifth Mainland. In just a few moments, the 4 astral source cyclones within Lu Yin's body were almost full. He did not immediately break through to the 5th tribulation, as he had just broken through to the 4th tribulation. It was better to wait. Lu Bujing stood in outer space with a solemn expression. What's wrong, third uncle? Lu Ying asked when he saw that something was wrong with Lu Bujing's expression. Lu Bujing solemnly replied, I'm getting closer and closer to the progenitor realm. Perhaps I should try to break through. Lu Ying smiled. Then I'll congratulate third uncle in advance. I hope that third uncle can break through to the progenitor realm and become the first person to do so since the Daosaur sex era. Lu Bujing shook his head. Breaking through is easier said than done. If I fail, I'll die. He looked at Lu Ying. I still need to stabilize myself. Lu Ying nodded. Lu Bujing was not the only one who had a chance of breaking through. Kyre and Destiny's daughter also had a chance. They had been the sect masters of the 12 Elysium Gates during the era of the Above Heaven sect, and being able to become a sect master meant that they were the closest to the progenitor realm and could break through at any time. The release of the astral source universe had allowed them to shorten the distance between them and the progenitor realm, and they all began to enter seclusion. Lu Ying was filled with anticipation, as he did not know who would be the first to attempt to break through, as he had never seen a progenitor's origin tribulation before. The release of the astral source ended quickly, and the fifth mainland returned to its original state from 20 years ago. Many of the new batch of young cultivators had never experienced star energy cultivation before, and it was rather novel. Because of the recovery of the astral source universe, many cultivators who had originally planned to go to the cosmic tree domain returned. After all, the cosmic tree domain was an unfamiliar place, and unless it was absolutely necessary, many people did not want to take the risk. Previously, they had only gone there because they could not cultivate, but now, there was no need for them to do so. Lu Ying wanted to continue cultivating, and just as he was about to return to the Above Heaven sect to enter seclusion, he noticed Jialan's figure in the sky. He seemed to be chasing someone. In the outerverse, outside the solar system, dozens of cultivators stared blankly at the caged WYRM and ancestral tortoise. Senior brother said that the divine martial caged WYRM is here and that it's huge. I didn't believe it before, but now it's really here. That's your divine martial planes caged WYRM? That's terrifying. Your divine martial planes losses are too great. Lu Xiaoxian will pay the price sooner or later. From their conversation, Lu Ying knew that these people were from the sixth mainland, but he did not know how they had gotten past Chu Yuan and the others. Lu Ying paid a price to have Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and the others seal off the Xingkong corridor and prevent the cultivators of the same generation from entering the fifth pagoda. Those who could come from the cosmic tree were all from the four-way scales, and Lu Ying could use Chu Yuan to suppress them. Lu Ying did not know how these people had gotten past the blockade, but that was it, as Skyblue had already caught up. Run! It's him! A group of cultivators from the cosmic tree were shocked when they saw Skyblue appear. They hurriedly rushed into the solar system, as they knew that the fifth pagoda was in the solar system. In reality, a group of people from the cosmic tree had already entered the fifth pagoda. Chu Yuan and the others could only block a portion of them, and they could not block the younger ones. As long as the fifth mainland had no peers who could stop them, they could only let them enter the fifth pagoda. However, there were too few of them, and they were all very young. The strongest among them was only an enlighter. As for the emissaries from the cosmic tree, Chu Yuan could intercept those who were at the fifth tribulation stage, but there were others who could intercept them. Furthermore, there were too many restrictions for emissaries to enter the fifth pagoda. Thus, the cultivators from the cosmic tree were all very young. Hey, you! Can't attack us, someone shouted at Skyblue. Skyblue looked around. That's why I'm chasing after you. He then waved his hand, and a figure walked out. Lu Ying did not recognize this person, but he seemed to be a very young cultivator from the sixth mainland who was a hunter. Perhaps he was a realmling. He's your opponent, Skyblue said. On the other side, the group from the starry sky tree was disdainful. After such a long time, they had figured out that there were indeed a few freaks in the fifth mainland. Even the fourth young master could not defeat them. However, apart from a limited number of people, the rest could not stop them. Of course, the gap was not that big. 20 years ago, the gap between the cultivators of the same generation on the fifth mainland and the starry sky tree was huge. The fourth young ancestor would have been able to sweep through the fifth mainland star supremacy tournament. However, with the emergence of Hen Xian, Lu Bujing, and the others, who had brought with them part of the above heaven era's cultivation methods, the gap between the two sides had narrowed significantly. At the very least, the cultivators of the fifth mainland wouldn't be at too much of a disadvantage when fighting against cultivators of the same cultivation level. If they used the Void Wanderers, it wouldn't be difficult for them to win. But now it was a fair fight. The sixth mainland's realmling that Xianxia had brought along had defeated half of the cultivators in the starry sky of the trees. He had relied on battle force and domains, as well as battle techniques that Xianxia had imparted to him, as well as his imprint. As for the remaining half, Luin could not stop them, so he could only allow them to enter the fifth tower. He had done his best. Skyblue watched as the cultivators from the cosmic tree realm entered the fifth pagoda, but he did not care. Luin had only asked them to try their best to stop the cultivators from entering the fifth pagoda. If they could not do so, then there was nothing he could do. After all, he could not personally deal with these young cultivators. This group of people looked to be in their 20s or 30s. Luin did not show himself, as the fifth mainland alone would not be able to stop some of the people from the four Libras. They would have to deal with them in the cosmic tree realm. How was Wang Wen? Had he started to act? Lu Yin's departure from the cosmic tree realm had indeed caused the four Libras to feel much more at ease. However, when a piece of news reached Xianxia's ears, he was immediately enraged. He did not even care about the safety of the sovereign realm as he descended upon Shenwu Plain. In Shenwu Plain, a man knelt on the dusky ground. His face was pale, and his head was lowered. He looked at the ground with eyes filled with fear and despair. Xiao Ziheng and Xia Xing stood behind him, and the atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet. At this moment, Xianxia walked out of the void and arrived in front of the kneeling man. His progenitors might envelop the man, causing the ground to collapse and the man to cough up blood. The man was a half-ancestor, and he was a half-ancestor who had been hidden underground in Shenwu Plain to watch over criminals. No matter what happened, this person would not appear. Even if Shenwu Plain was facing a calamity, this person would not appear. He only existed for one purpose, and that was to keep an eye on the underground. Say that again, Xianxia said coldly as he stared at the man. The man closed his eyes and said hopelessly, "That person ran away." Xianxia was furious and cut off the man's arms. Even though the man was a half-ancestor, he couldn't fight back at all. His blood splattered all over the ground, and Xiao Ziheng and Xia Xing were terrified. Even when Lu Xiaoxian had attacked Shenwu Plain, the half-ancestor hadn't been so furious. "I told you to keep an eye on the underground, and you didn't need to do anything. You could have enjoyed all of Shenwu Plain's resources, and even if Shenwu Plain was destroyed, you didn't have to come out. Now, you're telling me that that person ran away?" Xiaoxinji squatted down and stared at the man. He didn't look like a progenitor at all. "Raise your head and look at me." The man's eyes flashed as he raised his head and looked at Xiaoxinji. Xiaoxinji's eyes were filled with savagery. "How did he run away?" "I don't know," the man said helplessly. Fortunately, he was a half-ancestor, or he wouldn't even have the courage to speak in front of Xiaoxinji. "Then how did you discover that he had disappeared?" Xiaoxinji asked again, looking at the man with murderous eyes. The man knew that he wouldn't be able to survive today. "Ancestor Xia, can you not pursue this matter with my clansmen? I just want to find him." "Your clansmen are worthless to me," Xiaoxinji said sternly. The man sighed. He didn't know what would happen to his clansmen, but he had no other choice. "I discovered that the disciple who was collecting the corpses had disappeared, so I immediately went underground to look for him. I discovered that he had disappeared along with that person called Lu Xiaoga." Xiaoxinji frowned. "Lu Xiaoga?" "Lu Xiaoga is already dead," Xiao Ziheng interrupted. When he saw Xiaoxinji looking over, he said nervously, "Ancestor, Lu Xiaoga was abandoned by Lu Xiaoxian. He was the one who was captured in Shenwu Plain. That day, he disguised himself as Yu Hao and bought time for Lu Xiaoxian. We only discovered him when Lu Xiaoxian returned." "Lu Xiaoxuan's people?" Xiaoxinji's eyes went wide. Xiao Ziheng hurriedly explained, "He was abandoned by Lu Xiaoxian. He told me everything he knew about Lu Xiaoxian in the fifth mainland, and I killed him with my own hands. If there's any falsehood, I will die a horrible death." Xiaoxinji's eyes narrowed. "Are you sure he's dead?" Xiao Ziheng promised, I killed him with my own hands. There's no way he could have survived. What if Lu Xiaoxian helped him? How can you be sure that Lu Xiaoxian didn't leave him alive on purpose? Xiao Shenji gritted his teeth. Xiao Ziheng was terrified, as he could sense the ancestor's killing intent. Ancestor, Lu Xiaoga is definitely dead. If he's not dead, I'm willing to accept any punishment. I swear that I will never be able to improve my cultivation and that I will die a horrible death. Xiaoxing didn't say anything. This matter was beyond his control, and neither he nor Xiao Ziheng knew who was being held underground. Even the kneeling half-martial ancestor didn't know. He didn't understand why the ancestor was so angry. Fortunately, this matter had nothing to do with him. What do you think? Xiao Shenji suddenly asked Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing was even more shocked. Even though he didn't have much contact with forefather Shenji, he knew that forefather Shenji rarely asked for the opinions of others, especially those of the younger generation. Now that forefather Shenji had asked him, it meant that this matter was so serious that even forefather Shenji was at a loss. Even the matter with Lu Xiaoxian hadn't caused the ancestor to act this way. Xiaoxing's mind spun rapidly, and he said cautiously, Ancestor, Lu Xiaoxian shouldn't have anything to do with this. Xiao Shenji looked at him calmly. Xiaoxing saw that the ancestor didn't say anything, so he took a deep breath. Xiao Ziheng and the half-martial ancestor guarding the underground watched him nervously as he continued, Even I, the Xiao clan's patriarch, don't know about the situation underground, let alone Lu Xiaoxian. That includes half-martial ancestor Ziheng. The only people who truly know are you and... He glanced at the half-martial ancestor guarding the underground. Lu Xiaoxian couldn't have known about this, so he couldn't have planned anything. Also, half-martial ancestor Ziheng is a half-martial ancestor. Someone who isn't even an emissary couldn't have pretended to be dead in front of him. Half-martial ancestor Ziheng was already very cautious and personally killed Lu Xiaoga. Xiao Shenji said, Are you saying that it's a coincidence? Xiaoxing's face paled. Lu Xiaoxuan's actions in the starry sky of the trees only have one goal, and that is to save the remaining members of the Lu clan. He had Lu Xiaoga stay in Shenwu Heaven to buy time for the Red Garden. It has nothing to do with the people underground. Xiao Ziheng hurriedly said, Ancestor, please understand. The half-martial ancestor who was guarding the underground also said, Ancestor, please understand. Xiao Shenji thought for a moment, and the killing intent in his eyes faded. Find that person for me. Do everything you can, but do not expose him. Xiaoxing and Xiao Ziheng looked at each other, but they didn't know who that person was. Xiao Shenji slowly opened his mouth and said something. When Xiaoxing and Xiao Ziheng heard this, their minds went blank. They were shocked. Him? Him? Find him for me. I will personally capture him, Xiao Shenji said in a low voice before disappearing. After Xiao Shenji left, the kneeling half-martial ancestor heaved a sigh of relief. Although his arms had been cut off, they could be reattached. The only reason he hadn't died yet was because he had to complete this mission. Xiaoxing and Xiao Ziheng looked at him. You already knew? The half-martial ancestor said bitterly, logically speaking, unless I become an ancestor, I will never be able to leave the underground. I never thought that I would be able to leave because of something like this. Xiaoxing looked away. Become an ancestor? If this person had even the slightest chance of becoming an ancestor, Ancestor Shenji wouldn't have treated him like this. This was already the peak that this person could reach. Not long after, a large group of people from Shenwu Heaven moved out. They headed to the top realm, middle realm, and lower realm to secretly search for someone. Although they didn't cause much of a commotion, even Xiaoxing had moved out. This meant that Shenwu Heaven's attitude towards this matter was far greater than their attitude towards Lu Xiaoxian. Xiao Shenji's clones walked out one by one, avoiding Bai Wangyuan and the others. They also spread out throughout the starry sky of the trees to search. At the same time, Wang Jing, Bai Qi, and the others' reports piqued the four-way balance's interest in the Fifth Mainland's various battle techniques. They were also interested in the wireless Gu. 2 months later, the four-way balance finally sent someone to the Fifth Mainland's Heaven sect, hoping to strike a deal with them. The person they sent was Bai Qi. She was Bai Wangyuan's daughter and had a noble status. Because she had been guarding the fourth base all year round, she had not participated in the banishment of the Liu family, nor had she participated in the pursuit of the remaining members of the Liu family. She had no prejudice against the Fifth Mainland, so she was the most suitable person to negotiate with the Heavens sect. Wang Jing was with her as well. Unfortunately, the trip did not go smoothly. Bai Qi met with Liu Bujing, and the other party was Xianxia. Xianxia was the best at doing business in the Fifth Mainland. She had been one of the three smartest people in the Outerverse, alongside Wang Wen and Wei Rong. Wang Wen was good at controlling the overall situation, Wei Rong was good at scheming, and Xianxia was good at economic suppression. The Heavens sect had not only relied on progenitor Chen's strength to suppress the heavens, but they had not been able to get the entire Fifth Mainland to cooperate. Xianxia had contributed greatly to this. If not for her, the Fifth Mainland's economy would have collapsed, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Her role was not below that of Wang Wen and Wei Rong. Discussing business with Xianxia made Bai Qi experience the treachery of merchants for the first time. She was stunned, and she even forgot what she had originally wanted to trade. She allowed Xianxia to manipulate her as she threw all of the Fifth Mainland's unwanted items to the cosmic tree. As for Wang Jing, although he was slightly better than Bai Qi, there was a limit. Their statuses were too high, and they had never come into contact with business. In this aspect, they were sentinels, while Xianxia had already become an ancestor. The first time they had come, the two had returned empty-handed. They had even taken away a large number of items that the Fifth Mainland did not want in exchange for resources that the Fifth Mainland desperately needed. Although the results were terrible for Bai Qi and the others, their first transaction had been a success, and they had opened a gap between the cosmic tree and the Fifth Mainland. Another month passed, and Bai Qi and Wang Jing came again. This time, they brought a pot-bellied middle-aged man with a face full of smiles. The moment Xianxia saw him, she knew something was wrong. This person looked like an old fox, and he was definitely an old fox in the business world. She had guessed correctly. The four cardinal scales were not stupid. They had sent White Qi for the first trade because they thought that the trade with the Fifth Mainland would go smoothly. Who would have thought that they would be fooled? That was why they had brought along the starry Sky Tree, who was known as a business genius. The battle between this person and Xianxia was an eye-opener for Bai Qi and Wang Jing. Only now did they realize how powerless they were when facing Xianxia. This trade, from the very beginning to the discussion of the price, the two of them probed each other for 3 whole days. For 3 whole days, the two of them did not mention the specific content of the trade. They kept probing each other, and the purpose of the probing was to confirm the content of the trade. The final result was that four-way scales did not get what they wanted the most, but it was still a gain. They could trade for wireless goo and nothing else. After leaving Above the Sky sect, the middle-aged man looked back with a look of admiration. He's so young, yet he has such business acumen. This wasteland really does produce geniuses. What's going on? Bai Qi was puzzled, she did not understand at all. The middle-aged man replied respectfully, "This wasteland has never thought of completing the trade with us." He paused for a moment and reorganized his words. It should be said that Above the Sky sect has never thought of completing the trade with four-way scales. What do you mean? Bai Qi's expression sank. Wang Jing's gaze flickered. The middle-aged man said, even though they did not say it clearly, "I can guess that they want to find 1 or 2 representatives in the Starry Sky Tree to trade for war resources. And this representative is definitely not from four-way scales." Then who is it? Bai Qi frowned. The middle-aged man shook his head. "I can only guess this much. As for who the representative is, it is not something I can guess." Finding a representative to avoid four-way scales was already at the level of a contest between 2 starry skies. It was not a simple trade, so he naturally did not know. Wang Jing looked at Above the Sky sect. This was Liu Xiaoshuan's will. He would not allow four-way scales to use these resources to strengthen themselves. His will was spread to the entire Fifth Mainland. This kind of dominance was too terrifying. Bai Qi also thought of this, and she returned to the Starry Sky Tree with a sullen expression. In Above the Sky sect's main hall, Xianxia stood up and stretched, revealing her beautiful curves. "I'm so tired. That perverted uncle is too strong. I almost got tricked by him. Luine walked out and laughed. Didn't you guard your bottom line in the end? Xianxia rolled her eyes. Daozi, can you speak properly? What do you mean guard my bottom line? It's as if he'll do anything to me. Luine looked in the direction of the technocracy. They won't give up. Xianxia shrugged. That will depend on Wang Wen. It's not easy to find a representative, and there's a lot of pressure on him. Luine did not say anything else and continued his seclusion. Although it was called seclusion, it was actually more like rest. He did not constantly cultivate, nor did he constantly roll his die. Using too much innate gift was not necessarily a good thing. Sometimes, people needed to be more relaxed. More than a month later, Bai Qi was unwilling to give up and brought the middle-aged man back. However, Wang Jing did not accompany them this time. The result was the same. Xianxia was very tired. Trade and commerce had to be maintained, or else Xianxia would not even meet with them. Luine fished by the Sky Sex Lake, and he found the joy of cultivating his mind. The only problem was that Zhao Ran brought him the flower tea that she had invented over the years. Although it tasted good, it had a great impact on his body and mind. What he looked forward to the most was the sapling. The sapling had been absorbing astral source all this time, especially when the liquid had disappeared half a year ago. It should have absorbed a lot of astral source when the astral source had exploded, and it should have condensed a lot of astral source liquid. Lu Yin's fourth tribulation was almost complete, and he could break through to the fifth at any time. As for the sixth tribulation, he would have to rely on the sapling. The sixth tribulation was another qualitative change, and Lu Yin was more concerned about the tribulation with a power level of 1,000,000. It was definitely not any less threatening than the emissary tribulation. It was precisely because of this that Lu Yin was in no rush to break through to the fifth tribulation. He needed a buffer. Regardless of whether one was cultivating or not, time passed very quickly. Another half a year passed in the blink of an eye. It had been a year since Lu Yin had returned to the fifth mainland. During this year, the cosmic tree realm had been very peaceful, at least to the four cardinal scales. However, this was not the case for the middle realm and the lower realm. The fifth mainland, a large group of cultivators poured into the cosmic tree realm, causing a huge commotion. The cultivators of the cosmic tree realm looked down on the cultivators of the fifth mainland, but those who had been able to enter the cosmic tree realm in the beginning were not simple. Conflicts would erupt from time to time, and they would quickly engulf the two realms. Although there were no large-scale battles, there were still small skirmishes. Perhaps this was due to the four cardinal scales instructions. However, the cultivators of the fifth mainland did not suffer any losses. They were all united, and with the help of some of the more powerful cultivators from the fifth mainland, they did not suffer too many losses in the cosmic tree realm. Some of their names even became more famous, such as Haizid Shenwei, who had clashed with the Wang family when he had first arrived. After he had gone to the middle realm, he had clashed with some of the families and even destroyed one of them. Yang Ji, the ruler of the radiant world, had come to the cosmic tree realm and had fought with many cultivators there, such as Mavis. She wanted to find traces of the Mavis family in the cosmic tree realm, such as one after another, the cultivators of the fifth mainland entered the cosmic tree realm. Although there were many conflicts, they were not stupid. They did not fight with the behemoths of the four cardinal scales. Otherwise, they would easily attract the attention of a half-martial ancestor. In the middle realm, a beautiful woman stood in midair, constantly searching for something. Not long after, she stared at the cracked ground of the grassland below. Found it. With that, she descended and slashed at the cracked ground. The edge of the blade distorted the void, covering the entire grassland and tearing the ground apart. The blade spread out inch by inch, covering an area of several hundred miles. Not a single blade of grass was left alive. After that slash, the woman stared down. As the dust settled, she frowned. It didn't work? As she thought about it, she slashed again, but it was still useless. Then, she slashed again and again. A transparent coffin lay quietly in the ground of the grassland. Inside the coffin, a person was curled up and sleeping soundly. No matter how the woman attacked, the transparent coffin did not move at all. There was not even a scratch on it. After an hour, the woman panted heavily and stared at the coffin in disbelief. Where did such a monstrous coffin come from? I can't even cut through it? No matter what, she was an enlighter who had cycled 40 times, and the information she had received had clearly stated that this person might not even be an enlighter. Why did he have such a powerful external defensive item? Did she need an emissary to act? After thinking about it, the woman descended and walked over to the transparent coffin. She looked at the sleeping man and took a deep breath. Then, she straightened her clothes and revealed her shoulders. She took another deep breath, and her expression relaxed. With a faint smile, she raised a hand and knocked on the coffin. Inside the coffin, Wang Wen opened his sleepy eyes and looked outside in a daze. It's daybreak? The moment he looked outside the coffin, a beautiful face entered his vision. Wang Wen suddenly stood up, and with a thump, his forehead hit the coffin's lid. He almost fainted from the impact, and he clutched his head in pain as he slowly lay down. I'm dizzy, I'm dizzy, I'm dizzy. Hey, are you all right? The woman was bewildered. If this guy had used a bit more force when he got up, would the mission have been completed? Wang Wen waved his hand. I'm fine, I'm fine. He rubbed his head. I almost broke my brilliant brain. The woman looked at him quietly, her eyes filled with concern and curiosity. Why are you in the coffin? She asked. Wang Wen calmed down and sat down in the coffin, facing the woman's gaze. Sleeping. But only the dead sleep in coffins. The woman was confused. Wang Wen blinked. Why would the dead need to sleep? The woman chuckled. You're really interesting. It's already daybreak, and you still want to sleep? Wang Wen looked around and exclaimed, Where's the grassland? Where is this place? The woman replied, It was like this when I came. What's wrong with you? Wang Wen scratched his head, Did something happen to my brain? It was still grassland when I slept last night. He then looked at the woman, Who are you? The woman smiled, I'm lost. Can you come with me? No, Wang Wen replied decisively. The woman was confused, Why? Tired. Didn't you just sleep? I overslept, so I'm even more tired. The woman was speechless, Then I'll wait for you. I'm lost and don't know where this is. I don't dare to walk alone. Wang Wen looked at her for a while and hesitated before saying shyly, Why don't you squeeze in since the coffin is very big? The woman was delighted, Can I? Actually, I'm quite scared too. Then forget it, I won't force you, Wang Wen replied. The woman panicked, I said I was scared outside, not inside the coffin. Wang Wen said, You should have said so earlier. I thought you were scared that I was a bad person. Of course you're not a bad person. You look like a good person. But you look like a bad person to me. The woman was confused. Wang Wen looked at her and laughed, I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? Ha 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 ha. The woman laughed dryly, Then can I go in? Of course, come in, Wang Wen invited. The woman was happy and her eyes were filled with killing intent. You've wasted so much time talking. I'll kill you when I get in. How do I open it? Open it yourself. I won't. Sister, have you ever seen a coffin open from the inside? The woman was stunned for a while. His words made sense, and she realized that he was messing with her. She gritted her teeth and her face turned pale. If I could open it from the outside, I would have done it long ago. Wang Wen pursed his lips, Opening it from the inside is called haunting. Open it. The woman couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Wang Wen was shocked, Why are you angry? Weren't we having a good chat? I'm warning you, open it or I'll make sure you don't even have a corpse. The woman stopped pretending and pointed her knife at Wang Wen. Wang Wen simply hugged his head and curled up. Sister, calm down. You must calm down. The woman raised her blade and slashed down. Suddenly, a hoe appeared behind her and smashed down. The woman's expression changed. She turned around, and her blade collided with the hoe. With a bang, her body was sent flying and heavily smashed into the ground. Her blade flew out of her hand and landed far away. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and stared at her original spot. Nong Lai? The person who appeared beside the coffin was none other than Nong Lai. This was the area of the seed garden. Wang Wen raised his head and was pleasantly surprised to see Nong Lai. "You're from the Nong family?" Nong Lai looked at Wang Wen speechlessly. "Don't tell me you're working for Luin." Wang Wen was delighted, and he very naturally opened the coffin before putting it away. He then smiled at Nong Lai and said, "Above sky sex Wang Wen, nice to meet you." Nong Lai was puzzled. "How did you get here alive?" This was also the woman's question. After this person had been sent from the top realm to the middle realm by the Wang clan, he had directly gone to the Lu clan. It was also because of this that the people behind her had determined that this person might be a member of the Fifth Mainland's heavenly sect, and had sent her to hunt him down. However, this was only a guess, which was why they had sent her. They were certain that this person was an emissary. The woman watched as Wang Wen opened the coffin and coughed up blood in anger. This guy had been toying with her from the very beginning. Nong Lai sized up Wang Wen and then looked at the woman. "I know who ordered you to kill him. Go back and tell your master that he won't have a chance after coming to my seed garden." Scram. The woman glared at Wang Wen and then limped away. Wang Wen shouted, "Sis, let's sleep in coffins together in the future." The woman coughed up blood again and glared at Wang Wen. She then left without another word. Nong Lai felt even stranger. Was this guy crazy? Not long after, Wang Wen was brought to the seed garden, where he met the Nong family's head, Xianxia. The cosmic tree was already used to the Nong family's style, and they would often discuss matters in the fields. This was Wang Wen's first time meeting them, but he was not surprised. He took off his shoes and rushed into the fields, causing Nong Lai to roll his eyes. "Bro, we have shoes to change into." Wang Wen waved a hand. "No need. This is more comfortable." Nong Lai watched as Wang Wen walked barefoot towards Xianxia, and the suspicion in his eyes lessened. This person was not bad. "You want the Nong family to be your agent? That's going to offend the four sides of the scale." In the fields, Xianxia hugged his hoe and glanced at Wang Wen. Wang Wen smiled. "How can I earn money without offending anyone?" Wang Wen stayed at the Nong family for a few days, talking to Xianxia every day. On the fourth day, Bai Qi came to the seed garden. Xianxia met with Bai Qi alone. "Ask that person to come out. I know he's one of Lu Xiaoshuan's men. He wants the Nong family to be the Fifth Mainland's agent in the fight for resources," Bai Qi said directly. Xianxia said, "Since he's here, he's a guest. If he's not willing, I'm sorry, but I can't let you see him." Bai Qi and Xianxia looked at each other. "Lu Xiaoshuan's representative in the cosmic tree doesn't even dare to meet me?" Xianxia didn't know how to answer, so Nong Lai came and whispered in his ear, "He doesn't dare to meet you." Xianxia was speechless. That was too cowardly. He looked at Bai Qi helplessly. "I'm sorry, senior, but he doesn't want to come out." Bai Qi frowned. Ever since she came into contact with the people of the Fifth Mainland, she felt that nothing was going well. Now, this person in the Nong family didn't even want to meet her. These people made her feel strange. "Nong family leader, I don't know what the Nong family plans to do, but in any case, the cosmic tree should unite against the Fifth Mainland and not be instigated," Bai Qi said. Xianxia looked at Bai Qi. "Yes, we should unite. Then, what about the new void corridor?" Bai Qi looked at him. Xianxia continued, "The new void corridor almost blocks the people of the Nong family, including the mountain sea inheritance of the Fifth Mainland. The half-ancestors of the Nong family can't go there either." "Is this what you mean by unite?" Bai Qi said, "I'll report this to the ancestor. Then we'll talk about it after you're done," Xianxia said and was about to send her off. Bai Qi stared at Xianxia and wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. The Nong family wasn't Xian Academy, and they couldn't be threatened. Otherwise, this family that was close to the Lu family would have ceased to exist long ago. It wasn't just the Nong family, there was also the Lu family and the Ghost Abyss. If possible, the four-way scales would have destroyed them long ago, but they had always been fine because they had progenitors. Without them, the cosmic tree would be unstable. Now, the Fifth Mainland wanted to use a representative to split the cosmic tree in half, and everyone could see that. But that wasn't the main point. It wasn't the representative, but rather the attitude of the Nong family. If the Nong family was willing to become the representative, it meant that they were leaning towards the fifth mainland, and the situation would become serious. Lu Xiaoxian wasn't in the cosmic tree, but he was still thinking of ways to influence it. Nong family leader, you should have heard of my father's temper. Sometimes, he would rather die than live in dishonor. Some people are blinded by hatred, and we can't gamble with all of humanity. Bai Qi left, leaving behind her final words. This wasn't a threat to the Nong family, but rather to Lu Yin and the entire fifth mainland. Lu Yin wanted to rope in the Nong family and the Lu family to isolate the four-way scales, but it didn't matter if he could do it or not. Even if he could, what impact would it have on the four-way scales? Just as Bai Qi had said, it was better to die in dishonor than live in dishonor. Even if Lu Yin had more progenitors, would they be able to defeat the four-way scales? So what if they could defeat the four-way scales? Who would resist the Eternals? The Lu family had been exiled, and it seemed like the four-way scales had won, but all of the four-way scales' ancestors were stuck in the sovereign realm and the outer realm, including the Nong family and the Lu family's ancestors. If the four-way scales were defeated, how could the remaining people defend the cosmic tree? Bai Qi's meaning was simple: if the Nong family and the Lu family sided with Lu Yin, then humanity would be in danger. Everyone could see Lu Yin's hatred for the four-way scales, and what they needed now was balance. Nongya pondered this, but he was actually leaning towards Lu Yin. After all, the Nong family had once sided with the Lu family. Now, they had to carefully consider this matter. Bai Qi wasn't good at negotiations, and she had only spoken the truth. However, sometimes, the truth was more intimidating than anything else, and this was something that Wang Wen had not expected. Wang Wen had heard the conversation between Bai Qi and Nongya, and the last sentence made him regret not coming out. Now that Bai Qi had left, Wang Wen saw that Nongya's gaze towards him had changed. He sighed, as he had failed. When he thought of this, he rubbed his face. I heard that the four-way scales wants to monitor all of the pawn civilizations? Yun Tingting had been here for almost a year now, beneath a ladder far away from the seed garden. Lu Yin and Bai Wangyuan had reached an agreement, and she had been released. The Smoke Cloud sect was the gatekeeper of the four-way scales in the Middle Realm, and Bai Wangyuan had not made things difficult for her. Instead, he had sent someone to send her to the Smoke Cloud sect. After returning to the Smoke Cloud sect, many things had changed. She had once been the high and mighty princess of the Smoke Cloud sect, and her father, Yun Mubai, had been the sect master. No one had dared to provoke her. Now, Yun Mubai had been exposed as a redback and had been captured by a humble family decades ago. No one knew if he was alive or dead, and the entire Smoke Cloud sect looked at her strangely. After all, she had been captured by Lu Yin for decades, and there were rumors everywhere. The current sect master of the Smoke Cloud sect was Yun Wang. Although he doted on her as usual, he no longer had the same feelings as before. Reality was changing, and she didn't know where she should go. She might as well stay under the ladder and be a little busy. Cousin, you haven't given an answer about the sect's suggestion, Yun Yang said to Yun Tingting. Yun Tingting didn't even look at him. I won't go to the fifth mainland. That's the fifth pagoda. I heard that the inheritance there is quite powerful, Yun Yang urged. Yun Tingting looked at him. I heard that you've interacted with Lu Yin under the alias Long 7? Yun Yang felt awkward when this was brought up. He had been unlucky every time he had interacted with Long 7. Why are you bringing this up? I'm just reminding you that no one can take advantage of him, Yun Tingting said. That's why they thought of you. After all, you've been in the fifth mainland for so many years, so you should be more familiar with it. Yun Tingting frowned. They? Yun Yang's expression changed slightly, and he coughed. Cousin, there are guests here. I'll go greet them. Yun Yang, speak clearly. Who are they? Yun Yang wanted to run, but he was caught by Yun Tingting. Although Yun Tingting had been trapped at Mount Supreme for decades, her cultivation had not stagnated. They had been cultivating all this time, and she had already gone through more than 30 cycles when she first became an enlighter. She had made some progress, but Yun Yang had only gone through 25 cycles after several decades, which was a far cry from Yun Tingting. Cousin, let me go. There are guests here. They really are guests. He pointed down the ladder. Yun Tingting followed his gaze and saw a few figures. The 4 cardinal scales are transporting them. Shoo. Cousin, this matter is even more secretive. Don't tell anyone, or we'll be in big trouble. Yun Yang quickly stopped her. Yun Tingting was puzzled. I've never seen anything like this in the past year. I thought they stopped doing it. Yun Yang replied, it's not that they stopped doing it, but that they only do it after a long period of time. They're just afraid of being exposed. Lu Xiaoxian caused a ruckus once. Anyway, don't worry about this. Just let me go. Yun Tingting released him. If you don't tell me who they are, then don't expect me to take you to the 5th mainland. Yun Yang did not have time to say anything else, and he quickly went down the ladder to carefully arrange something. Yun Tingting just watched. There were some things that she knew, but she did not care about. When her father had still been alive, there were some things that had been handed over to Yun Yang. In her father's words, she was not allowed to do anything dirty. Yun Tingting fell into a daze when she thought about her father. Hatred for Luyin rose in her heart, but she was powerless to do anything about it. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. That person? At the bottom of the ladder, Big Sis stared at a few people who were whispering to Yun Yang and prepared to make a move. She had only been passing by, but she had coincidentally bumped into those people and noticed traces of astral fluid. As the former Netherworld ancestor, what had she not done? She often absorbed astral fluid, and she was one of the earliest people to do so. She had been discovered by the martial ancestor, and she had paid a heavy price. Although those people had concealed the astral fluid, they could not hide it from her. She did not only want to obtain the astral fluid, but she also wanted to know how these people had absorbed it. As for the fact that absorbing the astral origin fluid would harm the mother tree, she was a pirate and had never considered such things. The one who spoke was Little Stutterer. He had been brought along by Big Sister, and when he spoke, Big Sister slapped him on the head. Shut up. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use, I wouldn't have brought you along. Little Stutterer clutched his head. There's someone. What do you mean, there's nothing? Shut up. Big Sister slapped him again. Little Stutterer panicked. Send. Big Sister narrowed her eyes. Little Stutterer, I think you're getting carried away. I told you not to speak, but you insisted. Little Stutterer pointed at Yun Tingting. Yes. Big Sister blinked and looked over, meeting Yun Tingting's gaze. Yun Tingting was currently staring at her. The moment their eyes met, she recognized Big Sis and exclaimed, Big Sis? This group of people had been released by Luyin in the Above the Sky sect, and they knew quite a bit about the 5th mainland. This naturally included Big Sister, who was a very famous person. After all, she was the person closest to Luyin. Yun Tingting recognized Big Sister, but Big Sister did not recognize her. Little Stutterer did not recognize her either. He had only seen her staring at them, which was why he had thought that he had been discovered. However, it was mainly because he had a guilty conscience. Big Sister had just told him that they were going to rob them. When they heard the words Big Sister, many people looked over. Yun Yang looked over as well. Big Sister? Big Sister was speechless. There were even acquaintances here? Without further ado, she glanced at those people and suddenly attacked. A terrifying aura erupted and swept through the area, shattering the ladder. Yun Yang held when he saw this, and he did not hesitate to lie down. Something had happened again. The expressions of the people who had been transporting the astral origin liquid changed. Ever since Luyin had caused a ruckus, transporting astral origin liquid had not been a good job. Furthermore, the sect had recently ordered that the astral origin liquid should not be exposed. They had been on tenterhooks all this time, so how had they still been discovered? Faced with Big Sister's current power level of over 1,000,000, a man charged out from behind the cultivators. He looked ordinary, but he also erupted with a power level of over 1,000,000. Although he looked young, his eyes were filled with vicissitudes. There was a bang as Big Sister and the man collided. In that instant, the man used the frigid immortal sex Wind God battle technique, Wind God's defense, in an attempt to block Big Sister and send her flying back. However, he was shocked to find that Wind God's defense had been torn apart. The black-purple energy around Big Sister formed a visible current that forcefully blasted apart the Wind God battle technique and sent the man flying. Both of his arms were shattered, and at the same time, that energy invaded his body and prevented him from circulating his astral origin energy. Big Sister did not even look at the man as she grabbed at the cultivators behind him. At that moment, another figure charged out from the side and slapped at Big Sister. Big Sister had not paid much attention to that man's attack, as the black-purple energy had easily destroyed him. However, she felt that something was amiss when facing this person. Bang! There was another collision, and the void was torn apart. An unparalleled destructive force swept through the area, causing the latter to tremble. Yuntingting watched in shock. She had not expected such a turn of events. As for Yunyang, he had already fainted from the impact. The person who had appeared later exchanged a palm with Big Sister, but neither side had the upper hand. Big Sister was shocked. She had used a power derived from the evil scripture, and it was overbearing and strange. However, this person's power was similarly overbearing and definitely not ordinary. The person opposite her was just as shocked. Scram! Big Sister sneered. You're courting death. Then, a giant hammer appeared in her left hand and smashed at the person opposite her. A long saber appeared in the person's hand as well, and he slashed at her. Bang! There was a shocking collision, and they were once again evenly matched. Big Sister was even more shocked. She had used the heaven-shocking hammer, which came from the era of above heaven. Ordinary battle techniques would not be able to block it. The person opposite her was the same. The power he had used was not something an ordinary person could block. Hiding your head but showing your tail. Who are you? Big Sister shouted. In the current era, there were very few people who could match her in terms of cultivation. The person opposite her suddenly retreated, no longer bothering with Big Sister. As for the cultivators who had been transporting the astral origin liquid, he had also abandoned them. Just as Big Sister was feeling puzzled, the void in the distance was sliced apart, and a figure walked out and stared at her. Big Sister's expression changed. Ancestor realm? Not good. Without thinking, she immediately retreated, ignoring the cultivators who were transporting the astral origin liquid. She could not understand, wasn't it just astral origin liquid? Why was he using Ancestor realm? The Ancestor realm expert who had suddenly appeared was Xianxia, but it was not his main body, but his Ancestor realm clone. He glanced at Big Sister before looking at the person who was fighting with her, and chased after him. Big Sister looked back and saw that he had disappeared. So he had chased after that person. She had wanted to leave. But after thinking for a moment, she turned around and chased after him. Not long after, during the Battle of Huayuan, Ancestor realm power surged, accompanied by furious roars. Finally, everything ended, and apart from the devastation on the ground, there was nothing left. Big Sister emerged from the ground, and the dark purple energy above her head receded. She had not been discovered in this battle. Although Xiaoxinji's clone also possessed the power of the progenitor realm, and Big Sister was no match for him in a head-on clash, Big Sister had many more tricks up her sleeve. Looking at the empty ground, Big Sister took out the wireless goo. She had discovered something big. In Heaven's Sect, Luyin sat by a lake and stared at the center of the lake. There was a cup of steaming hot flower tea beside him, and although it looked terrible, it was very delicious. The wireless goo vibrated, and Luyin connected. Little 7, I've encountered something strange. Big Sister sent a message. Luyin had not expected her to contact him. What is it? I met Xiaoxinji. Big Sister sent a message. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold. Isn't he in the sovereign realm? How did you meet him? Is he causing trouble for you? Causing trouble for others? Wait, he's not others. How should I put it? He's causing trouble for himself. Luyin did not understand. What do you mean? I saw a Xiaoxinji chasing another Xiaoxinji. Although the Xiaoxinji that was being chased was hiding, I'm sure it was Xiaoxinji. I saw it for real, Big Sister replied. At that moment, the fishing rod moved, and a big fish took the bait. Zhao Ran cheered from behind, Your Highness, we caught a fish. Luyin passed the fishing rod to Zhao Ran. You do it. He then walked to the side, listening to Zhao Ran's cries of surprise as he contacted Big Sister. Big Sister, did you see it clearly? Is it really Xianxia himself? Definitely. The Xianxia chasing after him is an ancestor with progenitor strength, but he's not very powerful. He doesn't even have an ancestral world. The one being chased is at most at 7 origin tribulations. He's not even a half-ancestor. Even if it's Xianxia's clone, how can someone who isn't even a half-ancestor escape from a progenitor? I don't know about that. Perhaps it's because of the 9 clones. In any case, I'm sure that Xianxia's progenitor clone is chasing after his 7 origin tribulations clone. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Had one of Xianxia's clones betrayed him? Just like how Xiao Luo had betrayed Xiao Jiuyou? That was interesting. Then again, the 9 clones technique was powerful, but if clones could betray him so easily, then the drawbacks would be too great. Right, I saw someone else. Although I don't have much of an impression of him, I remember him. He's your enemy, Lu Xiaoge, Big Sister said. Lu Yin was surprised. You saw Lu Xiaoge? Yes, it's him. He hid far away during the battle. If I hadn't chased after him to watch the chase, I wouldn't have noticed him. He ran away with Xianxia's clone. Lu Yin was even more surprised. That clone was able to avoid Xianxia's progenitor clone, but you saw Lu Xiaoge run away with him? Big Sister's eyes narrowed as she replied, I feel like you're looking down on me. Are you saying that I can't compare to Xianxia's clone? Wedding on the 9th. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'll start updating tomorrow. Thank you. Although I'm busy, I still want to be happy together. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Lu Yin was speechless. Sis, that's not what I meant. After all, you're not even a half-progenitor yet. Can one's realm represent everything? I can do it. Even if 9 mountains and 8 seas came, it would still be the same, let alone Xianxia's progenitor clone. I can find anyone I want, and that Xianxia clone won't be able to escape. Lu Yin straightened up. Since that's the case, sis, do me a favor and go cause trouble for him. Which one? Xianxia's clone, of course. Cause trouble so that he won't be able to see Lu Xiaoge. Big Sis understood. I can, but I don't want to do it. It's too tiring. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Sis, I've always felt that you're the greatest goddess in the universe. Big Sis' face twitched. Disgusting. Just you wait. She then stared in a certain direction, licked her lips, and rushed out. Plop. Lu Yin turned around and blinked. Zhao Ran had been dragged into the lake by the fish, and she was in a very sorry state. She swam out of the water and felt wronged. Your Highness, the fish ran away. Lu Yin laughed and pulled her back up. Let it run away. Let's continue fishing. Yes, I'll definitely catch a big fish for your Highness to stew in flower tea. Lu Yin raised his brows. Fish stewed in flower tea? Was there a connection between the two? He looked at the strange cup of flower tea not too far away. Zhao Ran's path was becoming stranger and stranger. In the astral tree, below the ladder, the little stutterer was at a loss. Big Sis doesn't want me anymore? Eh? Many people had fainted, and the little stutterer looked at the cultivators who were transporting the astral fluid. He swallowed hard and mustered his courage to rush over, grab a cosmic ring, and run. Before he left, he didn't forget to cut off one of their fingers so that there would be more blood. Many people saw this scene, but no one dared to stop him, afraid that something bad would happen. As for the man who had exchanged a palm strike with Big Sis, he wanted to help the little stutterer escape, but the little stutterer's speed was unparalleled, and Lu Yin had once relied on him to escape. The man's arms had been shattered, and he could not activate his astral vortex. He could only watch as the little stutterer disappeared, and he was enraged. A mere enlighter had actually dared to steal his astral fluid? He spat out a mouthful of blood before he fainted. Little stutterer didn't know that what he was doing was extremely dangerous. If it wasn't for Big Sister's power causing too much damage to the man, he could have killed him with just a flick of his finger. On the other side, 2 figures were walking carefully in the forest. One of them was Lu Xiaoge. He won't chase after us, right? Lu Xiaoge asked in a calm tone. A hoarse voice came from another person's mouth. No, I used my 9 clones to create this. If I'm heavily injured, he'll also be heavily injured. That's good, Lu Xiaoge said. I have to thank you. If you hadn't warned me not to risk my life against that woman, I might not have been able to escape. As he spoke, the man with the hoarse voice raised his head. Under the dim light, his face looked exactly like Xianxia's. However, compared to Xianxia, this man's face was much gloomier. His eyes were more ferocious, and he seemed to have experienced a lot. Lu Xiaoge replied, she's one of Lu Yin's people. I'm only warning you because I don't want Lu Yin to discover you. Otherwise, there'll be even more trouble. Lu Xiaoxian? That's right. That kid was actually able to reach this step. Even if the Lu family wasn't exiled, he shouldn't have been able to reach this step. Who would have thought that the Lu family's exile would actually help him? He left you in Xinwu Plain. Do you hate him? Lu Xiaoge smiled. Why would I hate him? We weren't friends in the first place. That's how the cultivation world is. There's no right or wrong, and there's no need for hatred. All that matters is defeat. He then looked up at the top realm. We can't stay in the astral tree realm any longer. Let's think of a way to leave. Lu Xiaoge asked, descend to the mortal realm? The abandoned lands. Lu Xiaoge shook his head. The abandoned lands will only make us Lu Yin's prey. Compared to the 4 cardinal scales, I don't want to meet him even more. He's a much greater threat to us. Someone's chasing us. The person with the hoarse voice pushed Lu Xiaoge aside. Hide further away. He then turned around, his divine martial qi surging as a blade appeared in his hand. Big Sis sneered and charged out. How dare you ruin my plans? Stay here. She then smashed down with her hammer. Boom. There was a loud sound as the shockwave sent Lu Xiaoge flying. Lu Xiaoge crashed into the ground and coughed as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Why was Big Sis chasing after him? Even Xiaoxinji's progenitor clone had not been able to catch up to him. At that moment, the wireless goo vibrated, and Lu Xiaoge looked down and sighed. Lu Yin had indeed been discovered. He did not hesitate and connected to Lu Yin. Is that Xiaoxinji's clone? In the 5th mainlands above Heaven sect, Lu Yin sent a command to the wireless goo. At this moment, Big Sis was fighting with that person. Lu Xiaoge replied, that's right. He looked up and saw that Xiaoxinji's clone had no time to pay attention to him, but Big Sis was facing him and occasionally glancing over. When he saw this, Lu Xiaoge knew that this was Lu Yin's arrangement. What's going on? Lu Yin asked. Lu Xiaoge replied, I was imprisoned in the underground of divine martial heaven. I just happened to run into him and escaped with him. Lu Yin replied, you know that's not what I want to ask. Lu Xiaoge replied, remove the control from me, and I'll tell you what you want to know. Are you trying to negotiate with me? Just removing the control in exchange for information that will excite you. It's worth it. Excite me? Lu Yin had only contacted Lu Xiaoge to find out what had happened to Xiaoxinji's clone. Even if a clone had betrayed him, Lu Yin would not be able to deal with Xiaoxinji for the time being. After all, they had already reached an agreement. However, Lu Xiaoge had actually said that the information would excite him. Lu Xiaoge's lips curled up. Brother Lu, this clone is related to the Lu family's banishment. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Secret technique, prison lock? It seems like Brother Lu knows something. Since that's the case, your conditions aren't too much, right? Lu Yin muttered to himself. Brother Lu, you can take your time to think about it. You won't lose out on this condition. Lu Xiaoge was certain that he had Lu Yin under control, so he ended the call and put away the wireless goo before running off in another direction. Seeing Lu Xiaoge leave, Big Sis did not know if she should catch him, but even if she did, it would not be that easy. Xiaoxinji's clone was on par with her, and neither could do anything to the other. Woman, get lost. Xiaoxinji's clone barked, his voice growing hoarse. Big Sis sneered, I'm not someone you can scold. She then smashed down with the hammer in her right hand while a blood-red lotus appeared in her left. Xianxia's clone's expression darkened, and he raised his hand. Chains appeared out of thin air and bound Big Sis along with the hammer. This was a secret technique. The moment he did so, he turned around and left without hesitation. Dark purple energy flowed around Big Sis's body, bewitching yet strange. She immediately broke the chains, and when she looked up again, Xianxia's clone had already left. He had already taken Lu Xiaoge away. She snorted and used the wireless goo to contact Luyin. "Little Seven, how is it?" Luyin stretched lazily. "Sis, can you find them?" Big Sis raised her head. "No problem, I can find anyone who has fought with me." "That's good, I'll go find them myself." Luyin took off his fishing cloak and bamboo hat and put away the wireless goo. It had already been a year, and it was time for him to go out. During this year, he had gone into closed-door cultivation and fishing to relax. In Kui Luo's words, he had been slacking off. An emissary could casually go into closed-door cultivation for hundreds or even thousands of years, and he still had time to fish during this time. What kind of cultivation was this? Only Luyin himself knew that he had entered the time-stop space more than 20 times during this year, and that he had rolled 6 pips 6 times. It was a pity that he had not been able to fuse with anyone of value and had wasted a lot of money. Cultivating in the time-stop space 20 times was equivalent to 20 years, which was only 20 seconds in the outside world. During this time, he had increased his serious art from 110,000 stars to 200,000 stars. Although he was still 180,000 stars away from the 6th level, he was not far from it. His battle force at the imperishable Palm Realm was also becoming more condensed. The progenitor scripture, reversal step, visualization, Ian flow scripture, sky-toppling palm, and even his sourcebox arrays had all improved slightly in the time-stop space. This time, he had to disguise himself to avoid any possible ambushes from Madman Lu, and he also had to take care of some matters. There were some things that even Wang Wen could not handle no matter how smart he was, so Luyin had to deal with them himself. In the invisible void, the sapling swayed its green leaves as it absorbed the astral source. The sapling was very happy to see Luyin, and its branches drooped down to stroke his chin. Luyin had thought that it would be lonely if he left it here to absorb the astral source, but he soon discovered that it was not lonely at all. In fact, it was very happy. It liked to quietly absorb the astral source and slowly grow. This reminded Luyin of the mother tree. Since the sapling had its own consciousness, the mother tree should have as well, but he had never heard of anyone being able to communicate with it. "If it wasn't me and someone else came, would you be able to communicate with them?" Luyin muttered to himself as he stroked the sapling. The sapling's leaves drooped down, and it looked very dejected. Luyin smiled. "Don't worry, I'll come here often." The sapling was very happy, and it swayed its branches to condense some crystalline astral source liquid. Luyin hurriedly took it. There was a lot of astral source liquid this time, and it was several times more than what he had given to senior brother Qing Ping. Will this amount of astral source liquid affect your growth? Luyin was worried, as the 4-way scales had absorbed the astral source liquid from the mother tree. In the Lu family's opinion, this would affect the mother tree's growth, and the sapling's growth would also be affected. The sapling swayed back and forth happily. As long as it could help Luyin, it was willing to do anything. Luyin smiled. "You've worked hard." Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and looked at the sapling. "You really like that big tree that can run away, right? Don't worry, we'll find it sooner or later. When we do, we'll catch it and play with you." The sapling grew even happier, as it really liked that big tree. A few days later, outside the technocracy's new sky corridor, a very ordinary-looking man with a large mole on his face appeared. He had a sparse stubble on his chin, and he gave off a rather decadent feeling. There was a miniature version of a hellworm on his shoulder, but it was only the size of a palm. There was also something similar to a platform on his back. This man was Luyin. With a roar, the hellworm opened its mouth and bared its fangs. Luyin glanced over, and the hellworm lowered its claws. This fellow didn't have much intelligence. Ever since Luyin had tamed it with the slipper when he had first returned to the 5th mainland, it was no different from a pet aside from being afraid of death. It had a one-track mind and would listen to anything it was afraid of. Lu Ying wasn't even worried that it would ambush him. However, he would still teach it a lesson from time to time just in case. It wasn't easy to travel from the fifth mainland to the cosmic tree realm, and one had to go through strict inspection. Lu Ying also couldn't allow disobedient or hostile people to enter. The inspection line was very long, just like when Lu Ying had first gone to the Innerverse and seen people lining up to enter the Astral River Arkansas. There were no less than 10 emissaries around, and there was even Zhang Lin, a half-step ancestor, to ensure that no one could enter the cosmic tree realm. In the past, it would have been unthinkable for an emissary to specifically register a name. However, ever since Lu Ying had taken the Star Alliance away from the astral tree realm, other than the remaining ministers of the Lu family, the rest of the emissaries in the Star Alliance would atone for their crimes by performing meritorious deeds. This person was the same. Lu Ying took out the Above the Sky Sex token and waved it. The emissary's gaze turned cold. Please enter. This kind of token was specifically used by people to enter the starry sky of trees. Most people used this token to disguise their identity. For example, Big Sister, Wang Wen, and the others used this token to enter the starry sky of trees. This way, no one would know their whereabouts unless they were recognized in the starry sky of trees. As for the hellworm on their shoulders and the general appointment platform on their backs, Lu Ying looked around and saw that many people had them. He had specifically asked Xianxia to do this a year ago. There was a creature on the fifth mainland that looked like a miniature version of the hellworm, and Lu Ying had asked her to find it and find a way to make it popular. He had even made countless copies of the general appointment platform to cover up the traces of the hellworm and the general appointment platform. This would make it easier for him to disguise himself and enter the cosmic tree realm in the future. He was worried about his safety if he entered the cosmic tree realm alone, and he could easily be exposed if he brought these things with him. Thus, he could only use this method to push the trend forward. Fortunately, the results were good, and there were many people dressed like him everywhere. In the current fifth mainland, this kind of pet and general appointment platform were everywhere. Any cultivator with a bit of wealth would buy them and equip themselves with them. Lu Ying smoothly entered the astral tree realm and then followed the procedure step by step. He did not leave in secret, as he did not want to be discovered by the four-way scales. The Wang family's surveillance of the Xinkong corridor was very strict. Once they discovered that he had left and exposed his identity, many things would become difficult for them to do, especially when they had to face the possibility of killing him at any time. More than 20 days later, Lu Ying stood on the Rainbow Bridge and followed a group of cultivators from the fifth mainland. They were arranged by the four-way scales to head towards the mortal realm. Even in our starry sky of trees, very few people are willing to risk their lives in the mortal world. You people from the abandoned land are quite bold, the four-way balance cultivator said sarcastically. Another person said, once they suffer in the mortal realm, they'll understand. They'll definitely cry and shout about going to the middle realm. It's not that easy to survive in the central plane world. I heard that many clans and sects in the starry sky of trees have joined forces to form the Abandonment Alliance. Their goal is to expel these people from the abandoned lands. They're just wasting resources and increasing the risk. They might even bring in a redback spy. A group of fifth mainland cultivators at the rear had pale expressions on their faces. These cultivators from the four-way balance were ridiculing them one after another. It was quite unpleasant to hear. These people are really asking for a beating, even more so than my name. Unfortunately, there aren't many ruthless people in our group. I heard that there were a few ruthless people in the previous batches who taught these cultivators a lesson. One of them was from the Lu family, and he should be Lu Yin's relative. How nice would it be for me to have such an arrogant relative, but I'm not that bad either. Lu Yin is my brother. Brother Big Mole, when you return to the fifth mainland, go to the Above Heaven sect and tell them that you're Qianzhou. Lu Yin glanced at the hand on his shoulder, which came from the chattering person beside him. It was Qianzhou. Lu Ying hadn't expected that he would be traveling the same way as Qianzhou in the starry sky of trees. He had originally wanted to ignore this person, but he hadn't expected this person to target him and call him Brother Big Mole. Lu Ying had already told him that he was in disguise, but Qianzhou kept referring to him as Brother Big Mole. Brother Big Mole, why are you looking at me like that? Don't tell me you want to teach them a lesson. Don't, you're too weak. It's not that I don't like you, but you're definitely too weak. When I see Brother Lu in the future, I'll ask him to help you improve. Just bear with it for now. Xianxia patted Lu Yin's shoulder. We can only blame our bad luck for not traveling with a few ruthless people. Why don't you go? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia gestured for him to remain silent and solemnly said, I have an important mission, and I can't be recognized. Otherwise, the four-way scales will be alerted. Brother Lu asked me to help, so I can't make any mistakes. Lu Yin pursed his lips and didn't say anything else. He had nothing to say to this person. In order to avoid being noticed by the four-way scales, Lu Yin had followed the group for more than 20 days. As long as he reached the mortal realm, everything would be fine. Of course, he hadn't wasted those days either, as Big Sis had been tracking Lu Xiaoge and the others. He had come to the mortal realm because Big Sis had told him that Lu Xiaoge and Xiaoxinji's clones were in the mortal realm. A few days later, they arrived at the mortal realm. All of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators saw the boundless coiling ancestral mandala's torso, which seemed to have replaced the sky. They would never forget the shock that they felt for the rest of their lives. From time to time, an obscure and terrifying pressure would sweep across the area. Humans were just a part of the laws of nature here, and they might not even be at the peak. They were not just hunters, but also prey. This place stimulated a person's instinctive desire to survive, and this was also the reason why many cultivators wanted to come here. They longed to break through and transform here, but most of them were just throwing their lives away. As soon as they arrived at the mortal realm, they saw a ball of flames that distorted the void hurtling towards them. It was as if the sun had descended, and it brought with it a scorching heat that seemed capable of melting all things. The cultivators who saw it were shocked, as this was an attack from an enlighter, and there weren't many enlighters among the Fifth Mainland's cultivators. The four-way scales cultivators immediately retreated, as there was no way they could help block the attack. Lu Yin looked up, and two figures charged out from behind him and attacked the flames. One of them even used overlaying stacks, which combined with an enlighter's power level to barely disperse the flames. However, they were injured in the process. The four-way scales cultivators were disdainful. You dare to descend to the mortal realm with this level of strength? You're courting death. One of them said, these attacks should be a gift from the Abandonment Alliance. They're in the middle realm, and they're descending to the mortal realm to hunt down cultivators from the abandoned lands. There are more and more cases like this. This has nothing to do with us, and it's not like we're the ones who did it. Let them be. Let's go, it's better if they all die. Actually, we should just throw them into the battlefield at the back. The Fifth Mainland's cultivators hurriedly scattered after the flames were dispersed. They weren't stupid, and it wasn't a coincidence that an attack had appeared right after they arrived. There had to be a problem. Some of them were already planning to head to the middle realm, as the mortal realm was too dangerous. Lu Yin walked off the rainbow bridge and raised his arm to contact Big Sis through the wireless goo. Big Mole Bro, where are you going? Big Brother will bring you along, Xianxia asked as he came over. Lu Yin glanced at him and then started walking into the distance. Xianxia hurriedly tried to catch up, but he soon realized that he couldn't. Lu Yin was too fast, and he had disappeared in an instant. Xianxia was stunned. He had used reverse step, but he still couldn't keep up. This was an expert. As a thief who had roamed the Fifth Mainland for many years, Xianxia naturally had his own way of judging people. His sense of smell was quite sharp, and he had sensed that this person wasn't simple at first glance, which was why he had tried to worm his way into being friends with him. Now that he realized that this was indeed the case, it was a pity that he couldn't keep up and didn't know this person's background. Xianxia was a little annoyed. If he had known, he would have gotten closer to Lu Yin. There were 5 districts in the mortal realm, and Lu Yin had been to the 3rd district with Long Shi. The ancestral mane was wrapped around the mother tree. Its head was in the 3rd district, its tail was in the 5th district, and the rest were in the torso. Lu Yin took out the dragon saliva soil, which had been given to him by the White Dragon clan. This soil had been soaked in the ancestral mane's saliva, and it had a great deterrent effect on astral beasts. This was also the reason why he had been able to instantly cause the Yao Emperor to lose his bearings. This soil was very useful in the mortal realm. Lu Yin took out the soil, and no creature in the mortal realm dared to approach it. He successfully met up with Big Sis. She was dissatisfied. What took you so long? Half a month had passed since Luin had left the Fifth Mainland. He replied, we can't be discovered by the four-way scales, so we can only take it slow. Alright, let's go in this direction. Big Sis was swift and decisive, and she rushed out after confirming the direction. Luin immediately followed. Along the way, Big Sis gave Luin quite a bit of astral liquid, which stunned him. Where is this from? Did you absorb astral liquid? I stole it from the four-way scales. Little Stutterer stole it from me, so I'll give it to you. Little Stutterer? Luin was puzzled. He's also a pirate. He used to be the disciple of Ji Chang from the Immortal Battle Group. He's now wandering the world. Ji Chang? Xia Ji's clone's disciple? You dare to bring him along? Right, I remember now. Little Stutterer, he didn't die? No, he ran away very quickly. Luin found it funny. He didn't know when he had met Little Stutterer and Xianxia during the Star Tower contest, but now, they had met again. A day later, the two arrived at a nest of creatures. What should have been a ferocious creature had been turned into roasted meat. It's them, Big Sis said. Luin looked around. Did they leave early? I hope they didn't discover that we were following them. Otherwise, we might not be able to find them. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The more he didn't want it to happen, the more likely it would happen. He extended his domain and suddenly saw a Cloud Connect stone in the corner. Luin walked over and looked at the stone. He shook his head and crushed it with his foot. We've been discovered. They even heard our conversation. Big Sis frowned. That shouldn't be. Even Xianxia himself might not be able to detect my methods. End of chapter 2390. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.